Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 97, Chapter. Hey. You're Natsuki, right? The sudden voice made Natsuki blink in confusion, and he quickly identified the speaker as Kankuro standing beside Gaara. So it was this guy who spoke up. Naturally, his friends who were about to leave also paused, turning back instinctively to see what this Suna shinobi wanted. Kankuro continued, "That sword you just used, the one that cracked and reformed, what is it?" "Oh ho, fishing for intel. That's pretty bold. Asking the person directly in front of everyone." Clearly, Natsuki's performance had unsettled the Suna nin. He was probably worried Natsuki would mess up their original plans. But Natsuki didn't care. He casually replied, "That's the Mato Senren, demonic blade, 1,000 edges. Forged from over 1,000 chakra shards, each shard is linked by chakra. With control over the chakra, I can split or reassemble the blade at will. It can stretch, shrink, or act like 1,000 flying projectiles. Very versatile." Satisfied with that explanation, you puppet master Kankuro, hiding behind your mummy bandages. Kankuro's expression changed in surprise. He instinctively gripped the bandaged mummy strapped to his back. He originally wanted to probe Natsuki for some information, and figured the worst that would happen was that Natsuki wouldn't answer. But if he did answer, he'd score some intel. He didn't expect Natsuki to actually give an answer, and then expose his identity in the process. The surrounding friends and still present examinees all turned to look at the bandaged mummy on Kankuro's back. Some even grinned mischievously. Kankuro's face went dark. Even Gaara couldn't help but curse, "Idiot." Luckily, no one said more on the subject and soon returned their focus to Natsuki. They remembered the image of Natsuki using that bizarre sword, bypassing Orochimaru's guard and nearly decapitating him. Everyone got goosebumps. The Mato Senren, huh? A truly unique weapon, almost impossible to block. With Natsuki already being so strong, and now wielding such an unconventional weapon, even Orochimaru suffered a loss. What chance did they stand? This thought alone made some examinees, who were already shaken by Orochimaru's presence, start seriously considering quitting the exam. It was just too much pressure. Natsuki didn't waste any more time. He waved again to his friends, then left hand in hand with Tenten. Meanwhile, the name Mato Senren spread rapidly throughout Konoha. Some gossip-mongers even gave Natsuki a new nickname, Konoha's demonic blade. It was inspired by the name, White Fang of Konoha. Since Natsuki had studied the White Fang's kenjutsu and wielded such a mystical blade, Konoha no motto felt like a fitting title. Naturally, this brought back stories about the White Fang. Many village elders still felt guilt over the public backlash that had driven the White Fang to suicide, causing the loss of a powerful asset and arguably triggering Konoha's slow decline. Fortunately, with Root disbanded, no one was manipulating public opinion now. The rumors stayed positive. Danzo probably wouldn't care enough to pick a fight with a dead man. Some even ran to Tenten's family's ninja tools shop, pestering her parents to add the White Fang as a character in the ninja card game. It gave the poor shopkeepers a headache. Natsuki didn't concern himself with any of this. The man was long dead. No amount of talk could change anything. As for the Chunin exams, they would be delayed. All of Konoha needed a thorough sweep to ensure Orochimaru wasn't hiding somewhere. Only then could the exam resume. But such a search couldn't be done quickly, it would take days. During this time, missions were also on hold. Which meant, more training. Rinya was dragged into extra practice by Aoba. Even Megumi didn't go to the hospital. She joined the training as well. But the girl had become rather anxious. She seemed upset about not being able to help earlier. She had studied medical ninjutsu but hadn't even been able to identify the source of Anko's pain during the incident. It left her deeply frustrated. In truth, it wasn't her fault. The cursed seal placed by Orochimaru wasn't something a normal medic nin could handle. Even Kakashi could only suppress it with a forced sealing technique. Still, Megumi remained emotionally shaken. Rinya had tried to comfort her, but failed. So he turned to Natsuki for help. "Boss, I'm begging you. You're so amazing, you've gotta help cheer up Megumi. She's super down, and if this keeps up, it's going to be bad. You're our team leader, after all. You. Her boyfriend, and you can't do it. And now I have to." Natsuki rolled his eyes in disbelief. Still, he agreed. Megumi was part of Team 9, and they'd be entering the Forest of Death together. If she stayed like this, it could be dangerous for her and the whole squad. So Natsuki waited until Aoba was busy training Rinya and called Megumi over alone. He handed her a skewer of dango. Supposedly, sweets help calm people down. Thanks, boss, Megumi murmured. She took a bite, and the sweet taste lit up her expression just a little. Megumi, Natsuki said gently. What's wrong? You've been off lately. That's not good. I know you're strong, you're the type who wants to handle everything on her own. But sometimes, talking to a friend helps. I know you didn't want Rinya to worry, which is why you didn't talk to him. But you can talk to me, right? I'm your leader, I can give you good advice. Megumi hesitated, then, seeing that Rinya was far away and wouldn't overhear, she finally began to speak, her voice a little shaky. Boss, I feel useless. Why do you say that? Her expression dimmed. Back then. I couldn't help at all. I was so scared of Orochimaru, and I couldn't even treat Anko-sensei properly. I've been learning medical ninjutsu, but at that moment, I couldn't do anything. I'm just useless. So that's what it was. People always say girls are emotional, and clearly, that's true. But honestly, it wasn't just Megumi. Most people were frozen with fear during that confrontation. Some even fainted. Even someone like Sasuke, who calls himself a genius, was trembling like a leaf. So really, her reaction was completely understandable. But Megumi didn't think so. She wasn't like Sakura, who could just brush things off. Megumi couldn't accept being useless. She could accept being weak. But not being useless. She had been the only one to step up and try to treat Anko. Yet she couldn't even diagnose the condition. Her medical ninjutsu had felt meaningless. That's what hit her so hard. This silly girl, no one blamed her, yet she blamed herself so harshly. But that's exactly what makes her such a kind, compassionate, and hard-working person. Rinya is one lucky guy. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98, chapter. Plus 900 power stone bonus chapter. Natsuki smiled and patiently explained, Megumi, you're only thinking this way because you don't understand the situation. Anko-sensei was once Orochimaru's student. He later abandoned her and placed a cursed seal on her. When it activates, it causes unbearable pain. Even the Konoha hospital and the Hokage himself can't do anything about it. So why are you blaming yourself, a young girl, for not being able to help? Megumi looked up, eyes wide with surprise. Is that true? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Natsuki answered with a completely matter-of-fact tone. Besides, you did help. When so many people stood by and watched, only you and Rinya ran to support Anko-sensei and tried to heal her. That already puts you ahead of most people. Megumi took a deep breath, and her expression seemed to ease. But she still seemed conflicted. Boss, I really want to help. I don't want to be someone useless. Natsuki scratched his chin, looking thoughtful. I'd love to help you get stronger, but power doesn't come overnight. Still, there are other ways to help. You already know medical ninjutsu, which is huge. But, maybe what you need now is a summon beast. Summon beasts, that was the only short-term way Natsuki could think of that might actually increase her utility. Real power-ups take time. It's not something you can just flip a switch on. Megumi's medical skills were already impressive, she'd even learned Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique. From Natsuki's perspective, she could already offer a lot of support. But clearly, she didn't think so. Which meant the only idea that might work now was summoning. Summon beast. Megumi's eyes lit up. Yeah. If I can contract with a useful summon beast, I'll be able to contribute more, right? I'll be helpful. Perfect. The girl's spirit was coming back. Natsuki encouraged her further. Tenten has a summoning scroll for the giant mountain eagles. They're incredibly useful, small ones can deliver messages, big ones can carry people in flight. But they're proud creatures, hard to tame. Megumi thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. I want to help, but contracting the same summons as you would feel kind of redundant. Are there any others? Natsuki looked up at the sky. Well, the only other one I can think of is Kakashi-senpai's ninja hounds. Ninken. Kakashi-sensei's. He has 8 ninja dogs. They understand human speech and have an extraordinary sense of smell. They're perfect for tracking and locating people, even across vast distances. Honestly, I'm still worried Orochimaru hasn't left Konoha. Once we enter the forest of death, I'm afraid something might happen to Tenten or the others. If you had tracking support to help locate teammates, I'd be much more at ease. Then I'll contract the ninja dogs, boss. Megumi's eyes gleamed. Actually, I really like dogs. And if their tracking abilities can help you, then I want to do it. Seeing her like that, Natsuki finally relaxed. That's the spirit. Then let's go ask Kakashi-senpai to let you contract the Ninken. The good thing is, there's no limit to the number of summon contracts. So later, if you also want to summon the giant mountain eagles or others, that's totally fine too. With Megumi in good spirits again, Rinya was overjoyed. He'd known Boss would have a way, and look, didn't take long for Megumi to bounce back thanks to him. When he heard Megumi wanted to contract Kakashi's summons, he immediately voiced his support and insisted on tagging along to ask Kakashi together. Megumi also felt a little guilty, knowing her boyfriend had been worried about her. She couldn't help but reach out and squeeze his hand. Yamashiro Aoba groaned, drenched in that couple's sugary affection, and quickly said, I think Kakashi is currently training his students. Given the time, he's probably eating lunch at Ichiraku Ramen. Let's head over. Sure enough, they found Kakashi at Ichiraku Ramen. Team 7 was there too. Still, as delicious as ramen is, eating it every day. With that kind of training load, ramen alone won't cut it. Yo. Kakashi, there you are. Aoba raised a hand in greeting. My student's got something to ask you. Kakashi waved lazily, then turned to Natsuki. Natsuki. What's up? Natsuki was about to speak when Megumi stepped forward. Boss, let me do it myself. You've already helped me enough. I can't keep relying on you. Hearing that, Natsuki closed his mouth and nodded in approval. When asking for help, you should do it properly. Sure, Natsuki could have said it and guaranteed success, but Megumi didn't want that. She wanted to become someone useful, and for that, she had to take responsibility and speak for herself. Kakashi-sensei. Megumi bowed deeply. I want to contract your Ninken. I want to be someone who can help others. But I'm not strong enough yet. Even my medical ninjutsu still needs work. But I don't want to be useless anymore. Boss told me your Ninken have excellent tracking abilities, and I'd like to form a contract with them. Please, Kakashi-sensei. Team 7 was visibly surprised. Sasuke gave a subtle nod. He remembered Megumi, she had once been one of his Fen Club members. But after being assigned to Team 9, she'd found love and was steadily growing stronger. Most admirable was her heart, she wasn't satisfied with being average. She wanted to be useful, and she was willing to work hard for it. That was far more praiseworthy than a certain someone from their own team. Sakura clenched her fists and stared deeply at Megumi. Back in the academy, she had been top of the class in written exams and wasn't bad at physical training either. She'd never seen Megumi as competition. But since becoming an official genin, Megumi had clearly surpassed her, improving her strength, learning medical ninjutsu, and now even requesting to contract with Kakashi-sensei's Ninken. Megumi was truly excelling, not just in action, but also in spirit. Compared to that, Sakura felt so useless. Whenever danger struck, it was always Sasuke and Naruto rushing forward. She just stood there helplessly. Even when they were injured, all she could do was basic first aid. So useless. She had asked Kakashi-sensei to increase her training. She was trying. But her progress was painfully slow. She bit her lip in frustration, not knowing what else she could do. Naruto, meanwhile, was just watching with his usual carefree grin. Although he was surprised Megumi came to ask Kakashi for a summon contract, he didn't think much of it. That's just how he was, simple and straightforward. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 99, chapter. Plus 1000 power stone bonus chapter. Kakashi always had a soft spot for sincere, motivated kids. After hearing Megumi's heartfelt plea, even his single visible eye seemed to smile. He quickly finished his ramen and pulled out a summoning contract scroll. Come on, sign your name here. Thank you so much, Kakashi-sensei. Megumi hadn't expected Kakashi to agree so easily. She thought it was her sincerity that had moved him, and she wasn't wrong. If Natsuki had been the one asking, Kakashi might have joked around or acted aloof. But it was indeed Megumi's sincerity that earned her this chance. When she opened the scroll, she noticed the last two names were Hatake Tsukumo and Hatake Kakashi. But she didn't ask any questions, she simply bit her finger and wrote her name in blood. After Kakashi put the scroll away, he began forming hand seals. Watch closely. The seals go like this. Megumi mimicked the hand signs and slammed her palm on the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning technique. Poof. A small dog appeared in a puff of smoke, slightly scruffy looking but somehow charming. It was none other than Pakken, the most frequently seen ninja hound. Kakashi, what did you summon me for this time? Another mission. Pakken asked in his usual flat tone, glancing around with his deadpan expression. It wasn't me, Kakashi replied, pointing at Megumi. She summoned you. Hello, Pakin. I'm Kato Megumi. I just signed the contract scroll, and I summoned you for the first time. I heard you have amazing tracking skills, please take care of me in the future. Megumi's face lit up with joy. She hadn't expected her first summoning to succeed. Yamashiro Aoba gave her a thumbs up. Megumi's got talent, succeeded on the first try. Rinya puffed up proudly. Of course. Look who her boyfriend is. Everyone else rolled their eyes. What does her talent have to do with who she's dating? What a show-off. Pakin, however, wasn't surprised. Seeing Megumi's bright, genuine smile, he found her quite likable. He had no issues with kind-hearted girls like her. Then I'll call you Megumi too. Megumi, let's work well together. Pakin, is there something you like to eat? I'll buy it for you, Megumi asked enthusiastically, eager to build a good relationship from the start so he'd be more willing to help her later. Oh. Then get me some high-quality dog food. I know which store in Konoha has the best. You're very considerate, Megumi. I'll even let you squish my paw pads. Wow. They're so soft and squishy, so cute. Hee, aren't they? The two got along instantly, chatting happily. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, he'd never spoiled Pakin like that before. But maybe this wasn't so bad. At least Pakin wouldn't be complaining anymore. Sakura, watching the scene, clenched her fists again. She now felt completely overshadowed by Megumi. She finally understood, this wasn't the academy anymore. If she didn't improve fast, she really would be useless. Then, Pakin suddenly looked in her direction. I just smelled something familiar. Oh. Pink-haired girl, you have good taste. You're using the same shampoo as me. But my fur's still softer. Sakura turned to stone. Her taste was the same as a dog's. Devastating blow. Natsuki just had to add, not just the shampoo, even your forehead protector's in the same spot. Pakin nodded sagely. Indeed, she has excellent taste. I do not want to have the same taste as a dog. Sakura screamed in her head. She was on the verge of losing it. But she managed to hold back, because, well, from everyone else's perspective, it was true. She felt tainted now. Would Sasuke-kun look down on her? Not that Sasuke really cared. In fact, he barely spared her a thought. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Megumi hugged Pakin happily, full of gratitude. I don't even know how to repay you. Why don't I treat everyone to lunch? Kakashi waved her off. No need. We teachers love seeing students like you who are eager to improve. Save your money to buy Pakin some good dog food. He's always complaining about mine. Pakin nodded. Exactly. Kakashi's just a single guy, no need to save his money. Better spend it on me. Kakashi's face darkened. This dog's got a new owner now and suddenly thinks he can say whatever he wants. Megumi was a little embarrassed but still expressed her thanks again. Then she led Team 9 toward the market, their next stop, the pet food store. Kakashi watched them leave, then suddenly turned toward Sakura. He'd clearly noticed something off about her. Sakura, seeing a former classmate you once looked down on suddenly grow so much, feels tough, huh? Sakura clenched her fists so hard her nails dug into her palms. Kakashi-sensei. I really felt what Megumi said. I don't want to be useless anymore. I want to be able to help Sasuke-kun and Naruto. What should I do? Kakashi nodded, satisfied. Knowing your own shortcomings and being frustrated about them, that's part of growth. Here's a suggestion, you have excellent chakra control. Why not follow Megumi's path and start learning medical ninjutsu? That way, even if Sasuke or Naruto get hurt, you can heal them. Sakura nodded firmly. All right. I'll do it. Sasuke let out a quiet, At least she wasn't totally useless. If Sakura had stayed weak, he, Uchiha Sasuke, wouldn't have accepted such a teammate. Bonds may be important, but no one wants a comrade who just drags them down. Naruto, on the other hand, shouted with joy, Sakura's so smart. If she learns medical ninjutsu, she'll be better than Megumi for sure. Sakura ignored him completely, she didn't take Naruto seriously at all. Back with Team 9, Megumi had bought Pakin a generous supply of premium dog food, which delighted him. He even promised to help her with training, mainly to demonstrate his tracking skills. After just one session, Megumi realized Pakin wasn't just good at tracking, he was smart. He could analyze situations, weigh pros and cons, and even devise tactics. She was amazed. Pakin, since you're the leader of the 8 ninja dogs, does that mean you can command the others? Of course. The others have great noses too, but none of them are as sharp or as smart as me. Naturally, I lead them. Don't worry, Megumi. When it comes to tracking, leave it to me. Our Pakin is the best. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 100, chapter. Plus 1100 power stone bonus chapter. While Megumi was happily chatting with Pakin, and Rinya stood by watching his girlfriend with a silly smile on his face, Natsuki took the opportunity to pull Yamashiro Aoba aside. Aoba-sensei, would it be possible for you to introduce me to your two teammates? My teammates? You mean Rado and Genma? Why the sudden interest? Aoba asked, puzzled. Hee, I heard they once served as the fourth Hokage's personal guards. Natsuki lowered his voice, I've read a lot about the fourth's accomplishments. His Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, is famous for its unmatched speed. I figure your two teammates must have learned it too. I wanted to ask if you could get them to teach me. Aoba's expression changed slightly, he was impressed once again. You sure know a lot, and you've got a sharp eye. This wasn't just a casual compliment. Given Natsuki's current abilities, the praise was well-earned. Natsuki clearly had a wide range of knowledge, whether it was about Might Dway, Tsukumo, or the fourth Hokage, and he always seemed to be aiming for high-level techniques, Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates technique, Hataki Ryu Kenjutsu, Hataki-style Kenjutsu, and now even the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Most people wouldn't even know where to learn these techniques, even if they had heard of them. But Natsuki always seemed to have a lead. It was uncanny. Natsuki chuckled, well, I do have good taste. Otherwise, how would I have ended up with such a cute girlfriend? Aoba rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses. You know that's not what I meant, don't pretend otherwise. Still, he didn't mind this side of Natsuki. As a ninja, one had to do whatever it took to grow stronger. As long as it wasn't immoral, thick skin was no issue. And as a teacher, he was happy to help. Truth be told, he didn't have much left to teach Natsuki. If Natsuki could master the 8 Gates and Hataki swordsmanship, maybe Hiraishin wasn't beyond him either. Who knows, maybe this student of his would someday surpass the Hokage. Rado and Genma did learn the Hiraishin no Jutsu, but their talent wasn't quite enough, so they only managed to develop a group version, Hiraishin no Jin, Flying Thunder formation. It's a bit of a downgrade. But your talent's different. You've already mastered the summoning technique, which proves your aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. I'll talk to them and see if they're willing. But ninjutsu like this isn't taught casually. They'll likely test you first, so be prepared. Don't worry, Aoba-sensei. I'm always ready. Bring on the tests. Natsuki grinned. With Aoba agreeing to help, Natsuki was one step closer to mastering the Hiraishin. He was excited already. That night, Natsuki snuck into Tenten's room under the excuse of sharing good news. He was already a pro at sneaking around. But since both of them were still teenagers in their prime, sharing a bed could be a little distracting. They often found themselves tossing and turning, unable to sleep, struggling to suppress the urge to snuggle closer. It was a sweet kind of torture. The next day, Rinya was dragged away for more special training from Aoba. Megumi, meanwhile, went to help at the hospital. Rumor had it a senior medic was willing to teach her the chakra no mezu, chakra scalpel. As for Natsuki, he was left to roam free. There wasn't much more Aoba could teach him. He'd even passed on a mind-reading technique before, which Natsuki had picked up ridiculously fast. It was a source of both pride and frustration for Aoba. Having an outstanding student was wonderful, but it also came with the pain of being outpaced. So, Aoba told Natsuki to do as he liked, and just call him if he needed a sparring partner. Naturally, Natsuki latched onto Tenten and headed to Guy's team instead, where he quickly ended up sparring with Lee and Neji, before eventually challenging Guy himself. The training atmosphere there was intense, probably because of Guy's influence. Guy was a training maniac. He hardly thought about anything besides training. No complications, no distractions. Being around his team made everything feel focused and fulfilling. Both Lee and Neji were battle-hungry types. Frequent matches with them were a great way to accumulate combat experience. And, of course, the best part, his lovely girlfriend Tenten was right there with him. Nothing made Natsuki happier. At the moment, it was Tenten's turn to spar with Lee. To test her taijutsu, she was fighting without her usual ninja tools, and surprisingly, she was holding her own. Guy stood to the side striking flamboyant poses and cheering them on. It was quite a spectacle. Natsuki, meanwhile, drank the water Tenten had brought him and admired her figure as she fought fiercely, strong, graceful, and completely captivating. That's when Neji approached him. Natsuki, can we talk? Natsuki raised an eyebrow but nodded. Sure. What's up? Nothing in particular. I just have some thoughts I don't want to keep buried anymore. I need someone to talk to. Neji's expression was distant, almost melancholic. I've only lost to you among the younger generation. Especially after seeing you stand against someone like Orochimaru. I can't help but feel admiration. I figured, maybe someone like you could understand and offer me advice. I hope you don't mind. Thoughts from the heart. Wait a second, is he about to start ranting about the caged bird seal? Wasn't he saving that dramatic speech for the Chunin exams? Natsuki was surprised, but given how uncharacteristically open Neji was being, he couldn't exactly turn him down. So he nodded. Neji slowly removed his forehead protector, revealing the cursed mark on his forehead. The Hyuga clan has long been divided into the main house and the branch house. To protect the Byakugan from falling into the wrong hands, members of the branch house are branded with the caged bird seal. This forces them to obey the main house and defend the clan's bloodline at all costs. Natsuki nodded silently, continuing to listen. The curse seal ensures that even in death, the Byakugan can't be stolen. In theory, it's a brilliant solution for protecting our dojutsu. But over time, the main house grew corrupt. With the ability to control the curse seal and, by extension, the lives of the branch house, they began treating us like servants. Neji's voice darkened. They use the seal to punish us for the slightest disobedience. They send us into danger while they remain safe. Even worse, they scapegoat us when it suits them. My father, he was the younger twin brother of the clan head. But simply because he was born a few minutes later, he was branded as branch house and made to serve. He ended up being used as a body double, to die in place of someone else. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101, Chapter. Natsuki listened quietly. He already knew all of this, but hearing it personally from Neji still made him sigh with sympathy. There was a sense of confusion and despair in Neji's voice, like a bird trapped in a cage, longing to soar freely but unable to do so, only able to cry blood. In the original story, Hiraishin gave Neji Hisashi's letter. In it, Hisashi claimed to have willingly sacrificed himself. Hiraishin even knelt down to beg Neji for forgiveness, and Neji let go of his resentment. It seemed touching on the surface, but if you think about it deeply, it's absolutely ridiculous. Kumogakure tried to kidnap the Hyuga clan heiress, failed, and had the audacity to turn around and demand Hayashi's life in compensation. The third Hokage was spineless enough to entertain it. But the Hyuga clan, always boasting of being the strongest clan, didn't even try to resist. Instead, they gave in and acted cowardly. Hayashi himself kept proclaiming his willingness to die to prove his sincerity. If you're not even afraid to die, why not have the guts to defy the Hokage? Why not stand up to Kumogakure? You claim to sacrifice yourself for the sake of peace in the village, but would the Hyuga clan really let their clan head die just like that? That would be a complete disgrace. In the end, wasn't it Hisashi, who looked exactly like Hayashi, who took his place and died? Hisashi must have realized this too. Rather than be forced into death, he might as well volunteer for it. At least that way, Neji could receive some preferential treatment in return. But did the main family ever treat Neji better? No. Such a genius as Neji was constantly suppressed. He wasn't even allowed to learn Kaiten, rotation. If not for his own extraordinary comprehension that allowed him to master it on his own, he'd have remained just an average genius, someone not worth mentioning. The Hyuga main family wanted the protection of the branch house, but feared the branch getting too powerful, so many secret techniques were never passed down to them. What a complete joke. The so-called strongest clan in the ninja world. More like the most laughable. Natsuki, can you imagine the despair of not being able to control your own fate? Neji's voice trembled. I feel that despair right now. I once believed that destiny was predetermined and unchangeable. But when someone like you, a commoner with no background, defeated me. When I saw you battle Orochimaru while I, born into a noble clan, was powerless. I started to believe in miracles. You were born with nothing, had no inherited knowledge, yet your efforts allowed you to surpass me, far beyond me. It's amazing. It feels like a miracle. I want to believe in miracles too. I want to break free from the cage. I don't want to be a caged bird anymore, I want to fly freely. Tell me, do you think I can do it? Though Neji's eyes were pure white, Natsuki felt he could see hope in them. He really was starting to believe in miracles. And not because of Naruto's sweet talk, but because he had begun to think. He no longer blindly accepted fate as unchangeable. He changed, because Natsuki had defeated and surpassed him. Natsuki took a deep breath and said solemnly. Neji, fate can be changed. Miracles must be made by your own hands. You need a smart mind, great strength, and clear direction. Neji's eyes lit up. He gripped his forehead protector tightly. Then, what should I do? Instead of answering directly, Natsuki glanced around, then shouted ahead. Gai-sensei, Tenten, Lee. I'm taking Neji grocery shopping. You all come to my place for dinner tonight. Oh. You're treating us, Natsuki. Alright, you two go ahead. Guy and Lee waved. Go ahead, I'll bring them to your place later, Tenten added. Natsuki nodded, motioning to Neji to follow. Although confused, Neji quickly kept pace, only to discover that Natsuki didn't take him shopping at all. They went straight home. Natsuki smiled. Don't worry about ingredients, we've got plenty at home. I mainly wanted to talk in private. Can you check if anyone's nearby? We don't want to be overheard. Neji immediately understood the seriousness of what Natsuki was about to say. He activated his Byakugan and scanned the area. Finding no one, he nodded. Natsuki poured 2 glasses of water and carefully chose his words. Neji, have you ever thought about this? If the only goal was to protect the Byakugan, then why not mark everyone with the caged bird seal? Why create a distinction between main and branch families? Even if the seal causes a minor blind spot, it's not a big deal, true strength doesn't worry about that, right? Neji frowned. He'd honestly never thought about it in depth, most people probably hadn't. Why, he asked. I think, Natsuki said, maybe it's because the Byakugan can evolve. His words hit like a thunderclap. Neji shot to his feet, stunned and disbelieving, but when he thought carefully, it seemed possible. As Natsuki said, if it was really just about protecting the Byakugan, there would be no need for this whole main branch division. Everyone could be sealed. The main family wouldn't need to hide inside the compound. The branch family wouldn't need to devote themselves to protecting them. If everyone worked together, the Hyuga name would shine across the battlefield. But now, the main family are cowards hiding behind the walls. The branch house are nothing but their slaves. The once great glory of the Hyuga clan is now a relic. The main family basks in the echoes of the past, having long rotted away. Surely the one who created the caged bird seal system must have foreseen this outcome. No. They definitely did. Anyone with half a brain could have predicted it. Yet they still chose to enforce the main branch system. Why? Now, with Natsuki's words, maybe this was the truth. The Byakugan can evolve. Or rather, a pure Byakugan can evolve. Neji's lips trembled. Is that really true? Natsuki shrugged. It's just a theory, but I think it's likely. Think about it, the Byakugan and Sharingan are both called 2 of the 3 great dojutsu. Yet the Sharingan constantly evolves and grows stronger. Before their downfall, the Uchiha were known for producing powerful ninja non-stop. But the Hyuga clan? Who do you have? And if the Byakugan really is on par with the Sharingan, its performance has been disappointing. Everyone praises your gentle fist, but you're a dojutsu clan, not a taijutsu clan. Neji nodded seriously. You're right. The Byakugan and Sharingan are considered equals, but Byakugan has always lagged behind. Since the Sharingan can evolve, then surely the Byakugan can too, especially the pure Byakugan. That's probably why the main family avoids placing the caged bird seal on themselves. They're waiting for a pair of eyes that can evolve and lead the clan to rise again. With that, it all clicked into place for Neji. But the more he understood, the heavier he felt. In the end, he was still the caged bird. Still far from freedom. Even if he understood the truth of the main branch division. It made no difference at all. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 102, Chapter. Natsuki chuckled, Neji, the Hyuga clan is an ancient clan. But over all these years, has there ever been a case where the Byakugan evolved? No, right. Maybe the legendary Hyuga Tennin did evolve his Byakugan, but the current Hyuga clan? There's no chance anymore. Everyone says the branch house is bound by the caged bird seal, but what about the main house? They're bound too. They've locked themselves in a cage called Konoha. They're cowardly, decaying, arrogant, and complacent. They lack ambition. They're too scared to even step outside the village. They're no different from the branch family who can't fly freely. At least the branch family resists. The main family clings to outdated rules and flaunts their status, lost in past glories and unwilling to wake up. Can such a main family lead the Byakugan to evolve? They can't. Neji's answer was firm and unwavering. Even if he was once confused, deep down he knew the current main family could never bring about an evolution of the Byakugan. The Uchiha's Sharingan evolves only through constant battle and emotional stimulus. And the Uchiha, they were always fighting. They never stopped growing stronger. Maybe they were arrogant, but their eyes could evolve. And the Hyuga. The rebellious branch is sealed in a cage. The decaying main family hides in fear. No one is flying. No one is evolving. How laughable. The Hyuga clan. Neji let out a chuckle, almost vindicated in his frustration. But Natsuki raised a hand to stop him. Don't laugh just yet. What I said about creating your own miracle wasn't just to make you feel better. You need a smart brain, so you can think and find a way to break your chains. Pure Byakugan may be more likely to evolve, but no one ever said that Byakugan under the caged bird seal can't evolve. Maybe, the day your Byakugan evolves is the day your cage breaks open. Neji fell into deep thought, pondering the possibility. You have the advantage, Natsuki continued. Your talent is truly high. The main family, because they don't have the seal, has grown lazy. But you, because of the seal, crave the sky. So tell me, who has the better chance of escaping the cage in the end? Find a way to evolve. That's your clear direction. And you'll also need power, real power. Only the truly strong can control their fate and break their shackles. What do you think? You're right. Neji's eyes were bright and determined. I need a smart mind. I need great strength. I need clear direction. That's how I'll evolve the Byakugan. That's how I'll break free from this cage and soar free. Seeing that, Natsuki let out a breath of relief. Looks like he had his own version of talk no jutsu. But unlike Naruto's, his wasn't based on promises. Naruto made promises to fix everything when he became Hokage. Natsuki, on the other hand, used logical analysis and offered a path forward, allowing Neji to truly understand. That made all the difference. In the original story, Neji believed in Naruto's words like a god. But now, Neji understood Natsuki's reasoning, saw the truth for himself, and chose to walk his own path. To fight for his own destiny. That, perhaps, was the best outcome. Placing your hope in others or forging your own hope, Natsuki preferred the latter. And Neji clearly needed that. Natsuki stood up and smiled. As for what to do, you can think about it yourself. If you ever need help, you can come to me. Or if you run into any problems, we'll figure it out together. For now, I need to start cooking, or my girlfriend's gonna nag me. With that, he turned toward the kitchen. Thank you, Natsuki. Neji said sincerely, then stood up and joined him to prep vegetables. The haze in Neji's heart had been cleared, and a new light filled his soul. That's what hope does, it brings people back to life. Not long after, Tenten returned with Guy and Lee. The two Kappa boys wanted to help, but Natsuki refused. Instead, he created a shadow clone to play cards with them. Tenten followed suit and also made a clone to join. The real bodies went to help in the kitchen. After all, you can't let shadow clones cook, because they explode. If one were to vanish while carrying food fresh from the oven, all that effort would go to waste. Just like in Boruto, when Naruto used a clone to be with his daughter on her birthday. When the clone popped, the cake fell and splattered, making Boruto so mad he nearly wanted to disown his dad. Naruto was a bit dumb for that, he could have just sent clones to work and stayed home himself. Anyway, back to the story. Natsuki and Tenten's clones were playing ninja kill with Lee, Neji, and Guy. It was actually pretty lively. But Guy kept glancing curiously at Neji. He felt something had changed. Neji didn't seem so cold anymore. While playing cards, he even smiled. Sometimes he even laughed. Guy didn't know what happened, but it was clearly a good change. He had always been aware of the Hyuga clan's internal problems. That's why he had always worried about Neji. But because he wasn't sure what to say, he never pushed too hard. Instead, he taught Neji through his passion alone. Now, seeing Neji smile and interact like this, Guy felt gratified, so much so that he nearly teared up. Then Guy sneakily glanced toward the kitchen. He had a feeling this change in Neji had something to do with Natsuki. If that were true, then he was really, really grateful to him. Just then, Lee suddenly blurted. Neji, something's different about you. You're smiling during a card game. Did something good happen? Guy quickly gave Lee a thumbs up. Nice job, Lee. I wanted to ask too, but didn't dare. Neji's smile froze slightly. Then he shook his head. Maybe something good did happen. Natsuki just said a few things that made a lot of sense, helped me figure things out. So it really was Natsuki. Guy glanced over at Natsuki's shadow clone, his eyes filled with gratitude. Neji's emotional troubles had always left him helpless. Now, finally, he could breathe a little easier. Well, it's good that you figured it out, Guy said warmly. That in itself is a good thing. Try not to overthink so much anymore. Thank you, Guy-sensei. And, thank you for always worrying about me. Neji bowed deeply in gratitude. He'd always known how much Guy cared for him. And perhaps because he didn't want to burden him, he never let Guy in too much. But Guy had always taught him earnestly, and he remembered it all. Lee was a little confused. What are you guys talking about? Natsuki's clone quickly changed the subject. Don't ask about people's personal matters. Come on, let's keep playing. Also, my cooking's always been praised. You guys are in for a treat tonight. Lee was immediately distracted. Really? That tasty. I'm excited. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 103, Chapter. Natsuki's cooking didn't disappoint anyone. To him, it was just some simple home-cooked dishes, but in a village like Konoha, where cuisine options were limited, even basic meals tasted amazing. Especially since the portions were generous, particularly the meat dishes. For someone like Lee, who came from a humble or even poor background, being able to eat so much meat brought tears to his eyes. He almost exaggeratedly declared Natsuki a god of cooking. Natsuki, your cooking is incredible. Lee praised between mouthfuls, giving a thumbs up with a hand that never stopped eating. Right. I used this exact culinary skill to completely win over Tenten. Ever since then, she hasn't been able to leave me, Natsuki said shamelessly, eyes wide with a straight face. Yes, my boyfriend's cooking is the best. I love it. Tenten sighed but went along with the nonsense. Still, seeing Lee like that made Natsuki a little worried. Lee's poor upbringing meant he had limited access to meat and nutrients, especially critical when doing intense training. His progress would be slower, and the damage to his body would be serious. Guy probably knew this. He'd gone through it himself. But even as a jonin who could take high-level missions to earn money, his own intense training regimen already consumed most of his income for his own nutritional needs. There was little left to support Lee. That wouldn't do. Natsuki couldn't hold back anymore. Lee, your training intensity is really high. You have to get enough meat and nutrition. I know you're short on money and can't afford good food, but you can't keep going like this. You've got to figure something out. Tenten and Neji both nodded in agreement. Training hard without replenishing enough nutrients would lead to bodily damage. That could have serious consequences. Lee froze, unsure how to respond. Of course he knew this. He wanted to eat well and keep his body healthy, but he truly didn't have the money. Guy suddenly burst into tears. This is all my fault. I'm the one who pushed Lee to train so hard, yet I can't even help him eat properly. I'm such a failure of a teacher. Not at all. Lee panicked and rushed to defend him. Guy-sensei taught me so much. You're the best teacher. This kind of hardship, I'll definitely overcome it. Lee. Such a youthful and passionate answer. Guy-sensei. They embraced, tears in their eyes, like a poetic sunset unfolding behind them, a touching, emotional scene. Tenten's mouth twitched uncontrollably, doing her best not to blurt something out. Natsuki covered his face and sighed. All right, how about this, Lee? I'll lend you some money. You can pay it back gradually once you start earning. For now, the most important thing is fixing the deficit in your body. If you really can't repay it, you can just come help out at Tenten's ninja tool shop. How's that sound? Tenten nodded. Exactly. You're at a critical stage in your training. You can't afford to let malnutrition hold you back. Borrow the money now and repay it slowly later. Neji also added. If you need funds, I can lend you some too. No rush to pay it back. You guys, you're all so kind. Lee was overwhelmed. Then. I won't hold back. I, Rock Lee, will never forget your kindness. If you ever need help, just say the word, I'll never hesitate. No, just pay the money back when you can. Everyone faces tough times now and then. After the meal, Natsuki pulled out a thick stack of cash and handed it to Lee. Having struggled with poverty before, he understood how painful it could be, so he didn't mind helping a friend. Lee eagerly took it and even wrote a detailed IOU, finally leaving content and grateful. Natsuki, Tenten, as a teacher, I really want to thank you both. There are some things I just can't do. I'm grateful you stepped in to help Lee. Guy, nearly tearing up again, flashed his signature thumbs up with a big grin. Natsuki and Tenten quickly waved it off. Lee's our friend. Helping him is the right thing to do. Guy didn't say more. He flipped into a handstand and chased after Lee. Neji looked at Natsuki seriously. Natsuki, thank you for today. I might come to you with lots of problems in the future. Of course, if you ever need help, just ask. Natsuki grinned. Then when Tenten and I get married, your wedding gift better not be cheap. Tenten pinched his arm and shot him a glare. He really had no filter. But Neji nodded sincerely. You're right. I better start thinking of the perfect gift. After all, your wedding's probably not far off. With that, he walked away in deep thought. Once Neji was out of sight, Tenten whispered. Natsuki, does Neji have some kind of story? Natsuki quietly shut the door. The Hyuga clan situation is complicated. Not the kind of thing we can discuss in public. That's why I brought him home when he brought it up earlier. If you want to know, I'll tell you tonight, but you've got to keep it secret. Tenten gave him a look. Do you not trust me? You do know I've never once spilled your secrets, right? Natsuki quickly pulled her into a hug. Of course I trust you. But the Hyuga clan's stuff is really sensitive. I just wanted to be extra careful. I'm just worried you might joke about it by accident. Tenten opened her mouth to argue but didn't. She did have a tendency to tease at times. Not that she blamed Natsuki. They'd been together for years, maybe not perfectly in sync, but close enough to understand each other's thoughts. And clearly, the Hyuga clan's problem was serious. Even Neji's personality was shaped by it. Even Guy didn't dare interfere too much, let alone anyone else. The fact that Neji had voluntarily opened up to Natsuki meant it was no small matter. That's why Natsuki had to be cautious. Still, the more mysterious it was, the more curious Tenten got. She had a teasing personality and a bit of a gossip streak. Natsuki looked at the sky. It's getting late. Should we head back to the ninja tool shop? Tenten instinctively tucked her hair behind her ear and whispered. Before coming here, I sent a message to my dad with a little hawk. Told him I'd be staying over tonight. Oh. So Tenten didn't want to sneak around or whisper after dark. She was being open about staying. That's good, Natsuki said without hesitation. Wouldn't want to worry your dad. Then, with a mischievous grin. So, my lovely future wife, I'll tell you all about the Hyuga clan tonight. Do you want to hear it while you're bathing, or while you're in bed? Tenten's face turned crimson. She definitely caught the implication in that question. If she chose to listen while bathing, that meant bathing together. That was dangerous, but also kind of thrilling. After hesitating, she bit her lip and said. Then, let's talk while I bathe. But you have to stay outside the door. Natsuki's smile instantly froze. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 104, Chapter. Night had fallen, but Konoha village remained bustling. As the most prosperous village in the Land of Fire, with both thriving commerce and ninja patrols, its citizens felt safe even after dark. The night market was far from quiet. On his way back to the Hyuga compound, Neji walked through the lively streets without paying them any mind. His thoughts were still occupied by what Natsuki had said. He was seriously contemplating where to begin his investigation, without the main family finding out. The fastest way to gather intel on the Hyuga clan is to access their archives. But the main family would never let a branch member like me browse freely. Not even if I used personal connections to plead with the clan head. It's just not possible. That means I'll need other methods, like gathering information from outside sources. This would make it harder for the main family to notice and interfere. But, is there any information out there? Maybe. After all, the Hyuga clan didn't originate in Konoha. There could be records scattered elsewhere, though it might be difficult to find due to the age of the information. Other old clans might have documented something useful. I'll need to seek them out. And because I bear the caged bird seal, I'm not restricted from leaving the village, and the main house doesn't monitor me outside. That's my chance. So what I need now is to raise my strength and my status. Once I'm a jonin, I can leave the village more freely. Also, I need to study more. Natsuki was right, a smart mind is essential. Only then can I think of ways to break free. Only then can I recognize valuable clues when they appear. And only then can I navigate the web of main family manipulation with ease. Lost in thought, Neji almost bumped into a running child. He glanced down and noticed the grilled squid in the kid's hand, and it instantly reminded him of Lee's financial struggles. That in turn triggered a memory of something Tenten had once said. Tenten had admitted she once forgot what money was truly for, and it was Natsuki who reminded her. She realized then that her biggest strength was actually having money. With money, everything became easier. Want information? Just pay a bounty. Someone will deliver it to your door. That's it. I might need more money too. If there's something I can't investigate myself, I can commission someone else to do it in secret. His eyes lit up. Then he started thinking about his own finances. Even though he was the son of a former branch house head and nephew of the current Hyuga patriarch, he didn't have much saved up. Since his food and lodging were provided by the clan, his allowance had always been minimal. Now that he was officially a ninja and earning his own pay through missions, the clan had stopped giving him any allowance at all. So, how was he supposed to get more money? He thought about it all the way home and still couldn't find a good solution. Then he recalled how Natsuki had once been penniless, yet managed to create the ninja kill card game, selling it wildly and solving all his financial problems. Neji was deeply impressed. Compared to that, he felt rather inadequate. If he'd been in Natsuki's position, he probably wouldn't have figured anything out. Natsuki, nah. The card game helped, but the rich girl was the real moneymaker. No rush. I'll figure something out eventually. He kept thinking and thinking, until he gave himself insomnia. The next morning, when he left the Hyuga compound, he was clearly fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes. At the compound gate, he happened to run into his good uncle, Hiraishin. Clan head. Neji greeted immediately. Neji, off to training. Hiraishi's tone was hesitant and complicated. Yes. Gai-sensei's daily training mustn't be skipped. I see. Gai's a good teacher. Be sure to learn well from him. Yes, sir. You don't look well, Neji. Just didn't sleep well. For a moment, the two stood in awkward silence. Even Hinata, secretly peeking from behind, felt second-hand embarrassment but didn't dare step out. Hiraishin eventually sighed quietly and said, "Training is important, but don't overdo it. If you have any difficulties, come talk to your uncle." Neji kept his head down and didn't answer. Hiraishin walked past him. But he didn't notice the glint in Neji's eyes, the change in his aura. It's true that Neji had always harbored resentment toward Hiraishin. But now, he had bigger goals. Some hatred could be buried temporarily, especially when this particular identity could be useful. Then, Neji suddenly called out. "Uncle, I have a favor to ask." Hiraishin stopped in his tracks, his expression clearly showing surprise and joy. "Neji, you're, ahem. Of course. What is it? Just say the word, your uncle will help you however he can." Neji looked him straight in the eye and said. "Gai-sensei's training is intense. I need more food and nutrients. But the clan's diet is too light, and I don't want to break tradition, so I'd like to eat out. The thing is, I don't have enough savings." "That's easy." Hiraishin replied without hesitation. "From now on, I'll give you 1 million ryo each month in private. If it's not enough, just ask for more. Eat whatever you like." "Thank you, uncle. I'll go join my team now." "Good. I'll bring the money to you tonight." Neji nodded and hurried away, before he lost control and started laughing. He knew his dear uncle was sentimental. Whether it was real or just for show, it didn't matter. Neji intended to take full advantage of it, and he felt no guilt about it. His father had been forced to die by the Hyuga clan. This was just repayment of a debt, a tiny bit of interest. In the past, his resentment had kept him from asking for help, even when he was in need. Now, he still hated it all. But like Natsuki said, a wise mind doesn't resist head-on like an idiot. It plays the game, even acts a little. All he had to do was bow his head and say, "Uncle," and Hiraishin was overjoyed to hand over the cash. Such an easy way to make money, why wouldn't he take it? It also saved him from wasting time coming up with other money-making schemes. That time could go toward training and intelligence gathering. It was the most efficient option. 1 million ryo a month. That's over 10 million a year. That's no small sum. Enough to move people. With that money, he could anonymously post bounties at exchange stations to gather intelligence on the Hyuga clan's movements and history before Konoha was founded. Within a year, he'd probably be a chunin. Then he could gather information during missions outside the village too. Hiraishin watched Neji walk away, eyes full of relief and joy. He didn't know what had prompted the change in Neji. But since it was a good change, he chose not to question it. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 105, Chapter. Today was a very lucky day for Natsuki. Out of the blue, Yamashiro Aoba, who had been rather hands-off with Natsuki, sought him out, saying he'd take him to meet Iwashi and Genma, the two former bodyguards of the fourth Hokage. Natsuki was instantly thrilled, following Aoba closely while wondering how to win them over. But clearly, Natsuki underestimated his own fame. Before long, Aoba found the two at the edge of the forest of death. "Iwashi, Genma, I brought the kid. Are you guys done?" Aoba greeted them. "Perfect timing," Iwashi nodded. "We just wrapped up. The forest of death is big, but not hard to comb through. The problem is there are too many places to hide, especially if it's someone like Orochimaru. If he insists on hiding, we may never find him." Genma, chewing on his long senbon needle, locked eyes on Natsuki. "So you're the one everyone's been buzzing about lately, Konoha's Demon Blade Natsuki, huh?" "Demon Blade? Me?" Natsuki was a bit confused but quickly greeted them. "Good evening, seniors. You're scouting for Orochimaru, right? I hope I'm not disturbing your work." These days, most of the chunin and higher-ranked shinobi were busy investigating Orochimaru's movements. The Forest of Death, the upcoming exam venue, was a particular point of concern. They feared Orochimaru might ambush examinees. What puzzled Natsuki was that people like Kakashi, Guy, and even Aoba weren't involved in the search. Instead, they were all focused on training their students. Was it because Hiruzen already knew the search wouldn't succeed, and so instead assigned the instructors to protect their young sprouts? No point dwelling on it. Genma shook his head. You're not interrupting, we just finished. Aoba's already told us about you, and we were planning to meet you anyway. Natsuki stood straight and gave a deep bow. Genma-senpai, Iwashi-senpai, forgive my directness, please teach me the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. No need for all that. Iwashi waved his hand. We've heard plenty about you. Guy even taught you the Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates release technique, and Kakashi passed down his father's kenjutsu to you. Clearly, they trust you a lot. And judging by how you fought Orochimaru, their judgment is spot on. Genma, still biting his senbon, added. Plus, with Aoba vouching for you, we won't waste time testing you. The Flying Thunder God is an extremely advanced space-time jutsu. When used by the 4th Hokage, it was so refined that all nations feared him. The sad part is that we, his guards, barely learned the basics. We've always felt ashamed for not living up to his trust. You seem sharp. We hope the Flying Thunder God can shine again in your hands. Natsuki was overjoyed and bowed again. Thank you, seniors. I won't let you down. He hadn't expected them to pass down the technique so easily. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he'd already earned Guy and Kakashi's recognition. He'd fought Orochimaru head-on. And now, with Aoba backing him up, he had credibility from all directions. That they'd entrust him with the technique wasn't all that surprising. And since they trusted him, he'd give it his all. It's the Flying Thunder God. No way he'd fail to learn it. Iwashi and Genma had more work to do, so they didn't chat long. They simply handed him a scroll and waved him off. Natsuki bowed once more, sincerely grateful. He never took others' trust for granted, gratitude must always be shown. Aoba laughed, all right, now that you've got what you wanted, go train. I know you're dying to get started. Judging by the village's current status, the second exam round should begin soon. I'll notify you when it's time. Thank you, Aoba-sensei. That was all Natsuki could say before hurrying home. Once inside, he shut every door and window, then went straight into the gravity training room and unrolled the scroll. The Hiraishin no Jutsu was a space-time instant movement jutsu. The user first inscribes a chakra formula, a Flying Thunder God seal, on a target. After that, the user or any object in contact with the user's chakra could instantly teleport to the marked location. The formula, once marked, was nearly impossible to erase. Of course, Natsuki knew that Rakuto-level power could erase the seals. But since no one in the current era had that power, it didn't matter. His first task, learn how to make the Flying Thunder God seal. This was a complex pattern of unique symbols, seemingly linked to spacetime itself. Once he mastered that, he'd need to sense the location of the seal from afar, and attempt to teleport directly to it by traversing space. It sounded simple. But in reality, it was incredibly difficult. Even the 4th Hokage's bodyguards, now elite Jonin, had only grasped the surface of it. They could barely use it in a formation-based setup. Natsuki was confident, but even he didn't expect to master it quickly. Still, there was no need to rush. He now had the scroll. Mastery was only a matter of time. Besides, he could use the gravity room special features during training. After all, space-time techniques were dangerous. A wrong move while teleporting could get him ripped apart by dimensional turbulence. But in the training room, he had protection. At worst, he'd just pass out from the pain, like last time. Right, when's the first of the month again? Oh, still 10 days away. Probably after the second exam ends. That thought calmed him even more. For now, he focused on reading the scroll and attempting to draw the formula. After several hours, Natsuki felt a little frustrated. Crafting the seal required extremely precise chakra control, something he hadn't yet mastered. He'd have to improve his control before making progress. Still, it wasn't a total loss. Repeated attempts helped sharpen his chakra control, and he was gradually memorizing the seal's structure. He'd be able to practice it from memory going forward. As expected of a forbidden jutsu, it was hard just to learn it. At that moment, he heard the front door open. Tenten was back. He immediately exited the gravity room. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 106, Chapter. Natsuki, you're already back. Tenten, carrying a basket of groceries, was a little surprised. I didn't hear anything from inside, so I thought you were still out. I bought some groceries, and I told Dad I'd be staying here tonight. Natsuki just smiled at her, his grin radiant, but said nothing. Tenten grew more curious, quickly putting down the basket and reaching out to touch his forehead. You're not running a fever. What's going on? Why are you smiling like that? Crossing his arms, Natsuki said, Tenten, help me scrub my back tonight. Scrub your back. Tenten's face flushed. You still remember what happened yesterday? I did agree to listen to you talk about the Hyuga clan while you bathed, but I didn't say I'd join you. And besides, we're still young. If we bathe together, it could get dangerous. I am afraid we might not be able to resist. 623, Natsuki chuckled. I got the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Nanny. Tenten's eyes instantly sparkled, and she grabbed both of Natsuki's shoulders, shaking him furiously. Natsuki. You really got it. Are you serious? Really? Natsuki, getting dizzy from the shaking, quickly grabbed her hands to stop her. Of course it's true. Aoba-sensei took me today to meet with Rado and Genma-senpai. Because of my outstanding performance all this time, they recognized my potential and gave me the scroll. Here, look. He handed her the scroll. Tenten's hands trembled as she took it, not daring to open it right away. She believed Natsuki, but having such a powerful forbidden jutsu suddenly fall into her hands made it all feel surreal. Then Natsuki pulled her into his arms. So, as a reward, can you help me scrub my back? Realizing what he was saying, Tenten reflexively pinched his waist, pouting, You're too much. Always thinking about that kind of stuff. Fine, fine. I'll help you scrub your back tonight, and I'll even bathe with you, okay? Natsuki beamed. Tenten, you said it. Tenten's face turned even redder. Why yeah, I said it. We're going to get married someday anyway, so I'm just giving you a little preview. But you have to behave yourself. We're still too young, we can't. What if I can't help it? Why you still have to help it? You're the worst. Their teasing and flustered banter left both their cheeks burning. The thought of bathing together made them both nervous and excited. To shift their focus, Natsuki quickly sat down, pulling Tenten into his lap, and unrolled the scroll in front of them. Tenten, take a look and memorize it first. Try making the Hiraishin formula, but don't start practicing yet. This is space-time teleportation, it's extremely dangerous. I'll test it first on the night of the first, when I enter that special state. Once I have experience, I'll teach you. Tenten obediently nodded and started memorizing the contents of the scroll. She didn't feel shy at all, she and Natsuki were practically one now, no need to keep any distance. Especially since she did give him that reward. As time passed, she shyly asked, Natsuki, it's getting dark. Do you want to eat first, or shower first, or, watashi? Me. A perfect Japanese-style temptation. Natsuki's gaze darkened slightly. Then, let's shower together first. With that, he put away the scroll and pulled Tenten straight into the bathroom. The bathroom quickly became filled with cheerful chaos. 2 days later, all the remaining participants received notice to gather again at the entrance of the Forest of Death. But before entering the staging area, they had to be inspected, just in case Orochimaru tried to sneak in disguised as a participant again. Natsuki quickly scanned the crowd and noticed far fewer participants than before. Looks like Orochimaru's ambush left a serious psychological shadow, some had outright quit. The 2 grass ninja who had teamed up with Orochimaru were gone too, probably taken away for interrogation. With only 2 of them, they didn't qualify as a proper team anyway. What surprised Natsuki, however, was that the 3 sound ninja were still here. What the hell is that old geezer Sarutobi thinking? He knows the sound village is linked to Orochimaru. Those 3 are clearly his subordinates. Why hasn't he captured them? He even lets them participate. Is he trying to tail them back to Orochimaru or something? Natsuki didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to argue. Soon, it was his team's turn. After going through facial inspection by Anko and Genma, designed to prevent someone like Orochimaru from repeating his trick of wearing someone's skin, they were allowed inside. Of course, Orochimaru wouldn't pull the same stunt twice. Everyone knew that. But for safety's sake, the inspections had to be done. Once Natsuki's team entered, they immediately sought out their friends. Megumi summoned Pakken. Pakken, can you memorize the scent of our friends, especially Tenten? Boss is worried about her safety. Once we're in the forest, lock onto her position first. Pakken promised confidently, don't worry, Megumi. I may not be strong in combat, but tracking is my specialty. He went around sniffing all the members of the Konoha 12 and even had a little chat with Akamaru, mostly about Inuzuka Hana's pet clinic. Apparently the services there were great, and the dog food was delicious. At that moment, Tenten looked toward Natsuki and blushed. She couldn't help recalling their shared bath. Just thinking about the scene made her flustered. But being the bold girl she was, she still managed to speak clearly. Natsuki, I know you're worried, but you don't need to go this far. With my current strength, I should be able to protect myself. Natsuki, however, shook his head firmly. I'm uneasy. I feel like Orochimaru is going to appear. Hearing this, Tenten didn't argue but suggested, how about this, go collect the scrolls for your team first. Once you've got them, come find me, okay? I'll also work on collecting my team's scrolls. Once we both have them, we'll regroup and head for the tower together. Fine. Be careful. I'll have Packen keep an eye on your situation. Natsuki had to compromise. He understood that Tenten wanted to be independent, she didn't want to always rely on her boyfriend. And if not for these special circumstances, he wouldn't have insisted either. All he wanted was to make sure Orochimaru didn't hurt her, he wasn't planning on directly helping her snatch scrolls. But Tenten's attitude was firm, so he could only respect it. He'd just have Packen monitor her surroundings for any unfamiliar sense. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 107, Chapter. Everyone had just been force-fed a mouthful of dog food by the couple, leaving most of them a little speechless. Of course, there were also those who felt envious, Ino and Sakura, for example. Both were hopeless romantics, and seeing Natsuki and Tenten being so lovey-dovey made them burn with jealousy. But some people really didn't get it. Lee raised a fist and said righteously, don't worry, Natsuki. Neji and I will protect Tenten. Neji gave the bull-headed boy a sidelong glance, then added, yes, Lee and I will make sure Tenten is safe. Clearly, Neji had a higher emotional IQ. Natsuki and Tenten had just shared a moment as a couple, it wasn't the kind of thing others should butt into. But Lee, being the straightforward blockhead he was, chimed in without a second thought, making things a little awkward. Neji had no choice but to go along to ease the tension. Then I'll leave her in your care, Natsuki replied with gratitude, though he wasn't really counting on it. Even if Lee opened the fifth gate and teamed up with Neji, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Orochimaru. If things went wrong, Natsuki would have to handle it himself. Of course, it would be best if they never ran into Orochimaru at all. After all participants entered the testing grounds, everyone signed a waiver stating that they accepted the dangers of the exam and that no one would be held responsible in the event of death. Then, in team-based groups, they were brought into separate, sealed tents to receive their scrolls. After that, each team was taken to a unique entrance point. Natsuki's team received the Scroll of Heaven, which was placed in his care. The three of them waited silently at their designated entrance. Rinya was even having a stare-down with the Chunin gatekeeper. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long. As soon as the signal flared, the gate was opened and the three quickly stepped into the forest, immediately engulfed by the oppressive atmosphere of the trees. The Forest of Death, rumored to be a creation of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If Yamato was famous for building towers with Mokuton, then Hashirama was the true forest maker. Just look at these trees, each one thicker than a house and towering hundreds of meters high. It gave the place a wild, primeval feeling. They called it the Forest of Death for good reason. The beasts weren't the biggest threat, poisonous bugs and snakes were. One careless bite or sting, and you'd be dead if not treated in time. Genin had to survive in this treacherous environment and steal scrolls from other teams. Only those who made it through could be considered qualified to become Chunin. Keh, Packen, can you locate where everyone is? Megumi stroked the small ninja dog's head. Leave it to me. Packen sniffed the air for a long moment before reporting, Team 10 is over there, about 1 kilometer away. Team 8 is this way, slightly farther, roughly 3 kilometers. As for Team 7 and Guy's team, they're probably on the other side. I can't smell them yet, so they're likely more than 8 kilometers away. Ninja hounds had excellent tracking ability, but they needed either scent trails or close range to be effective. If it was too far, they had to move in closer. Natsuki frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the distances. The forest's diameter was only about 20 kilometers. From any entry point to the central tower should only be around 10 kilometers. Yet Tenten's team was so far away that even Packen couldn't catch her scent, this was going to be troublesome. And another point, if Team 7 and Guy's team were both far, that likely meant they were near each other. Which was not good news. Natsuki gritted his teeth. He knew Orochimaru's target was Sasuke. After getting humiliated by Itachi, Orochimaru had become obsessed with the Sharingan. Sasuke was his most desired vessel. If Orochimaru really did show up, he would definitely go after Sasuke to plant the cursed seal. And if Guy's team was nearby, they'd be dragged into it too. Packen, Natsuki said, I remember Guy's and Team 7's entry points were in that direction. Let's go that way and check. Keep an eye out for anyone else, we'll grab their scrolls along the way. Packen sniffed again and nodded. If we head that way, I smell a few unfamiliar scents not too far out. I'll guide you. As expected of the smartest among the 8 ninja hounds, completely reliable. Megumi patted Pakin on the head and plopped him onto her own, probably worried his short legs couldn't keep up. But that was unnecessary, this dog could outrun anyone. Still, Pakin graciously accepted the ride, clearly satisfied with his new summoner. Team 9 moved out. They couldn't go all out due to safety concerns, Megumi and Rinya couldn't match Natsuki's speed. Although Natsuki was anxious, he trusted Tenten's strength. Plus, she had 3 senzu beans with her. Even if Orochimaru appeared, they should hold out until he arrived. Soon, guided by Pakin, Team 9 located a squad of unfamiliar ninja. Their headbands were from some minor village, Natsuki didn't even recognize them. As soon as they saw Natsuki, they didn't resist at all and handed over their scroll. It turned out to be the scroll of earth, just what they needed. Natsuki accepted it without hesitation. Seeing that he wasn't going to hurt them, the enemy team sighed in relief. Megumi grinned and scratched Pakin's head. Pakin, you're amazing. Thank you, I really feel like I'm helping the team. Pakin basked in the praise. No need to thank me, Megumi. But if you really want to show appreciation, take me to Inuzuka Hana's pet clinic afterward. I'm interested in their services. Sure. Once the exam's over, I'll take you there. Megumi agreed happily. She really felt like her contract with a summoning beast was making a difference. Helping the team find a scroll this easily, and soon she'd help find Tenten too. This feeling of being useful was just the best. Rinya praised her too. You're awesome, Megumi. Okay, let's go find Tenten now, boss is getting worried. Team 9 moved on. Meanwhile, Guy's team had also made good progress. Not far into the forest, they encountered another team. After a short battle, they successfully took a scroll, and it turned out to be exactly what they needed. Lee cheered, we're so lucky. We got both scrolls already. Neji nodded. Then let's head to the tower and avoid unnecessary fights. That way Natsuki won't worry too much. Tenten didn't object. She felt Natsuki was being overly cautious. While his concern made her heart warm, she wasn't just a pretty face, she didn't want to rely on him for everything. Let's head for the tower, Tenten paused mid-sentence, her brow suddenly furrowing. She'd heard something. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and scanned the area. His face changed instantly. Not good. Orochimaru is really here. He's at Team 7's location. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 108, Chapter. At this moment, Team 7 was completely surrounded by Orochimaru alone. Sakura trembled in fear, Naruto's courage faltered, and Sasuke's expression turned grim. Hey, Sasuke, what should we do, Databeo? Naruto's voice shook. Unlike in the original story, where he urged Sasuke to fight, this time he just wanted to grab both Sasuke and Sakura and flee, because he now understood how terrifying their enemy truly was. Orochimaru wasn't someone you could defeat just with guts and bravery. Fighting recklessly would be no different from throwing their lives away. Naruto might not fear death, but he couldn't bear to watch Sakura and Sasuke die in front of him. That would break him. Sasuke silently drew his short blade and said in a low voice, Naruto, when the fight starts, take Sakura and run. Naruto immediately objected. What about you? You're gonna stay and fight Orochimaru by yourself. Are you crazy, Databeo? You think I want to? Sasuke snapped. Quit whining. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the strongest. I'm the only one who can hold him off. While I'm stalling him, you run. The faster you run, the sooner I can retreat. Otherwise, we're all dead. Sakura looked at Sasuke with tears in her eyes, her body trembling. She didn't want Sasuke to stay behind alone, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't support him in any way. Staying would only drag him down. Still, the idea of leaving him to face Orochimaru by himself was unbearable. Naruto protested again. No. I should be the one to stay. Sasuke, you're stronger, if anyone can protect Sakura and get her out, it's you. I might not be that strong, but I can at least buy you some time, Databeo. Idiot Naruto. With your level, you'd just die instantly. What the hell makes you think you're the one who should stay? Bastard Sasuke. You expect me to run while I watch my comrade sacrifice himself? What kind of teammate would I be then? Nan Databeo. Sasuke. The 2 of them actually started arguing, completely ignoring Orochimaru's presence. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, his voice rasping, have you 2 finished your little strategy meeting? I'm coming now, okay. Better go all out, otherwise, you'll only die. As he spoke, his legs turned into serpents and he launched himself at the three with terrifying speed. His long tongue shot straight toward Sasuke. Sasuke shoved Naruto and Sakura aside, his short blade crackling with lightning as he charged forward. The Raiken, Thunder Blade, met Orochimaru's tongue, but it was easily deflected. Sasuke had no choice but to duck and dodge. His Sharingan lit up with a red glow as he lunged at Orochimaru again, lightning aimed for the neck. Heh! I heard you've been training in the White Fang's Kenjutsu. But your swordplay is far inferior to Natsuki's. Orochimaru sneered mockingly. With just a kunai, he effortlessly parried Sasuke's Raiken. No matter how violently Sasuke attacked with his short blade, Orochimaru blocked it with ease, he even had the spare energy to counterattack. Within moments, Sasuke was already wounded. Sasuke! Naruto, panicking, formed hand seals. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones charged at Orochimaru, but he simply whipped his tongue around, sweeping them all away. Fortunately, the distraction gave Sasuke enough time to retreat a few steps and catch his breath. Still, he growled at Naruto, "You idiot. Take Sakura and run. You want all three of us to die." Though he yelled, Sasuke was blaming himself. He had trained in the same swordsmanship as Natsuki, yet his skill was so far behind. Even if he started later, he had always thought himself a genius of the Uchiha, supported by the Sharingan, he believed he could catch up fast. But reality had slapped him hard over and over. He had to admit, he just wasn't good enough. Many people were stronger than him. Right now, he was too weak. Forget defeating Orochimaru, he couldn't even protect himself or his friends. How could someone like this hope to kill Uchiha Itachi? Hee. You're just too weak, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru's chilling smile sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Compared to your brother, you're laughably inferior. Sasuke's pupils shrank. Why mention him now? Where is he? Where is Uchiha Itachi? Orochimaru chuckled. You want to know? Then show me what you're really capable of. Sasuke said nothing more. He charged forward again with his blade, but now, the mention of Itachi had agitated him. His attacks became wild, uncoordinated, his swordplay far worse than before. It only took moments for Orochimaru to knock him aside. Sasuke hit the ground hard, groaning in pain, unable to get up. Naruto's fury flared, his eyes starting to morph like a beast's. Red chakra began leaking from him. The next second, he lunged at Orochimaru, trying to smash his serpent head in. But Orochimaru caught him by the neck with a single hand. Oh. So it's you. He had recognized the Jinchuriki. Raising his hand, he pressed his fingers against Naruto's stomach, Gojyo Fuin, 5 elements seal. Naruto immediately passed out. Naruto. Sakura clutched Sasuke and screamed, but she was completely helpless. Orochimaru shook his head. Sasuke-kun, I actually had high hopes for you. But if this is all you've got, what a disappointment. Still, I'll give you a chance. A trial. As he spoke, his neck stretched like a snake, head lunging toward Sasuke's neck, mouth wide open, fangs bared. He was going to plant the cursed seal. Now, with Naruto unconscious, Sakura paralyzed by fear, and Sasuke writhing in pain, there was no way to resist. Despair flooded them all. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out. Raiken, Rakurai. Thunder Blade, Falling Thunder. Crack. A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking Orochimaru directly and roasting him on the spot. The scent of cooked snake filled the air. Everyone turned toward the source, and saw Tenten, Neji, and Lee. Tenten was geared in her full infinity socket armor, a Ryugen Shinshoku, dragon eye retractable, sword strapped to her back, and wielding a pair of dark, serrated blades, the legendary Raiken, Kiba, Thunderblades, Fangs, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. When they'd discussed the 7 ninja swords before, Natsuki had suggested Tenten find a way to acquire the Thunderblades, Kiba. Among the 7 swords, only 3 were truly practical, Samahata, Hiramakerii, and Kiba. The Thunderblades were the easiest to operate and fit Tenten perfectly. So, like how she acquired the full Artisan Ninja Village set, she placed a massive bounty for the Kiba blades, and someone delivered. Natsuki suspected Kakuzu took the job, considering how high the reward was. Money really could solve anything. Tenten. Neji. Lee. You're here. Thank goodness. Sakura was overwhelmed with joy. Don't celebrate too soon. We're getting out of here. Tenten's face was serious. She bit her thumb and performed a summoning, Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning technique. With a puff, Birdra appeared. Tenten quickly motioned. Everyone, get on. We're flying out. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 109, Chapter. New fanfic event start tomorrow. Use your power stones on your favorite for it to be picked up. Power stones plus reviews are counted. Thanks for your support. Anyone with half a brain could tell, Orochimaru was definitely not down for the count. That guy was practically immortal. He could survive being decapitated, let alone a lightning strike. Sure enough, just as Neji used wire to pull the unconscious Naruto back and everyone had climbed onto Berdra's back, before the giant eagle could even take off, a long blade pierced straight through its body. A closer look, what else could it be but the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kusanagi sword? Even while still sizzling and scorched, Orochimaru had crawled back to the ground. He opened his mouth, spat out a snake, which then spat out the sword, and with a sudden extension of the blade, it impaled Berdra before it could react. Screech! Berdra let out a mournful cry, as if apologizing. Then puff, it vanished in smoke, dismissed from the summoning realm. Everyone crashed to the ground with pale faces. They had been this close to escaping, only to be thwarted by Orochimaru's brutal precision. Team Guy immediately stepped forward, taking a defensive stance. Tenten stood at the center. From the moment Neji sensed something wrong, they hadn't hesitated for a second. It wasn't that they thought they were some kind of heroes, it was just that when their comrades were in danger, they had to act. Tenten remembered Natsuki's warning, if you see Orochimaru, run. But she wasn't the kind of person who could abandon her friends. She was kind-hearted, through and through. Running away while leaving her teammates behind. She just couldn't do it. Still, facing Orochimaru now, the pressure was immense. Lee took a deep breath. Now's the time to give it everything we've got. I believe Guy-sensei would allow it. He took off the weights on his ankles. Chakra surged around him. Hashiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation. First gate, Kaimon. Second gate, Kyumon. Third gate, Seimon. Open. 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 He opened the first 3 gates in one go, not recklessly, but with clarity. Though he could open the 5th, even that wouldn't win the battle. Better to stop at the 3rd gate, avoid injury, and focus on distraction. Neji activated his Byakugan, adopting the stance of the hack, 8 trigrams. Tenten, Lee, and I will support you, go all out. Tenten didn't hesitate. Right. Let's do this. Orochimaru shed his charred outer layer using the Orochimaru Ryu Kawarimi no Jutsu, Orochimaru-style substitution technique, emerging in a fresh form. His vertical pupils swept across the 3 defenders, pausing on Tenten. For once, he seemed less amused, and more intrigued. Heh. You've really surprised me. Konoha is full of talent. Especially you, Natsuki's girlfriend, right? Tenten, was it? I didn't expect the Raiken, Kiba, Thunderblades, Fangs, of the hidden mist to end up in your hands. Combined with your special gear, your combat strength is already at Tokubetsu Jonin level. For someone your age, that's rare. Tenten ignored his praise, crossing her twin blades and launching an orb of lightning. Raitun, Raikyu. Lightning release, lightning ball. ZZZZT. The crackling sphere of electricity surged with power. Orochimaru didn't dare take it lightly. After that last electrocution, he wasn't eager for another round. Twisting his body like a serpent, he dodged. Lee and Neji immediately charged, one with a Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, the other with Hack Rokuji on show, 8 trigrams 64 palms. They managed to engage Orochimaru for a few moves, but couldn't gain the upper hand. Orochimaru focused most of his effort on avoiding Tenten's attacks, the sting of that earlier lightning had been a harsh lesson. From behind, Sasuke and Sakura were dumbstruck watching it all unfold. They hadn't expected Team Guy to be this strong. Especially Tenten, with that weapon, the Raiken, Kiba, she could launch lightning attacks easily and without seals, and the chakra cost seemed low. No wonder even Orochimaru had complimented her. But Sasuke, his heart twisted painfully. He could accept not being as strong as Natsuki. But now, so many prodigies were emerging, how was he supposed to stand out? Even the Hyuga had such strength. That bushy-browed weirdo who once sparred with him. He was now exploding with power. And Tenten. She was on another level entirely. The 3 of them could actually hold their own against Orochimaru. Meanwhile, he, Uchiha Sasuke, had been thrashed. He was a joke. No. I can't let myself be looked down on. I'll fight too. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke forced down the pain and stood up. He pushed Sakura aside and charged, joining Lee and Neji. The 3 of them fought in sync, and for a moment, they actually seemed to have a slight advantage. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. But this wasn't the kind of situation he desired. Suddenly, he leaped back and formed hand seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive serpent exploded onto the scene, slithering between the four of them. Its huge head loomed down, ready to swallow them whole. With Orochimaru standing atop its skull, the pressure was overwhelming. This is bad. What do we do now? The snake was enormous. Taking it down wouldn't be easy, and splitting up would scatter their formation. Exactly what Orochimaru wanted. Tenten quietly pulled out a scroll from her back. Looks like I'll have to use that. Meanwhile, Team 9 was en route. Suddenly, Pakin's expression changed. Not good. I smell an intense snake stench. About 5 kilometers that way, Team 7 and Team Guy are there. They're fighting something with very strong snake scent. Snake scent that strong? There was only one possible culprit, Orochimaru. Pakin looked apologetic. Sorry. I should have noticed sooner. Natsuki shook his head. No, thank you. Without your nose, we'd still be in the dark. Now that we know, we move, fast. He formed seals and pressed his hand to the ground. Poof. A small hawk appeared. What? Natsuki's heart sank. He had meant to summon Birdra. The little hawk squawked twice and relayed what had happened, making Natsuki's expression darken. Ron panicked. Boss. What is it? Is it serious? Natsuki said grimly, Birdra was summoned earlier by Tenten to help escape with Team 7 and Team Guy, but it got impaled by Orochimaru and dismissed. That means they're still fighting him. No time to lose. I'll go ahead. Pakin, lead these two behind me. With that, he vanished, reappearing midair, sprinting with high-speed chakra flow. Rinya and Megumi shouted behind him, Boss, don't worry. We'll catch up, stay safe. Back in the forest, everyone's eyes were on Tenten as she prepared to unleash her secret weapon. Even Orochimaru looked curious. What could be more powerful than the Raiken, Kiba? Tenten unsealed the scroll, and a storm of paper exploded outward. Rows upon rows of explosive tags began flying into the air. Take this. Kinten, Oji, Ikemen Kabaku Fuda no Jutsu. Money release, secret art, 10,000 explosive tags technique. Everyone nearly fainted. Even Orochimaru's snake spine twitched from the sheer absurdity. He hadn't been ready for that. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 110, chapter. New fanfics are up. One Piece, Heroic Spirits Straw Hat Pirates. Dragon Ball, West City High Schooler, captures 18. No one expected Tenten's so-called trump card to be explosive tags. But the moment those densely packed tags swarmed toward the giant snake, and everyone realized there were 10,000 of them, they had to admit, it was definitely a big move. After all, a single explosive tag could seriously injure even a Kage-level ninja if detonated point blank. 10,000. That was devastating. The massive serpent was instantly plastered with tags before it could even do anything. It didn't even have time to cry. Boom. 10,000 explosive tags detonated all at once, and the shockwave swept out like a blazing tide. Sasuke and Team Guy turned and ran, dragging Sakura and the unconscious Naruto with them. They dove behind a huge rock. Lee kicked open a pit in the ground, and as they jumped in, Tenten summoned a massive shield to cover the hole's opening. Outside, the forest was a furnace of roaring explosions. They looked battered and dusty, but thankfully avoided the worst of the blast. Still, everyone gave Tenten some strange looks. Lee was the first to speak. Tenten, that was incredible. You actually threw out 10,000 explosive tags in one go. Truly, the power of a rich person. Tenten giggled. Natsuki taught me that. He said it's the purest form of power that money can buy, he called it money release. Explosive tags are amazing. With enough of them, even their simple destructive power becomes terrifying. Being rich really is strong. Lee gave her a thumbs up of approval, while Neji and Sasuke both fell silent, eyes shifting with thought. The more they thought about it, the more useful money seemed to be. Sasuke even began thinking, if he prepared 10,000 explosive tags in advance, and managed to cling onto Uchiha Itachi and detonate them at once, maybe, just maybe, he could take his brother down with him. It sounded naive, but with that kind of firepower, not impossible. The explosions gradually subsided, but no one dared to go out just yet. Neji activated his Byakugan to scan the area. His face darkened. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, even after all that, Orochimaru's chakra is still there. Sasuke didn't seem surprised. Of course. If we can dodge it, he can dodge it even better. And he's like some undead monster, you just can't kill him. That's the most despairing thing. No matter how long we last, we'll never beat him. That wasn't cowardice, it was the truth. After fighting Orochimaru firsthand, Sasuke understood the overwhelming gap in power. Don't worry. Right now, our only job is to buy time. Tenten's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Natsuki promised me he'd come find me. As long as we keep holding out, he'll make it in time. We can't run anymore, this is the only path left. Everyone nodded. All they could do now was wait for Natsuki to arrive. When Neji saw Orochimaru approaching again, he gave a warning. Tenten opened the shield. Everyone jumped out of the hole and stood ready. What they saw outside left them speechless. The giant serpent had been blown to pieces, mangled and lifeless. Orochimaru grinned wickedly. He, that was quite the move. 10,000 explosive tags. If I hadn't reacted fast, you might have actually killed me. Tenten didn't reply. Instead, she pulled out 2 more scrolls. If 10,000 didn't do it, then I've got 100,000. 1,000,000. I brought plenty. If I can't kill you, I'll keep bombing you until I do. Orochimaru. Everyone else. This girl, how rich is she? Carrying 1,000,000 explosive tags. Still, Tenten knew that mass detonations weren't always practical. If Orochimaru survived again, the resulting chaos could hurt her own teammates too. So instead, she summoned 2 short-barrel cannons and began firing. Orochimaru instinctively dodged. But as soon as he did, the bullets exploded right beside his ears, each one packed with an explosive tag. The blast sent him flying. Tenten sighed, shame, if only one of them exploded inside his body. Even so, she kept firing, continuously summoning explosive tag bullets. She didn't believe she couldn't wear him down. But Orochimaru wasn't so easy to deal with. His legs turned to serpents again, twisting through the air as he zigzagged around the shots, rapidly closing the distance toward Tenten. Sasuke tried to intercept him but was quickly sent flying, his short blade shattered, and a gash sliced across his arm. Lee opened the 4th gate and rushed into block, while Neji used Kaiten, rotation, to shield Tenten. But Orochimaru had clearly decided to end things quickly. He kicked Lee aside with brute force, then used Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld, to trap Neji's feet, breaking his rotation. Bam. Neji was sent flying too. Still, both of them quickly leapt back to stand in front of Tenten. Tenten raised the Raiken, Kiba and said helplessly, "Why are you doing this? Let me fight him." But they said firmly, "We promised Natsuki we'd protect you. Even if we know you're strong, you're no match for him alone. We won't let you take that risk. You too." Tenten clenched her twin blades and launched another lightning strike. But once again, Lee and Neji were knocked away, this time injured far more severely. Even so, they collapsed right in front of her, shielding her to the last. Tenten's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't hold back as she shouted, "Natsuki! Hurry up and get here. He. Natsuki's too far away. He won't make it in time." Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh as he lunged, Kusanagi sword thrusting straight for her. Even uninjured, Tenten couldn't block this, she just wasn't strong enough. But just as the blade was about to pierce her, a shadow dropped from the sky. A foot slammed into Orochimaru's face, shattering his head in a single kick. Everyone froze in shock, then erupted in joy. The figure landed, shrouded in a torrent of chakra. It was Natsuki, his 8 gates blazing with power. "Sorry I'm late, everyone. Tenten, are you okay?" His voice was gentle, tinged with guilt. But when his eyes shifted to Orochimaru's headless body, they turned icy with killing intent. After sensing something was wrong, Natsuki had immediately opened the 3rd gate and used Jeppo, Moon Step, to rush over. He even heard the thunderous explosions in the distance, and his heart grew more and more anxious. Without hesitation, he opened the 5th gate and sprinted at full speed. Just as he arrived, he saw Neji and Lee being knocked aside, and Orochimaru's sword poised to strike down Tenten. In that instant, Natsuki snapped. With one devastating kick, he exploded Orochimaru's head. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 111, chapter. However, that guy Orochimaru ran pretty fast. The headless corpse suddenly turned into a puddle of mud. It was Orochimaru's Doton Kage Bunshin, Earth-style, shadow clone. Luckily, Natsuki instantly locked onto Orochimaru's position again. His eyes, full of killing intent, were so icy they could almost flay Orochimaru alive from a distance. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. "Natsuki, you arrived just in time. If you were 1 second late, you'd be collecting your girlfriend's corpse." Natsuki was furious, but he didn't lose his composure. He clapped his hands, and in a flash, Madu Senran, demonic blade, Thousand Edge, was summoned from his left hand. Yet he didn't rush to attack, instead, he turned and looked at Tenten. Tenten's eyes lit up with joy. Natsuki, you finally came. Don't worry, I'm okay. Neji and Lee were protecting me the whole time. Lee weakly gave a thumbs up. Natsuki, I've fulfilled my promise to you, right? Though it was Neji's first time doing so, he also raised his thumb. Tenten's unharmed, so rest assured. Thank you. Natsuki sincerely thanked them. Leave the rest to me. Tenten, get them out of here. Don't get caught up in the fight. Tenten didn't dare delay. She quickly helped Lee and Neji retreat. Natsuki turned back to Orochimaru, his tone icy cold. Orochimaru, thought of your last words yet? Orochimaru sneered. You really think you can kill me? Natsuki nodded. Tenten and the others won't leave me behind. So I must defeat you. Perfect. Today, I'll go all out and show you, one of the so-called Sannin, what I'm truly capable of. Then come. Orochimaru shouted, taking the initiative to charge forward. Natsuki vanished with Raitun Shunshin, lightning style, flicker, reappearing at Orochimaru's side. His Kirikizu no Tachi, crack blade, slashed toward Orochimaru's head. Having suffered before, Orochimaru didn't block with the Kusanagi sword but twisted his body to evade. He countered with Senii Jashu, hidden shadow snake hands, but Natsuki reversed his grip and severed all the snakes with a single swing. The two clashed fiercely, swords met blades, but Natsuki's Madu Senren, demonic blade, thousand edge, ignored defense, changing length at will, splitting and reuniting freely. With precise chakra control and Hataki Ryukin Jutsu, Hataki-style swordsmanship, he was clearly dominating. Scatter. With a flick, Natsuki shattered the thousand edges blade. Thousands of shards enveloped Orochimaru, instantly turning the snake into a pincushion. Then, by channeling chakra back into the hilt, Natsuki recalled all the fragments and reformed the Kirikizu no Tachi. Everyone behind was stunned, amazed by the battle style of Madu Senren. Even Sasuke's eyes carried envy. Madu Senren. What a blade. Tenten proudly added. Natsuki designed that sword himself. He nearly drove the master blacksmith bald making it. If my family wasn't rich, we wouldn't have dared to make such a weapon. So money again. Truly, wealth makes anything possible. Sasuke silently noted it in his heart. He wasn't exactly well off himself, he couldn't even afford 10,000 explosive tags. Ever since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, their assets had mysteriously vanished. Some said Itachi took them, others claimed the Konoha higher-ups seized them. Sasuke had been too focused on revenge to care at the time. But now, he realized. That was the Uchiha clan's legacy. How could he have overlooked it? If he hadn't, maybe he wouldn't be broke now. Meanwhile, Orochimaru once again used Hibikawarimi no Jutsu, snake substitution technique, slithering out of his own mouth. Looking grim, he quickly formed hand seals. You're a tough opponent. Looks like I'll need help. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive purple serpent appeared. Again, Orochimaru. You're bothering me. This time, no less than 100 humans for food. Standing atop the serpent's head, Orochimaru laughed. Small matter. Manda, help me deal with this guy first. Manda. He actually summoned Manda. Natsuki's expression didn't change. He rapidly formed hand seals with his left hand, then raised it above his head. A 2-meter-wide water disc spun furiously in his palm. It crackled ominously, as if it could slice through the heavens. Manda opened its bloody maw to strike, but Natsuki hurled the disc straight at it. Suetun, Sui and Satsu. Water style, water disc slash. Zzz. The spinning water blade shrieked through the air and landed on Manda's head. In the next second, a sound like scissors slicing cloth rang out, the disc cut from head to tail. Manda was split in two on the spot. Dead on the spot. Poor Manda, in the original story, it was blown up by Sasuke. Now it was even worse, bisected into snake jerky by Natsuki's one move, without even getting the chance to retreat to Ryuchi Cave. Boom. The giant snake's two halves slammed into the ground. Orochimaru jumped down immediately, his face dark for the first time. Heh. Seems I underestimated you. You've already mastered the fusion of chakra shape transformation and nature transformation. That Sui and Satsu, it could probably cleave a mountain. The onlookers were even more stunned, even Tenten didn't seem to know. Shape transformation. Nature transformation. They didn't understand, but they did see that Sui and Satsu was powerful, that terrifying purple serpent had been sliced in an instant, and even Orochimaru was rattled. Natsuki was truly incredible. Natsuki chuckled. If I don't show some real skills, how can I protect my future wife? Orochimaru, today is your day to die. With that, he charged forward again. Orochimaru didn't want to keep fighting in close quarters. He drove the Kusanagi sword into the ground and quickly formed seals. Futon, de Tapa. Wind style, great breakthrough. Boom. A blast of wind shot from his mouth, aiming to blow Natsuki away. But with Raitun Shunshin, Natsuki evaded easily and reappeared right beside him. Orochimaru immediately used Sen'i Tajashu, multiple hidden shadow snake hands, launching a serpent from his chest to bind Natsuki, but it was cut apart by the Raiken, lightning blade, forcing Orochimaru to retreat. Sen'i Jashu. Futon, Kamakiri. Wind style, wind cutter. Doton, Doryuden. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Orochimaru truly knew a wide range of jutsu, and they were all stronger than usual. A lesser shinobi would have been crushed already. But Natsuki was no ordinary shinobi. Facing the intense barrage, he used Raitun Shunshin to evade effortlessly, completely unscathed. In between dodging, he even found time to form a one-handed seal. Doton, Shoten Tenten Otama Koma. Earth style, soaring spinning giant top. A giant spinning top formed from earth shot out of the ground and soared into the sky before slamming down toward Orochimaru, blasting open a massive hole in the terrain. But Orochimaru dodged, and tried a sneak attack by extending the Kusanagi sword, only for Natsuki to parry it. Their fierce exchange continued in a blur. The battle was so intense, one could hardly keep up. Yet for those able to follow, it was clear. Orochimaru was being thoroughly suppressed by Natsuki. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 112, Chapter. No wonder he's the boss, he's incredible. Rinya's voice suddenly rang out as he arrived with Megumi and Pakken. Tenten's eyes lit up. You're here. Megumi, quick, help us out. Megumi rushed over without hesitation. She first checked Tenten and confirmed she was fine, then began treating the others. After all, she knew very well how much her boss worried about his future wife. As she performed Shosen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, the injuries of Neji, Lee, and Sasuke gradually stabilized. With some ointment and proper rest, they'd be fine. As for Naruto, he was only unconscious with some minor injuries, breathing steadily, no danger at all. Sakura clenched her fists again, frustrated. She had also gone to the hospital to study medical ninjutsu, but the time was too short. She couldn't even save a fish yet. At most, she could bandage wounds, and that was about it. Useless. She was still nothing but a burden. Fortunately, no one noticed her expression. Everyone's attention was focused on Natsuki and Orochimaru's fierce battle. Even if they couldn't see every move clearly, they could grasp the situation. Natsuki, with his powerful swordsmanship and combinations like Suiensatsu, water disc slash, and Doton Koma, earth-style spinning top, was steadily suppressing Orochimaru. Orochimaru had many jutsus too, but aside from wind and earth styles, most of his moves revolved around snakes, tricky to deal with, but still ineffective against Natsuki. After all, Natsuki's attacks weren't just fast and strong, their range was large too. Several times, Orochimaru barely managed to dodge, or had to use Hibi Kawarimi no Jutsu, snake substitution technique. He clearly couldn't gain the upper hand. Now that Mando was dead, even summoning other snakes would be pointless. Orochimaru had to rely on the Kusanagi sword's traits to contend with Natsuki, but he hadn't achieved his objective yet, and was growing increasingly anxious. Natsuki didn't want to keep dragging this out either. But killing Orochimaru wasn't easy, for now, he could only suppress him. In that case, I'll go big. Natsuki's eyes flashed. After forcing Orochimaru back, he didn't follow up immediately. Instead, he sheathed Madu Senren and took a deep breath. His chakra began to surge violently. Hashiman Tonko. 8 gates released formation, gate of view, Kai. Buzz. A green chakra whirlwind engulfed his body, lifting his hair, making him look like a super saiyan. Lee was stunned. He actually opened the 6th gate. That's risky. Tenten and Neji couldn't hide their worry. Team 7 might not know, but Team Guy was very familiar with the 8 gates. Opening the 3rd gate didn't harm the body, but from the 4th onward, the toll grew massive. Opening the 6th gate directly was pushing it. Orochimaru grew cautious. The 8 gates, and you went straight to the 6th. I have to say, I'm impressed. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to reply. In the next instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Orochimaru, delivering a punch that sent him flying into the sky. So fast. No, too late. Orochimaru wanted to resist, but he underestimated Natsuki's speed. Natsuki appeared before him again midair, unleashing a series of punches. Each one caused shockwaves and frictional flames, forming fiery bursts across the sky. To the onlookers, it was like witnessing a magnificent display, fire spreading like a peacock fanning its feathers. Asa Kajaku. Morning Peacock, Ora 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 Ora. Each punch was faster and heavier than the last. Orochimaru had no time to counter, his body was charred, and he kept coughing up blood. This was clearly his real body. He didn't even have the chance to use Hibikawarimi no Jutsu, Natsuki was too fast, not giving him any opening. At this point, he could only hope he wouldn't be killed. Boom. The final punch smashed Orochimaru down to the ground, creating a massive crater. He lay there like a dead snake, motionless. But Natsuki didn't relax. He deactivated the 8 gates and remained alert, staring at the pit. Sure enough, moments later, Orochimaru stirred. He dragged himself up with great effort and vomited a mouthful of blood. He didn't even attempt another substitution jutsu. Hey, he. He was still laughing, a dry, grating laugh that made everyone uncomfortable. Subarashii. Subarashii, Natsuki-kun. I didn't expect you to be this strong. You really held back when you fought in front of others, didn't you? Well, it's about time I left. Until next time. With a poof, he vanished again. Natsuki extended his senses, confirming Orochimaru was gone. Only then did he breathe a deep sigh of relief, visibly exhausted. Tenten ran over and hugged him tightly. After checking him over and seeing he had only light injuries, she relaxed. Still, she called Megumi over to heal him. Natsuki flicked Tenten's forehead. I told you to run if you ran into Orochimaru. Why didn't you listen? Tenten quickly clung to his arm and acted spoiled. Come on, don't be mad, I couldn't just stand by and watch our fellow villagers get hurt. Besides, I held on for a long time. Long enough for you to show up, didn't I? Darling, don't be mad, okay? Please. Eek. That sounded way too cheesy. Since when did Tenten know how to act all cutesy? Natsuki had no choice. A girlfriend like this could only be spoiled, what else could he do? Just then, another noise came from the forest. Everyone tensed, but to their relief, Kakashi and Anko emerged. Sakura exclaimed. Kakashi-sensei, Anko-san, you scared us. Sorry. Everyone okay? Kakashi looked around at the devastated battlefield. It was obvious a major fight had taken place. Thankfully, all the students seemed safe. Naruto had passed out, but he didn't look seriously hurt. Anko clenched her teeth. It was Orochimaru, wasn't it? He really was hiding in the forest. Yo, Kakashi. Late again, huh? Pakken greeted him casually. Oh, Pakken, you're here too. Looks like you helped guide them. Good job. Kakashi praised lazily, then asked Pakken to explain the situation. Pakken, used to this by now, gave a quick summary, basically, how Team 7 and Team Guy had encountered Orochimaru, and he had helped find them. Natsuki then arrived in time and forcefully defeated Orochimaru. Sakura also pitched in, mostly describing how Team 7 was in danger, how Team Guy came to their rescue, how Sasuke fought bravely, and how Natsuki arrived just in time. Her account was detailed, though this seemed to be the only way she could contribute. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 113, Chapter. Kakashi and Anko were even more surprised by Natsuki. Back when they were near the Forest of Death's Edge and Natsuki had detected and held off Orochimaru, that was already impressive enough to prove his strength. But now they realized, he had been holding back all along. Only now, when forced to go all out, did they see he actually had the strength to defeat Orochimaru. Truly formidable. Kakashi smiled. Looks like Guy and I didn't pick the wrong person. Teaching you Kenjutsu and the 8 gates was the right call. You've taken what we taught and used it to protect your comrades and repel a powerful enemy. You're now a capable shinobi who can stand on his own. Honestly, your strength has already surpassed mine. Natsuki quickly waved his hand. Kakashi-senpai, you flatter me too much. I still have a long way to go. I need to get stronger. He wouldn't dare claim to be stronger than Kakashi. Kakashi still had the Mangekyo Sharingan and its Kamui that he hadn't even used yet. Without learning Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, Natsuki had no way to contend with Kamui. Seeing Natsuki's humility, Kakashi nodded approvingly. This kid had a good character, modest and driven. A truly good kid. Kakashi added. Since you're all safe, continue the exam. Anko and I can't help any further, that'd be against the rules. But we'll go after Orochimaru. He shouldn't have another chance to cause trouble, so don't worry. With that, he exchanged a glance with Anko, and the two of them sped off in the direction Orochimaru had fled. Natsuki and the others didn't linger either. They soon found a hidden spot to rest. Tenten brought out a scroll and summoned a bunch of food, distributing it around. Everyone eagerly dug in to replenish their strength. Only with full energy could they continue the exam. Oh right. I tried to summon Burdra earlier, but it failed. Natsuki brought it up. Instead, I summoned a young hawk, who told me Burdra had been injured. That's how I realized things weren't going well on your end, so I rushed here at full speed. Good thing I made it in time. Tenten immediately looked worried. Burdra was ambushed by Orochimaru, pierced right through by the Kusanagi sword. I hope it's okay. If Burdra hadn't been caught off guard, they would have flown off long ago. There's no way they would have been bullied by Orochimaru like that. Fortunately, Natsuki and Tenten avenged Burdra, severely injuring Orochimaru, killing 2 of his summoned snakes, and even taking down Manda. Orochimaru really took a huge loss. Thinking about that cheered Natsuki and Tenten up quite a bit. With that topic passed, the group turned to something else. So, how's your scroll collection going? Our Team 9 already has both scrolls. We can head to the tower anytime. Lee immediately raised his hand. We've got ours too. We got lucky earlier, defeated another team and got the scroll we needed. Now, all eyes turned to Sasuke and Sakura. The two immediately looked awkward. Not only had they failed to collect both scrolls, they'd also been unfortunate enough to run into Orochimaru. And Naruto was still unconscious. How were they supposed to continue the exam? Natsuki asked bluntly. Sasuke, what's your plan? Kakashi-senpai said we don't have to worry about Orochimaru attacking again, so things should proceed normally. Do you need our help? Sakura looked tempted, but quickly suppressed the thought. She'd already been useless enough. If they had to help her with the exam too, how could she still call herself a ninja? And Sasuke definitely wouldn't agree. Sure enough, Sasuke shook his head. You've already helped a lot. No need to worry about the exam. Team 7 will pass, we'll make sure of it. Team 9 and Team Guy exchanged glances and didn't object. In that case, once we've rested up, we'll head to the tower first. You guys be careful. Don't worry. Sasuke seemed to regain some confidence. Then, with a bit of awkwardness, he added. Also, thanks for everything. Sasuke, who'd always been proud, actually thanked them. It was a rare sight, but it meant he was still mentally stable. With such great help, expressing thanks was only natural. Sakura seemed to realize too and quickly said. Yeah. Thanks a lot. The two teams didn't think much of it, just waved it off. Everyone focused on resting after that. They didn't speak much, and by the next morning, they had mostly recovered. So Team 9 and Team Guy said their goodbyes. Be careful. Natsuki reminded them, he knew the sound trio was still out there. Thanks. Sasuke's farewell made Natsuki pause. That word brought a wave of nostalgia to his heart. After the two teams left, Sasuke returned to his usual cold expression. He walked over and kicked Naruto. Hey! Get up. We're already behind, this isn't the time to be sleeping. Naruto slowly woke, then suddenly shouted. Orochimaru. Where's Orochimaru? Sakura immediately scolded. You're the only one who was sleeping while everyone else was fighting. You've got some nerve. Sasuke glanced at Sakura. She had no right to speak. At least Naruto had charged into fight. Sure, something Orochimaru did knocked him out, but Sakura. She had spent the whole fight trembling in fear and couldn't even heal a wound. What right did she have to criticize Naruto? Meanwhile, Team 9 and Team Guy picked up their pace. Natsuki wasn't sure if Team 7 would face another attack from Orochimaru or if they could handle the sound trio. But since Kakashi had said it was fine, it probably was. Besides, Sasuke now was different from the original timeline. He hadn't been marked with the cursed seal, his condition was stable, and he had learned Hatake Ryuken Jutsu. Dealing with the sound trio shouldn't be a problem. As for Teams 8 and 10, both had solid skills. As long as they didn't run into Orochimaru or Gaara, they should be okay. And they were too far away, Natsuki couldn't help even if he wanted to. All he could do was hope for the best. After half a day of travel, with help from Pakken and Neji, they avoided unnecessary danger and successfully reached the tower. Finally, a real breath of relief. After entering the tower and submitting their scrolls, designated proctors came to greet them and gave them a lecture about the Will of Fire. After a bunch of formalities, both teams officially passed the second stage of the exam. They had 3 days of rest before the next round. Though they couldn't leave the tower, they could relax however they liked, and the place was stocked with plenty of food. Naturally, everyone indulged. That evening, Team 8 arrived successfully. Natsuki and Tenten rushed to greet Shino, their good friend. Another day passed, and Team 10 also made it, though they looked quite beaten up. Apparently, just before reaching the tower, they'd run into Team 7 being attacked by the sound trio, and stepped in to help, getting battered in the process. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 114, Chapter. The sound trio was no slouch among the genin. Zaku could shoot slicing sound waves from his palms, Kin used Senbon bells to cast Genjutsu, and Dosu's gauntlet could emit powerful sonic attacks. All three had been modified, far above normal standards. In the original timeline, Sakura was beaten badly by them. Even Lee's help didn't change the outcome, and Team 10 got roughed up too. It was only after Sasuke's cursed seal awakened that the tables were turned. This time, Shikamaru and Choji weren't much different from the original. Ino had started training a bit earlier, but against the sound trio, she was still on the back foot. According to Shikamaru, in the end, it was Sasuke's Genjutsu that turned the tide, and Team 10's efforts were, mostly wasted. Sasuke, huh? Looks like he's improved a lot after the fight with Orochimaru. Natsuki wasn't surprised. Some geniuses only grow rapidly through actual combat, Sasuke was one of them. As for Team 10, after learning that Natsuki had fought off Orochimaru alone, they were utterly shocked. They had clearly underestimated his strength. Still, having such a powerful comrade made them happy. If danger ever struck, they knew who to cling to. On the final day, Team 7 finally arrived in a mess, along with Kabuto, Yoroi, and Misumi. Once it was confirmed no other genin were arriving, the second exam officially came to a close. Those who passed, Team 7, 3, Team 8, 3, Team 9, 3, Team 10, 3, Team Guy, 3, Sound Trio, 3, Kabuto's team, 3, and Gaara's team, 3. A total of 24 participants. Aside from the extra Team 9, the passing numbers were the same as in the original story, more than expected. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, was all smiles seeing most of the passers were from Konoha. He came out with the usual formal speech, talking about the meaning of the Chunin exams, peace in the shinobi world, basically just like a military parade, all about showing off strength. What a grand speech. Thankfully, the perpetually anemic Gecko stepped in and interrupted Hiruzen's long-windedness, announcing the rules for the third exam's preliminary round. Since the third round would be watched by dignitaries, the number of participants had to be reduced, hence a prelim match. In short, a random draw for one-on-one duels to eliminate half the contestants. Anyone who wanted to drop out could do so now, before they risked being defeated. Just when everyone thought no one would back out, Kabuto raised his hand. Naruto objected at first, after all, their team had only made it this far thanks to Kabuto. But Kabuto's true motive was to gather intel on Sasuke, not to help out of kindness. Kabuto claimed he was already pineapple meaning worn out, and there was no point in continuing since he'd just lose anyway. Naruto had nothing left to say. Natsuki, however, watched Kabuto walk off with narrowed eyes. This guy was Orochimaru's right hand and a master manipulator. A chakra thread split from Natsuki's forehead and connected to Aoba. Through Morse code chakra pulses, he transmitted a message. Aoba-sensei, this Kabuto has failed the Chunin exams multiple times, yet he doesn't look badly injured and is giving up so easily. I suspect he's here not for the exam, but to gather intelligence. He might be a spy. Aoba paused, then responded through the chakra thread. I'll keep an eye on him. You focus on the exam. Only then did Natsuki relax and turn his gaze to Gecko. After explaining the rules, Heiei began announcing matchups. First match, Inuzuka Kiba vs Rinya. All other participants went up to the second floor to observe. Only Kiba, Rinya, Akamaru, and Heiei, who looked like he'd cough up a lung, remained on the field. As soon as the match was called, Kiba started trash-talking and demanded Rinya forfeit. But Rinya had no plans to give up, he even assumed a ready-to-strike stance. Seeing this, Kiba threw out a smoke bomb to blind the field, planning to rely on smell and Akamaru's instincts to secure victory. However, the moment they entered the smoke, a horrid stench hit their noses. Akamaru immediately fainted on the spot, and Kiba got hit hard too. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw Rinya holding an open can of fermented herring, so foul it could peel paint. Kiba and Akamaru, who couldn't even tolerate Naruto's farts, stood no chance. With the herring assault, their defeat was inevitable. Team leader Kurenai rubbed her temples. Having a strong sense of smell is useful, but sometimes, it can be fatal. Rinya clearly did his research and prepared that stinky can. Kiba never stood a chance. Shino and Hinata didn't know what to say. All they could do was silently mourn for Kiba. Meanwhile, Megumi was beaming proudly. Rinya's win had her glowing with pride. Second match, Yoroi vs Sasuke Uchiha. Now that Sasuke hadn't been cursed, his chakra was stable. With his Sharingan and Hatake-style Kenjutsu, he was fast and fluid. Even though Yoroi could drain chakra, he was quickly defeated. Third match, Zaku Abumi vs Aburame Shino, Shino wins. Fourth match, Kintsuchi vs Nara Shikamaru, Shikamaru wins. Fifth match, Dosa Kinyuta vs Akimichi Choji, Dosa wins. Sixth match, Misumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. Though Misumi tried to exploit his flexibility, Kankuro's puppet technique won out. Even after his identity as the bandaged mummy was revealed, he secured victory. Seventh match, Haruno Sakura vs Megumi, no suspense. Megumi wins easily. Eighth match, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. A classic, main family vs branch family. But Neji was different now. He didn't waste time with words. Both activated Byakugan and clashed with Hack no Kaiten, 8 trigrams palm rotation, and Hack Rokujion Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji came out on top, blocking Hinata's chakra points and holding a kunai to her vital spot. The referee promptly declared Neji the winner. Fewer words in a fight meant a quicker end. Hinata didn't even get the chance to hear Naruto's encouragement. Luckily, Neji was no longer the cold jerk from the original story. He'd even helped fight Orochimaru earlier. So Naruto had no reason to yell at him, and no unnecessary drama followed. The good news? Hinata wasn't seriously hurt. Ninth match, Temari vs Tenten. This, to Natsuki, was a battle of destiny. Temari's giant fan and wind techniques originally countered Tenten's weapon-throwing style. But Tenten had grown. Once she saw her ranged attacks were countered, she shifted strategies. She used Rokushiki, 6 powers, close combat instead. Without even using her 4-piece kit from the artisan village, she successfully took Temari down. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 115, Chapter. Temari had always been confident. She probably never imagined she would lose. For a moment, she couldn't accept the result. But if one looked at her fighting style, it was clear her wind-based jutsu with the fan excelled at long-range combat. Once it came to close quarters, she was at a disadvantage. Coupled with Tenten's impressive taijutsu, defeating Temari wasn't difficult at all. Natsuki, however, cast a thoughtful glance at Shikamaru. Originally, it was supposed to be Shikamaru who fought Temari in the finals. That battle would have been the start of their bond, one that eventually led to a relationship born through cooperation and mutual understanding. But now, Temari had lost to Tenten. Shikamaru's future wife might be gone. Still, Natsuki didn't intend to interfere. If Shikamaru and Temari were truly meant to be, fate would eventually pull them together again. Then came the 10th match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Natsuki. Naruto stared at the board in disbelief. He was stunned. How could he be this unlucky? Of all people, he had to face the strongest. How could he possibly win? After all, Natsuki had defeated Orochimaru by himself, while Naruto had only exchanged one blow with the men before passing out. The difference in strength was clear. There didn't even seem to be a point in fighting. Shikamaru spoke up bluntly. Naruto, just give up. The outcome's already decided. The others looked at Naruto with the same eyes. They didn't say anything, but Naruto knew what they meant. And strangely, that just made him more defiant. I know Natsuki's strong. But how can I say I'll lose if I haven't even tried? Databeo. He was always like this, blindly confident, believing courage alone could overcome anything. And to be fair, that tactic only worked at the very end of the story. That's how he beat Neji. That's how he beat Nagato. That's how he even moved Obito. But why didn't it work on Kaguya? Because Kaguya didn't care about talking, she just obliterated anyone in her way. And in this moment, Natsuki wasn't in the mood to talk either. In a flash of Raitun Shunshin, lightning style, flicker, he appeared in the center of the field. He didn't speak. He didn't blink. He just stared at Naruto until Naruto felt a chill. But the words had already been said, Naruto had no choice but to step onto the battlefield. Natsuki. I'm going to give it everything I've got. I won't lose. Databeo. Trying to fire off a good old talk no jutsu, or maybe just psych himself up. But Natsuki just stared at him silently, saying nothing. Naruto felt the awkwardness rise. Thankfully, Gekko called for the match to begin. Naruto immediately used Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multi-shadow clone jutsu, summoning dozens of clones to swarm Natsuki. But chakra threads were already glowing at Natsuki's fingertips. In a flash of Raitun Shunshin, Natsuki zipped through the shadow clones, weaving his threads with precision, wrapping each one before looping behind Naruto's back. All the Narutos turned around, confused, just in time to see Natsuki yank his hands back. The chakra threads instantly tightened. All the shadow clones collided into each other and exploded in a chain reaction. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was clear. Naruto blinked, confused. His clones were all gone. Before he could react further, he realized he couldn't move. His body was wrapped tightly in chakra threads. Natsuki didn't explain a thing. He simply stepped forward, threw a punch, and knocked Naruto to the ground. And before Hayate could say anything, he sat on Naruto's back, kunai aimed directly at his head. Finally, Gekko cleared his throat. Enough. Winner, Natsuki. Huh. Naruto was dumbfounded. He knew Natsuki was strong, but this strong. He didn't even see how he lost. 1 second, clones, next second, gone. What just happened? At last, Natsuki explained. See these chakra threads on my fingers? You're always reckless and don't pay attention. While I was moving through your clones, I looped the threads around them. When I pulled them tight, it was like setting off a trap, they all crashed together and poofed. Oh. Natsuki, that's amazing. Naruto couldn't help but admire him, but then he remembered how fast he lost and looked a bit down again. Natsuki just smiled and unraveled the chakra threads. That was the way to handle it, don't talk too much during the fight. Just subdue the opponent, step on them, and aim a kunai at their head. The referee has to declare victory. Then talk afterward, that's the proper way. As Natsuki and Naruto returned to the viewing platform, Shikamaru leaned against the wall. Told you. The outcome was obvious. Should have just surrendered and saved yourself the trouble. Naruto couldn't come up with a comeback, because anything a loser said would sound hollow. Thankfully, Natsuki threw him a lifeline. Don't say it like that, Shikamaru. Winning and losing is one thing, having the courage to step into the ring is another. At the very least, Naruto had the guts to fight me. That's worth something. Naruto immediately perked up. Exactly. I've got plenty of courage. Databeo. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. He knew Natsuki was giving Naruto a way to save face. And only a blockhead like Naruto wouldn't realize it. Next came the 11th match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Here it was, another fated battle. But could Lee actually win? Right now, Lee had re-equipped his ankle weights. Maybe it was because he had protected his teammates in the Forest of Death and earned praise from Guy, but he was brimming with confidence. Facing Gaara, Lee raised his bandaged fists, his eyes filled with unshakable resolve. But fate, it seemed, was playing a cruel joke. Lee's attacks couldn't break Gaara's defenses. Even when he dropped his weights and boosted his speed, he still couldn't beat him. Then came the shocker, Lee opened the 5th gate of the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates released formation. The sheer power stunned everyone watching. He cracked through Gaara's sand armor and came close to seriously injuring him. But opening the 5th gate came at a steep price. Lee, after his blazing assault, was left battered and broken. In the end, a furious Gaara tried to kill him with his sand. Fortunately, Guy intervened just in time, stopping the sand from crushing Lee's body. Though Lee's life was saved, the match was lost. Still, despite the pain and unconsciousness, Lee stood back up. Everyone watching was stunned. His will to fight, even in that state, was awe-inspiring. But soon, the bad news followed. Lee's injuries were severe. With Konoha's current medical capabilities, he might never be able to be a ninja again. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 116, Chapter. Natsuki, how could this happen? Lee, he. Tenten's eyes welled up with tears, her face full of disbelief. Natsuki said nothing. He simply reached out and pulled Tenten into his arms. Neji took a long moment to process the news. Then he clenched his fists and spoke solemnly. Lee gave everything he had to prove his ninja way. He was literally fighting with his life to make his dream come true. Yeah, because it was a dream that required giving everything. Lee's indomitable spirit was truly shocking. But now, his condition only made it all the more heartbreaking. As if destiny had never allowed resistance in the first place. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all felt sorrow in their hearts too. Not long ago, they'd been fighting side by side in the Forest of Death. And now, Lee was like this. Without him, the future would feel more lonely. Watching Tenten cry so bitterly, Natsuki quickly used a chakra thread to connect their foreheads and tapped a secret message in Morse code. Don't panic. Did you forget what I gave you? Tenten blinked in confusion, then her eyes lit up with surprise. You mean, the senzu bean? Natsuki nodded slightly. Keep it quiet. Keep hugging me and pretend you're crying. Don't let anyone notice. The senzu bean can restore someone instantly, and since Lee's injuries weren't to his soul, he would fully recover the moment he took it. But, it wasn't time yet. Don't be in a rush to give it to Lee, Natsuki said softly. This guy pushed himself too recklessly. Chasing your dreams with everything you've got is admirable, sure. But if he goes around damaging himself like this, he'll be crippled or even dead before he even gets close to those dreams. This has to be a lesson for him. Let him suffer for a while, let him learn how to take care of himself. He'll value his body more once he recovers. Don't you think? Tenten nodded. You're right. He really scared all of us this time. Natsuki continued. We absolutely have to keep the Sensabine a secret. Otherwise, some bad people might target you or my dad, and if I get forced to hand them over, that'd be a disaster. We'll wait and I'll sneak it to Lee myself when the time comes. Meanwhile, act like you're still worried. Don't let anyone catch on. Tenten, of course, obeyed. Now that she knew Lee could be saved, her sorrow faded. She also realized just how valuable the Sensabine was, and she understood how important it was to protect their families. So, acting. She could totally do that. Natsuki finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd managed to comfort his girlfriend. He hadn't stopped Lee earlier, nor interfered, because he had the Sensabine as a safety net. Besides, with Lee's personality, he wouldn't have listened anyway. Even if Natsuki tried to stop him, he would have just gone all out regardless. That's why Natsuki didn't waste his breath or get involved. Now that Lee had gone through it, he'd remember the pain and hopefully learn to treasure himself more in the future. As for Guy, let him mourn for a while too. After all, Lee's recklessness had a lot to do with him. Let him cry it out. Back to the tournament. Only Yamanaka Ino was left without an opponent, so she advanced by default. She was thrilled. Sometimes, luck is a skill too. After all, why wasn't it someone else who got the free pass? With that, the second exam had finally concluded. The 12 who made it through were Yamashiro Rinya, Uchiha Sasuke, Abirame Shino, Narashikamaru, Dosu, Kankuro, Kaito Megumi, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Natsuki, Gaara, and Yamanaka Ino. 12 in total, just right to form 6 matchups. From there, the top 3 would be determined, and then they compete for first place. In reality, the final ranking didn't matter much. What mattered was how well one performed in the finals. That would earn recognition from high-level figures. Even those who lost might still be promoted to Chunin based on their performance. Before everyone left, the finalists had to draw lots for the match order. The results were: Group 1, Abirame Shino vs Kankuro. Group 2, Kaito Megumi vs Yamanaka Ino. Group 3, Yamashiro Rinya vs Narashikamaru. Group 4, Tenten vs Dosu Kaji. Group 5, Hyuga Neji vs Uchiha Sasuke. Group 6, Natsuki vs Gaara. Natsuki was a little surprised. He hadn't expected to face Gaara last. That meant every other group would get a proper chance to shine before the final showdown. Gaara was a key piece in the Konoha Crush plan. If he lost control, the plan would trigger. Thankfully, their fight was scheduled last. If the battle caused Gaara to snap, at least the others would have already had their turn. Otherwise, they'd be crying over the missed opportunity. He felt killing intent. Natsuki turned his head. Gaara was staring at him. That sleep-deprived redhead. Even after witnessing Natsuki fight Orochimaru, he still thought he could kill him. Maybe he just thought Orochimaru was weak. Either way, it was fine. He'd just beat him so hard he'd start questioning his life choices. With the draw over, everyone was dismissed. The finals were set for 1 month later, mainly because the Kazekage and 2 feudal lords were visiting Konoha. It would take time to prepare the venue and the fanfare. Just 1 month, everyone could wait. It was also the perfect window to keep training and grow even stronger. Natsuki and Tenten held hands as they joined their friends on a trip to Konoha Hospital to check on Lee. Seeing him unconscious on the bed, no one said a word. Originally, Choji had suggested a celebration at Natsuki's house after the exams. But now, no one was in the mood. Guy was by Lee's side, eyes red from crying. Who knew how devastated he must have been? After all, Lee resembled him the most. He was the student Guy had poured the most effort into, like a son. Now that Lee had ended up like this, how could he not be heartbroken? Tenten couldn't help but feel sorry. She gently squeezed Natsuki's palm. But Natsuki shook his head. Now wasn't the time to be soft. Lee needed to learn this lesson. Just wait a few more days. Guy had also heard the tournament results. He forced a smile and said, Tenten, Neji, you two did great. Use this next month well. Train hard and shine in the finals. Lee is in good hands with the doctors. You don't need to worry about him. Focus on your training and win. Yes, Guy-sensei. Tenten and Neji replied firmly, then quietly left the hospital. Natsuki and Tenten stopped by the ninja tools shop on the way. After a meal with the shop owner, they returned to Natsuki's house. The old man turned red with rage, but he couldn't stop them. Natsuki, are you sure the senzu bean will work? Tenten still looked worried. Relax. It'll be fine. You don't trust me? Natsuki smiled and patted her twin buns. Of course I do. But I'm just worried, you know. Lee's biggest dream is to prove himself. He gave everything, and this is what happened. He must be feeling so crushed right now. Natsuki didn't reply. He just listened quietly. The truth was, if not for Natsuki, Tenten might have started to doubt whether hard work even mattered. She might have believed that ordinary people could never defeat geniuses. She might have even grown to resent Tsunade. It would have taken her a long time to heal from that. In this world, being normal was truly hard. If Natsuki hadn't had his cheat, he probably would have ended up like many others, forgotten and defeated. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 117, Chapter. The next day, Natsuki and Tenten finally got to sleep in. So much had happened recently that both of them were mentally exhausted, but things had finally calmed down a little. Still, they got up before noon. After a sweet and cozy lunch together, they went their separate ways. Tenten went to visit Lee at the hospital, while Natsuki planned to find a peaceful spot to relax and clear his mind. He wanted to empty his thoughts and unwind so that he could later dive fully into researching the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. But before he could find the perfect place, Kakashi came looking for him. Yo. Kakashi-senpai, taking it easy today. Natsuki greeted. Not even close, Kakashi replied, his dead fish eyes looking extra tired. Just finished with the exams, and now we're rushing to prepare for the daimyo's visit. I've barely touched the ground. Then what brings you here? I'm here to ask about Orochimaru. Kakashi got straight to the point. Back then, I rushed to pursue Orochimaru with Anko and didn't get the chance to properly ask about what happened. I heard from Pakin that you were pretty certain he would appear, and once inside the Forest of Death, you seemed worried he'd make a move on everyone. Natsuki was silent for a while. In the end, he chose not to hide it. Orochimaru, he seems to have some kind of connection to Itachi. He came to Konoha for Sasuke. Itachi. And Orochimaru's target is Sasuke. Kakashi's expression turned grave. Explain. Natsuki grew serious as well. I had a gut feeling, or maybe just a strong hunch, that Orochimaru would appear in the Forest of Death. He disguised himself as a female Kyusagaku ninja just to get in, right? Even before I exposed him, I had been watching him closely. His gaze kept drifting towards Sasuke. I suspected he was targeting him, but I had no proof, so I didn't say anything afterward. And sure enough, he went after Team 7. Sasuke said later that Orochimaru mentioned Itachi and said he was disappointed in Sasuke, as if he were testing him or something. Tenten also told me that when Guy's team arrived to help, Orochimaru had extended his neck and was about to bite Sasuke. It probably had something to do with that test. Kakashi now understood clearly, Orochimaru really had come for Sasuke. Even though he still didn't know how Itachi was involved, it was undeniable that Sasuke was in danger. Orochimaru could be hiding somewhere, ready to strike again at any moment. Kakashi immediately said his goodbyes, I'm off. Kakashi-senpai. Natsuki suddenly called out, protect Sasuke. Kakashi waved without looking back and didn't give any promises. Maybe he wasn't confident, after all, Orochimaru was incredibly strong and slippery. Natsuki just sighed. He wasn't the type to meddle too much. It was just a moment of sympathy, Sasuke really had terrible luck. But he hadn't intervened beyond that. He had decided long ago to respect the fate of the so-called savior. If Sasuke weren't a friend, he wouldn't have even spoken up. He just hoped Sasuke would be okay. Natsuki eventually found a grassy field and lay down to soak up some sun. When it got too hot, he moved to the shade of a tree and continued lying there. It was peaceful. His mind, which had been restless for so long, finally found some quiet. If only Tenten were here, soft and fragrant to hold while napping, it would be perfect. But instead of Tenten, he got Shikamaru. You've got a good eye for spots, Natsuki, Shikamaru said, lying not far away. You too, Natsuki replied, not even glancing at him. I always do this, find a good spot to lie down, stare at the clouds, and envy how free they are. But for you to be out here like this, you must be exhausted to need such rest. It was rare for Shikamaru to ramble on like this. Maybe he was just sharing his dream. Natsuki didn't reply. He simply squinted up at the drifting clouds. Deep down, he was a little envious of Shikamaru. Being born into a major clan really was great, no worries, no hardships. If he wanted to lie down all day, he could. He could be a lazy bum his whole life. If one could live in peace forever, who would willingly choose a life of hardship? If the world weren't so dangerous, Natsuki wouldn't be pushing himself this hard to grow stronger. Sure, being an ordinary villager didn't sound bad. But in a twisted, chaotic world, if you couldn't control your own fate, then once disaster hit, all that awaited you was helplessness and despair. Like during the Nine Tails attack, so many villagers were crushed to death by debris from a single swing of its tail, dying without meaning or value. Natsuki didn't want that kind of ending. That's why he had to grow stronger. Konoha's destruction was coming, and after that, the terrifying Akatsuki would spread chaos everywhere. The age of peace was ending, the era of war was about to begin. So today's rare bit of laziness might be the last of its kind for a while. He lay there for a long time. When the sun started dipping westward, he figured it was time to buy groceries. He got up, stretched hard, and felt incredibly refreshed. Seeing Shikamaru still lying down, he said, "Shikamaru, your dream of being a lazy bum might sound nice, but the world isn't that stable. I have a feeling things are going to get chaotic. Only those with true strength can protect what they care about. So don't slack off too much, train when you can." With that, he turned and left. Shikamaru sat up and squinted as he watched Natsuki walk away. He couldn't explain why, but Natsuki's words felt serious, not like a joke. TCH, such a drag. What's wrong with peace? Why does everything have to fall into chaos? Even as he grumbled, Shikamaru stood up and started heading home. He figured maybe it was time he started training again too. If his coordination with Ino fell apart, she'd definitely beat him up. Besides, from the look of it, Tsunade's attitude during the exams wasn't exactly friendly. That left him a little uneasy. After Natsuki finished shopping, he went straight to the ninja tool shop to cook. Just as he finished making dinner, Tenten returned. The three of them happily ate together like a family. But just after they finished eating, Natsuki suddenly said, "Tenten, for the 1 month before the final round, I'm going to focus completely on mastering the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. I'll probably only show up for dinner. I won't have time for anything else." Tenten understood Natsuki's urgency, she was feeling it too. So she wasn't surprised. She even offered, "Then maybe you shouldn't bother coming for dinner either. I'll bring food to you in the evening." No need for that. Natsuki smiled and refused. "Even if I'm focusing on training, always thinking about it gets tiring. I need to shift my focus sometimes to let my brain rest. Plus, I really enjoy having meals together as a family, it makes me happy." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 118, Chapter. Hearing Natsuki say that, Tenten didn't object. She also loved having meals together as a family. Chatting with her dad and her future husband over dinner made everything feel light and joyful, as if all the day's fatigue just melted away. Besides, she was secretly worried about Natsuki overusing his brain. Rumor had it that kind of stress could lead to white hair. So, it was best to follow Natsuki's plan. The shop owner said, "From now on, I'll take care of grocery shopping and cooking. You two just focus on what you need to do." "Thanks, Oyaji," Natsuki replied without being polite. They were all familiar enough now that courtesy was unnecessary. Still, Natsuki glanced at his father-in-law. He figured it might be a good idea to send him on a trip before the final exams began, preferably to the capital of the Land of Fire, which was safer. Once the Konoha destruction plan began, it could affect more than just the village, and Natsuki didn't want Tenten to become an orphan. After dinner, Natsuki pulled Tenten into their room. He held her close and gave her a sweet kiss. When the time came, he reluctantly left the ninja tools shop and returned home. Back at his house, he shut all the windows and doors, then headed straight into the gravity training chamber. He first took a brisk walk for half an hour, then activated 15 times gravity and began his nightly training. Yes, 15x gravity. He had grown used to 10x, but the human body in this world didn't gain physical strength as quickly as he'd hoped. Even training under such heavy conditions wasn't producing massive results. So Natsuki kept increasing the gravity level. He was confident that with a full month, he could push his body to a new level and elevate his chakra as well. Of course, that was just his daily regimen. The main focus for the month was mastering the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. There were less than 10 days until the first of the next month. He needed to fully internalize the Flying Thunder God formula. Once the special lab was activated on the first, he could finally begin bold experiments with the Jutsu. If it didn't work out, he could always try again next month. By then, Tsunade might have returned. Pushing away such stray thoughts, Natsuki focused on completing his daily training routine. Afterward, he moved on to creating and refining the Flying Thunder God formula, practicing to the point that he could inscribe it instantly. Only then would he be able to leave a chakra imprint on a target in the blink of an eye, essential for executing the jutsu properly in combat. When midnight approached, he immediately stopped all research and training, and obediently went to bed. The next morning, he returned to the gravity chamber for his morning workout. But he was no longer doing basic chores like delivering milk or digging holes. Now he was lifting massive boulders while doing handstands, climbing cliffs with weighted gear, swimming under heavy resistance, and engaging in underwater combat. The exercises were intense and varied, but he could handle them all with ease. After morning training came breakfast, ensuring his energy and nutrition needs were met. Then it was back to the chamber for the day's main task, researching the Flying Thunder God. He even skimmed over lunch. When evening arrived, he'd take a proper bath, rest a bit, and then head to Tenten's house for dinner. This routine continued for several days, quickly becoming a stable pattern. Thankfully, no visitors came during this time, and no one disturbed him, allowing him to stay focused. But one evening after dinner, Tenten shared some news. Sasuke ran into Orochimaru. It happened in the evening, on his way home after training. Orochimaru suddenly appeared and bit into his shoulder. Before leaving, he said it was a test for Sasuke. According to Kakashi-senpai, Orochimaru left a cursed seal on Sasuke that messes with his chakra and causes terrible pain when activated. As expected, Orochimaru wasn't going to give up that easily. He failed to succeed in the Forest of Death, but clearly still had his eyes on Sasuke's body. That so-called test was probably only the beginning. And to make things worse, Konoha's defenses were full of holes. Multiple sweeps and inspections had failed to catch Orochimaru, and yet he could still strut around the village as he pleased. He clearly didn't see the Konoha shinobi as a threat. This was the result of the Uchiha clan's destruction. If the Uchiha were still around and responsible for security, the village wouldn't be in this sorry state, its defense wouldn't be so lax and riddled with flaws. But now, it was too late. The Uchiha massacre was a complex matter, with blame on all sides. It didn't matter who was right or wrong anymore, what mattered was that the village's security had collapsed. And what was Kakashi even doing? He'd known for a while that Orochimaru was after Sasuke, and yet he still failed to protect him. Sigh. Another round of suffering begins for Sasuke. How is Sasuke doing now? Natsuki asked. Kakashi-sensei sealed the cursed mark, but if Sasuke becomes emotionally unstable, the seal could break and cause him serious harm, Tenten replied with worry in her voice. They weren't particularly close to Sasuke, but he had come over to play cards and share meals before. And during the Forest of Death trial, they'd fought side by side. At this point, calling him a friend wasn't a stretch. Of course she was worried. Natsuki could only comfort her, at least Sasuke's still alive, that's already a good thing. He's a genius of the Uchiha. A cursed seal like this shouldn't be able to stop him. Tenten understood he was trying to console her. Right now, that was the only thing they could hold on to. Days passed. Then, at last, the first of the month arrived. Natsuki prepared thoroughly during the day, and once it hit 7 p.m., he immediately flashed into the special lab to begin intense Flying Thunder God training. First, leave the formula on a kunai, then throw it away. Let's start with 2 meters. Now, sense the formula's position, connect to it with my consciousness. Yes, good, I can feel it at close range. Now let's try the teleport. Whoosh. Thud. Natsuki slammed into the ground, his body aching. It felt like he had passed through some unique dimension at high speed, he couldn't see anything around him and had no time to sense the spatial forces. He even got slightly injured by them. When he came to, he had landed near the kunai bearing the formula. In other words, he had performed the Hiraishin no jutsu, but couldn't fully control it, it was dangerous. Also, his reactions weren't fast enough. He couldn't respond even after arriving. That would be fatal in a real fight. Again. This time let's try 5 meters. Whoosh. Thud. Ah. Damn, that hurt. It's like trying to squeeze through a door crack. The space scraped my skin, it's way too dangerous. TCH, again. I won't give up until I master it. Whoosh. Thud. Whoosh. Thud. Whoosh. Haha. I landed on my feet this time. Making progress. Let's keep going. Natsuki was completely immersed in the training. The more he practiced, the smoother he became. There were occasional slip-ups, but his teleportation distance was gradually increasing. The improvement was obvious. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 119, Chapter. Natsuki took a deep breath, carved the Hiraishin no jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula onto a kunai, and threw it over 100 meters away. Then, holding a shuriken laced with his chakra, he connected it to the formula, and in the next second, the shuriken instantly appeared beside the kunai with the mark. The Hiraishin no jutsu allowed either the user or objects in contact with the user's chakra to teleport instantly. That meant, the training was working. At the same time, the duration of the special lab session came to an end. Phew. That was exhausting, but I finally grasped the basics. Natsuki couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. He still wasn't confident enough to teleport himself, too risky, and the range was still short. But when it came to teleporting small objects, he was already fairly proficient, and the distance had reached over 100 meters. Just as he was about to test again, he heard his father-in-law cough from outside and had to rein himself in. During dinner, the topic naturally shifted to Jiraiya again, mainly because Tenten was curious about him, and especially about how Naruto came to know the man. Maybe Naruto is training under Jiraiya, Natsuki offered casually. Naruto knows the Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy technique, and Jiraiya's a well-known perv. They probably hit it off right away. Plus, Naruto knows how powerful the Sannin are. Once he found out Jiraiya's identity, clinging to him for training would be the natural move. Tenten nodded absent-mindedly, but soon pouted with dissatisfaction. Why did Naruto get to train with one of the legendary Sannin? Just because he knew some stupid transformation jutsu? That was so unfair. Still, mastering the Hiraishin even to this point in such a short time was no small feat. Clearly, Natsuki's talent was something to be proud of. Morning had already broken. Natsuki gritted his teeth and completed his morning workout. After a quick wash and a light breakfast, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Staying up all night wasn't sustainable, he couldn't keep pushing hard during the day too. And since his work on the Hiraishin had finally yielded results, he decided it was okay to relax for once. Otherwise, he'd burn out. Maybe the technique was just too mentally taxing. He ended up sleeping until the afternoon. When he woke, he went straight to the ninja tools shop to chat with his father-in-law. Natsuki was curious too. After all, Naruto had already lost in the preliminaries and didn't need to train for the finals. Based on his personality, Naruto didn't seem like the kind to throw himself into harsh training right now. So why was he suddenly sticking to Jiraiya? Was he actually training? Or did he and Jiraiya really just get along due to their shared pervy tendencies? Hard to say, but Natsuki was interested in meeting Jiraiya. Yo, Natsuki. What's got you coming here this early today? The shop owner asked, a bit concerned. Oh, just made some progress in my training, Natsuki replied. Figured I'd take a well-deserved break and come hang out with Oyaji. He casually pulled a deck of ninja slayers from beneath the counter, and the two began a fierce 1v1 match. The game got so intense they nearly forgot to start preparing dinner. While they were setting the table, Tenten stormed in, fuming with rage. Natsuki quickly rushed over. Oi. Who made my wife mad? Tell me, I'll beat the crap out of them. You're here already, huh? Tenten's anger calmed a bit at the sight of him, but she still plopped down with a huff. It was that infamous pervy Sannin, Jiraiya. I was passing by the bathhouse on my way home and saw some white-haired creep lying on the roof peeping in. I immediately threw a shuriken at him, but he dodged it. Then guess what? Naruto was nearby. And he recognized that pervert, called him Erosenin. Yeah, I remember you said Jiraiya was a huge perv, she continued. But I was furious and shouted for nearby shinobi. And turns out, he really was Jiraiya. One of the 3 legendary Sannin, the Hokage's personal disciple. And he was peeping on the women's bath, acting all smug and saying it was research. I'm so mad I could explode. Natsuki could imagine the scene. Anyone seeing something like that would have been pissed, especially when every family had women of their own. How could they tolerate something like that? If Natsuki had been there, he definitely would have thrown hands with Jiraiya. After all, Tenten used the bathhouse too. What if that old perv peeped at her one day? So Natsuki joined in on her outrage. Unforgivable. I'm gonna find that bastard and beat him up. If I can fight Orochimaru, I can definitely take Jiraiya too. Tenten quickly grabbed his arm. No, no, no. Natsuki, calm down. I'm not that mad anymore. Besides, I'm not going to the bathhouse again anyway. So relax, okay? Jiraiya may be a pervert, but he's still the Hokage's disciple. If you pick a fight with him, we'll be the ones in trouble. And we're just supposed to let him get away with it. How many girls has he spied on like that? Not only does he peep, but he writes it all into his books. It's disgusting. Natsuki's furious expression actually made Tenten calm down a bit more. She was probably just worried that Natsuki might actually clash with Jiraiya. But thanks to that, her anger really did fade. As she said, if worst comes to worst, she'd just stop using the bathhouse. Jiraiya was the Hokage's student. As ordinary villagers, sometimes it was best to just turn a blind eye, or risk suffering for it. Quick to shift the subject, she asked, anyway, Natsuki, how come you're here so early today? Natsuki smirked mysteriously. You forgot today's the 2nd. Tenten's eyes lit up. So you tested the Hiraishin last night. How did it go? Natsuki explained patiently, it's dangerous. Writing the formula is easy enough, but once you connect to it from afar, it feels like you're slipping through the cracks of space. One wrong move and you could get hurt. But when it works, you really do teleport instantly. I'm only comfortable teleporting small objects right now, doing it myself is still too risky. As he spoke, he pulled out a kunai, etched the Flying Thunder God formula onto it, and threw it toward a wall a few meters away. Then, he held a shuriken in his chakra-infused palm, focused, and, swoosh, it vanished, instantly appearing beside the kunai. Tenten's eyes sparkled. You've really grasped the foundation already. Natsuki smiled. Yeah, I think I'm getting close to mastering it. I'll start by teaching you how to inscribe the formula. In the beginning, you can try teleporting small things, it won't be dangerous. Once I've fully mastered it, I'll teach you everything else. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Tenten beamed, her eyes turning crescent-shaped as she hugged Natsuki tightly and gave him a soft kiss. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 120, Chapter. Natsuki didn't have any grand objectives. Aside from wanting to meet the legendary Jiraiya in person, he also wanted to ask him about Sennin mode, Sage mode. Over the years, although he couldn't claim to have read every book in existence, he had scoured the Konoha library and spent money collecting many ancient texts from outside sources. He'd learned quite a bit about natural energy and the dangers of petrification in the body. But as for how to actually absorb natural energy, nothing. It was one thing to think about it, doing it was another. Much harder than he expected. So Natsuki planned to take the time to ask Jiraiya about it. How does one absorb natural energy, what does it feel like once absorbed, and how does one control it? He had a mountain of questions, but Jiraiya might not be able to answer them. After all, Jiraiya's own Sennin mode was pretty poorly mastered. He needed the help of Fukasaku and Shima, the two great Toad sages, and it still took him ages to enter Sennin mode. Someone like that clearly wasn't capable of teaching others. Besides, now wasn't a convenient time to approach Jiraiya. I'll wait until Hiruzen dies, Natsuki thought. By then, Tsunade will be back. If I can't get anything from Jiraiya, I'll use Tsunade to connect with Katsuyu. Katsuyu's from one of the three great holy lands too, Slug Sage mode must exist. Maybe even Hashirama's Sennin mode came from Shikatsu Forest. I have to ask. Natsuki wouldn't give up on Sennin mode. It was the kind of power-up that drastically boosts both attack and defense. Like equipping a full set of crit damage artifacts, who wouldn't want that? After dinner, Natsuki once again pulled Tenten into their room for a hug and a kiss. Of course, it wasn't just sweet talk. He also used the moment to pass along more tips and precautions about Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, training. They also chatted about daily life. For instance, they'd been ignoring Lee for several days now. Maybe he'd started reflecting. So, time to deliver the senzu bean. They discussed their strategy and decided to visit the hospital tomorrow. They'd work together, stay unnoticed, and cause as little commotion as possible. By midday the next day, they were already outside the hospital, perfectly on time. It just so happened that Guy-sensei was visiting to bring Lee lunch, something Tenten had already scouted out, and was the target for today's operation. Guy-sensei. You're bringing Lee food. Let me see what you've got there. Natsuki called out cheerfully. Oh. You two came too. Guy beamed. I brought lots of meat for Lee. He needs protein to recover fast. Look, these big slabs of beef will fill him right up. Guy opened the lunchbox and gave them his signature shiny white-toothed thumbs up. Natsuki quickly took the lunchbox, saying, let me take a look. Wow. That's some seriously huge chunks of meat. Guy-sensei, you really went all out. Guy folded his arms and replied with pride, if it helps Lee recover, no expense is too great. But then he remembered Lee's condition, and his face fell with worry. Tenten used the moment to shift the topic. Guy-sensei, I've been improving lately, managed to open the first gate, Kaimon. But I can't seem to open the second one yet. Can you help me figure out why? Guy took student training very seriously. As expected, he focused on her immediately and began analyzing her condition in earnest. Natsuki quickly glanced around, no one in sight. With a swift flick of his hand, he slipped a senzu bean into one of the beef slices. Hidden between layers of meat, it was nearly impossible to notice. All he had to do was eat it. With the prep complete, Natsuki casually joined the conversation while Guy finished his explanation. Tenten nodded obediently at his every word. Yes, that sounds about right. Try it out again later and come talk to me if you still have trouble. Tenten, you've got great potential, I'm very hopeful for you. Guy said with a proud smile, patting her shoulder. Thank you for the guidance, Guy-sensei. Oh, right, we should go see Lee. I bet he's starving enough to eat a whole cow. Tenten added quickly. Ha ha ha. That's true. Let's go. Guy picked up the lunchbox and led Natsuki and Tenten into the hospital. After checking in, they headed straight to Lee's room. To their surprise, Lee wasn't in bed, he was outside the window doing single-limb push-ups. He was seriously insane. Wasn't he afraid of making his condition worse? Guy didn't even speak, he marched over and hauled Lee back into the room. Lee. Youthful training is important, but what you need most right now is food. Tenten says you're hungry enough to eat a whole cow, good thing I brought beef. Lots of it. Eat every last bite. Meat helps you heal faster. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Lee replied without hesitation, eagerly grabbing the lunchbox and starting to devour it. He didn't forget to greet them either. Natsuki, Tenten, you came too. I'm actually doing fine, no need to visit me so much. You should focus on the finals, your training is more important. Natsuki and Tenten both nodded. How's your recovery going? You've got to listen to the doctor, no overdoing it. Lee nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I know. But, His words trailed off. Something felt off. The pain that used to rack his limbs was suddenly gone. Not even a trace. And those lingering injuries from his extreme training vanished. Replaced by an overwhelming sense of ease and strength. Tenten stiffened, instinctively glancing at Natsuki. She believed in the power of the senzu bean, but this was her first time seeing it in action. She couldn't be sure, was Lee actually healed, or really healed? Suddenly, Lee tore the bandages off his arm, startling Guy. Lee. What are you doing? Don't give up on yourself. Guy was practically in tears, assuming his student had gone off the deep end. No. Guy-sensei, that's not it. Lee shouted excitedly. The pain is gone. I wanted to check. Look, my arm's healed. And my leg too. He ripped the bandages off his leg, sure enough, not a wound in sight. Guy was dumbfounded. Natsuki and Tenten feigned shock and quickly joined him in celebration. It was important to act, otherwise the truth would be exposed. Lee. You're really healed. Am I dreaming? Guy shouted, grabbing him and lifting him off the bed. Lee bounced up and down energetically, not a hint of injury left. Guy couldn't hold back his tears of joy. Wah. Lee. This is youth. This is true youth. Guy-sensei. Youth is the best. The two of them embraced, their tears flying as if they were standing on a beach at sunset with waves crashing behind them, a scene so touching, so dramatic. And so cringe. Tenten's mouth twitched wildly. Natsuki immediately reached out to stop her. Don't. Hold it in. Never ruin a touching scene with sarcasm. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 121, Chapter. After a series of examinations by the doctor, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He actually recovered just like that. How is this possible? The doctor couldn't figure it out at all. Could it be that the doctor's treatment worked? Maybe Lee was already on the mend, and today he just fully recovered. Tenten tried to create a smoke screen. That shouldn't be the case. I've been practicing medicine for many years, I know exactly what kinds of injuries can be treated, and to what extent. This outcome is impossible, the doctor shook his head decisively. He knew his own medical skills, if he were that good, he would have surpassed Tsunade long ago. Natsuki chimed in, maybe it was Guy-sensei's beef that worked. Perhaps beef helped Lee's body recover. Maybe Lee has a special constitution where eating beef allows him to recover, or maybe the beef Guy-sensei gave today was special beef, like from the fourth great sacred land sage beef or something. The more he talked, the more ridiculous it sounded. Tenten and the doctor both couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who would believe that nonsense? Really? Lee believed it. Guy-sensei. You're so good to me. You even went to the fourth great sacred land to get sage beef for me. I'll never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Tenten couldn't hold back her teasing anymore. What sage beef? Might as well say it's Guy-sensei's love that worked. Guy and Lee both froze, then their eyes welled up with tears again. Oh. So it was the love between master and student that moved the Sage of Six Paths. The sage bestowed his blessings upon Lee/me, allowing us to recover. I'm so touched. This is what youth is all about. The two embraced again. The background, well, let's not even go there. Everyone else present felt so awkward they wanted to curl their toes into the ground. They had no idea what to say. After a while, the two Kappa-like men finally stopped being so weird, though they were still full of passion. Especially after the doctor approved Lee's discharge, Lee was so excited he was practically over the moon. Guy-sensei. Please give me extra training. I want to make up for all the training I've missed these past few days. Oh. Lee, what a noble spirit. Then let me design a training regimen for you. But training is tough, you know, can you endure it? Guy-sensei, I will definitely endure until the end. Yash. Then let's begin. Chato-mat. Tenten stepped in front of the two kappa-like men, her eyes blazing with a fury that brooked no argument. Lee, before that, you have to listen to my complaints. You were way too reckless in this exam. Your dream is important, but isn't your body important too? If your body breaks down, what dreams will you have left? Do you know how worried we were? Do you know how sad and pained Guy-sensei was? You need to reflect, kid. Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. She really had been worried. Even though she knew the senzu bean could heal Lee, the worry hadn't lessened one bit. She knew full well how reckless Lee was, no matter how many times he was healed, he would still act recklessly. But there weren't so many miracles in the world, and even a senzu bean might not be able to heal every time. She was really afraid of losing this teammate. Lee opened his mouth, but instead of his usual fiery spirit, he just muttered softly, Tenten, Guy-sensei, Natsuki. I'm sorry for worrying you all this time. Natsuki took the opportunity to speak. Since you know we worry about you, you should reflect properly. We all know you're trying to prove how hardworking and dedicated you are, but you also need to take care of your body. Your body is the foundation of everything. If your body breaks down, all your dreams will shatter. Don't be reckless again. Miracles don't happen every time, and you don't want to face despair again, do you? I'm sorry. Lee lowered his gaze. Back when he thought he might not be able to be a ninja anymore, he truly felt despair. His dreams, his everything, felt like they had been torn to shreds by reality. He even doubted the meaning of his life. Fortunately, a miracle had happened, and he would treasure it from now on. Especially now, knowing how much his friends and comrades had worried about him, he definitely wouldn't act recklessly again. He promised. At this moment, Guy quietly reached out and pulled Lee into a hug, tears in his eyes, this time, not the wide-stream tears from before, but gentle ones. He choked up softly, Lee, really, it's so good that you recovered. Guy-sensei. Lee also understood Guy's pain and joy at this moment, and the tears couldn't be stopped anymore. Thank you. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Thank you, Tenten. Thank you, Natsuki. Thank you, Neji. Thank you, everyone. I promise you all, I won't be reckless again, I won't make you worry anymore. Neji had just arrived at the door and heard Lee sobbing. For a moment, he too couldn't help but feel his eyes grow moist. Lee's recovery, of course, called for a celebration. But everyone was pretty busy, with many still preparing for the finals, and Lee didn't want to bother anyone. So in the end, it was just the five of them, Team Guy plus Natsuki, going to have a barbecue feast. Water. However, perhaps because Lee had just eaten the senzu bean, his stomach wasn't hungry, and he couldn't eat much. Guy thought it was because Lee had just recovered and shouldn't overeat, so he told everyone else to eat and just let Lee watch. Lee, Guy-sensei, I'm really grateful to you. After the barbecue, Tenten felt much more relaxed. She had been so worried about Lee, and now that he had recovered, and she'd also taken the opportunity to scold him, she felt she didn't need to worry about him being reckless anymore. All in all, a series of good things had happened. Natsuki, thank you. She kissed Natsuki, genuinely grateful. That's how you thank me? Natsuki was dissatisfied. Then what do you want? Oh, it's nothing much, it's just that I haven't had a proper bath in days because I've been so busy training, and if someone could help scrub my back, that'd be great. You're such a perv. Always thinking about this kind of stuff. I'm not talking to you anymore. The two of them bickered all the way home. At the ninja tools shop, they just greeted the owner and then left, heading straight home. Tenten did know how to care for someone. When Natsuki said he needed help scrubbing his back, though she said no with her mouth, she was very proactive in running the bath and preparing everything. Soon, the bathroom was filled with noise and laughter. The next day, Natsuki felt completely refreshed. He saw Tenten out the door, then re-entered the gravity training room, returning to his usual training routine. But while Natsuki wasn't paying attention, Konoha village was already stirring with dark currents beneath the surface. First, Gecko suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. Aoba Yamashiro, who had been secretly watching Kabuto Yakushi, found that Kabuto had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the sand village seemed to be acting a bit suspicious. The atmosphere in Konoha was turning strange and subtle, like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. And in the completely unnoticed root base, a guest had arrived. Orochimaru. Danzo squinted with one eye at Orochimaru, his gaze filled with something called ambition. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 122, Chapter. Time, like Hiruzen Sarutobi's life, was inching closer to its end. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind arrived at Konoha village one after the other. The Kazekage of the Sand village also came with his escort squad, and naturally, the final round of the Chunin exams was set to begin. After Natsuki and Tenten met up with everyone, they entered the tournament venue together. The venue was large, shaped like a funnel, with the battlefield in the center and spectator seating all around it, giving it a Roman Colosseum vibe. Natsuki, sharp-eyed, quickly located his soon-to-be father-in-law among the crowd. Well, actually, it was because he had left a Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, seal on him, so he could lock onto him quickly. Originally, Natsuki had wanted to convince his soon-to-be father-in-law to go on a business trip to the Land of Fire's capital during the finals. But the man had insisted that it was a rare opportunity to see his daughter and son-in-law shine before the whole village, and as a father, there was no way he wouldn't be there. With no choice, Natsuki left the Hiraishin no Jutsu seal as an insurance policy. In case of an emergency, he'd risk teleporting over to rescue him. Even if he got hurt, he could rely on a senzu bean. Staying inside the venue was actually safer. After all, the Konoha Crush plan started in the arena, but in reality, it was just Orochimaru and the Sandaime fighting on the rooftops. Kakashi, Guy, and other Jonin would fight against the Sand and Sound Ninja, but there was rarely much collateral damage to civilians. On the contrary, outside the venue, the three-headed snake invasion and the rampaging Sand and Sound Ninja made it much more dangerous. Natsuki steadied his mind and began observing the arena. At this moment, the venue had already become an ocean of people, noisy and bustling. The audience was full of anticipation for the finals. Everyone was chatting away, as if they wished the Hokage would give them all microphones. On the high platform, the two chubby-faced daimyo had already taken their seats. The two daimyo seemed to be bantering or even mocking each other, perhaps even making bets. To them, the so-called Chunin exam finals was just a game. Whether the match was dangerous or not wasn't their concern, because they themselves wouldn't be in danger. It really had that ironic feeling of nobles watching gladiators in the arena. On another high platform, the Sandaime Hokage and the fourth Kazekage had also taken their seats. Natsuki glanced at the Kazekage from a distance. At this moment, the Kazekage's face was covered, his appearance unclear, but if there were no surprises, it should indeed be Orochimaru. The Konoha Crush plan had been meticulously prepared. As long as it wasn't exposed early, it would definitely proceed according to the original plan. Orochimaru only needed to wait for the right moment to complete his master-killing feat. Time's up. Let's begin, Hiruzen gave the order, and the referee stepped onto the field. Since Hayate had died in the previous arc, the main referee role now fell to Genma. Shiranui Genma, with a long senbon in his mouth, briefly explained the rules and then announced the start of the first match. Konohagakure's Aburame Shino, Tsunade's Kankuro, enter the arena. Shino nodded to his friends, then quickly made his way to the center of the field. Kankuro hesitated, wondering if he should just forfeit. After all, they had a plan in motion later on. But since this was only the first match, it didn't feel right to give up so soon. Besides, since Temari hadn't made it to the finals, they didn't have to worry too much about battle strength. So, gritting his teeth, Kankuro stepped onto the field and faced Shino. Battle. As the referee announced the start, Shino immediately released a large number of insects, swarming toward Kankuro. Kankuro didn't bother hiding his body and directly deployed his puppet, Crow. However, Shino's bugs covered the field like a tide, quickly engulfing the puppet and obscuring Kankuro's line of sight. Feeling the insects gnawing on his chakra threads, Kankuro hurriedly recalled the puppet to defend himself, but Shino's bugs kept advancing, leaving him flustered. Truth be told, Kankuro wasn't weak, but defending against insects wasn't easy, especially in an open arena where there was nowhere to hide. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Idiot Kankuro. He's above you. Kankuro froze, it was Temari's voice. He looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. There really was a Shino hovering above him. But that wasn't right, there was still a Shino right in front of him. So which one was the clone? And when did the one above get there? Could it have been when the bugs were blocking his view? He didn't have time to think. Both Shino figures, under the cover of insects, closed in on him. Gritting his teeth, Kankuro controlled his puppet to intercept the one above while he himself faced the one on the ground. But he didn't expect the Shino above to suddenly raise a leg and sweep out with a Renkyaku, storm leg, slicing off the puppet's head in an instant. At the same time, a Doton, Doryo Dango, Earth Release, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling, smashed down from above. With enemies coming from both sides, Kankuro instantly realized he had no chance. Even though he could still control the puppet without its head, he could tell that Shino was a formidable opponent. Besides, he didn't want to waste energy at this critical juncture. So as soon as Shino caught him, Kankuro immediately shouted, "I give up. I surrender." Genma promptly called out, "That's it. Winner, Aburame Shino of Konohagakure." Shino froze for a moment, the expression under his sunglasses clearly showing displeasure. But since the referee had already declared the result, there was no need to continue. He retracted his insect clones and bugs, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked away coolly. Fortunately, the applause and cheers from the audience helped improve his mood. "Shino, you're amazing." Natsuki and Tenten both gave him a thumbs up. Thanks." Shino didn't hold back. After all, he had won with his own skills. Although the puppet master might have been holding back some strength, even if Kankuro had gone all out, Shino still had the ability to win. Next was the second match, Kato Megumi vs Yamanaka Ino. The Yamanaka clan was also a major clan in Konoha, so naturally, Ino drew a lot of attention, making her feel immense pressure. In contrast, Kato Megumi was calm and composed. When the match started, she immediately used the Kuchiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique, to summon Pakken and the other 8 ninja dogs. "Pakken! Go bite her." The 8 ninja dogs lunged at Ino, who screamed and ran away. Meanwhile, Megumi used Suetun, water release, to cut off Ino's escape, leaving her with no chance to fight back. Clearly, Megumi understood the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques well. After all, the Ino Shikacho formation only worked as a team. The Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique, was powerful, but it was useless alone. Moreover, Megumi had ninja dogs on her side. Even if Ino succeeded in using Shintenshin no Jutsu, her body would be attacked by the ninja dogs, resulting in an inevitable loss. After some scrambling, Ino naturally lost, and Megumi won. Fortunately, in the third match, Shikamaru avenged Ino. Rinya Sanzanyu no Jutsu, Scattered Thousand Crows technique, combined with his Katan, fire release, Jutsu, was indeed impressive. His Taijutsu wasn't bad either. But Shikamaru's Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, was hard to guard against. Plus, Shikamaru was clever in his tactics, and a straightforward guy like Rinya was easy prey. In the end, Shikamaru naturally claimed victory. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 123, Chapter. Shikamaru's performance was outstanding. His tactical use of the Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow possession technique, was a sight to behold. The daimyo and the higher-ups were full of praise. Moreover, as the heir of the Nara clan, Shikamaru's status was highly regarded. It could be said that all the buffs were stacked onto Shikamaru, making his promotion to Chunin almost a certainty. Shikamaru, that was awesome. As soon as Shikamaru returned, Ino gave him a big thumbs up. After all, she'd been bullied terribly by Megumi just now, so seeing Shikamaru defeat Megumi's boyfriend was a satisfying revenge for her. Shikamaru couldn't help but roll his eyes, finding the topic boring and tiresome. Alright, let's focus on the matches. The real highlights are coming up. Indeed, the next 4th, 5th, and 6th matches were all between skilled fighters, and the final match was a heavyweight bout that would definitely wow the crowd. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it. 4th match, Tenten from Konoha vs Dosu from Otogekure. Tenten gave Natsuki a reassuring look and nodded at her friends before confidently stepping into the arena. In the spectator stands, a section erupted in cheers, mainly from Tenten's shopkeeper father and the neighborhood folks. They were overjoyed to see Tenten about to shine on the grand stage. Tenten smiled and waved to the stands, sparking another round of cheers. Dosu also sauntered onto the field, but unlike in the original timeline, he didn't provoke Gaara this time. Clearly, some events had changed. He was looking forward to a match with Tenten after all. She had managed to hold off Orochimaru for a few moves before, which was no small feat. He considered it an honor to have a proper battle with her. As the referee announced the start, Dosu immediately charged at Tenten. His right arm was fitted with a gauntlet riddled with holes. Those who had seen his previous fight with Choji knew that this gauntlet could emit ultrasonic attacks and even vibrational blasts, very dangerous. Tenten knew all this from the intel, so she wasn't about to engage in close combat. Besides, she remembered what Natsuki had told her, the finals weren't just about winning, they were about putting on a show for the daimyo and the higher-ups. To get a high score and have a shot at Chunin promotion, she needed to win in a flashy, exciting way. Showmanship. She could do that. She pulled out 2 scrolls, formed hand seals, and unfurled them. The scrolls shot into the air like twin dragons. Tenten leaped into the air, surrounded by the swirling scrolls, and began summoning a barrage of weapons. Sashoryu. Twin rising dragons. Shoo. 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 In an instant, countless weapons rained down like a torrential storm upon Dosu, forcing him to cover his head and scramble in all directions to avoid them. This Sashoryu would be countered by someone like Temari, but against other opponents, it was formidable and dazzling to watch. The audience couldn't help but applaud. But Tenten wasn't done. She whipped out another scroll, tossing it into the air. More weapons poured down like a hailstorm from the unfurled scroll. Dosu had no choice but to dodge frantically. His sonic attacks required close range, and with so many weapons raining down, even if he tried to shield himself with sound waves, it would only work briefly, draining his chakra. However, he was so focused on dodging that he didn't notice Tenten had already created a shadow clone. The clone disguised itself as a weapon, mixed in with the falling barrage, and landed right next to Dosu. Suddenly, the clone reverted to human form and delivered a Tekken, Iron Fist, roundhouse kick directly to Dosu's gauntlet, shattering it instantly. Without his gauntlet, Dosu's sonic attacks were no longer a threat. The shadow clone immediately followed up with a flurry of Tekken strikes, while Tenten, still in the air, unleashed a Renkyaku, storm leg, slash. The sudden turn of events left Dosu in shock. He barely managed to protect his vital areas, but Tenten's Renkyaku hit him hard, inflicting serious injuries. That's enough. Winner, Tenten from Konoha. As the referee announced the result, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. Tenten's dazzling performance had thoroughly entertained the audience, and her seamless flow of attacks, culminating in victory, left everyone thoroughly impressed. The shopkeeper was especially proud, shouting, "That's my daughter. That's my daughter." People around him looked on enviously, wishing they had such an outstanding daughter themselves. Even the daimyo nodded in approval. After all, he didn't know much about ninja techniques, but flashy fights that looked cool were enough to earn a high score in his book. Tenten smiled, quickly sealing all the scattered weapons back into her scroll so as not to hinder the next match. As for Dosu, he was just a self-important guy who thought he was clever. He believed he was strong enough to disregard Orochimaru, but in the end, he wasn't much at all. Hee hee. I won. Tenten returned, hands on her hips, grinning proudly. That was amazing, Tenten. Lee gave her a big thumbs up. Good job. Neji also offered a rare compliment. Their friends congratulated her, making Tenten puff up with pride, a happy young girl through and through. After all, her dream was to become a legendary kunoichi like Tsunade. Being able to shine so brightly in the finals was her first step toward that goal. Of course she was thrilled. Still, she quickly made her way to Natsuki, smiling brightly, waiting for his praise. My girlfriend is incredible. Great job. Natsuki picked her up and even lifted her high into the air. This made Tenten pout a little. She wasn't a kid anymore, after all, but hearing Natsuki's praise, she let him do as he pleased. Naruto, Ino, and Sakura watched from the side, filled with envy. Naruto envied Tenten for being able to compete, win, and receive everyone's recognition and praise, something he had always wanted. Unfortunately, he lost completely to Natsuki during the selection exam, so all he could do was envy. Ino and Sakura, on the other hand, envied Tenten for having such a strong, handsome boyfriend who spoiled her. They wished they had a boyfriend like that. Setting that aside, it was time for the fifth match. Sasuke hadn't been late, he'd been here for a while. Although Orochimaru had placed a curse mark on him, it had been sealed. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be a problem. He had trained hard over the past month, learning many new things, and this was his chance to announce the Uchiha clan's strength to the world. Especially since his opponent was from the Hyuga clan, another Dojutsu family, he couldn't afford to lose, or people would say the Uchiha's Sharingan was inferior to the Hyuga's Byakugan. Neji was also brimming with fighting spirit. He wouldn't underestimate Sasuke and was determined to win in a stunning fashion. The two locked eyes, the air between them crackling with tension and fighting spirit. As the referee called for the match to begin, they stared each other down and entered the field, igniting the crowd's excitement to the max. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 124, Chapter Uchiha vs Hyuga. This was the match everyone was waiting for. The Hyuga clan was currently the most ancient and prestigious family in the ninja world, with the fame of the Byakugan spreading far and wide, and their Juken, gentle fist, technique was equally renowned. Even though the Uchiha had been wiped out, the might of the Sharingan remained. Everyone wanted to see what kind of performance the Uchiha's sole surviving heir would deliver, and more importantly, they wanted to see which of the two clans would prove stronger. Even the daimyos of both countries were excited, chatting eagerly about the upcoming match. Uchiha Sasuke vs Hyuga Neji, begin. As Genma announced the start of the match, Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, his two Tomo crimson eyes gleaming with a hypnotic intensity. His aura surged. A few seconds later, he dashed toward Neji, short sword already drawn, slashing forward with the Hako Chokenjutsu, White Fang swordsmanship. Neji showed no fear. His Byakugan was already active, clearly tracking Sasuke's every move. He raised his hands into the stance of the Hakusho, 8 trigrams palm, and, as Sasuke approached, unleashed a rapid barrage of hack Rokuji on show, 8 trigrams 64 palms, colliding head-on with the blindingly fast White Fang sword technique. Boom. 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 The short sword and Neji's hands clashed in a flurry of afterimages, each impact resounding like muffled thunder. Neji focused on avoiding the blade's lethal edge, counterattacking with precision while using the Byakugan to predict and evade Sasuke's strikes. Sasuke, knowing full well the danger of Neji's chakra-imbued palms, was equally cautious, keeping his distance and dodging whenever necessary. After all, a single solid hit from the hack Hyakujuzan show, 8 trigrams 113 palms, could seal his tenketsu or even damage his internal organs. The two fought at full strength, locked in a fierce stalemate. Though the audience couldn't fully follow the rapid exchanges, sometimes they couldn't even see the afterimages, it didn't stop their excitement from surging. After more than 10 minutes and several hundred exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. Both recognized each other's tenacity and knew they couldn't keep this up indefinitely. Almost simultaneously, they disengaged, leaping backward to reset. Neji landed in a Kamehameha pose, not to fire a Kamehameha, of course, but as he thrust his palms forward, the air compressed and blasted out in a shock wave. Hack Kusho. 8 trigrams air palm. This mid-range technique was the result of Neji's month of focused training. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise, but he managed to dodge just in time, though he tumbled across the ground in a less than graceful fashion, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Had he been a moment slower, the shockwave could have ruptured his internal organs. The Hyuga's gentle fist was not to be underestimated. In the audience, Hiraishin nodded in approval and said to his younger daughter, "Hanabi, make sure you watch closely. Neji is the most talented of our clan's younger generation, you have a lot to learn from him." Little Hanabi nodded sweetly, but her gaze drifted toward the second-floor competitors' area, where her older sister Hinata sat watching the match anxiously. Though still young, Hanabi had an inkling of her sister's thoughts. It was obvious, Hinata believed that with Neji's talent, he should have been the one to inherit the clan's leadership, not her. She was timid, struggled with gentle fist, and it was natural their father favored Neji. Thinking of this, Hanabi sighed softly, feeling that things were complicated. In the second-floor competitors' area, Naruto and Sakura cheered loudly for Sasuke, while Lee enthusiastically shouted encouragement for Neji. Their shouting match made everyone else twitch at the corners of their mouths. At the moment, Neji has the upper hand. "Kakashi, it looks like Sasuke's about to lose," Guy said with his arms crossed and a grin. "Well, let's not jump to conclusions just yet, Sasuke still has a trump card to play," Kakashi replied calmly. Trump card? What kind of move could give him an edge over Gentle Fist? Masaka. "Kakashi, you taught Sasuke that technique. That's too risky. Guy, you're the one who taught your student the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates release technique. If you can do that, why can't I teach Sasuke Chidori? It's the era of the young, it's time to let them learn and grow." Ugh. Guy fell silent for a moment, but he couldn't help worrying for Neji. As Kakashi's eternal rival, though Kakashi didn't see it that way, he knew just how dangerous Chidori was. Whether Sasuke could handle it was one thing, but Neji was definitely at risk of losing. Sure enough, down in the arena, Sasuke formed a series of hand seals. Lightning crackled in his left palm as Reiko, Thunderlight, sparked. The lightning grew brighter, and in the next second, it coalesced into a crackling orb in Sasuke's hand, buzzing furiously as if 1,000 birds were chirping in unison. Genma's expression instantly turned serious. He knew just how deadly Chidori was and was prepared to intervene at any moment. Neji's Byakugan also saw the concentration of lightning nature chakra, recognizing its extraordinary power. He tensed up, going fully on guard. Raiton, Chidori. Lightning style, Chidori. Whoosh. Sasuke charged at Neji with the Chidori in hand, moving so fast he appeared in front of Neji in the blink of an eye. Neji reacted instantly, spinning his body to generate a semi-spherical barrier around himself. This was the Hyuga clan's hack Kaiten, 8 trigrams rotation. The next second, their techniques collided in a blinding explosion. Boom. Chakra erupted at the center of the clash, sending both fighters flying backward and opening a huge gap between them. Clap clap clap. Applause thundered through the stadium, cheers shaking the air. The audience was thrilled, especially by the spectacle of the two big moves colliding head-on. They couldn't contain their excitement, though their praises often missed the mark. After all, what did they know? They were shouting about the prowess of dojutsu families, but Chidori and Kaiten had nothing to do with dojutsu. Genma observed both fighters. They were injured, but still able to continue, so he said nothing for now. Sasuke, however, was visibly frustrated. The Chidori was powerful, yet it hadn't been enough to defeat Neji. The Hyuga clan's Kaiten was clearly no joke. It seemed Natsuki's earlier evaluation had been right. Sasuke had been a little too full of himself after learning a few new techniques, thinking he was invincible. But the truth was, there were strong opponents everywhere. One moment of carelessness, and he'd end up eating dirt. Now that he thought about it, it was true. When he first mastered the Chidori, his confidence had swelled, convinced he'd win any match. But looking at his opponent now, Neji's techniques were just as formidable, and his physical abilities were on another level. After such a violent collision, Neji looked unfazed. That was outrageous. Of course, Sasuke didn't realize that Team Guy's training regimen was the most brutal in Konoha. Naturally, their physical conditioning was exceptional. 10 collisions like that wouldn't even faze them. Moreover, Neji was smarter and calmer. He wouldn't lose his cool, even if his moves didn't land. He'd quietly analyze his opponent and find a chance to strike. That was something Sasuke couldn't match yet. Just then, Sasuke gathered chakra once more, forming the Chidori again, and charged forward with a roar. Neji, however, seemed to freeze, not immediately using Kaiten. As Sasuke neared, Neji's body suddenly erupted with a surge of chakra, an all-too-familiar feeling that sent a chill down Guy's spine. Hashiman Tanko Dai Ichi-mon, Kai. 8 gates release, first gate, gate of opening, open. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 125, chapter. No one expected this. Neji wasn't sticking to just the Hyuga clan's Juken. He had actually learned the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates release technique. This was a decision Neji had reached after careful thought. He could see the limitations, or rather, the ceiling, of the Hyuga's gentle fist, especially as a branch family member with no access to higher-level techniques. If he wanted to grow stronger, he had to learn something else. He needed power. After seeing Natsuki almost kill Orochimaru with a single Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, Neji set his sights on the 8 gates. It was the strongest technique he could realistically learn. After all, Guy-sensei wouldn't hesitate to teach it to him. He'd be a fool not to seize that opportunity. As for the Hyuga clan's rules, the main family refused to teach him advanced techniques, so what was wrong with learning his sensei's techniques? If they had a problem with it, they should have given him the good stuff to learn in the first place. Whoosh! Neji suddenly vanished. Even though he had only opened the first gate, his chakra surged, and his speed jumped a level. Sasuke's Chidori surged forward, and his Sharingan locked onto Neji's form, but his body couldn't keep up. He watched in shock as Neji appeared at his side and struck with lightning-fast Tenketsu strikes, instantly sealing Sasuke's chakra points. Sasuke's chakra was immediately blocked off, and the Chidori dissipated. He was left completely powerless. Wary of any hidden tricks, Neji pressed his fingers toward Sasuke's throat and turned to the referee. Genma immediately called out, "That's enough. Winner, Hyuga Neji from Konoha." Alright. Well done. That was an incredible fight. Just what you'd expect from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The crowd erupted into cheers, the whole arena ignited by the thrilling match. Only the Hyuga clan's members wore sour expressions. After all, Neji hadn't won using gentle fist techniques but instead relied on the 8 gates. This felt like a slap in the face to the Hyuga's pride. Little Hanabi quietly looked up at her father and asked innocently, "Father, what's the 8 gates technique? It looks really strong." Hiraishin didn't know how to respond. He wanted to say that the gentle fist was stronger, but the fact remained, Neji hadn't won with gentle fist, and the 8 gates had been the decisive factor. If he tried to argue that Neji simply hadn't mastered gentle fist yet, it would raise more uncomfortable questions, like why such a talented child hadn't been taught the stronger techniques. With so many issues tangled up, Hiraishin didn't know how to explain it to Hanabi. In the end, he could only fumble an excuse. The 8 gates is a secret technique taught by Neji's team leader. It's powerful, yes, but our Hyuga gentle fist is still stronger. Neji just hasn't fully mastered it yet. Hanabi stared at her father's awkward expression, seeming to see through his flimsy excuse. Still, she didn't press the issue. Father's such a liar. Neji, that was awesome. Congratulations. Lee and Tenten cheered, while Guy laughed heartily, striking a triumphant pose. His pride was written all over his face. After all, a win with the 8 gates was a win for him, the teacher. Natsuki also gave Neji a thumbs up. The match had been brilliant, and Neji learning the 8 gates had truly taken him by surprise. It seemed Neji had become more open-minded, and smarter. The Hyuga's gentle fist had a long, proud history and was indeed strong, but its potential wasn't infinite, especially for a branch family member like Neji. That Neji had the courage to seek out other paths, taking his destiny into his own hands, was something worth admiring. Meanwhile, Sasuke returned with an ugly expression. Sakura and Naruto didn't know what to say, and even Kakashi remained silent. Neji, however, looked at Sasuke and said solemnly, "You're strong. I look forward to our next match." Sasuke immediately shot back, "You won this time, but I'll definitely beat you next time." See. Neji's single sentence did more to motivate Sasuke than any comforting words could have. Sasuke was instantly fired up, and he didn't let the loss drag him down. Kakashi, in turn, breathed a deep sigh of relief. He'd been worried that Sasuke might spiral emotionally after a loss, which could trigger Orochimaru's curse mark. Thankfully, it hadn't happened. All in all, though Sasuke had lost, he was safe, and that was what mattered. Plus, Sasuke's performance wasn't bad, he'd still likely earn a Chunin promotion. With the 5th match concluded, it was time for the 6th. 6th match, Natsuki from Konoha vs Gaara from Tsunade. Natsuki nodded to his friends, then shunchined into the center of the arena. Wearing his sunglasses, he looked effortlessly cool, immediately drawing cheers from the audience. From the stands, the shopkeeper couldn't help himself. Hey, hey. That's my future son-in-law. The people around him rolled their eyes. Yeah, we know already. We've been neighbors for years, you don't have to keep bragging. Natsuki ignored the commotion, raising his gaze toward the red-haired boy with the gourd on his back. His eyes were like a still lake, without a ripple of emotion, no provocation, but also a subtle sense of disregard, as if Gaara wasn't worth his attention. Gaara was instantly triggered. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Blood. Blood. Kill. I'll kill you. Clatter. Temari and Kankuro, standing by, were filled with worry. Be careful. He's strong. Gaara paid them no mind. He opened the gourd on his back, sand spilling out and lifting him into the air. His bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Natsuki, as if he were ready to tear him to pieces. Genma looked a little uneasy, but he still announced the match's start. Gaara didn't seem to hear, standing still as a statue, eyes fixed on Natsuki. Natsuki couldn't care less what the red-haired boy was thinking. He casually threw out several kunai to test the waters. Sure enough, the sand automatically deflected them. This wasn't just for show, it was to demonstrate to the audience, especially the daimyo, that Gaara could block attacks with his sand, making him a formidable opponent. Once Natsuki defeated him in a stylish and impressive manner, it would naturally earn him high marks. The next moment, Natsuki formed a rapid string of hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Doton, Doriahiki. Earth style, earth wall. Earthen walls erupted from the ground, surrounding Gaara in a wide formation, large enough to prevent the sand from reaching him, yet much smaller than the arena, allowing Natsuki to control the field more easily. Natsuki leapt onto the wall, casually forming one-handed seals. Then he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water. Suetun, Suedanya. Water style, water-severing wave. Boom. Water flooded the space within the walls, instantly filling it. Gaara was submerged in an instant. His gourd sand tried to shield him, but the moment it emerged, it was soaked and rendered useless, unable to rise, much less protect him. Not good. Gaara, watch out. Temari and Kankuro's faces paled. They hadn't expected Natsuki to pull this move. Using water style. That was a hard counter to Gaara's sand. No matter how absolute the sand's defense was, it couldn't withstand such a massive flood. This was a total shutdown. Facing an opponent as overwhelming as Natsuki, Gaara was in serious trouble. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 126, Chapter. Naisu. Natsuki's friends couldn't help but cheer. Everyone had seen how formidable Gaara's sand was during Lee's fight. Now, Natsuki had first used Doton, earth style, to create an enclosed space, then flooded it with water. Sand and water were a terrible combination. Once wet, sand was done for. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance, thinking the same thing, so this is how you counter him. Brilliant. Inside the water, Gaara was not doing well. Living his whole life in the arid land of wind, Gaara barely dared to drink water, let alone be submerged in it. Maybe he didn't even know how to swim. Luckily, he had chakra. By using chakra, he barely managed to float toward the surface. As for his sand, forget it. It was completely useless in water. But just as he was about to break the surface, he saw Natsuki rapidly forming hand seals. Then Natsuki thrust both hands, crackling with electricity, into the water. Oh no. 3. Raitun, Dendo. Lightning style, ground surge. As Natsuki's electrified hands plunged into the water, powerful currents surged through the entire area. Everyone knew water conducted electricity, how could Gaara possibly escape? The next second, a scream erupted from under the water. Aya. Even though the water muffled it, Gaara's scream was harrowing. After all, he had always been shielded by his sand and had never truly experienced pain. Now, the shock of being electrocuted was something he simply couldn't bear. If it weren't for his chakra forming a weak barrier, he probably would have choked on the water too, unable even to scream. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro ran around anxiously, but they couldn't enter the arena to save him. The spectators, too, shuddered as they watched the water crackle with electricity and heard Gaara's agonized cries. They couldn't help but imagine just how painful it must have been to elicit screams like that, truly terrifying. But soon, cheers erupted. After all, this was a ninja battle, and such superhuman abilities were to be expected. Besides, most of the audience were Konoha villagers. Seeing their own ninja so overwhelmingly suppressing an outsider, this was a matter of village pride. Of course they cheered and applauded. Before long, the water surface split apart. Gaara, wrapped in a cloak of chakra, burst into the air. Sand surged from his gourd, lifting him up and suspending him midair. Natsuki wasn't surprised in the slightest. Gaara was strong. Even if his sand was useless in water, his chakra reserves were considerable, enough to get him out of the situation. But judging by his scorched, battered appearance, and the look of utter hatred in his eyes, it was clear that the electrocution had hurt. Damn it. Kill. I'll kill you. Gaara roared, raising his hands to summon sand. Sabaku Soso. Desert funeral. Whoosh. A massive sandstorm surged toward Natsuki, clearly aiming to crush him. His friends couldn't help but feel tense. Natsuki's expression remained serious. With a swift Jeppo, moonwalk, he soared into the air. For him, the sky was no longer off limits, he could run freely in the air, and Hiraishin, lightning body flicker, was at his fingertips. He zipped across the battlefield, dodging the sand clouds, and in a blink, appeared right in front of Gaara, fist raised. The sand tried to block him, but Natsuki's punch was no ordinary strike. It was heavier and more brutal than Lee's. Even without the 8 gates, a single punch was enough to shatter Gaara's sand defense and land squarely on his face. Gaara, still drenched and without his sand armor restored, was stunned by the impact. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. For the first time, he saw his own blood. But Natsuki didn't stop. His fists rained down mercilessly, and Gaara's sand barrier couldn't keep up. In moments, Gaara was covered in injuries, unable to fight back. Gaara wasn't skilled in taijutsu, he couldn't dodge Natsuki's blows at all. He tried to counterattack with sand, but Natsuki's Hiraishin was too fast, while the sand was too slow. It was useless. In the end, Gaara had no choice. He gritted his teeth and activated his ultimate defense, encasing himself in a giant sphere of sand, sealing himself inside a black room where no blows could reach him. Here it is. Gaara's ultimate defense. Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. They had been terrified Gaara would be beaten to death on the spot. This guy Natsuki was terrifying. His earlier fight with Orochimaru hadn't been because Orochimaru was holding back. It was because Natsuki was truly strong. And now, he was beating Gaara so badly that Gaara had no choice but to hide in his ultimate defense. From the highest seats in the audience, the daimyos of the two countries exchanged glances. The fire daimyo wore a satisfied smirk. Clearly, Konoha had stolen the show. After all, Konoha had the most candidates in these finals, and so far, all the matches had ended in Konoha victories. If they won this 6th match as well, it would be a total sweep for Konoha. This Gaara of the desert was supposed to be Tsunade's trump card, but now he was being utterly crushed by a Konoha ninja. The fire daimyo thought smugly, this round is mine. Wind country. KO. Natsuki looked at the giant sand sphere and clapped his hands together. The seal on his left palm activated, and he summoned the Maken Senjin, demonic blade Senjin. He drew the blade from his palm, his stance exuding a cool and composed aura. Channeling chakra into the blade, its fragments extended outward, elongating into a piercing thrust. The blade, crackling with lightning, shot forward and pierced straight through the sand sphere, impaling Gaara's shoulder. The electricity surged into Gaara's body again, scorching him inside and out. His screams this time were even more pitiful than when he had been electrocuted in the water. In the face of overwhelming power, so-called absolute defense is meaningless. Natsuki's words echoed through the entire arena, leaving the spectators, and the daimyos, deeply shocked and utterly impressed. This would undoubtedly earn him top marks from the daimyos. Once Tsunade returned, Natsuki's Chunin promotion would be a sure thing. Especially in a time when Konoha desperately needed manpower, his status would only rise. The sand sphere crumbled, falling away to reveal Gaara's battered and broken body. Natsuki retracted Maken Senjin, returned it to his left palm, and performed another Hiraishin, appearing above Gaara. With a single punch, he slammed Gaara into the ground. Boom. Gaara smashed into the arena floor, creating a crater as he let out another agonized scream, mouth wide open in a silent wail. Natsuki landed on Gaara's body, the tip of Maken Senjin resting against Gaara's open mouth. Maken Senjin will fragment and burrow into your body, destroying your insides. Your so-called absolute defense is useless. Natsuki's cold voice declared the outcome as he glanced at Genma. Genma quickly checked Gaara, he wasn't a sand clone. Enough. Winner, Natsuki from Konoha. Hearing this, Natsuki sheathed the blade into his left palm and turned away in a smooth, stylish motion, completely ignoring even Genma's look of admiration. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 127, Chapter. The audience immediately erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, their voices soaring to the heavens. It was clear that Natsuki's stunning performance had thoroughly captivated them. The shopkeeper once again shouted at the top of his lungs, "That's my future son-in-law. That's my son-in-law." This only made those around him even more jealous, and they felt like beating him up. The fire daimyo looked at the wind daimyo's dark, foul expression and almost wanted to dance from smugness. This time, they had truly stolen the show. It felt absolutely fantastic. Yay. Natsuki won. Of course he did. Natsuki's so amazing. Yeah. Natsuki even fought against Orochimaru, beating a mere sand genin is nothing for him. Their friends were all excited, Rinya and Megumi wearing looks of pride, and Aoba even wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Kakashi nodded. Well, it was expected. Guy, however, looked a bit regretful. What a shame. Natsuki didn't even use the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates release technique. But I suppose the enemy wasn't strong enough to warrant it. Tenten didn't say a word, she simply smiled at Natsuki. This was her boyfriend's moment to shine. In contrast to the Konoha ninjas' excitement, the Suna ninjas wore ugly expressions. Even though they had other intentions behind the scenes, seeing their Jinchuriki so thoroughly defeated by a Konoha genin still stung. Temari and Kankuro didn't care about pride, they immediately leaped into the arena, rushing toward Gaara. But before they could reach him, their expressions changed dramatically. Natsuki, who hadn't left yet, also noticed something was wrong. He immediately guessed what was happening and wasn't surprised. He simply turned, eyes wary, to face Gaara. At that moment, Gaara's demeanor was completely off. He was muttering something under his breath, eyes filled with murderous intent. His chakra was surging wildly, clear signs of an impending transformation. Genma quickly tried to intervene. Gaara of the desert. The match is over. I don't care about that. I'll kill him. Gaara. Gaara. I'll kill you all. Gaara screamed like a madman, his gaze turning feral. Half his face suddenly became covered in something monstrous, his arm transforming into a huge, dirty yellow beast's claw. His body also started morphing, taking on a beast-like shape. Genma's expression changed. What is this, a monster? No, it's a tailed beast. Could it be, you're a Jinchuriki? Gaara didn't answer. He continued transforming, quickly becoming a half-human, half-beast form. His eyes were wild and bloodthirsty, and he let out a feral roar that sent shockwaves through the entire arena, startling the audience. Hiruzen shot to his feet, shocked. What's happening? What is that child? His answer came not in words, but in a kunai. The Kazekage suddenly restrained Hiruzen, holding a kunai to his throat and leaping onto the rooftop with him. The guards tried to intervene, but the Kazekage's bodyguards blocked their way. Hiruzen demanded angrily, Kazekage, are you breaking the alliance between our two nations? The Kazekage's voice was raspy and sinister as he smirked. Hee. Even now, you still can't see the truth, Sarutobi-sensei. It's you. Orochimaru. Hiruzen's eyes widened in realization. No wonder the Kazekage had been acting so strangely, he was actually Orochimaru in disguise. So that was it, Tsunade had colluded with Orochimaru to attack Konoha. And the answer quickly became clear. Feathers began to fall from the sky, and the entire audience soon fell unconscious. It was a mass genjutsu. Ordinary people couldn't resist it, and even some genin succumbed to it. Yes, that means you, Naruto. Soon, figures in the stands began stripping off their disguises, revealing their true identities. Each wore a forehead protector of Otogekure, and 4 particularly strong individuals moved to encircle Orochimaru and Hiruzen on the rooftop. These 4 were the elite of Otogekure, known as the Sound 4, Kidamaru, Tayuya, Sakan and Yukon, and Jirobo. The 4 immediately activated a formation. Ninpo, Shurju Kekai. Ninja Art, 4 Violet Flame Formation. In the next instant, a rectangular, purple barrier enveloped the rooftop, trapping Orochimaru and Hiruzen inside. The Umbu outside couldn't get in to save the Hokage. Now then, Sarutobi-sensei, it's time for us to settle this once and for all. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and the other Jonin gathered together, preparing to fight the Otogekure ninja under Kabuto's command. As for the rest, Naruto, Lee, Choji, they had all fallen victim to the genjutsu. Tenten, Neji, and a few others had managed to dispel it just in time and quickly woke up Naruto, Lee, Choji, and the others. Shikamaru, who had been pretending to be unconscious, got kicked awake by Rinya. At this point, with Natsuki absent, there were 14 of the Konoha rookie genin left. Faced with the sudden crisis, they didn't know what to do. Tenten immediately took charge. Neji, you're the calmest. Shikamaru, you're the smartest. We'll follow your lead, tell us what to do, quickly. Everyone nodded in agreement, they all supported Tenten's proposal. Neji and Shikamaru exchanged a glance, neither declining. Even Shikamaru, despite his usual laziness, knew he had to take responsibility now. The situation was clear, something was seriously wrong. As Konoha shinobi, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Even as genin, they had to act. Especially since Natsuki was facing the transformed Gaara. They couldn't just ignore it. Neji immediately said, Natsuki's situation is the most urgent. I'll go, along with Sasuke, Tenten, and Shino, to assist him. The rest of you will follow Shikamaru's lead. Is that okay? Shikamaru nodded without hesitation. Good. Go quickly, Natsuki needs backup. The four nodded and dashed off toward the arena. Shikamaru wasted no time giving orders. Sakura, Megumi, you're the medical ninja. Be ready to treat anyone who's injured. Rinya, Ino, Hinata, you'll protect the medical ninja. Naruto, Kiba, Lee, Choji, and I will form a team. Our job is to help the Jonin hold back the weaker enemies. If we see any of our comrades injured, we'll bring them back to the medical team immediately. Naruto complained, why do Sasuke and the others get to go fight the monster while we're stuck fighting small fry? That's not fair. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. If you had their level of skill, I'd send you too. Since we all agreed to follow my lead, you'd better listen and stop whining. Everyone stared at Naruto. As proper shinobi, once a leader gave orders, you weren't supposed to complain or argue. This wasn't the time to act selfishly. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Naruto finally shut up. Shikamaru's plan was solid. While they had numbers, their strength wasn't enough to take on the real powerhouses. Rushing in would be suicide. It was better to focus on holding back weaker enemies and acting as battlefield medics, that was the most they could do. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 128, Chapter. At this moment, Tenten, Neji, Sasuke, and Shino sprinted down the steps. On the way, they encountered Tsuade trying to block them. Without hesitation, Tenten drew her Ryugen Shukashoken, Dragon Eye telescopic sword, and 3 extended blades instantly pierced through Tsuade's body, sending him flying off to the side, his fate unknown. Such a cannon fodder character wasn't worth Tenten's attention. Sasuke glanced at the Ryugen Shukashoken, feeling that this sword was truly impressive. Tsuade wasn't weak, even without his gauntlet, he still had some strength, yet Tenten had taken him down in a single strike. This showed that the sword was no ordinary weapon. Of course, Sasuke also acknowledged Tenten's skills, not everyone could wield ninja tools with such mastery. Clearly, Tenten had genuine talent for manipulating ninja tools. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the scene. Seeing Gaara's monstrous form, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. Not far away, Temari and Kankuro were trying to reach Gaara, but Tenten and Shino immediately blocked their path. Old rivals faced off, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Neji demanded, what is Tsunade's intention? Why are you launching an attack? Are you betraying the alliance between our nations? Temari and Kankuro ignored him, focused solely on Gaara's condition. But they didn't dare approach, memories of their childhood, marked by the terror of Gaara's rampages, paralyzed them. Seeing their reactions, Neji didn't press further. Instead, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke, watching Gaara warily. They dared not make a reckless move. Natsuki. Neji, don't come over. Natsuki didn't even look back. This guy is Tsunade's Ichibi Jinchuriki. He's only in a half-tailed beast state right now. I can handle it. Tenten, Shino, keep those siblings back. Neji, Sasuke, go assist Genma-senpai. He's facing Tsunade's Jonin Baki and a few elite Chunin. You two are best suited for the task. Sasuke's eyes lit up with excitement. Elite Chunin. Sounds like fun. At that moment, Genma was holding his own against Baki and 4 Chunin, but he was clearly struggling. Seeing Neji and Sasuke arrive, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Genma knew the two well, handling a Chunin each would be no problem. He immediately ordered, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, you've come just in time. Take on a Chunin each and ease my burden. Got it. Without hesitation, Sasuke drew his short sword and charged at Asuna ninja. Neji wasn't far behind, activating his Byakugan and launching into the Hack Rokujian Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Baki, of course, couldn't just stand by. He moved to engage, but Genma focused on keeping him tied up. While it was difficult to hold off a Jonin and 2 Chunin, it was far easier than handling 5 opponents alone. As a special Jonin, Genma had his own tricks he could manage. Meanwhile, Natsuki faced off against Gaara in his half-tailed beast state. Gaara was barely conscious, flinging sand in a frenzy as he attacked Natsuki. Sometimes, his gross, yellowish beast-like arms swept across the ground, or his tail lashed out, striking with tremendous force. However, his attacks were erratic and disorganized, there was no real threat. Natsuki even took a quick glance at the stands, confirming that his future father-in-law was unconscious under the genjutsu. Luckily, there were no nearby enemy ninja, so the area seemed safe. Good. He could focus on the fight. He rapidly formed hand seals and slapped his palm to the ground. Doton, Koten Tenten. Earth style, soaring spin. The ground trembled, and a giant spinning top burst upward, launching Gaara into the sky. Natsuki leaped up with Jeppo, his fists raining down in a relentless barrage. Ora. His punches shattered Gaara's beast arm sand, and Gaara himself took a brutal beating. Gaara tried to retaliate, but his attacks were ineffective. Natsuki continued to pummel him without mercy. Natsuki wasn't about to talk him down or hold back. Since Gaara wanted to go wild, he'd beat him down until he couldn't. Only when Gaara learned to fear would he listen. As for killing Gaara, that wasn't on the table. After all, Gaara was Tsunade's Jinchuriki. Killing him would mean removing their tailed beast force, potentially sparking a war. Then again, Tsunade hadn't dared to go to war even with a Jinchuriki. Would they really dare without one? It was hard to say, some things couldn't be judged on assumptions alone. For now, Natsuki chose not to overthink it, he'd just subdue Gaara first. Below, Temari and Kankuro were growing frantic, but Tenten and Shino held them back tightly. Temari wasn't a match for Tenten, and Kankuro was firmly suppressed by Shino. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Natsuki continued to beat Gaara, glancing occasionally at the 4 violet flames barrier. Inside, Orochimaru had already begun Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, summoning Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The battle against Hiruzen Sarutobi was heating up. But honestly, Hiruzen was doomed, that much was certain. The fact that Hiruzen had known about Orochimaru's connection to Otogekure yet still allowed their ninja to enter the Chunin exams was baffling. Not to mention, Orochimaru had been appearing in Konoha repeatedly, clearly up to no good, yet Hiruzen hadn't taken it seriously enough. Now, trapped in the barrier, the Umbu unable to assist, he could only face Orochimaru alone. Frankly, Hiruzen had no one to blame but himself. His own negligence had led to this end, now he would have to sacrifice himself, and no one could say otherwise. Natsuki refocused on his fight. He kept hammering Gaara until, unexpectedly, Gaara passed out cold. So fragile. That's all it took. Natsuki rolled his eyes and quickly used Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique, to trap Gaara. But the next moment, Gaara's eyes snapped open, only, they were no longer human eyes. The cross-shaped pupils were unmistakably those of Shikaku, the Tanuki had awakened. Shikaku had just woken up, ready to roar with laughter, but instead got a mouthful of water and nearly choked. Who's the bastard that dared to drown Lord Shikaku? Shikaku's shrill voice exploded across the arena, and in the blink of an eye, he swelled in size. With a single surge, he shattered the water prison, growing to dozens of meters tall. Compared to him, Natsuki was smaller than an ant. Everyone fighting nearby was stunned, staring at Shikaku in disbelief. Natsuki's friends panicked. Natsuki. It's dangerous. Tenten was especially worried. Natsuki. Get out of there. But Natsuki remained calm. After all, wasn't this exactly why he'd worked so hard to get stronger? Even if he couldn't defeat a tailed beast, he could at least survive a fight. He'd do whatever it took to hold his ground. Relax, Tenten. Did you forget what I've been learning this past month? Even if I can't win, I can still escape. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 129, Chapter. Natsuki's voice rang out, instantly easing Tenten's worries. That's right, while Natsuki's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, wasn't yet fully mastered, he could still use it in emergencies. If it came down to it, he could always run away. Even if he got injured, he had senzu beans for recovery. So there was nothing to worry about. Shino quickly asked, Tenten, does Natsuki have a technique for staying alive? Tenten gave him a reassuring look. Natsuki will be fine. Let's deal with our enemies quickly and get out of here. This area is too dangerous, we'll get caught up in the fight and just become a hindrance to Natsuki. Since Tenten said so, Shino felt reassured and increased the intensity of his attacks. Neji and Sasuke, who had been worried and shocked just moments ago, also relaxed and focused back on their battles. Genma was briefly stunned, but a look of joy flashed in his eyes. He more or less guessed what Natsuki and Tenten were hinting at. Natsuki hadn't used Hiraishin yet because it wasn't stable enough for combat, but it should be reliable enough for escape. With this realization, Genma also felt relieved. Truly impressive, kid. I didn't expect you to actually master it. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and the other Jonin were still battling Kabuto's Otogekure forces. Seeing Gaara fully transform into a tailed beast, they couldn't help but panic. I didn't expect Gaara to be a Jinchuriki. This is bad. Kakashi's expression was grave. Should we hold the line while you go assist? Kurenai suggested. No. Natsuki is there, so we don't have to worry, at least not yet. Our priority is to finish the battle here and then go help, Kakashi replied, anxious but not as panicked as one might expect. Exactly. With Natsuki there, we're fine. Guy and Rinya both showed complete confidence in Natsuki. After all, Natsuki was someone who had fought Orochimaru to a standstill. If even someone like him couldn't handle a tailed beast, there wasn't much the rest of them could do anyway. Besides, Natsuki hadn't run away at the sight of the tailed beast, he clearly had a trump card, maybe even opening the 6th gate of the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates release technique, or something. Hearing this, the other Jonin also relaxed a bit. Natsuki's strength was no secret, everyone had heard at least some of the rumors. However, Kabuto looked displeased. Oi, Konoha Jonin, aren't you placing too much faith in that kid named Natsuki? That's a tailed beast. Aren't you afraid he'll get himself killed? Aoba's voice turned icy. If that's the case, then hurry up and die, I'm eager to go help my student. With that, the battle resumed, full force. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's team was also worried. Naruto stared dumbfounded at Shikaku, muttering under his breath, so. Gaara is like me. He has a monster inside him. Maybe I understand him. Don't just stand there, Naruto. Get that injured Chunin to Sakura, now. Shikamaru shouted. Naruto snapped out of it and rushed off with the unconscious Chunin on his back, but his gaze kept drifting toward Shikaku, as if he wanted to go over there. Gaara. Maybe I do understand him. Because I'm the same. At that moment, Shikaku came crashing down from the sky, landing squarely in the arena and creating a massive crater. The resulting shockwave sent smoke and debris flying. If the arena weren't large enough, the sheer impact could have killed half the audience. Then Shikaku's eyes locked onto Natsuki, who was floating in the air, the one who had dared to drown him in the water prison. Haha. I found the one I want to kill. Watch this, from the great Lord Shikaku. Futon, Rankuden. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Shikaku actually formed hand seals, then opened his mouth and fired a massive wind bullet straight at Natsuki. The worst part? Natsuki couldn't dodge. Behind him, a little farther back, were the spectators. But Natsuki wasn't afraid of some mere wind bullet. He quickly formed hand seals and spat out a huge water sphere. Sway-tun, Sway-dan. Water style, water bullet. Boom. Because he pumped in a huge amount of chakra, his water sphere was massive, matching Shikaku's wind bullet in size. The two orbs collided midair and exploded, shaking the arena. The impact sent a shockwave through the stadium, knocking spectators over and making their ears ring, but thankfully, no one was seriously hurt. Oh ho. Not bad for an ant. Fine then. Lord Shikaku will fight you in a chakra battle, let's see who runs out of juice first. Ha ha ha. Shikaku seemed to find a new game, spreading his arms wide and laughing maniacally. He prepared to form hand seals again. But Natsuki wasn't about to give him the chance. He used Reishinshin, flashing to Shikaku's belly, and spread his hands. Two massive water discs, each 5 meters in diameter, formed in his palms. Zzzzz. Zzzzz. The water disc spun rapidly, distorting the air around them as if space itself were being torn apart. Shikaku. Take this. Super water circle slash. Whoosh. Whoosh. The water discs moved so fast that Shikaku didn't even have time to finish forming hand seals. They struck his hands in an instant, two clean, crisp slicing sounds echoed, and Shikaku's massive arms were severed on the spot, crashing to the ground. Shikaku froze, stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from his mouth. Ayaha. It hurts. It hurts. You damn human. How dare you cut off Lord Shikaku's arms? I'll kill you. His scream seemed to tear through the sky itself, heard even beyond the arena. Everyone heard it. Everyone looked at Shikaku in utter disbelief, and saw that yes, Shikaku's arms had really been cut off. That was a tailed beast. And Natsuki had cut off a tailed beast's arms. Was there anything more absurd than this? The Suna ninja were all stunned. They had grown up being tormented by the rampaging tailed beast, and in their minds, the tailed beast was an unstoppable force, a nightmare made flesh. They had brought the Jinchuriki to Konoha specifically to let the tailed beast wreak havoc and help destroy the village from within. Yet now, the tailed beast's arms had been severed by a Konoha genin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kai, it seems we've all underestimated Natsuki. He's already surpassed us, Kakashi murmured in awe. Ha ha ha. So full of youth. That kid didn't let us down. Guy burst out laughing. He's my student, Aoba declared proudly. The other jonin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Damn it. Just half a student like that would be enough for us. How did Aoba get so lucky to have Natsuki as his team member? Even Kabuto was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he'd mocked the Konoha jonin for placing too much faith in that little brat Natsuki, but now, the slap to the face came so fast it almost left a mark. Sure, Natsuki had fought Orochimaru to a standstill in the Forest of Death, which was impressive enough. But this was on a whole other level. Clearly, Orochimaru hadn't mentioned that little detail to Kabuto, or the men wouldn't have thought this way. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 130, Chapter. Natsuki is amazing. Naruto gently laid down the injured Chunin on his back, his eyes never leaving the distant Shikaku. Rinya, standing guard over the two medical nin, proudly declared, of course. He's our boss, mine and Megumi's. Of course he's amazing. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata couldn't help but roll their eyes. Natsuki being amazing has nothing to do with him being your boss, right? Only Megumi stayed focused on her work. She knew her boss was strong, so she trusted him to handle the dangerous enemies. Her job as a medical nin was to heal the wounded, so she didn't have time to care about anything else. Seeing Megumi so dedicated, Sakura snapped out of it and refocused on helping her treat the injured. Meanwhile, after severing Shikaku's arms, Natsuki stared at the fallen limbs with a bit of greed in his eyes. After all, they were chakra-formed arms. If he could seal them for himself, they'd be like massive batteries, no more worrying about chakra depletion. But, he didn't know any sealing techniques. Damn it. What a missed opportunity. Once Tsunade returns, I need to figure out a way to learn some sealing techniques. Natsuki grumbled internally. Seeing Shikaku's furious state, he found the constant screeching a bit annoying. But of course, Shikaku wasn't one to take this lightly. Though regenerating his arms was slow, he still had other attacks. Shikaku opened his mouth wide. A giant, swirling sphere of dense, condensed chakra slowly formed in front of it. A tailed beast bomb. The Tanuki was about to unleash its ultimate move. Natsuki didn't waste a second. He hurled multiple special kunai around, embedding them into the ground. As they landed, they linked together, forming a massive, makeshift barrier formation that surrounded Shikaku in the center. Then he raised his hand, a swirling blue water sphere forming in his palm, spiraling and radiating intense heat. Many of the fighters nearby glanced over and were stunned, a single thought flashing through their minds. Is that the fourth Hokage's Rasengan? Suetun, Uzushio Futon. Water style, whirlpool boil bomb. Natsuki hurled the spiraling water sphere forward. Before Shikaku could finish forming the tailed beast bomb, the whirlpool boil bomb collided directly with the half-formed sphere. Shikaku's expression twisted in horror. Oh no. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, engulfing Shikaku completely. The shockwave roared outward, sending searing heat in all directions. Thankfully, Natsuki's barrier formation held back most of the blast, containing the worst of the energy. However, the formation wasn't strong enough to hold for long, it eventually shattered under the force. Spectators were knocked off their feet, and many were scorched by the intense heat. But what could Natsuki do? In such a desperate situation, this was the best he could manage. If anything, blame Shikaku. Or maybe blame Konoha's knowledge monopoly. If they'd just let him learn higher-level barrier techniques, this wouldn't have been a problem. It certainly wasn't Natsuki's fault, he did his best. Meanwhile, Genma, Sasuke, Neji, Tenten, Shino, and the Suna ninja were all forced to dodge, stunned by the sheer scale of the explosion. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, a Konoha genin unleashing such a devastating attack, and it looked like the tailed beast bomb itself had been destroyed in the blast. Could it be? Had the tailed beast actually been killed? All battles across the field temporarily halted as everyone turned to stare, unable to believe their eyes. Even Orochimaru, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Hiruzen, locked in fierce combat, paused for a moment. Orochimaru licked his lips, eyes glinting with intrigue. Is that Natsuki-kun? I didn't expect him to have such a trump card. Though Hashirama was under control, he still retained his own consciousness. He couldn't help but marvel. That's Konoha's prodigy of the new generation. He's already capable of fighting the One Tail, truly impressive. Tobirama glanced at Hiruzen. Monkey, who is that kid? Hiruzen sighed deeply. That's Natsuki, a very promising child. Konoha's future. He already defeated Orochimaru once before, but I didn't expect him to be capable of fighting a tailed beast now. It seems I underestimated him. Had I known, I wouldn't have had him participate in the Chunin exams. I should have promoted him straight to Jonin. Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Tobirama, for his part, was dumbfounded. A genin. That kind of strength, and he's still a genin. Monkey, how the hell did you become Hokage? The moment he beat Orochimaru, you should have made him a jonin, or at least a special jonin. What's the point of having him take the Chunin exams? You're wasting talent. Hiruzen felt nothing but awkwardness. He truly regretted it. If he had promoted Natsuki earlier, they would have had another powerful jonin ready to handle this crisis. Sure, Natsuki was fighting the enemy now, but with a different status, he could have played an even bigger role. For example, as a jonin, he could have been by Hiruzen's side as a personal guard, and with Natsuki's keen intuition, they might have uncovered Orochimaru's disguise earlier. It's too late to say anything now. Sarutobi-sensei, it's time for you to die. Konoha's decaying windmill needs to be torn down and rebuilt anew. You relics of the past need to disappear. Orochimaru sneered and resumed controlling Hashirama and Tobirama to fight. Hiruzen could only grit his teeth and continue the battle. In the center of the arena, the dust slowly settled. Shikaku was nowhere to be seen, only a massive crater remained. At the bottom of the crater lay a small, unconscious, red-haired boy. Gaara. Did Shikaku retreat back into the host? Everyone stared in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Even Natsuki took a moment to process what had happened. He used Reishinshin to flash over to Gaara, touched his nose, and confirmed that he was still alive, just heavily injured. As for Shikaku, it looked like the whirlpool boil bomb had completely overwhelmed him, scaring him enough to retreat back into Gaara. Good, one less headache to deal with. Tenten. Are you okay? Tenten and Shino had already subdued the siblings Temari and Kankuro. They rushed over, worried. I'm fine. Just burned a lot of chakra, didn't even get hurt. Natsuki gave a reassuring smile, glancing at Tenten and Shino. Both were unharmed as well. It seemed Temari and Kankuro hadn't been much of a challenge. As expected of his girlfriend and his close friend, utterly reliable. Natsuki turned his gaze elsewhere. Sasuke and Neji had each defeated a Chunin and were now engaged with another opponent, taking the pressure off Genma significantly. With only Baki left, Genma had a much easier time holding his own. In fact, Baki and the remaining Suna shinobi seemed hesitant to keep fighting. Natsuki's overwhelming display had shaken their resolve. Hashiman Tanko, Doman, Kai. 8 gates release, 5th gate of limit, open. Natsuki didn't waste time. He activated the 5th gate and flashed over to Baki, one punch, and Baki was down. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 131, chapter. The 2 remaining Chunin from Tsunade lost all will to fight after seeing their soul Jonin defeated, and they were quickly subdued by Sasuke and Neji. At that moment, Tenten and Shino arrived, escorting the captured Temari siblings. Genma let out a long, relieved breath. You guys really helped a lot. Without you, I couldn't have handled this alone. Especially you, Natsuki, you even managed to defeat a Bijou. That's truly astonishing. Sasuke and Neji's eyes burned with admiration as they looked at Natsuki. Perhaps only now did they understand, this was Natsuki's true strength. Being able to defeat a monster like a Bijou, wasn't that already comparable to the Hokage's power? When would they ever reach that level? Tenten and Shino weren't surprised in the slightest, and they even looked a little smug. After all, they were the closest to Natsuki. Genma-senpai, you flatter me. Natsuki replied humbly, then asked. Senpai, what should we do now? Please give your orders. Genma nodded, sweeping his gaze across the area. Without hesitation, he issued instructions. ANBU are with Hokage-sama, and Kakashi, Guy, and the others are covering this area, so we don't have to worry. I received a message from Rado. There's a large group of sound and sand shinobi attacking the village's defensive lines, and a 3-headed giant snake causing chaos. Natsuki, you're the fastest, so head there first for support. I'll bring the other 4 to follow up. Understood. Natsuki and the others immediately accepted the order. Tenten, pass out some soldier pills so everyone can recover a bit, Natsuki added. Right, got it. Tenten hurriedly took out a bottle of soldier pills, handing one to each person. She also swallowed one herself. After all, the earlier fight had consumed a lot of chakra, they had to replenish it, or they'd become a burden in the next battle. Natsuki reminded Tenten to stay safe, then used the lightning body flicker technique to instantly reappear in front of Megumi and the others. Boss/Natsuki-kun. The group exclaimed excitedly. Clearly, they had witnessed Natsuki's magnificent display of defeating the monster, and their eyes were filled with admiration. I'm glad you're all okay. Natsuki waved his hand, then said. Megumi, earlier during my battle with that monster, the audience area was affected. Please go check and provide medical assistance as soon as possible. Hopefully, there weren't any casualties. Now I've been told that enemies are attacking the village defenses, and Genma-senpai asked me to support them. I'll head out first. With that, he vanished once again using the lightning body flicker technique. Oh. Leave it to me, boss. Megumi quickly responded, though she wasn't sure if Natsuki heard her. Natsuki-kun is really incredible. Not only did he defeat that monster, but he's also been entrusted with a mission by a special jonin, Hinata said softly, her eyes filled with admiration. Of course. He's our boss. Rinya said proudly, earning eye rolls from everyone else. But they didn't waste time. Since there were no injured around, they hurried to check the audience area, hoping no spectators were harmed. Just then, Shikamaru's team also returned. After learning what had happened, they helped transport the injured. Meanwhile, Naruto took the opportunity to approach Gaara, who seemed to have regained some consciousness. Naruto began his signature talk. Hey, Gaara, you know, I understand you better than anyone because I'm just like you. At that moment, Natsuki had already left the arena. From a distance, he saw a three-headed giant snake rampaging around. Many Konoha shinobi were desperately attacking it, but their efforts were almost futile, and they were getting injured instead. Elsewhere, Sound and Sand shinobi were wreaking havoc, and the Konoha forces were stretched thin, barely able to keep up. The death of the third Hokage is practically a given, and I've already used my trump cards. There's no need to hide my strength anymore. In that case, it's time to shine. Natsuki muttered to himself. Using the body flicker technique, he sped towards the three-headed giant snake. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed an enormous Mizu Enzan, water circular slash. In the next instant, the sound of fabric being torn echoed through the air as the giant snake's heads were effortlessly severed, all three at once. The Konoha shinobi who had been struggling in battle were momentarily stunned, unsure what had just happened. Natsuki appeared next to Rado, grinning. Yo. Rado-senpai, is everyone okay? Good news, the reinforcements are here. Bad news, there's only one of me. Rado was overjoyed. So it was you, Natsuki. That disc just now was your technique, right? As expected of Konoha's demon blade. Natsuki felt a little speechless at the nickname but quickly said. Genma-senpai will be arriving soon with a squad for support, so don't worry. I'll go help elsewhere. Rado-senpai, stay safe. With that, he vanished again. Oh. You be careful too. Rado looked at Natsuki's departing figure, then at the headless giant snake, and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Konoha was about to produce another super genius like the fourth Hokage. He and Genma had once served as the fourth guards and had passed on the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to Natsuki. Perhaps Natsuki would truly master it one day. And when that time came, the name of Konoha's yellow flash would once again resound across the ninja world. Swish. 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 Natsuki moved swiftly, arriving at another battlefield in less than a minute. Seeing Konoha shinobi struggling against several sound shinobi, he immediately intervened. Drawing his Meijin Senjin, Demon Blade, Thousand Blades, he decapitated the enemies in the blink of an eye. The Konoha shinobi were briefly stunned, then cheered. Is that reinforcements? Are you Konoha's Demon Blade? Natsuki's face darkened slightly. I'm Natsuki. Everyone, I'm off to support other areas. With that, he vanished again. The Konoha shinobi stared at his departing figure, unable to hold back their admiration. To think he's someone who can go toe-to-toe with Orochimaru, he's truly strong. And he's only 12 years old, isn't he? Afterward, Natsuki moved swiftly across the battlefield, helping to repel many enemy shinobi. He decapitated countless enemies, and his name as Konoha's Demon Blade grew even more prominent. Even Marino Ibiki, the stern captain of the torture and interrogation squad, mentioned Natsuki and smiled, giving a rare thumbs up in praise. Not long after, Genma arrived with Tenten, Shino, Neji, and Sasuke. The arrival of reinforcements greatly boosted the Konoha shinobi's morale. Even though it was only a small squad, it was enough to rally the troops. Tenten, Shino, Neji, and Sasuke fought valiantly, taking down many enemy shinobi and receiving praise from those around them. Just as Natsuki was about to engage in another fight, a giant toad descended from the sky, crushing several sand shinobi into the ground. Standing atop the toad was a white-haired old man striking what he thought was a cool pose, wearing a forehead protector with the kanji 4 oil. Who else could it be but Jiraiya? The gallant Jiraiya has arrived. Everyone in Konoha, are you okay? His entrance was flashy enough, but it seemed he was a little late. Most of the enemy shinobi had already been wiped out. Besides, there was no need to summon such a massive toad just to deal with a few sand shinobi, he'd squash them into paste. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 132, chapter. However, that was just Natsuki's own thought, others had different ideas. The people around them were all excited, and many visibly smiled with relief. Clearly, the name of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, carried with it a sense of power and reassurance. It's Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama is here. That's great. We're saved. The appearance of a mighty hero gave everyone a sense of having found their pillar of strength. It restored their morale and gave them hope. That was just how it worked. Jiraiya quickly scanned the situation around him and realized that the battle was pretty much over. It seemed like he had arrived a bit late, which left him feeling awkward for a moment. But his skin was thick enough, he made a big leap and landed in front of Natsuki, giving him a thumbs up. Not bad, kid. I saw you take down quite a few tough enemy ninja. I didn't expect a Konoha genin to have such strength. Natsuki silently sheathed the Maken Senjin, Demon Blade, Thousand Blades, as if something had suddenly occurred to him. Oh. So you're the perverted old lecher that Tenten keeps talking about, the one who peeks at women's bathhouses. So the legendary peeper is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. How can a disciple of the Hokage do something like that? That's just wrong. Cough. 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 Jiraiya choked, trying to defend himself. Brat, don't talk nonsense. I'm conducting research. Research? You can go to a brothel for that, don't go harassing women's bathhouses. Do you know how many innocent women you're disturbing in there? Natsuki's tone was sharp, showing no respect for the Sannin at all. Jiraiya was left speechless. Natsuki pressed on, saying, don't bother explaining. An explanation is just an excuse, and an excuse means you're guilty. If I catch you peeping at a bathhouse again, I don't care if you're one of the Sannin or even the Hokage, I'll beat you up. As he spoke, he raised a fist, as if saying, have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? The Konoha shinobi nearby couldn't help but shrug. Many of them had heard about Jiraiya's antics, and they weren't too happy about it either. But because of Jiraiya's status, no one dared to say anything. Now, hearing Natsuki speak out so boldly, directly questioning and threatening Jiraiya, who couldn't even argue back, left everyone feeling strangely satisfied. So what if you're one of the Sannin? So what if you're the Hokage's student? You think it's okay to peek at bathhouses? Everyone had female family members, just imagine their loved ones being spied on by a perverted old man. And they couldn't do anything about it. Who could be okay with that? Someone like that should be called out. At that moment, Genma arrived with the squad and quickly tried to smooth things over. Jiraiya-sama, please forgive him. Natsuki has a strong sense of justice and a deep hatred for evil. Please don't take it to heart. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. This kid has a strong sense of justice. Does that mean I am evil? This kid hates evil. Then does that make me the bad guy? Genma really didn't know how to talk. And just then, Tenten piped up. Ah. The bathhouse peeper. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. That was research. Jiraiya reflexively retorted, then realized. Oh, so it's you, little girl. And you're Natsuki, huh? I've heard you have a nickname, Konoha's Demon Blade. They say you even fought against Orochimaru. Truly, a young hero. Genma added. Jiraiya-sama, Natsuki also defeated the One-Tail just now in the arena. Nani? Defeated the One-Tail. The crowd was stunned. Seeing Genma's confident expression, they had no choice but to believe it. After all, this wasn't the kind of thing someone could make up. If it wasn't true, it would be exposed soon enough. Even Jiraiya had to take it seriously. You actually defeated a Bijou. It seems I underestimated you. Natsuki said nothing, not because he was arrogant, but simply because he didn't know what to say. After all, he wasn't the type to brag. Thankfully, everyone assumed he was just being modest. In a world like this, people were pretty good at filling in the blanks on their own. Fortunately, everyone still remembered the main issue. Rado spoke up. Jiraiya-sama, now that you're here, please take charge of the situation. Hokage-sama is trapped inside a barrier and is currently fighting Orochimaru. We need you to give us orders. Jiraiya looked toward the arena, his expression turning serious. The ANBU are with the Hokage. For now, focus on rescuing the villagers. If there are any remaining enemy shinobi, capture them immediately. Also, continue to guard the village's defensive lines, don't let any other forces invade. Yes. The shinobi immediately sprang into action. Natsuki was assigned to a team with Tenten and Shino, holding the line at a defensive position. Sasuke and Neji followed Genma to another location. After that, all they could do was wait for the situation to end. But Jiraiya's expression remained uneasy. He silently prayed. "Old man, you'd better hold on." At the arena, Megumi and Sakura's treatment efforts were very timely. Most of the spectators had only suffered bruises and minor burns, so after some healing, they were basically fine. The tension in the air eased. Meanwhile, Kabuto, seeing the timing was about right, quietly led the few remaining Otonin and retreated. On the rooftop, the bodies of the first and second Hokage were gone. Only the corpses of Sakan and Taiyu remained. Evidently, the two Otonin had been used by Orochimaru as sacrifices for the Edo Tensei. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he lay on the ground, his chest stained with blood, lifeless. The four violet flames formation disappeared as well. Orochimaru, with his arms dangling limply and a defeated look on his face, was swiftly retreating under the protection of the Sound Four. At this point, Konoha's destruction finally came to an end. 2 days later, the sky was overcast. All the shinobi and villagers silently stepped out of their homes, dressed in black. Each person went to the flower shop to pick up a single funeral flower, then quietly made their way toward the cemetery. Natsuki and Tenten were among the crowd. Rain fell steadily from the sky, but no one carried an umbrella. Everyone was immersed in grief. Well, not Natsuki. He followed the crowd to Hiruzen's grave, where he stood in silence, placed a flower, and, depending on whether he had words to say, either spoke quietly or simply bowed before leaving, so as not to hold up the people behind him. Hiruzen had finally reached the end of his life as a shinobi. His rights and wrongs would be judged by others. Perhaps he had done many things worthy of criticism, but Konoha had flourished under him. Of course, Konoha had also declined under him. There were too many things unknown. But Natsuki didn't care. He had never had any expectations for Konoha's so-called elite, nor did he have any reverence or trust for Hiruzen. Now that Hiruzen was dead, a new era was about to begin. And Natsuki no longer needed to hold back, his strength was already enough. In the chaos of the recent destruction, he had stood out as a hero. No one in Konoha dared to lay a finger on him or his family anymore, and that was enough. What he needed to do now was wait. Wait for Tsunade to return as the fifth Hokage. Then, he would be able to ask Tsunade for something, continuing his path to becoming stronger. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 133, Chapter. Danzo spoke bluntly. Hamura, Koharu, I need your support to become the fifth Hokage. But Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu refused outright. Impossible. Danzo, we won't support you. Danzo, Konoha isn't ruled by just us, Hamura shot back coldly. The clans, the Jonin, none of them will accept you as Hokage. Let's not even get into your reputation, which is already in tatters after everything you've done over the years. Just this last disaster, when the village was under attack, you stayed inside and did nothing. Do you think everyone else is blind? How do you expect the top Jonin of the Aburame clan, or any other family, to support you? Koharu added, Danzo, give it up. You don't have Hiruzen's prestige. Your reputation is bad, and you'll never be Hokage. They knew this old friend all too well. Danzo always claimed to act for the village, but in reality, he was self-serving, rarely prioritizing the village's interests over his own. When Hiruzen was alive, he could keep Danzo in check, but with Hiruzen gone, no one could hold him back. If Danzo became Hokage, wouldn't Konoha be thrown into chaos? Sure, they liked power and benefits, but the village had to be stable and peaceful for them to enjoy those benefits. If Danzo wrecked Konoha, no amount of power would matter. Danzo was furious. Who else is qualified to be Hokage besides me? I'm the only suitable candidate. But Hamura and Koharu replied firmly. Of course there's someone else. Jiraiya is the perfect candidate. He has both the strength and the prestige. If he becomes Hokage, he'll have the full support of the village. You'll regret this. Danzo roared in frustration. Danzo, you're not the Hokage. And you never will be. Their words hit him harder than Hiruzen's declaration of, I am the Hokage. It was a devastating blow. The next moment, the door slammed shut as Danzo stormed out in a rage. Danzo seethed with anger. But he never considered that Hiruzen wasn't the one blocking his path to the Hokage seat. It was his own past deeds, the countless evil acts, the many crimes he helped Hiruzen cover up, and the trail of hatred he left among the clans and the Jonin. No one supported him because they hated him. Even with Hiruzen gone, no one wanted to see a scumbag like Danzo take power. If they did, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Another day later, still in the Hokage's office. A small meeting, Jiraiya, Hamura, and Koharu. Hamura got straight to the point. Jiraiya, the village can't go a day without a Hokage. You should become the 5th Hokage. We all hope you'll take the position. Jiraiya shook his head. No, I'm not suitable for the role. Koharu frowned. If not you, then who? Don't refuse. But Jiraiya remained firm. There's someone else more suitable than me. She's also a disciple of Hiruzen Sensei, and the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, Tsunade. Tsunade. Hamura and Koharu sighed. Of course she's suitable, but no one knows where she is. Jiraiya immediately said. Then I'll go find her. She must become the 5th Hokage. Only with her back in the village can we have peace. Besides, the village is critically short on top-tier strength right now. Tsunade's return will be a much-needed boost. At this, the two elders couldn't argue. After all, Jiraiya had flatly refused to become Hokage himself, and his reasoning was sound. But Jiraiya's next words made their foreheads twitch. I'm taking Naruto with me. No way. Absolutely not. How can you let the Jinchuriki leave the village? Jiraiya, this is madness. The two elders were adamantly opposed. Whoa, calm down, Jiraiya said with a grin. Just hear me out. I've received intel, there's a group called Akatsuki, a rogue organization targeting the tailed beasts. I'm worried they'll go after Naruto. Right now, with the village short on top-tier strength, the safest place for Naruto is by my side. Don't underestimate Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi is one of its members, and each of their members is incredibly powerful. At this point, Hamura and Koharu could say no more. They could only urge Jiraiya to watch over the Jinchuriki carefully, and to make sure to bring Tsunade back. None of this was known to Natsuki. Currently, Natsuki wasn't idle either. After the Hokage's funeral, the higher-ups, for the sake of the village's security, stopped assigning external missions. All ninja teams were ordered to patrol within the village on a rotating schedule, in an effort to root out spies. Of course, training couldn't be neglected either. Fortunately, Yamashiro Aoba, realizing he had nothing left to teach Natsuki, simply let him train on his own. Natsuki naturally holed up at home, spending almost all his time in the gravity training room. Aside from daily gravity training, he focused on studying the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, determined to master it for combat use as soon as possible. The battle with Shikaku, while victorious, had left him feeling restricted. Mainly because there were too many civilians around, Natsuki had to worry about their lives. Even when using his big moves, he had to set up defensive barriers first, fearing the collateral damage would kill a bunch of spectators. Fortunately, Megumi later reported that none of the spectators had died, only minor injuries from impacts and burns, all of which were treated. The villagers and spectators, upon learning the details, didn't blame him. Instead, they were deeply grateful. Natsuki didn't really care about their feelings, his main concern was that if too many civilians died, it might hinder his promotion. Still, the main reason he felt restricted was the lack of techniques at his disposal. If I'd been able to use Hiraishin no Jutsu proficiently back then, forget the Baijidama, I could have just teleported Shikaku straight into the forest for a fight. I could have unleashed my big moves without any worries. That's why Natsuki was determined to master the Flying Thunder God technique as quickly as possible. That afternoon, Natsuki had just finished lunch and was about to take a nap when someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he saw Sasuke. Sasuke. Do you need something? Come on in. Natsuki stepped aside. Yeah. I've got something important to discuss. Or rather, I need to ask for your guidance. Sasuke didn't hesitate and walked right in. Natsuki didn't rush, he invited Sasuke to sit and poured him some tea, casually asking. Don't you have missions to do? Sasuke shook his head. Naruto, he left the village with Jiraiya. I don't know the details. Sakura's helping out at the hospital, so Team 7 is basically disbanded. I did just finish a patrol mission. That's why I came, to ask you, well, to learn from you. Please teach me how to get stronger. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 134, chapter. For Sasuke to actually say the words please teach me was quite rare. After all, this guy had always been proud and had always been ranked first in his year. It wasn't in his nature to ask for help. But Natsuki wasn't surprised. Sasuke, in order to take revenge, would do anything to become stronger. In the original story, he had even gone as far as turning to Orochimaru, completely disregarding any sense of camaraderie or bonds. Now, although he still had the cursed seal placed on him, he hadn't yet fallen to the dark side. After seeing Natsuki's impressive display of power, it was only natural that he would seek guidance. Natsuki didn't make things difficult for him and smiled. What do you want to ask? Just say it. We're friends, no need to stand on ceremony. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with intensity. I want to know, how do you train? How did you get so strong? What was the technique you used to defeat the Bijou? And, do you have any advice for me? A flurry of questions came tumbling out, he was clearly desperate. Natsuki nodded. My path to becoming stronger isn't really a secret. I don't mind sharing it with you. But everyone's situation is different, and the methods that worked for me may not work for you. That's why I'm more inclined to give you advice rather than a specific roadmap. You've seen how strong Tenten has become, haven't you? Her progress is the result of following my suggestions. Sasuke nodded earnestly. Tenten really is strong. That much is undeniable. Good, I'm glad you acknowledge that. Natsuki pulled out some snacks and started munching while talking. When I was courting Tenten, I gave her this piece of advice. I told her she needed to identify her strengths and weaknesses, then enhance her strengths while overcoming her weaknesses. That's the key to true strength. Tenten's strengths are her Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, her skill with ninja tools, and, well, being rich. She's now mastered her summoning techniques, has incredible proficiency with ninja tools, and her arsenal of special tools keeps growing because she can afford them. See? That's the result of developing her strengths. You need to figure out your own strengths and weaknesses too. It made perfect sense. That was the core principle. Sasuke, of course, understood that Natsuki's reasoning was sound. Tenten was living proof, and Sasuke had seen it firsthand, so he accepted it wholeheartedly. Kakashi had also given Sasuke plenty of guidance before, but it was mostly just techniques and methods. Sasuke had followed along, learning whatever Kakashi taught, chasing after any chance to get stronger. But he had never grasped such simple yet profound principles. Now, with Natsuki's explanation, Sasuke finally felt like the fog had lifted, as if he had found a direction for growth. Then, Natsuki, what do you think are my strengths and weaknesses? Sasuke seemed reluctant to think about it himself and wanted a direct answer. Your strengths and weaknesses, huh? Let me think. Natsuki picked up a pen and paper, jotting things down as he spoke. From what I know about you, your main weaknesses are twofold: 1, your unstable mental state, and 2, your lack of chakra. Or to put it more accurately, you don't have enough chakra to reach higher levels of strength. The chakra deficiency, that much he could accept. But an unstable mental state. Was that really a problem for him? Natsuki pointed at Sasuke. Don't doubt it. Your mental state really is unstable. Think back to when we fought at the academy. Remember when I hit you with a basic genjutsu, the Naraku Genzai no Jutsu, hell-viewing technique? You're an Uchiha with the Sharingan. Even if you hadn't awakened it yet, you shouldn't have been caught so easily by a genjutsu, right? I think the trauma you experienced during the Uchiha massacre left a huge mark on you. That's why your mental state is so unstable. Natsuki's voice was calm. Don't underestimate this. Chakra is the mixture of mental and physical energy. If your mental state is unstable, it affects your chakra growth and control. Remember when you were learning to tree climb? With your talent, that should have been easy, but you struggled for a long time. Right. Sasuke's mouth opened slightly, and his mind flashed back to the memory of himself constantly falling while trying to climb trees. That scene came rushing back, and he suddenly understood. So his talent wasn't the problem, it was his unstable mental state that had affected his chakra control, making him struggle even with tree climbing. As for the night of the Uchiha massacre, he had suffered an overwhelming trauma. He had witnessed the entire clan being slaughtered, watched his parents die at the hands of his own brother, and was tormented for days by his brother's genjutsu. It was no wonder his mental state was so unstable. No wonder Natsuki was so strong, he was so smart. Sasuke felt like he should have come to him for guidance a long time ago. He nodded vigorously, his eyes blazing with anticipation as he waited for Natsuki's next words. Natsuki continued. An unstable mental state has more consequences than just chakra control. It affects your sleep quality, your appetite, and ultimately your physical growth during these critical years. Poor health means less chakra, which affects your progress. Most importantly, it affects your intelligence and critical thinking ability. Have you ever found yourself getting irritable for no reason? Have you ever sat down to reflect on yourself calmly? Have you ever, after learning something new, become arrogant? All of that comes from long-term mental instability. Sasuke nodded furiously. Keep going. You're making so much sense. Natsuki paused for a moment, feeling like Sasuke's tone was a bit perfunctory. If it weren't for the burning look in his eyes, he might have thought Sasuke wasn't really paying attention. So he pressed on. I don't know the full truth behind the Uchiha massacre, but I've heard that your goal is to kill Uchiha Itachi. His Sharingan genjutsu is incredibly powerful. Your first step should be to learn to stay calm, completely calm. Otherwise, the moment you face Uchiha Itachi, you won't even have a chance to speak before you're caught in his genjutsu. If that happens, you can forget about revenge, you'll probably die 100 times over. So first, address that flaw. Learn to calm yourself, stabilize your mental state, and find ways to strengthen your mind. Or better yet, find a genjutsu master and train your resistance to illusions. If you do that, your chakra should also grow naturally, your control will improve, and your learning speed for new techniques will increase. And when you face your enemy in the future, you won't be so easily caught in genjutsu. That's the benefit of overcoming your weaknesses. What do you think? Sasuke fell into deep thought. As he reflected on the past few years, the more he thought, the more he realized Natsuki was right. His mental instability really was a huge problem. He almost never slept soundly at night, often waking from nightmares. He couldn't eat properly, and that had seriously impacted his growth, his chakra development, and even his ability to learn techniques. That's why he had struggled so much with tree climbing. That's why, even after awakening the Sharingan, his progress with the White Fang sword techniques and the Chidori had been so slow. It was all because of his unstable mental state. And the most terrifying thing was that it made him so vulnerable to genjutsu. How could he ever avenge the Uchiha clan if he kept falling into Itachi's illusions? Just like Natsuki said, he wouldn't even get a chance to speak before he was trapped in an illusion. How could he get revenge like that? Might as well just die. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135, Chapter. Sasuke took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I admit this flaw. I'll find a way to overcome it. Please tell me the second flaw. Natsuki glanced at Sasuke and didn't sense any perfunctory attitude, it seemed like he had really taken the words to heart. That was good. After all, Sasuke had been traumatized from a young age, which twisted his mind. That's why he later fell into darkness for the sake of power. His mental state had never been stable, constantly thinking about revenge, and after killing Uchiha Itachi, he learned even more truths, driving him to the point of insanity. He even tried to kill Sakura and Kirin at one point. That was truly madness. Now, teaching Sasuke to stay calm and think before acting would help prevent him from going down that path again. Moreover, Sasuke's talent had indeed been affected by his mental instability. Think about it, how could someone who was constantly anxious, easily irritable, and prone to rage possibly learn properly? Natsuki wrote down the second point on the paper. As I just mentioned, your second major flaw is that your chakra isn't abundant enough. Chakra is the body's energy, and naturally, the more the better, the more you have, the stronger you'll be. To be honest, neither you nor I have more chakra than Naruto. Even though he's still a bit of an idiot right now, once the day comes when he fully masters that power, he might end up surpassing both of us. You've probably noticed that already, right? Naruto, huh? Yeah. Sasuke recalled, Naruto can summon hundreds of shadow clones at once. That level of chakra far surpasses mine. And as he keeps fighting, his growth rate is astonishing. So, how can I make my chakra increase explosively? Natsuki shrugged, if you want normal chakra growth, just keep training your body. Once your mind stabilizes, your chakra will naturally increase. But if you want to reach Naruto's level, honestly, it's nearly impossible. The Uzumaki clan has always been known for their immense chakra reserves. It's a bloodline thing, just like how your Uchiha clan has the Sharingan. Uzumaki clan. Why had he never heard of them before? If they had so much chakra, they should have produced plenty of strong shinobi and been famous, right? It's normal you haven't heard of them. The Uzumaki clan were residents of Uzushiogakure, but that village was destroyed. The survivors of the clan scattered across the world. Naruto's mother came to the Hidden Leaf. You probably know Naruto's the host of the Fox Demon. There are too many taboos involved, things we can't discuss. Natsuki's tone grew more cautious. Even though Hiruzen had died, some topics were still best left unspoken. Matters concerning the Jinchuriki were sensitive. The village higher-ups treated them as taboo subjects, including Naruto's parents. But Sasuke, deep in thought, suddenly said, Natsuki, if I became a Jinchuriki, would my chakra explode in size? Yar yar. You're starting to think now, Sasuke. Natsuki was surprised. How did you come up with that? Come on, tell me. He was genuinely shocked. He never thought Sasuke would actually think about becoming a Jinchuriki. It was a crazy idea, but not impossible. After all, a Jinchuriki could draw chakra from the tailed beast, solving their chakra issues. And if someone could become a perfect Jinchuriki, they'd instantly reach Kage-level strength, more than enough to fight Uchiha Itachi. Most importantly, the Akatsuki was about to start hunting Jinchuriki, and Itachi was assigned to the Leaf's side. If Sasuke became a Jinchuriki, he'd gain the strength he desired, and Itachi would come after him to capture the tailed beast. Wouldn't that align all the elements perfectly? Could it be that Sasuke was a genius for thinking of such a brilliant plan? It was just, if Sasuke really succeeded, What would Itachi's expression be like when he heard the news? Would he go berserk? After all, the weasel was a true brother complex. He would never just stand by and watch his little brother get the tailed beast ripped out and die. Would he betray the Akatsuki outright? This was getting more and more interesting. Of course, Natsuki was just a spectator in all this. He wasn't interfering. He had only offered Sasuke some advice. The idea to become a Jinchuriki. That was Sasuke's own inspiration, nothing to do with Natsuki. Sasuke looked a bit embarrassed. Didn't you mention Naruto just now? He's a Jinchuriki, isn't he? I've seen him lose control with the tailed beast's chakra. His chakra was truly overwhelming. And during the exam, I also saw Gaara wielding the tailed beast's power. It was incredibly strong. That's what made me think of it. Not bad, not bad. Sasuke really had learned to think. And this idea was quite nice. Many transmigrators who arrived in this world would solve their chakra shortages by becoming a Jinchuriki, right? The Jinchuriki route was the easy mode. Natsuki gave him a thumbs up. This idea is very good. See? After calming down and thinking things through, you've already come up with a good solution, haven't you? Sasuke nodded. I think so too. But, how do I go about it? Well, that's going to be tricky. Natsuki analyzed, there are 9 tailed beasts in total, and most of them have been captured by the major villages. However, sometimes when a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast is reborn and left unsealed. You'll first need to find a tailed beast that's on its own. Then, you have to either master powerful Fuinjutsu or find a skilled sealing master to help you. Only sealing techniques can bind a tailed beast into your body. And finally, there's a big risk, tailed beasts are extremely strong. You'd have to defeat the beast first. Even after sealing it, the process wouldn't necessarily be stable. Look at Naruto, he has outbursts. Gaara also had mental instability issues. These are all factors you must consider. Sasuke listened and nodded repeatedly, even subconsciously taking Natsuki's pen and jotting down notes. Right now, he admired Natsuki a lot. Natsuki's clear thinking, his ability to analyze problems so thoroughly, it all made him seem incredibly trustworthy. Moreover, Natsuki knew a lot. It felt like no matter what you talked about, he could always provide information that others didn't know. It was quite the pleasant surprise. After finishing his notes, Sasuke actually smiled a little. Thanks, Natsuki. I'll be careful with the idea of becoming a Jinchuriki. Next, let's talk about my strengths. How should I make the most of them? Natsuki was a bit speechless at that. Seriously, man. I just praised you for learning how to think, and now you're asking for the answer. Use your brain to figure it out, for crying out loud. Natsuki sighed and said, your strengths aren't that many. Basically, it's your Sharingan and your talent in Katan, fire release, and Raitun, lightning release. The development of your Sharingan is very important. You should ask Kakashi-senpai for advice, he knows the most about it. As for your Katan and Raitun talents, the Uchiha clan has always excelled in Katan. Go look for the training notes left by your ancestors and study them well. For Raitun, I think you should continue practicing the Chidori and Hataki sword style. Once you build on that, you can develop your own techniques. When the time comes, your strength should at least be at the elite Jonin level. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 136, Chapter. After analyzing Sasuke's strengths and weaknesses, Natsuki generously shared his own training experiences. How to train the body, how to improve chakra control. But Sasuke's abilities were still far too lacking. He wasn't yet capable of things like doing a handstand while lifting a giant boulder or walking along a cliff while carrying heavy weights using chakra. Natsuki didn't recommend trying to imitate those feats. Instead, he advised Sasuke to develop a training plan tailored to his own situation. Additionally, there were other ways to get stronger. Training, learning, borrowing, and imagination. Natsuki outlined 4 points. Training is self-explanatory, it strengthens the body, naturally improving taijutsu and increasing chakra reserves. Learning makes your mind more agile, helps you think better, and lays the foundation for imagination. Borrowing means learning from the powerful techniques of our predecessors. Imagination is essential for creating your own unique techniques. Sasuke scribbled down notes, fully in student mode, which made Natsuki want to laugh. Ahem, let me focus on the last 2 points. First, borrowing, the Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates released formation, Hataki sword style, these are techniques I learned from my seniors. That's borrowing. The reason I took the initiative to learn these things is because I understood the strength of those who came before us. I knew how Might Guy's father kicked 4 Kirigakure elite Jonin to death with a single blow. I knew how Kakashi's father became a legend rivaling the Sannin. That's why I worked hard to find these techniques and learn them, even if it meant thickening my skin and begging, I would still do it, because they make me stronger. Even if you can't learn directly, you can still deeply study the techniques of the powerful from the past. Even just knowing the names of their techniques, or getting some descriptions, you can use that as reference to develop your own moves. That's how you borrow their experience to become stronger. Sasuke, have you ever heard of Uchiha Shisui? Sasuke, who had been furiously taking notes, paused in surprise, taking a moment to respond. Why bring up Shisui all of a sudden? Shisui Nizan. Of course I know him. Sasuke fell into memories. He remembered that the intensifying conflicts within the clan seemed to have started with Shisui's death. Back then, Itachi was extremely agitated, even beating up fellow clan members while denying he had killed Shisui. And after that, the Uchiha massacre happened. Sasuke quickly shook his head to push those thoughts away, afraid he might lose his composure again. Natsuki said, Uchiha Shisui had a famous nickname, Shunshin no Shisui, Shisui of the body flicker. That means his Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, was exceptionally skilled, striking fear into people's hearts. It said he combined Jinjutsu and Shunshin no Jutsu, creating multiple illusionary clones during his attacks. But those clones could suddenly turn into the real body, making it impossible to defend or attack properly. It was terrifying. Sasuke took a sharp breath. TCH. Shisui Nizan was that strong. See. You've been burying your head in training, waiting for others to teach you, but you don't even understand the strength of your own clan's elite. How can that work? Natsuki chuckled. You need to learn more about the strength of those who came before us. Their techniques are precious experience. Compared to blindly fumbling around or just training without direction, borrowing from their experience is far more important. After hearing about Shunshin no Shisui's technique, can you imagine how to learn from it? That's a powerful move that can only be fully used with the Sharingan. Don't believe me? Go ask Kakashi-senpai, he definitely knows Shisui. See? That's borrowing right there. Sasuke nodded earnestly. You're right, why didn't I think of that? Because you were too young, and no one taught you. And because your heart was clouded by hatred, all you knew was to throw yourself into training. Your mind wasn't stable enough to think that far ahead. You don't even know how much of the Uchiha clan's inheritance has been lost. Let alone money and property, have you even obtained half of the clan's most precious ninjutsu scrolls? Natsuki couldn't be bothered to complain further. The Uchiha clan had been wiped out for years, talking about this now was meaningless. He moved on to the last point. Finally, imagination. It's about using the foundation of the first 3 points to create your own powerful techniques. For example, when I fought the tailed beast, I used moves like Sui Enzan, Water Circular Slash, and Uzumaki Fuhiden, Vortex Boiling Bullet. Those are my own creations. As Natsuki spoke, he even raised his hand to demonstrate. Sasuke watched, swallowing hard. He could clearly see how powerful those moves were. He really wanted to learn them, but he knew better than to ask. Natsuki grinned. You want to learn them, right? I know. But your chakra doesn't have a water affinity, so you can't. Actually, these techniques combine chakra nature transformation and shape transformation. That's something only a Jonin can achieve. Oh, your Chidori also falls into this category. But it's not your original technique, you still need to form hand seals to use it. That's far from enough. Sasuke sat up straighter. What should I do? Chakra shape transformation is simple, you control chakra into the shape you want, and it has to be stable enough. For example, chakra threads. If you want power, the shape of Sui Enzan is based on a high-speed rotating cutting disc. After that, imagine integrating chakra nature into it. This also needs training. For example, water nature, try to make your chakra soak a piece of paper without using hand seals. In fact, using hand seals to release jutsu is also a process of chakra nature transformation, it's just guided by the hand seals. But you need to learn to do it without them. Here, try this, use your chakra to burn this piece of paper. Imagine it. He handed Sasuke a piece of tissue paper. Sasuke took it, placed it in his palm, closed his eyes to concentrate, and after a long while, opened his eyes to find that the tissue only had a tiny spark. This is so hard. Sasuke stared at the spark, deep in thought. Exactly, because it's hard, learning it makes you strong. Natsuki smiled. Your mind isn't stable enough yet. Focus on calming down first. Later, go find Kakashi-senpai, he knows more about this than I do. He should have some specific training methods for you. Just go to him. Sasuke nodded, feeling like he had learned almost everything he wanted to know. He didn't stay any longer and got up to leave. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly paused, turned to Natsuki, and gave him a deep bow. Natsuki, thank you, really. Amazement. The second MC, Sasuke, had actually expressed sincere gratitude. Natsuki's effort hadn't been in vain. He waved his hand with a smile. All right, off you go. You've got a lot on your plate. Here's a piece of advice for you: eat well, sleep well, study well, and train well. This was said by a sage who once trained an invincible warrior. It's worth reflecting on. Kame Sennin, Master Roshi, said that, and he trained Son Goku into an invincible powerhouse. Can't argue with that. Eat well, sleep well, study well, train well. Got it. I'll remember that. Sasuke seemed to grasp something, showing a rare smile. To him, it was clear, this phrase was a summary of everything Natsuki had just said. The so-called sage's words were actually Natsuki's best advice for a friend. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 137, Chapter. After watching Sasuke leave, Natsuki stretched his body lazily. He hadn't expected Sasuke to come seeking guidance, let alone with such a sincere attitude. Naturally, Natsuki wasn't stingy with his advice. Although he had no intention of meddling in the fate of the savior, Sasuke was a friend. Since Sasuke had taken the initiative to ask for help, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. That would be too heartless. Besides, if his words could truly help Sasuke, maybe that was a good thing. Sasuke's early life had been far too bitter. If he could avoid going dark, that would be best. Going to Orochimaru wasn't a good option, better for Sasuke to stay in Konoha, at least where he had friends and comrades, so he wouldn't be alone. As long as he understood how to get stronger, Orochimaru's power would lose its appeal. As for the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre, well, that involved the F4. Or rather, Danzo would end up being the scapegoat. That didn't matter much. With Danzo's ambitions, he was bound to stir up trouble before the final act, and he'd inevitably get killed off eventually. Ideally, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yudetane would die too. Konoha didn't need those old vampires sucking the village dry any longer. It would be best if Sasuke understood that the Uchiha clan's massacre was orchestrated by the F4 and had little to do with Konoha itself. Let him take his revenge on those 4 geezers, but don't destroy the entire village. After all, Konoha had quite a few assets belonging to Tenten's family. If the village was destroyed, wouldn't Natsuki suffer a massive loss? Yawning, Natsuki thought about how he hadn't taken a nap that day. He was feeling a bit lazy. Seeing that it was getting late, maybe it was time to buy groceries. He hadn't cooked in a while. Today, he'd make an exception. Grabbing a shopping basket, he headed out. Meanwhile, Sasuke was looking at the paper in his hands. It listed his strengths and weaknesses, Natsuki's training tips, and important advice. The more Sasuke read, the more it all made sense. Looks like I've been blindly training all this time, no wonder my progress has been so slow. Compared to Natsuki, he's so much smarter, he knows exactly how to get stronger quickly. He was already pursuing Tenten when he was only 6, right? That means he started thinking about how to grow stronger at 6. Now he's 12, that's 6 years of dedicated effort, while I was just learning basic school stuff. Of course he's stronger than me. Thinking this, Sasuke carefully tucked the paper away. The contents were too important to him. He needed to reflect and plan carefully, he couldn't just muddle through like before. Right, I should go find Kakashi while there's still time. With that thought, Sasuke headed off to places where Kakashi was known to hang out, like the training grounds, Ichiraku Ramen, or the dango shop. But as soon as he got near the dango shop, he saw Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma racing across the rooftops. 3 jonin rushing like that, something serious had to have happened. Sasuke's instincts told him this was big, so he immediately gave chase, but he didn't call out to Kakashi. He knew that if it was a major issue, Kakashi wouldn't let him get involved, so he just followed quietly from a distance. What he didn't notice was that Natsuki, who had gone out shopping, also saw this scene. Not long after, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma arrived at a riverbank outside the village. Kurenai and Asuma were the first to leap out, blocking 2 figures wearing straw hats and black cloaks adorned with red clouds, the Akatsuki. They were here to capture the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Uchiha Itachi. Hashigaki Kisame. The battle broke out immediately. Asuma faced off against Kisame but was wounded by Samehada. Kurenai tried to trap Itachi with Genjutsu, but it was easily deflected, leaving her injured as well. Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a water dragon that surged toward Asuma and Kurenai. But suddenly, another water dragon rose up to block the first one. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. It was Kakashi, he had copied Kisame's water jutsu. Itachi's voice was cold and emotionless. Long time no see, Kakashi-san. Tell me, where is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Kakashi's expression darkened. Uchiha Itachi. Your target is Naruto. Sasuke, who had just arrived, heard these words clearly. Seeing his long-lost nemesis, the men who slaughtered his clan, his mind was instantly consumed by hatred. But somewhere deep inside, a thought flickered to life, keeping his mind barely clear. Naruto. Their target was Naruto. No. He had asked for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Their target was the tailed beast. So if he became a Jinchuriki, he wouldn't just gain immense power, Itachi would also come looking for him. This thought flashed through his mind, but it was quickly drowned out by hatred. His expression twisted, and he drew his short sword, charging forward. Uchiha Itachi. Go to hell. But just as he roared, the world around him suddenly spun, disorienting him. He instantly realized he had been caught in Itachi's genjutsu in an instant. And it wasn't even a high-level genjutsu. As Natsuki had said, his unstable mind couldn't even resist a basic genjutsu. Calm down. Calm down. Keep your head cool. Yes, that's it. Sasuke took a deep breath and stabbed the blade into his own hand, using the pain to snap himself out of it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the others had already moved onto the river's surface, locked in a tense standoff. Clearly, while he was trapped in the illusion, a fierce battle had erupted, the river's surface was churning violently. And Kakashi? Kakashi looked bad, kneeling on the water, clearly in great pain. Asuma, Kurenai, close your eyes. Don't look at him. His genjutsu is too dangerous. Kakashi gasped for air, he had just endured 3 days and nights of torture in Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Kakashi, are you alright? Asuma and Kurenai quickly closed their eyes, worried about Kakashi's condition. Kakashi's inner thought, I'm fine. I can handle another 3 days and nights no problem. Fine my ass. Just don't open your eyes. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Then he glanced at Sasuke, who had snapped out of it. Sasuke, calm down. Be careful of his genjutsu. Sasuke nodded slowly, not daring to look directly into Itachi's eyes. He knew that if he did, he'd be trapped again, with no chance to fight back, no chance for revenge. His heart was full of hatred, but he wasn't an idiot. Still, if he couldn't open his eyes, couldn't look at his opponent, how was he supposed to fight? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a figure flashed between the two sides. Kakashi-senpai, Sasuke, are you guys alright? Kakashi's eyes lit up. Natsuki. Why are you here? Sasuke also instinctively relaxed. Maybe it was knowing Natsuki's strength, maybe it was his trust in him, but when Natsuki appeared, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of reassurance. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 138, chapter. Oh, I saw you guys rushing like crazy when I went out to buy groceries, figured something must have happened, so I followed. As Natsuki spoke, he took out several sunglasses and handed them to Kakashi. Here, senpai, distribute these to everyone. As long as you wear them, it'll be harder for the enemy to sense our line of sight, which makes it less likely for us to fall into their genjutsu. Wait, that works too. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but after thinking it through, it did make sense. Sunglasses were dark enough that detecting eye contact would be tricky. While there was still a chance of getting caught in a genjutsu, the risk was significantly reduced. Kakashi and Sasuke even thought, we used to think Natsuki wore sunglasses just to imitate Yamashiro Aoba and look cool, turns out there's more to it. Kisame bared his sharp teeth in a grin. Oi, Itachi-san, this brat's pretty clever, huh? Itachi remained silent, but his gaze lingered on Sasuke. It had been years since they last met, and seeing his younger brother's growth brought a hint of satisfaction to his heart. But, in this cruel world, that wasn't nearly enough. After everyone had put on their sunglasses, Natsuki spoke again. I'll take care of the fishman. You guys handle the other one. When I make my move, don't hesitate, strike immediately. The others didn't fully understand what Natsuki meant, but out of trust, they nodded. Natsuki took a horse stance on the water's surface, placing his hands in a sword finger gesture against his temples. It was clearly a technique none of them recognized. The next moment, a dazzling flash erupted from his body. Teioken, solar flare. Buzz. The Teioken made its debut in the ninja world. Because Itachi and Kisame had been staring at Natsuki, they were immediately blinded by the sudden burst of light. Their eyes instinctively shut, vision filled with blinding white spots. Both their hearts sank. Crap. Our vision. Hashiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation. 6th gate, came on, view gate, open. Without hesitation, Natsuki unleashed the 6th gate and flashed toward Kisame. Kisame reflexively raised Samahata to block, but Natsuki was too fast, he had already zipped behind Kisame and sent a powerful kick that launched the Sharkman into the sky. The moment Natsuki opened the 8 gates, Sasuke, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai immediately understood the plan. No wonder Natsuki told them not to hesitate when he moved. He had used a blinding flash to rob the enemy of their vision. And with their sunglasses, they were minimally affected. Wasn't this the perfect moment to attack? In an instant, the four charged at Itachi. Sasuke was the fastest, his short sword crackling with lightning as he lunged straight for Itachi's neck. Seeing the blade about to sever his enemy's head, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. His heart raced with the thrill of imminent vengeance. But the next second, a sharp clang rang out. The short sword was blocked by something red. Looking closely, it was a skeletal armor formed from red chakra. What is this? What kind of ability is that? Sasuke's mind was reeling. Not only had his attack failed, but Kakashi's kunai and Asuma's chakra blades had no effect either. Meanwhile, back in the sky, Natsuki, after knocking Kisame into the air, surged up again. Morning Peacock, Asa Kajaku. A barrage of blazing fists erupted midair, each strike blooming with sparks like fireworks. Kisame was left scorched, crashing back down into the water, smoke rising from his body. One down. Natsuki descended, unfazed by the result. After all, Kisame was supposed to get wrecked by Guy's sixth gate Morning Peacock. He had simply swapped in. With his current physical strength, Natsuki wasn't inferior to Guy at all. Itachi, hearing the sounds of battle, knew something was wrong. His vision was still hazy, struggling to recover. "Are you okay, Kisame?" But there was no reply. That silence told Itachi all he needed to know: his partner was down. For a brief moment, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He hadn't expected Natsuki, someone roughly Sasuke's age, to possess such strength, defeating Kisame in a single exchange. Looks like his time away from Konoha had left him out of touch with the village's situation. But while he was momentarily distracted, Natsuki had already surged forward again, unleashing a ferocious kick that slammed into the skeletal frame of the Susanoo. Crack! Crack! A network of fractures spread across the Susanoo's bone armor, then boom. A chunk of it shattered. Sasuke seized the moment, dashing in with his short sword aimed at Itachi's arm. Squelch! Blood spurted. But when Sasuke landed, he felt frustrated. Itachi, reacting on instinct, had managed to dodge slightly, and Sasuke's blade had only grazed his arm, barely a scratch. He had placed all his hopes on Natsuki breaking through the skeletal armor, and just as he expected, it shattered. He had grasped the perfect opportunity. But he was still too slow. Damn it. If I had been just a bit faster, I could have taken his arm. The Susanoo didn't care about Sasuke's complaints. The skeletal arm swung down, forcing both Sasuke and Natsuki to dodge together. Just as Natsuki prepared to follow up with another kick, a sudden movement nearby caught his attention. Kisame had recovered. Judging by the Sharkman's appearance, it seemed Samahata had autonomously merged with him, reviving him. Kisame quickly formed hand seals, moving at a decent speed, then opened his mouth and released a massive surge of water. Suetun, Daikoden no Jutsu. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Boom. A torrent of water engulfed the area. Natsuki and the others could only brace themselves for defense. By the time the flood receded and they looked up, Itachi and Kisame were gone. Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. They got away. But instead of flying into a blind rage, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think rationally. This reaction surprised even Kakashi. And more than that, he felt a sense of relief. Sasuke was growing up. Natsuki deactivated the 8 gates, turned to Kakashi, and asked, "So, what's the plan now? If there's nothing else, I'll head home and cook, my girlfriend's waiting." This guy, even now, he couldn't resist flexing his relationship status. Sasuke, however, spoke up. Uchiha Itachi and that fishman, weren't they after Naruto? Even though Jiraiya-sama is with Naruto, isn't it a bit risky? Shouldn't we send someone to support them? Kakashi nodded in agreement. You're right. We should send someone. Natsuki, you go. Huh? Kakashi-senpai, I need to get home to cook for my girlfriend, you know. You're single, cough cough, I mean, you're stronger and a jonin. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to go? Asuma and Kurenai couldn't help but snicker. Natsuki's blunt remark about Kakashi being single just felt so amusingly brutal. Kakashi's dead fish eyes rolled. Itachi obviously used genjutsu on you just now, yet you weren't affected at all. That means your resistance to genjutsu is high. Plus, you just beat Kisame. With your strength, you're the best choice to provide support. Stop throwing a tantrum, just go. Natsuki sighed. Kakashi-senpai, have you awakened the Byakugan or something? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 139, Chapter. In Natsuki's view, Kakashi was doing this on purpose. Clearly, after hearing him say he had to go home and cook for his girlfriend, Kakashi's jealousy kicked in, so he deliberately assigned him a mission. At a time like this, shouldn't a single guy volunteer for the mission? After all, a single guy goes home to a cold, empty house, might as well take the mission and let others go home to their partners, right? Wouldn't that be the decent, selfless thing to do? Of course, when Natsuki had handed out the sunglasses earlier, Uchiha Itachi had indeed tried to cast genjutsu on him. The reason it didn't work was probably due to his system. After all his study of ninjutsu, Natsuki had long realized that he seemed to be immune to genjutsu. It was likely because the gravity training room existed inside his mind, genjutsu couldn't shake the mental space of the gravity lab. In other words, Natsuki was a bug. Forget Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, even the infinite Tsukuyomi probably wouldn't affect him. But there was no way he could tell others that. It was better to let them think he just had a high resistance to genjutsu. That said, it really did mean he had to take on this mission, since he was clearly the most suitable person to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Didn't they all see Kakashi get tortured by Itachi's genjutsu for 3 days and 3 nights? Asuma and Kurenai had Northwest choice but to close their eyes. Only Natsuki had been completely fine. And with Natsuki's current strength, he had the recognition of the other jonin. Even if he was technically just a genin, sending him out on a solo mission wasn't really a problem. Thankfully, Guy showed up at that moment, so the final decision was for Natsuki and Guy to go together. Natsuki couldn't object, so he asked Kakashi to pass a message to Tenten. He didn't know how many days he'd be away, so he didn't want her to worry. Well then, we'll be off. Just as Natsuki and Guy were about to leave, Sasuke suddenly called out. Natsuki, wait. Huh. Sasuke spoke up, that solar flare technique you used earlier, how did you do it? Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai were also curious. After all, being able to make your body emit a blinding flash of light was an incredibly useful ability, able to create a huge advantage in battle. Just look at how close Kisame came to being beaten to death, and even Uchiha Itachi had been caught off guard. Natsuki grinned. It's not exactly a secret. Sasuke, you need to think for yourself. For example, in Doton, Earth Release, there's the hardening technique, right? That's when you channel chakra to absorb the properties of rock into your body to make it tougher. Well, I had a flash grenade on me. Get it now? Sasuke's eyes widened in realization. So you absorbed the properties of the flash grenade into your body, and then released it yourself. Exactly. Well, I'm off. Natsuki nodded to everyone, then left with Guy. Sasuke fell into deep thought. He realized he really wasn't very good at thinking things through. The solar flare was such a simple concept, yet he hadn't even considered it, he really was too dim. But thinking about it, maybe it wasn't just that he was slow, Natsuki was just too clever. After all, the hardening technique wasn't rare. Plenty of Earth Release users knew it. But until now, only Natsuki had thought of absorbing the properties of a flash grenade to create the solar flare. Perhaps most people simply didn't have that kind of flexible thinking. Training, learning, borrowing, imagination. The solar flare is the result of learning and imagination. Natsuki's advice really wasn't wrong. Sasuke silently engraved these words in his heart. They were the guiding lights on his path to becoming stronger. Kakashi and the others also praised Natsuki's ingenious idea, and after that, Asuma and Kurenai took their leave. They walked away side by side, shoulders nearly touching, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Still, his main focus was on his student's current state. He couldn't help but ask, Sasuke, you didn't think about going with Natsuki to chase after them? Sasuke froze for a moment, clenched his fists tightly, then took a deep breath and shook his head. Going now would be meaningless. Natsuki told me, I need to stay calm. This is the result of my calm thinking. I need to get stronger first, then I'll go after that guy. I see. That's good, actually. Kakashi let out a deep breath of relief, genuinely happy for his student's growth. He had been really worried that Sasuke would recklessly chase after Itachi no matter what. But now, Sasuke had managed to restrain himself, he had learned to stay calm. And that was all thanks to Natsuki. Looks like you've learned quite a bit from Natsuki. Kakashi's eyes curved into a rare smile. Yeah. I asked Natsuki for advice, and he taught me a lot of useful things. Sasuke admitted it honestly, then quickly changed the subject. Kakashi, sensei, please teach me how to combine chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, like the moves Natsuki used when he fought the tailed beast. I want to create my own original techniques too. Kakashi was taken aback, but his expression soon turned serious as he nodded. All right. Since you've already learned Chidori, it's time to move on to this stage. But I'm warning you, this kind of training is going to be tough. Are you ready for that? Sasuke's eyes lit up. Of course I'm ready. Natsuki said that because it's hard, mastering it makes you stronger. Good. Very good attitude. In that case, I'll draw up a training plan for you today. Come find me at the training grounds tomorrow. We'll officially begin. Yes, Kakashi, sensei. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Guy were speeding down the road. Along the way, Natsuki recounted the details of the battle with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, sharing intel with Guy so he wouldn't be caught off guard if they ran into trouble. The two also discussed some tactics, and their pace didn't slow down one bit. Fortunately, Jiraiya and Naruto hadn't been subtle about their whereabouts, so tracking them wasn't too difficult. Before long, they locked onto a small town. Outside that town, Naruto was training by himself, looking quite excited. Jiraiya, the pervy sage, had claimed he needed to gather intel and had gone off womanizing somewhere, even lightening Naruto's frog-shaped wallet a little in the process. But Naruto didn't mind at the moment. Because the pervy sage had taught him how to train the Rasengan. Back at the exam venue, Naruto had seen Natsuki's big move, which seemed to be the Rasengan, though maybe not quite the same. Regardless, the swirling chakra ball was clearly powerful, definitely worth learning. However, after a short while of training, Naruto started feeling frustrated. His noisy, hyperactive nature made training alone feel lonely and boring. He couldn't muster much enthusiasm, he still wished someone would keep him company. But this was clearly a test. Jiraiya wasn't going to hold his hand. If he couldn't even endure the solitude of training alone, becoming stronger would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Naruto was dumb, sure, but he more or less understood that much. So for the sake of getting stronger, he could only grit his teeth and keep training, hoping to impress the pervy sage soon. But that day, outside the town, he encountered two strange figures. Wearing straw hats, black cloaks, and red clouds. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 140, Chapter. Itachi-san, is this little blonde brat the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Kisame hefted his bandaged samahata, grinning menacingly. Yes. I didn't expect him to be alone here. I was originally wondering how to lure Jiraiya away, but this makes it easy. Let's just take him. Itachi's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Naruto's pupils shrank instinctively. Nani? Who were these two? That shark-faced guy knew he was a Jinchuriki. And that other guy, Itachi, why did he feel so familiar? Could it be Sasuke? But they weren't going to give Naruto time to figure things out. Kisame reached out to grab him. Naruto reflexively used the Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, but Kisame simply swept Samahata in a wide arc, instantly dispersing the clones. He then punched Naruto square in the stomach, nearly knocking him out from the pain. Naruto desperately wanted to resist, but clearly, he wasn't strong enough. He didn't even have time to call for help, he had no idea if Jiraiya had noticed the enemy's arrival. Alright, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is captured. Time to head BA. Konoha Dai Senpu. Leaf Great Whirlwind. A sudden kick interrupted Kisame's words. A powerful foot shot into Kisame's field of vision and sent him flying, while also snatching Naruto away. It was hard to imagine how fast Guy had to be for Kisame to react too slowly to defend. Naruto's eyes lit up. Bushy-brows sensei. You're here just in time, Databeo. Talk about cutting it close, any later, and Naruto would have been abducted. Who knows where they would have taken him, or if they'd have just killed him on the spot. If the savior died, what would they do then? Itachi's gaze sharpened as he prepared to attack Guy, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, striking the Teoken, solar flare, stance. It was Natsuki. Itachi reflexively closed his eyes and activated his Susanoo's skeletal armor for protection, but after a long pause, nothing happened. Cautiously, he cracked an eye open. Damn it. Natsuki wasn't even using the technique, he was just posing. Itachi couldn't help feeling annoyed. That he had been fooled by such a simple feint. Was his vision deteriorating so badly it was affecting his judgment too? Kisame, now back on his feet, sneered. What the hell is with this weird kappa? Guy casually tossed Naruto aside and gave a thumbs up, proudly introducing himself. I am the proud blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Not some kappa. You're the real weirdo here, Shark Face. Shark Face. Heh. I'll make you regret that. Kisame was clearly angry now. He unwrapped the bandages from Samahata, revealing the strange, living blade. Natsuki quickly chimed in, Guy-sensei, that sword is called Samahata. It's alive and will absorb your chakra. Be careful not to touch it directly. Got it. I'll handle Shark Face. Without hesitation, Guy drew his nunchaku. Since the enemy's weapon wasn't easy to deal with, he'd rely on his own best weapons. Swish. 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 Guy twirled the nunchaku masterfully, then suddenly dashed forward, launching a fierce attack. Kisame swung Samehada, clashing with Guy in a fierce exchange. But when it came to taijutsu, Kisame wasn't even close to Guy's level. After just a few moves, Guy spotted an opening. He suddenly kicked toward Kisame's head. Kisame didn't have time to bring his blade up to block and could only lean back to avoid it. But Guy followed up with a hook kick, snatching Samehada away. Gotta admit, Guy's disarming move was smooth, worthy of being called a master of taijutsu. Natsuki added a reminder. Guy-sensei, Samehada is bound to its wielder. Don't try to grip it, you'll get counterattacked. Just kick it away, or it'll crawl back to Kisame on its own. Without hesitation, Guy booted Samehada far into the distance. You brat, you know too much. Suetun, Daikoden no Jutsu. Water release, great shark bullet technique. Kisame was furious. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive wave, flooding the entire area, a testament to his immense chakra reserves. Naruto was dumbfounded. This was probably the first time he'd seen such a terrifying Suetun jutsu. But Natsuki remained completely calm, holding the solar flare stance in front of Itachi, ready to blind him the moment he exposed an opening, and then strike. Itachi seemed to have realized this, too, so he refrained from making any rash moves. He kept himself ready to close his eyes at any moment, and to activate Susanu's protection as needed. After all, if Natsuki hit him with the 8 gates, his brittle bones would shatter instantly. You seem immune to my genjutsu. Itachi's eyes reflected a trace of disbelief. He had been trying various genjutsu on Natsuki the entire time, but none of them worked. It was baffling. Natsuki chuckled. Genjutsu. Just wear sunglasses, and you won't get caught. Isn't that common knowledge? What utter nonsense. If it were that easy to counter genjutsu, wouldn't every genjutsu user in the ninja world be a laughingstock? But Naruto took it seriously. Really? Is that how it works? No wonder you wore sunglasses during the Chunin exams. So it was to protect against genjutsu. Haha. I've learned something new, Databeo. Damn it. This kid's hopeless. Natsuki had no intention of actually fighting Itachi. Battling Itachi was exhausting. With Susanoo as a shield, even if you smashed it apart, you might not harm him at all. It was just too much effort for too little reward. Plus, Itachi's Amaterasu was seriously dangerous. If pushed too far, he might resort to it, which would be a pain to deal with. No, it was better to just stall, and wait for the tide to turn. As expected, a moment later, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared on the scene and launched a katan, Daienden, fire release, great flame bullet, nearly roasting Kisame like a fish on a grill. Jiraiya had heard the commotion and arrived. Itachi immediately called out. Kisame, it seems we've failed today. Let's retreat. Kisame had no objections. He had been wary of Natsuki from the start, after all, the guy had nearly killed him last time. The scars were still fresh. And now this weird Kappa guy was just as much trouble. Add in one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Forget it. Capturing the Kyubi Jinchuriki was out of the question today. Then let's. Not so fast. Ninpo, Gamakuchios no Jutsu. Ninja art, toad mouth bind. Jiraiya slapped his palm on the ground, summoning the walls of a giant toad's stomach, trapping everyone inside. Natsuki, seeing this, dropped the standoff and drew his Maken Senjin, Demon Blade Thousand Edge. With a flash, he was in front of Itachi, slicing down. Itachi instinctively raised a kunai to block, but in the next second, his pupils shrank. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 141, Chapter. This sword is weird. Itachi hurriedly tilted his head to dodge, barely avoiding the blade, but was still kicked in the stomach by Natsuki, sending him flying into the stomach wall. From the way his body curled up slightly, it was clear just how heavy that kick had been. Moreover, the stomach wall was alive, it started to wrap around him tightly. On the other side, it was the same story. In the cramped space of the stomach wall, Kisame's large sword was completely unusable. His taijutsu wasn't as good as Guy's to begin with, and now he was kicked flying by Guy in no time. Well done, little guys. Now it's my turn, Jiraiya-sama. Ninpo, Ranjishigami no Jutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya clapped his hands together. His white hair danced and extended toward Itachi and Kisame, trying to bind them. Itachi didn't want to be caught. His 3 tomo eyes suddenly spun, forming the shape of a pinwheel, and a unique force erupted against the stomach wall, instantly igniting it with black flames. Amaterasu. Boom. In just an instant, the stomach wall was blown open by the black flames. Itachi and Kisame didn't wait for Jiraiya's hair to reach them, they quickly escaped through the opening. And coincidentally, Kisame Samahata was just outside. He grabbed it and took off. Jiraiya could only retract his hair, his face turning serious. He hadn't expected the two to escape such a predicament. It seemed the Akatsuki was no ordinary organization. Moreover, the black flames used by Itachi gave a chilling sense of dread. Not only did it ignite the stomach walls of Mount Miyaboku's toads, but it also showed no signs of going out even after half a day. Jiraiya walked over to the black flames, examined them for a while, then silently took out a scroll and brush and began writing. Naruto finally snapped out of it, asking, "Ero-sennin, who were those two guys?" "That guy called Itachi, he looked really familiar, you know." Jiraiya didn't answer. After finishing the sealing, he quickly used a fuinjutsu, sealing technique, to seal the black flames into the scroll. It was Guy who replied, "That's Konoha's missing nin Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's older brother, and the true culprit behind the Uchiha massacre." Nani? Sasuke's brother. Naruto's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that Guy was Sasuke's brother, the one Sasuke had sworn to kill. No wonder they looked so much alike. But why had Sasuke's brother come after him? Was he here for the fox inside him? Did Sasuke know about this? And if he did, what would his reaction be? Naruto was full of confusion, but no one was giving him answers, leaving him feeling increasingly anxious. Natsuki, meanwhile, had already moved close to Jiraiya, carefully observing the entire process of sealing Amaterasu's black flames. He had basically memorized it, but just watching wasn't enough. Without understanding the principles, it would be impossible to learn. Thinking about it, he suddenly spoke up with a sharp tone, "Jiraiya-sama, why was Naruto left alone outside the village while you disappeared without a trace? You do know that if Gai-sensei and I had arrived even a little later, Naruto would have been captured, right? Is this how you protect Naruto while taking him on this journey?" Jiraiya's face immediately became awkward. "Well, I went to gather information on Tsunade, and there were places Naruto couldn't go. Plus, Naruto is quite... Hey, so by gathering information, you mean going to brothels, right?" Natsuki grinned slyly. "There are many ways to gather information, yet you just happen to pick the ones that make you feel good. It's hard not to think you have personal motives. And you even let Naruto end up in danger because of it. Since you're going to bring Tsunade back, I guess you'll have to hear about this when she returns." Jiraiya's face changed. "Hey, brat, don't do anything rash. Hee, Jiraiya-sama, you don't want Tsunade-sama to find out about this, do you? Be smart and hand over all your sealing technique scrolls to me. So that's what you're after, you little rascal. Not very cute, you know. You almost gave me a scare. Oh, you're not giving them to me? Then I guess I'll just start blabbing." "Humph. Go ahead. Tsunade already knows what I'm like. You think I'm scared of her finding out about this? Brat, if you want to learn my sealing techniques, you'd better ask nicely. Don't think you can get them by using dirty tricks." Jiraiya clearly saw through Natsuki's intentions, and he wasn't flustered at all. Besides, he really thought this little brat was just too unlikable. If he wanted to learn sealing techniques, he should ask properly, why play these games? He wasn't going to fall for it. Natsuki snorted. "I'm not going to beg a perverted old man who peeps at women's baths. Jiraiya, this little brat really is impossible." Natsuki turned to Guy. "Guy-sensei, does this mean our mission is complete? Can we go back now?" Guy crossed his arms, replying objectively, "Not yet. We've only just driven the enemy off, and they might come back. We need to wait a couple of days to confirm they won't return before we can leave." "Wait a couple of days? Wouldn't that waste my training time for nothing? And I need to get back home to spend time with my girlfriend. I'm not sticking around with these two." At that moment, Jiraiya spoke up again. "Perfect timing. I still need to gather information about Tsunade. You two can stay here and train Naruto, keep him from getting kidnapped again." "No way. I'm going into town. Let Naruto train by himself," Natsuki said as he walked toward Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked at him in confusion. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something else, he saw Natsuki retract his hand, and suddenly, a Flying Thunder God formula appeared on Naruto's shoulder, making his pupils shrink in shock. Flying Thunder God formula. "Brat, you. Stop calling me brat all the time. My name is Natsuki. And I haven't fully mastered this technique yet. I can only use it to locate Naruto's position. This way, even if he's kidnapped, I'll know where he is. There's no need to constantly watch over him." With that, Natsuki turned and walked toward the town. He had no intention of sticking around to babysit Naruto, he wanted to go eat and drink in the town instead. He called back to Guy, "Guy-sensei, do as you like. You can stay here and train Naruto, or you can go into town. We'll head back to the village together in 2 days." Don't worry about Naruto, he'll be fine. Guy gave a thumbs up. Oh. Then I'll stay here and train. As a contemporary of Kakashi, Guy naturally understood what the Flying Thunder God was. Since Natsuki had placed a formula on Naruto, it was as good as ensuring his safety. So, as for Natsuki going into town to have fun, Guy had no problem with that. Jiraiya, however, seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he pulled out a scroll and shouted, "Hey! Natsuki! Catch!" Natsuki turned and caught the scroll, looking puzzled. Jiraiya said, "It's rare for me to feel nostalgic. Consider this a little gift for you. Those are some sealing techniques, go ahead and learn them." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 142, Chapter. Natsuki didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. But he quickly figured it out. Jiraiya must have remembered his student, Minato, upon seeing the Flying Thunder God formula. Originally, Natsuki just wanted to slack off a bit, so he left the Flying Thunder God formula on Naruto and went off to enjoy 2 days in the town. He hadn't expected to trigger Jiraiya's memories like this. Well, this worked out fine. He really did need sealing techniques. Thanks. He wasn't stingy with his thanks. Anyone who helped him deserved it. But after thanking Jiraiya, he just waved and walked off, not planning to stick around. Staying here was a waste of time, he'd rather head into town and have fun. What an unlovable brat. Jiraiya muttered, then left for town himself. Guy didn't bother with Naruto either. He immediately started doing push-ups. Yoshi. Before nightfall, I'll do 10,000 push-ups. If I can't, I'll punish myself with 10,000 squats. This was too much. Wasn't this just self-punishment? Naruto didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. However, his thoughts weren't really on that right now. He glanced at the formula on his shoulder, actually, it was on his clothes. He realized that if he just changed outfits, it would be gone. Still, he didn't understand the purpose of this formula. So, he asked, "Bushy Brow Sensei, what is this Flying Thunder God formula anyway, Databeo?" While doing push-ups, Guy replied as he counted, "Oh, the Flying Thunder God formula is the seal used for the Flying Thunder God no Jutsu. Simply put, it's the technique of the 4th Hokage. If you leave a formula somewhere, you can teleport to it instantly, anytime, anywhere. For example, Natsuki, if he's eating at a restaurant in Konoha, but he wants to, he can teleport right to you because of that formula on your shoulder. That's so amazing, Databeo." Naruto was shocked. How does Natsuki know the 4th Hokage's technique? Didn't the 4th Hokage pass away a long time ago? Where did Natsuki learn it from? Guy continued doing push-ups. I heard it was taught to him by Reito and Genma. Those two were the 4th Hokage's guards. They must have seen something in Natsuki to pass the Flying Thunder God technique to him. Besides, with Natsuki's name as the wielder of the Maken Senjin, demonic blade, 1,000 edges, and his contributions during the village crisis, no one would oppose him learning it. As for him saying he hasn't fully mastered it yet, don't take that at face value. That guy's just being humble. He's definitely already mastered it. Hearing this, Naruto clenched his fists. It wasn't that he was jealous of Natsuki, but he was genuinely envious. He realized that Natsuki was only going to keep getting stronger. Even now, he'd already learned such an outrageous technique, leaving everyone in their age group far behind. Naruto had long known that he was nowhere near Natsuki's level, but he wasn't the type to give up. He considered Natsuki a good friend. They were the same age, the same generation, so he didn't want to fall too far behind. He had to work even harder. So, he shouted loudly, "Yoshi! I won't sleep tonight, I'm definitely going to pop this water balloon." Right. He was still at the water balloon stage of learning the Rasengan. And while determination was important, Naruto's talent was honestly nothing to write home about. Jiraiya often complained, saying Naruto had no talent at all. If Naruto wasn't Minato's son, Jiraiya probably wouldn't have bothered with him in the first place. Meanwhile, Natsuki had already strolled through the town, bought some tasty food, and was enjoying himself. As for buying gifts, forget it. The town wasn't far from Konoha, so there was no need to bring back any souvenirs. Honestly, the so-called specialties here were basically the same as Konoha's. After eating and drinking his fill, Natsuki went to an inn and booked a room. Once inside, after locking the doors and windows, he teleported into his gravity training room and began his daily gravity training. After quite a while, drenched in sweat, he finally finished. He conjured up a pool of water with his mind to wash up and then opened the scroll to start studying. Inside the scroll Jiraiya had given him were 4 sealing techniques, the Gojyo Fuin, 5-element seal, the Shisho Fuin, 4-symbol seal, the Fuja Hoin, evil sealing method, and the Fuka Hoin, fire sealing method. The Gojyo Fuin was the technique Orochimaru used to completely block off the Nine Tails chakra. The Shisho Fuin was the seal Minato used to seal the Nine Tails. The Fuja Hoin was the technique Kakashi used to seal Orochimaru's cursed seal. The Fuka Hoin was the technique Jiraiya used to seal Amaterasu's black flames. But really, the 4 sealing techniques were more like 5. Because 2 Shisho Fuin combined to form the Hako Fuin, 8 trigram seal, the seal that perfectly contained the Nine Tails. Kurama, damn it. All of these are aimed at me, aren't they? Natsuki silently studied the sealing techniques. Although there were only a few, they were all advanced. If he hadn't already learned the basics and some low-level sealing techniques, he wouldn't have been able to understand them at all. Natsuki had never been opposed to useful knowledge. While the 3 main training systems for shinobi were taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, sealing techniques were by no means weak. After all, the Uzumaki clan had once been renowned across the ninja world for their exceptional sealing arts. It was just that, in order to obtain the techniques needed to seal the tailed beasts, the other villages had launched the so-called sealing war against the land of whirlpools. The destruction of the Uzumaki nation marked the end of the clan, and their sealing techniques were divided up among the various villages. Otherwise, where did you think all these villages got their tailed beast sealing techniques from? They couldn't have all been spontaneously invented by some genius, right? That history was long past. There was no point in dwelling on it now. The Uzumaki clan was gone, and as far as anyone knew, the only survivors were Naruto, Kirin, and Nagato. There was no point in thinking about it any further. Natsuki continued reading the sealing techniques and, before he knew it, it was time for bed. As expected, high-level sealing techniques were too difficult. Learning them in a short period wasn't realistic. Besides, Natsuki wasn't a genius in this area, he could only grind away at them slowly. If he couldn't figure them out, he'd just go back and ask Kakashi. Natsuki definitely wasn't going to ask Jiraiya. Before going to sleep, he sensed Naruto's position and found that he was still outside the village. It seemed the guy was planning to train all night. Natsuki didn't bother interfering. He had advised Sasuke to eat and rest properly, but he wasn't going to give Naruto the same advice. Naruto was too stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, he'd grind away at it no matter what. And honestly, he didn't have much talent, so apart from sheer determination, there wasn't much else he could rely on. Thankfully, his Uzumaki physique was unique, and with the Nine Tails chakra protecting him, it wasn't a big deal for him to skip sleep for a night. So Natsuki let him be. 2 days passed quickly, and there were no signs of Akatsuki coming to attack again. So, Natsuki and Guy didn't hesitate, they left decisively, completely ignoring Naruto's pleas to stay. For Guy, it didn't matter where he trained. But he preferred to be in the village, where he could go home after training, eat, bathe, and sleep, much better for rest and recovery. As for Natsuki, he simply didn't want to stick around here anymore. He needed to get back to the village quickly. So, apologies to Naruto, he'd have to continue training alone. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 143, Chapter. Since the distance wasn't far, Natsuki and Guy arrived back at the village in less than half a day, and then they each went their separate ways. Natsuki specifically stopped by the ninja tools shop and found, to his surprise, that it was Tenten manning the shop. His father-in-law didn't seem to be around. Natsuki, you're back. Tenten exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. Yeah, I'm back. Where's Dad? Natsuki asked, lifting the octopus he was carrying. Dad went to the capital on a business trip. I'm looking after the shop for these 2 days, but since I also have regular patrol missions, the shop's open and closed half the time, and business has been down a lot. Ever since Tenten realized how important money was, she'd taken the family business a bit more seriously. After all, the more money they had, the more she could splurge freely. For instance, those explosive tags, during the Chunin exams, she'd only managed to get 1 million of them, which still wasn't enough for a dream of a Kaido, Oji, explosive path, ultimate secret technique. In Tenten's mind, an Oji had to start at 10 million tags, that was a true ultimate technique. If her strength wasn't enough, she'd make up for it with explosive tags. If she couldn't defeat an enemy in battle, she'd just blow them up with a mountain of explosive tags. She'd even secretly imagined scenarios where she might have to fight a tailed beast, maybe for something like that, she'd need 10 billion or even 100 billion explosive tags. As long as she had enough, even a tailed beast could be blown to bits. Tenten had mentioned this idea to Natsuki before, thinking he'd laugh at her for being a bit nuts. But to her surprise, Natsuki had actually thought it over seriously. Then he told her about the forbidden technique, Kakizan Kabakafuda, mutually multiplying explosive tags. It had to be said, Tobirama really was a genius, he'd created so many incredible forbidden techniques. Even the flying thunder god no jutsu was his creation. This mutually multiplying explosive tags technique could continuously summon explosive tags until the target was blown to pieces. It was a forbidden technique that suited Tenten perfectly. After all, what she lacked most was never money, and naturally, she'd never lack explosive tags either. If she could master this forbidden technique, even a tailed beast wouldn't scare her. As for the danger of using a forbidden technique, that wasn't a big deal, just have a shadow clone handle the detonation. No problem. Ever since she'd heard about mutually multiplying explosive tags, Tenten had been obsessed with the idea. While she couldn't get the technique just yet, she knew that since Natsuki had brought it up, there was a chance she'd get her hands on it eventually. No need to pester him. Her job for now was to earn more money so she'd never run out of explosive tags. That's why she was grumbling about the shop's business. Natsuki couldn't help but laugh. He pinched her little nose. If that's the case, just hire someone to watch the shop, or simply close for a couple of days. Dad's a savvy businessman, he's always out there making money for his precious daughter. A few days of the shop being closed won't matter. Hiring someone won't even cost much. Tenten pouted. She just wanted to earn more money. Besides, she wasn't just thinking about herself, wasn't the family's money also Natsuki's money? All right. I'll help you watch the shop. Natsuki plopped her down on the chair behind the counter, then changed the subject. This time, it was a group called Akatsuki, rogue ninjas, who sent 2 people into Konoha. Their target was our village's Jinchuriki, Naruto. Sasuke, Kakashi-senpai, Kurenai-senpai, Asuma-senpai, and I all worked together to drive them off. Then Kakashi-senpai sent Gai-sensei and me to support Jiraiya-sama and Naruto. We ended up running into those 2 again and drove them off a second time. After confirming the area was safe for 2 days, Gai-sensei and I came back. Tenten froze, her expression turning serious. This Akatsuki, are they strong? Natsuki felt the time was about right, so he decided to tell Tenten about Akatsuki. After all, once Tsunade became Hokage, Akatsuki would become more active. Tenten could run into them during missions, so she needed to understand how dangerous they were and stay cautious. As for the Jinchuriki issue, well, it was no secret by now. Gaara turning into Shikaku had caused such a huge commotion. Anyone who hadn't been knocked out by Genjutsu at the Chunin exam arena knew about it. Naturally, Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki wasn't a secret anymore. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to complain about it. Given the Nine-Tails' reputation, it was only the Konoha villagers who were unaware of the truth. Other villages weren't stupid, of course they knew who the Jinchuriki were. Trying to hide it was pointless and only stirred up negative rumors, making the village restless. This was probably one of the third Hokage's political strategies, and a major criticism from fans of the Hokage. Besides, the matter of the tailed beasts wasn't even mentioned in the Academy's ninja curriculum, let alone the Jinchuriki. Not educating students on such an important topic was like a modern-day school refusing to teach students about nuclear weapons. How could ignorant students understand the importance of world peace? Anyway, going off on that tangent would just be exhausting. Akatsuki is very strong. Natsuki answered decisively. While information about Akatsuki hasn't been officially released yet, even Jiraiya-sama is extremely cautious and doesn't dare take them lightly. They wear black cloaks with red clouds on them, just seeing that outfit is enough to recognize them. The 2 who came this time, one of them was an S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His weapon is the sword Samahata. The moment she heard 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and Samahata, Tenten's radar practically lit up. After all, she'd heard Natsuki talk about the 7 swordsmen's power when she was little. Later, to acquire special ninja tools, she'd even paid for investigations into the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure. On Natsuki's advice, she'd chosen the Raryu, thunder swords. As for Samahata, both the intelligence and Natsuki had said it was strong, but Natsuki told her it wasn't suitable for her, so she hadn't set her sights on it. Who'd have thought Kisame would just show up with Samahata? Seeing Tenten's interest, Natsuki specifically recounted his fight with Kisame, highlighting Kisame's formidable Suetun, water release, techniques and the bizarre properties of Samahata. Tenten listened with great interest but didn't seem too fixated on Samahata. After all, Samahata was a living blade that recognized Kisame as its master. Even if she took it, she wouldn't be able to use it. What really made Tenten happy was that an opponent even 3 jonin like Kakashi-sensei couldn't defeat. Her boyfriend showed up and almost killed one of them. Didn't that prove her boyfriend was starting to surpass Kakashi-sensei and the others? She was very proud. Natsuki looked at her beaming face and could only feel a mix of helplessness and indulgence. Don't take it lightly. Akatsuki may not have many members, but each one is incredibly strong, at least jonin level, and some of them are even stronger than a Kage. If you ever encounter them, don't try to be a hero, okay? Got it. I'm not stupid. Tenten still smiled brightly. Didn't you say there were 2 of them? Who was the other one? Natsuki's expression immediately turned serious. The other one was Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 144, Chapter. Tenten's pupils shrank. Uchiha Itachi. He's Sasuke's. Natsuki nodded. He's Sasuke's older brother, and the true culprit behind the Uchiha clan massacre. Hiss. Tenten sucked in a cold breath, unable to exhale for a moment. She could imagine how terrifying someone who single-handedly wiped out the entire Uchiha clan must be. Not just in terms of strength, but surely a cold and ruthless personality as well. For someone like that to be in the Akatsuki, how dangerous must they be? Tenten couldn't help but worry. Then, what about Sasuke? Is he okay? Natsuki patted her little bun gently, comforting her. Don't worry. After I talked things through with him, Sasuke learned to stay calm. He might not be able to let go of his hatred, but he won't lose control and go crazy. As for the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, there was no need to tell Tenten that. She only needed to know how dangerous the Akatsuki was and take it seriously. The rest was irrelevant. Then, why are they after the Jinchuriki? Tenten asked again. Well, since they're a rogue organization, they're definitely up to something dangerous. Capturing Jinchuriki is probably about obtaining the power of the tailed beasts. You know, tailed beasts are incredibly powerful. If the Akatsuki gathered all 9 tailed beasts, could they unify the ninja world? Would we face a world-ending crisis? Natsuki was half making things up, but it wasn't completely nonsense. And it did sound plausible. At this stage, Akatsuki had just begun to emerge, and there wasn't much intelligence about them. Natsuki didn't plan to let Tenten know too much, so he just casually analyzed it. As long as Tenten believed it, that was enough. Knowing too much right now wasn't helpful. When the Akatsuki truly started to show themselves, more details could slowly come out. Having achieved his goal, Natsuki shifted the topic. Do you know why Jiraiya-sama took Naruto out this time? Tenten blinked. Why? Hee, guess what? It's to bring Tsunade-sama back, to become the 5th Hokage. Bringing Tsunade-sama back to become the 5th Hokage. Is that for real? Of course it's real. Absolutely. That's amazing. Tenten was beyond excited. After all, she had always looked up to Tsunade as her role model. Now that Tsunade was coming back and would become the 5th Hokage, how could she not be thrilled? It wasn't just Tenten, even the entire village's kunoichi would probably be so excited they couldn't sleep. After all, how many girls hadn't dreamed of following in Tsunade's footsteps? But Tenten, you don't have any talent in medical ninjutsu. In the original story, Tenten had gone to great lengths to try to be like Tsunade. After trying and failing at various talents, she learned that Tsunade loved drinking and gambling. Tenten even mustered the courage to sneak into bars and casinos, only to get tossed out like a kitten by the owners for being too young. And when she found out that Tsunade had an insane figure compared to hers, she was left in a state of utter despair. At the time, it seemed funny in the story, but thinking deeper, it was actually pretty sad. Because no matter how hard an ordinary person tries, it seems like they can never fully achieve their potential, can't reach their dreams, and can't even match others in something as simple as body type. It's okay. I'm not trying to become Tsunade-sama. Tenten had long since made peace with it. Besides, with you by my side, I've found my own path. Medical ninjutsu doesn't suit me. I want to be a master of weapons, a master of space-time ninjutsu. Once I master the Flying Thunder God no Jutsu, I'll at least be at the level of the 4th Hokage, a force to be reckoned with. Natsuki smiled and nodded. That's right. That's the Tenten I like the most. The real Tenten, bright, cheerful, optimistic, hardworking, and striving for her dreams. While Hinata was still timid and reserved. While Sakura and Ino were still caught up in love affairs. Tenten was already training. And even when Hinata, Sakura, and Ino finally decided to get stronger, Tenten was still training. Her goals had never wavered. She had felt lost and hurt at times, but she always moved forward toward her dream. That hardworking spirit was so admirable. She really was the best girl. I like Natsuki the most too. Tenten smiled sweetly, without a hint of shyness. After all, they'd been dating for years. Forget hugs and kisses, they'd even bathed and slept together. Saying heartfelt words like this didn't embarrass her at all. But then, she suddenly shifted the conversation. So, my favorite boyfriend, I have a problem I need you to help me with. Natsuki, of course, replied without hesitation, for my most favorite girlfriend, of course. It's just. I still feel like I don't have enough chakra. Lately, When I'm practicing the Flying Thunder God no Jutsu, I can make the formula just fine, but when I try to teleport small objects, it feels like it drains too much chakra. I'm worried that if I ever manage to teleport myself, with my chakra levels, I might only be able to use the technique a few times. Oh, that really is a problem. Natsuki frowned in thought. Even though he'd been helping Tenten train with electric shock since childhood, strengthening her physical abilities and increasing her chakra reserves a lot, in this world where bloodline mattered so much, Tenten's chakra was still on the low side. The Flying Thunder God no Jutsu really did consume a lot of chakra. Short-range teleportation might be fine, but long-range or continuous combat teleportation. With Tenten's chakra reserves, she wouldn't be able to use it more than a few times. In that case, the Flying Thunder God would feel a bit like a chicken rib, too precious to use freely, yet a waste not to. But the whole point of the Flying Thunder God was its speed and mobility, perfect for combat, surprise attacks, support, escort missions, and more. That's why the Yellow Flash's name was so legendary. If she couldn't use it frequently, what was the point of learning it? Natsuki quickly thought through various possibilities. Letting Tenten become a Jinchuriki. Out of the question. That was too dangerous, and it might force her into the same predicament as Naruto. He wouldn't let that happen. So, he had to consider other options, like Tsunade's Byakugo no In, strength of 100 seal. That was like a battery, storing up chakra for use. But the Byakugo no In wasn't something that could be unlocked easily. Plus, Tenten was still young, her body still had room to grow. It wasn't the right time for her to learn the strength of 100 seal yet. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 145, Chapter. Since this kind of battery doesn't work well, then let's just make a different kind of battery. Natsuki was struck with inspiration by the word battery. If the In seal, is a long-term storage battery for chakra but inconvenient for immediate use, then why not create a new kind of battery? One that can store chakra at any time and be used at any time. Come to think of it, the Biju, tailed beasts, are essentially oversized batteries. And the reason those batteries work is naturally because of Fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. Sealing a Biju is essentially sealing chakra. Given that, why not base it on Fuinjutsu and create a chakra battery? One that can be charged during downtime and drawn upon when needed. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Natsuki immediately shared the idea with Tenten. If we can make such a battery, you can prepare several in advance. Then you won't have to worry about running out of chakra. But this requires more advanced Fuinjutsu. I've gotten a few from Jiraiya, but I haven't mastered them yet. I'll have to find time to ask Kakashi-senpai. Natsuki. Tenten suddenly interrupted, her eyes sparkling. I knew it. You'd definitely come up with a solution. I'm really looking forward to your so-called chakra battery. With that, she wrapped her arms around Natsuki's neck and kissed him. Natsuki didn't say much more and gently responded to her kiss. It tasted like Ichiraku ramen. But at the entrance, a few kids who were about to buy ninja tools stood there, blushing furiously as they sneakily watched. The next day, Natsuki found Kakashi in a pile of rocks. It seemed Kakashi had no mission for now and was focused on training Sasuke. Kakashi-senpai, you're pretty busy, huh? Natsuki greeted him, watching as Sasuke concentrated lightning in his hand and stabbed at a boulder like he was self-harming. He couldn't quite figure out what Sasuke was trying to do. Kakashi quickly closed his book and replied. Oh, yeah, pretty busy. What brings you here? Seeing Natsuki watching Sasuke, Kakashi casually explained. Sasuke wants to develop a new technique, so I helped him come up with a training plan. It seems he wants to shape lightning chakra into a spear, so he's stabbing the rock. A spear? Was he trying to create Chidori Iso, Chidori spear? Looks like Sasuke had his own ideas. Hearing the commotion, Sasuke just nodded at Natsuki and continued training. Natsuki sat down next to Kakashi and got straight to the point. Kakashi-senpai, I actually want to create something called a chakra battery. It requires advanced Fuinjutsu. I got 4 Fuinjutsu techniques from Jiraiya-sama, but I haven't figured them out yet. I was hoping you could teach me. Also, if you know any more, please teach me. Chakra battery. Kakashi was intrigued. What's that? Why do you suddenly want to make such a thing? Natsuki didn't hold back. Tenten has a talent for space-time ninjutsu. I've also been having her try to learn Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. She's now able to attempt transporting small objects. The only issue is her chakra reserves are too low. So I want to design a chakra battery for her. She can store chakra in the battery during downtime, and when she runs out of chakra during battle, she can connect to the battery and draw from it. That should solve the problem of running out of chakra temporarily. Wow. You really are full of ideas. Kakashi couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected Natsuki to think of such a thing. He had to admit, it was a great idea. With a Sharingan, Kakashi was always burning through chakra. Despite his reputation as the copy ninja who had copied over 1,000 jutsus, he could only use a few high-level jutsus in battle before his chakra ran out, significantly reducing his combat power. If there were chakra batteries, even if he usually ran low on chakra, he could store up during downtime. Then, at critical moments, he could connect to the chakra battery and not worry about running out of chakra. So naturally, he fully supported Natsuki's idea. After all, he had already taught Natsuki his family's kenjutsu, what was a bit of fuinjutsu in comparison. If Natsuki really succeeded in creating this, Kakashi himself could benefit as well. This chakra battery idea is excellent. It was Sasuke who spoke up. He paused his training and walked over. Natsuki, you're as smart as ever. To think you'd come up with this. But can fuinjutsu really be used to make a chakra battery? Natsuki nodded firmly. Absolutely. Look at the Biju. They're pure chakra beings, and fuinjutsu can seal them into a person and allow the host to draw on the Biju's chakra. Isn't that just a giant battery? Based on this idea, using fuinjutsu to create a battery that stores our own chakra for use later is completely feasible. Also, someone has already done it. One of the Sannin, Tsunade-sama, uses a technique called the In Fuin. She constantly stores chakra in it, which not only keeps her youthful but also lets her unleash tremendous power when the seal is released. However, the In Fuin isn't ideal as a battery since it can't be casually opened. But creating another fuinjutsu that allows chakra to be stored and retrieved shouldn't be too hard. Besides, I'm not planning to store it inside the body but rather in an external object, which should be simpler. Kakashi and Sasuke couldn't help but ponder. They had to admit, Natsuki's reasoning was solid. There was the Jinchuriki example, and Tsunade's case. Clearly, the idea of a chakra battery was completely viable. Based on Kakashi's understanding of fuinjutsu, using an external object as the medium, it really shouldn't be that hard to make a chakra battery. After all, if he could seal even Orochimaru's Juinjutsu, curse seal, then creating a container that seals ordinary chakra should be much simpler. This can be done. I'll teach you more advanced fuinjutsu techniques. Kakashi agreed, his eyes even showing a hint of excitement. He was looking forward to breaking free from his out-of-chakra state. Natsuki was overjoyed. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. Don't worry, I'll make it work. Kakashi smiled. I believe in you. Just don't forget to give me a battery once it's done. Sasuke quickly spoke up. Give me one too. No, give me several. I'll pay for them. He couldn't help but feel excited inside. He had considered becoming a Jinchuriki to solve his chakra shortage problem, but with no solo Biju available and no knowledge of how to seal one, that idea had been difficult to pursue. Now, Natsuki had come up with the concept of a chakra battery. Wouldn't that temporarily solve his problem of not having enough chakra? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 146, Chapter. Sasuke really admired Natsuki's brain at this moment. He couldn't figure out how Natsuki came up with so many wild ideas. However, Sasuke was a bit upset. When Natsuki learned that Sasuke's chakra was insufficient, he just told Sasuke to figure it out on his own. But when he heard that Tenten lacked chakra, he immediately thought of the chakra battery idea for her. So, girlfriends are more important than friends, huh? Natsuki, I didn't expect you to be a guy who prioritizes girls over bros. Sasuke thought about it and suddenly said. Kakashi, sensei, I also want to learn fuinjutsu, sealing techniques. Can I? Kakashi was surprised. You want to learn too? Why all of a sudden? Well, Sasuke couldn't think of a proper reason. He couldn't exactly say it was to prepare for becoming a Jinchuriki in the future, right? But suddenly, he remembered something and instinctively covered his shoulder. Kakashi immediately jumped to a conclusion. Oh, it's because of that Juin, cursed seal. Makes sense. Your Juin isn't stable. If you learn fuinjutsu, you'll be able to handle it on your own, even without me around. Alright, you can learn it too. Sasuke blinked, not expecting that explanation. But he quickly reacted. Thank you, Kakashi, sensei. Natsuki secretly shook his head. Looks like Sasuke's idea of becoming a Jinchuriki was still there. If he really wanted to go down that path, then the only option would be the Sanbai, Three Tails. After all, the Sanbai was the only Biju that revived alone after its Jinchuriki's death. Since this world had its own original plot twists, Orochimaru would definitely have plans for the Sanbai in 3 years' time. In that case, if Sasuke had the talent for fuinjutsu, he should be able to master the Shishofuin, for symbol seal, in 3 years. By then, sealing the Sanbai into his body wouldn't be an issue. This was actually one of the ways to deal with Akatsuki. Maybe even Tsunade would agree. Kakashi didn't waste any time. He brought both of them back to his house and opened the secret chamber where the scrolls were stored. Natsuki glanced around and noticed that there was an entire bookshelf dedicated just to Fuinjutsu scrolls. Many of them were probably left by Tsukumo, and some might have come from his sensei, Minato, and Kushina. But from now on, they would all belong to Natsuki. As for Fuinjutsu, this is all I've got, Kakashi said, pointing at the bookshelf. Natsuki, what Fuinjutsu did you learn from Jiraiya-sama? Natsuki quickly answered. Just 4, Gojyo Fuin, 5-element seal, Shisho Fuin, 4-symbol seal, Fuinjutsu, sealing technique, and Fukahoin, fire sealing method. Kakashi facepalmed. No wonder you couldn't learn it. Those are all high-level seals. Just the Shisho Fuin is enough to seal a biju. It's normal that you couldn't master it. How many basic-level Fuinjutsu have you learned? Natsuki felt a little embarrassed. I learned quite a few D-rank ones, and a few C-rank ones. Shino helped me find most of them. That actually surprised Kakashi. Your foundation is solid enough. Next, focus on learning B-rank and A-rank techniques. I don't have S-rank seals, but for making the battery, that should be enough. He then turned to Sasuke. And you? How much Fuinjutsu have you learned? Sasuke awkwardly admitted. None. But Kakashi was relieved. Then start with the D-rank ones. Don't aim too high. Foundation is the most important. Once your fundamentals are solid, you can learn the advanced stuff faster. Sasuke nodded. I understand. Of course, he knew this principle. He would build a solid foundation first, but his ultimate goal was still the Shisho Fuin. Since Kakashi said the Shisho Fuin could seal a biju, there was no way he'd miss it. Soon, Kakashi packed 2 large bags of scrolls and handed them to Natsuki and Sasuke. He reminded them. Take your time learning. No need to rush. Don't neglect your daily training either. Once you've got the basics down, just return the scrolls. Sasuke, once you're done with the D-rank ones, get the higher-level scrolls from Natsuki. Talk it out between yourselves. If you run into any problems, come and ask me. Natsuki and Sasuke didn't hold back. They thanked Kakashi and, a week later, took the large bags of scrolls home. To show their gratitude, they even treated Kakashi to a meal at Ichiraku Ramen. The guy didn't hold back either, eating several big bowls. Luckily, it didn't cost much. Once he got what he wanted, Natsuki couldn't wait to head home and went into closed-door training mode again. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and a month later, Konoha was bustling with activity. A group of jonin had been summoned to the Hokage building. Not long after, news spread. Tsunade, granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, and disciple of the third Hokage, would become the fifth Hokage. This news immediately set the entire village abuzz. Everyone was talking about it, and a wave of excitement spread. More than that, people felt reassured. They all said, a country can't be without a ruler for a day, and a village can't be without a Hokage for a day either. Now that someone was taking up the mantle of Hokage, and that someone was one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, it naturally put everyone's minds at ease. After all, it was Tsunade. One of the legendary Sannin. The granddaughter of the first and second Hokage. The disciple of the third Hokage. A perfect lineage and tremendous strength, nothing could make the people feel more confident. Everyone believed that under Tsunade's leadership as the fifth Hokage, Konoha would flourish once again. Of course, not everyone was happy. The one person who wasn't was Danzo. Danzo had always wanted to become Hokage, but his ambitions had never come to fruition. Even after Hiruzen's death, he still couldn't make it happen. Now that Tsunade was confirmed as the fifth Hokage, and had the support of the daimyo, all the major clans, the jonin, the ninja corps, and even the villagers, there was nothing more he could do. Am I really destined to never achieve my dream of becoming Hokage? How could I accept that? No one else cared about Danzo's thoughts. Even if they knew, they wouldn't take it seriously. Everyone was celebrating Tsunade's imminent appointment as the fifth Hokage. Meanwhile, Tsunade herself was getting busy. Konoha was, in a word, a mess. A mountain of problems had piled up after Hiruzen's death. Tsunade had to clean up everything now. On top of that, Orochimaru's Konoha crush had exposed many issues that urgently needed to be dealt with. The sheer number of documents was enough to give Tsunade a headache. She even considered running away. After all, she hadn't been officially appointed yet, she could still make a break for it. But her assistant, Shizune, wouldn't let her. Shizune had always been the quiet, obedient follower, but now that Tsunade was back in the village and set to become Hokage, she was the happiest one of all. There was no way she'd let Tsunade run off now. In the meantime, there was a little drama when Konohamaru tried to take over the Hokage office and wouldn't let Tsunade work, but that was a minor issue that was quickly resolved. Right now, Tsunade was holding a list, considering who to promote to Chunin. After all, Konoha was short on manpower, and the recent Chunin exams had produced a batch of genin. It was a good time to pick a few outstanding ones for promotion to Chunin and bolster the ranks. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 147, Chapter. However, Tsunade couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the information. Shizen, what's the deal with this kid Natsuki? He's just a genin, but how is he so powerful? It wasn't Tsunade's fault for being so surprised. After all, Natsuki's strength was beyond extraordinary. First, he defeated Orochimaru, then took down the Ichibi. Later, when he supported the village's defenses, he showcased his overwhelming might. The name, Konoha's Maken Senjin, demonic blade of 1,000 edges, had become famous throughout the village. He had trained in Hashiman Tanku, 8 gates release formation, mastered Hataki Ryuken Jutsu, Hataki-style sword techniques, and even learned Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying thunder god technique. On top of that, he had already mastered chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, created his own powerful jutsus like Suitun, Suienzen, water style, water circle slash, Suitun, Uzumaki Fuenden, water style, whirlpool boiling bomb, and Doton, Shouten Tenten, earth style, sky piercing spin. Not to mention the mysterious Maken Senjin, demonic blade of 1,000 edges. Compared to those, things like one-handed hand seals and inventing the ninja card game were child's play. Shizen said, I was also shocked when I saw this file. I even specifically asked Guy, Kakashi, Aoba, Reidu, and Genma about it. They all confirmed it was true, and they spoke very highly of Natsuki. They even said they wanted to recommend him for a promotion to Jonin. Oh. Jonin, huh? Tsunade smiled faintly. Looks like this Natsuki isn't just any ordinary genius. Just as well, we're short on manpower right now. Promoting him to Jonin, why not? Then, Tsunade flipped through the list of candidates, focusing on those who had competed in the final exams. These finalists are all pretty good, Aburame Shino, Kato Megumi, Nara Shikamaru, Hyuga Neji, and Tenten. This Uchiha Sasuke, though he lost, is still quite strong, about on par with Neji. He was also very active during the defense of the village. She paused. Natsuki will be promoted to Jonin, and these others will be promoted to Chunin. As for this Kato Megumi, her strength might not be quite enough, but her medical ninjutsu isn't bad. Plus, her surname is Kato. Tsunade trailed off, her gaze instinctively shifting to Shizen. After all, how could she not notice the surname Kato? Her former lover was Kato Dan, and her close aide was Kato Shizen. This Kato Megumi might be related to them. Shizen took the file and glanced at Kato Megumi's parents' names, then seemed to remember something. Tsunade-sama, I might actually be related to Kato Megumi. Based on family connections, she should call me aunt. So there was a connection after all. Should she give Kato Megumi a Chunin promotion too? But, her strength really wasn't enough. Maybe she could be given special treatment as a medical nin. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then said, Shizen, since she's your relative, go meet her when you have time. After you've seen her, report back to me. If you say she can handle being a Chunin, then I'll grant the promotion. Shizen understood that this was Tsunade looking out for her, and she gratefully replied, thank you, Tsunade-sama. I'll go see her. Meanwhile, Natsuki had finally come out of training. He naturally knew about Tsunade's return, but he was fully immersed in the design of the chakra battery, so he wasn't concerned about Tsunade's situation. Besides, as a mere genin, it wouldn't make sense to go join the crowd just to watch. He'd meet her eventually, why rush? This time, he emerged because he had results. It hadn't been in vain that he used himself for experiments under the special lab conditions. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken to get results? At the moment, he was holding a scroll and heading straight to the ninja tools shop. Due to Tsunade's return, patrol missions in the village had been reduced, so Tenten shouldn't be too busy and was probably still helping at the store. Sure enough, when Natsuki arrived, he saw Tenten bored out of her mind behind the counter, while her father, who had just returned, was arranging new ninja tools. It seemed like her father had been out restocking supplies. Father-in-law, you're back from the capital. Natsuki greeted, giving Tenten a meaningful look. Tenten immediately guessed what he was up to and got super excited. Her father-in-law chuckled, Natsuki, you're here. Come help me arrange these ninja tools. I brought back a lot from the factory this time, it's going to sell like crazy. And have you heard? Tsunade-sama is going to become the 5th Hokage. There's going to be a huge purchase of ninja tools soon, our monthly sales will skyrocket. No one knew where her father-in-law had gotten that information from. Tsunade was just succeeding as Hokage, not preparing for war. Why would there be a massive purchase of ninja tools? Totally unrelated. But, ninja tools didn't expire, they didn't go bad in storage, and they didn't lose value over time, so he could do whatever he wanted. After all, he had years of experience in business, maybe he had some insider info. At that moment, though, Tenten grabbed Natsuki and dragged him into the back room. Dad, you can handle this by yourself. Natsuki and I have something to talk about. Eh? You too, what's so important that you can't say it later? At least help me finish arranging these first. Her father looked exasperated, feeling like he was doomed to a life of labor. His daughter wouldn't help, and now she wouldn't even let her boyfriend help. Were they trying to wear him out so he'd leave the shop to them sooner? Inside the room, Tenten looked at Natsuki with excitement written all over her face. Natsuki unrolled the scroll and summoned 5 palm-sized blocks. This is the chakra battery. Here, this is the chakra input port. You inject your chakra from here. And here is the interface, these 2 needle-thick chakra metal probes. Normally, you strap it to your arm. When you need to use it, open the mechanism, and the 2 metal probes will pierce your skin. The stored chakra will then flow into your body, ready for you to use. Also, see these 4 symbols. They show the amount of chakra stored. If all 4 light up, the battery is full. I've set 4 Fuinjutsu seals inside. When all 4 seals are filled, it holds about half of my chakra. For now, the capacity can only reach this level, but with further research, I should be able to increase it. That's already plenty. Your chakra is massive, half of it is way more than what I have. Tenten was overjoyed. She eagerly started channeling her chakra into the battery, clearly feeling it entering the device and being sealed inside without leaking. But even after quite a while, she hadn't managed to fill a single symbol, which left her astonished at how much chakra Natsuki had. Her boyfriend, just how much chakra did he have? Natsuki continued, Tenten, remember, only use your own chakra battery. Never use someone else's. Different chakra types will reject each other. Using someone else's chakra battery could be dangerous. Tenten nodded earnestly, making sure to remember that. Since she couldn't fully charge the battery right now, she chose to stop for the time being. She strapped the battery to her arm, opened the mechanism, and instantly felt the 2 metal probes pierce her skin. The seal inside the battery seemed to unlock a bit, and the stored chakra flowed into her body, ready for her to control. Tenten was as happy as a child. Natsuki. You're amazing. I won't have to worry about running out of chakra anymore. Natsuki, however, wasn't fully satisfied. I still need to tweak it. Strapping it on with bandages is too much hassle. Maybe I'll design a little device to clip it onto the arm automatically. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 148, Chapter. The response Natsuki received was an incredibly passionate kiss from Tenten. It was the familiar meat bun flavor again. Tenten never seemed to get tired of it, and neither did Natsuki. In fact, the more, the better. Tenten didn't bother saying thank you, she used her kiss to express her feelings instead. Perhaps, in her heart, her boyfriend really could do anything, and she loved and admired him so much for that. The shop owner originally wanted to call the 2 of them over to help, but after glancing at the scene, he silently turned around and left. These 2 kids were getting bolder and bolder. They didn't even care that he, the father, was home. Maybe it was time to let Tenten move into Natsuki's place, but he couldn't bear to part with his daughter yet. Besides, Tenten was only 13, barely into her teenage years. It didn't feel quite right. Sigh, hurry up and grow up already. Once you're older, get married and give me a chubby grandson, then I'll stop bothering you guys. Thankfully, Natsuki and Tenten didn't stay in the room for long. They soon came out, laughing and helping arrange the ninja tools, sparing the shop owner too much strain. But once they were done, the shop owner shooed them away. He just couldn't stand the sight of those 2 anymore. So, Natsuki and Tenten went to Shino's house. After delivering a chakra battery to Shino, they left with a basketful of leafy greens and a basketful of pumpkin vines. Shino's mother's enthusiasm was truly overwhelming. After dropping off the vegetables at home, the 2 of them headed off to find Kakashi. Once again, it was that familiar rocky training area. As they approached, they heard the sounds of battle. Looking toward the source, they saw Naruto and Sasuke going at it. Naruto had created 2 shadow clones to help him form a Rasengan and was charging at Sasuke. But Sasuke, completely unflustered, used his lightning body flicker to dodge effortlessly, not even bothering to clash head-on. When he appeared behind Naruto, he raised his hand and pressed it against him, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra that zapped Naruto, leaving him scorched inside and out. It seemed Sasuke's control over lightning nature chakra was becoming more refined. Natsuki wondered how Sasuke's development of Chidori IQ, Chidori Sharp Spear, was progressing. That's enough. Sasuke wins. Kakashi announced, his tone matter of fact. Sakura immediately cheered, yay. I knew Sasuke-kun was the strongest. Sasuke merely glanced at her, saying nothing, and silently reached out to pull Naruto up. In Sasuke's eyes, Naruto was more useful than Sakura. Even though she had started learning medical ninjutsu, she hadn't been studying for long, and her actual combat ability was still weak. She had clearly fallen behind. In fact, Sakura's medical ninjutsu wasn't much to speak of at all. Sure, she had a talent for chakra control, but unlike in the original timeline, where Sakura resolved to learn medical ninjutsu after losing Sasuke, driven by pain and struggle to strengthen herself and seek Tsunade's mentorship, here, she was just feeling a little useless in the team and decided to give medical ninjutsu a try. Her determination wasn't as strong as in the original story, and she hadn't even gone so far as to cut her hair in a dramatic show of resolve. Instead, she still spent a lot of time on her appearance. Add to that the fact she was only receiving basic instruction from standard medical nin, her progress was naturally limited. To put it bluntly, she was way behind Kato Megumi. Yet, Sakura seemed completely unaware of this, which made Sasuke look down on her even more. Damn it. One day, I'm going to defeat you, Databeo. Naruto shouted boldly while gripping Sasuke's hand. Humph, you'll never win. Sasuke smirked, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Ah, indeed. Naruto and Sasuke were the true love story. Sakura was just the third wheel. Natsuki really wanted to post the photo he'd taken of this iconic scene for everyone to see, to commemorate this undeniable love. But considering Sasuke might hunt him down for it, he decided to hold back. Kakashi glanced over and smirked. You two lovebirds aren't off hiding somewhere to make out. What are you doing here, sprinkling your sugar on the battlefield? Natsuki, Tenten, what brings you here? Naruto quickly waved at them, while Sasuke and Sakura also nodded in greeting. Natsuki pulled out 2 chakra batteries and tossed them to Kakashi and Sasuke. Here. I spent a month inside the house to get these done. Let me explain, blah blah blah. Anyway, that's the gist of it. When fully charged, the battery holds about half of my chakra. I'll have to find a way to increase the capacity in the future. Kakashi and Sasuke had both been excited while listening, but by the end, they were speechless. Sasuke couldn't help but ask, Natsuki, how much chakra do you even have? Even half of your chakra is way more than what I have. And you think the battery's capacity is too small? Kakashi just rolled his eyes. As a chakra hog himself, he didn't have the right to complain. Even filling one of those battery symbols with his own chakra might take forever. Naruto and Sakura were a bit lost, not quite following what was going on. They had no idea what agreement Natsuki, Sasuke, and Kakashi had reached, but they were clearly being left out. Hey. What are you guys talking about? What's this chakra battery? What do you mean by half? Naruto shouted, utterly confused. Did I not explain it clearly enough? Natsuki pointed at the battery in Kakashi's hand and said, this is a chakra battery I made. It stores chakra. When you need it, you just connect it to your body, and you'll have extra chakra to use. Got it now. Naruto's eyes widened in realization, then he was stunned. Natsuki, you actually made something like this. That's amazing. Sakura also gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Yeah. With something like a chakra battery, ninja who have low chakra reserves won't have to worry anymore. This is a revolutionary invention, Natsuki. Natsuki simply shrugged. He didn't think it was some groundbreaking invention, it was just something he made for his girlfriend. Tenten, on the other hand, looked incredibly proud. After all, her boyfriend was a genius. Sasuke tried injecting chakra into the battery, but even after a long time, he couldn't light up a single symbol. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and grumble, Natsuki, tell me, exactly how much chakra do you have? This one battery holds only half your chakra, but I just poured almost all of mine in, and not even one symbol lit up. Kakashi, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. The bigger the battery capacity, the better. As long as he charged it little by little in his free time, when it came time for battle, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of chakra. This was seriously nice. Naruto, looking jealous, licked his lips and asked, Natsuki, do you have any extra batteries? Can you give me one too? Before Natsuki could answer, Sasuke cut in your dreams. Natsuki only gave Kakashi-sensei one because he provided the most help during the research. Even I have to pay for mine, why should you get one for free? Do you think this is a Chiraku ramen, where you can just get a free bowl? This thing is expensive. Expensive? How much does it cost, Databeo? Naruto asked nervously. Oh, it's not that expensive. Just 10 million ryo at cost price, Natsuki said with a smile. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 149, Chapter WW What? 10 million Ryo. Sakura immediately did the math. One bowl of ramen was 60 Ryo, so 10 million Ryo could buy about 1,667 bowls of ramen. Actually, that wasn't that expensive at all. Not just inexpensive, it's a bargain. Sasuke was genuinely surprised. I thought it would be much more expensive. I didn't expect it to be only 10 million Ryo per unit. Kakashi glanced at Natsuki. Truthfully, he hadn't expected the cost price to be so low either. It was kind of unbelievable, given how valuable the chakra battery was. Fortunately, Natsuki explained it in detail. What's valuable isn't the materials, but the technology. The battery is just made from some chakra-conductive metals and special paper that can hold chakra, plus the internal fuinjutsu, seals. The cost price of 10 million Ryo is already more than enough. But this technique? That's not something you can buy, and even if you dismantle the battery, you won't necessarily figure it out. Unless, of course, the researcher was Orochimaru. That guy was the strongest scientist in the shinobi world, he'd definitely be able to crack this technology. But Naruto, as always, was clueless. He was broke, too. Where would he get 10 million Ryo? And considering that the pervy sage had recently swiped his frog wallet, he was lucky not to be starving right now. There was no way he could afford 10 million Ryo. The others, though, had money. Sasuke spoke up immediately. Natsuki, sell me 5. I think 5 batteries should be enough to meet my chakra needs for the time being. Sakura also chimed in. I want to buy one too. I can probably scrape together 10 million Ryo. Kakashi, however, gave Natsuki a thoughtful look. He didn't think Natsuki lacked for money. And given Natsuki's shrewdness, there was no way he'd use such an important technique just to make a quick buck. So he asked directly, Natsuki, what are you planning to do with this technology? Natsuki immediately smiled. As expected of Kakashi-senpai, you understand the true value of this. I don't care about money, my girlfriend is already a rich lady. What I want is to hand this technology over to Tsunade-sama in exchange for something far more valuable, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, forbidden techniques, hidden, secret techniques, or other knowledge. Ah, of course. Kakashi knew he'd guessed right. Natsuki didn't need money. His goal had always been to get stronger. Now, the chakra battery technology was a bargaining chip, a chip that could make the Hokage take notice. Using this to trade for things of greater value was the smartest play. Sasuke also understood now, it was like a light bulb had gone off in his head. As expected of Natsuki, he was always thinking about how to get stronger. Everyone knew the Hokage's vault must be packed with all sorts of jutsu, kenjutsu, and secret techniques. If Natsuki could trade this technology for even one of those, he'd become even stronger. When will I ever be like Natsuki? Sasuke's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was filled with envy. He recalled Natsuki's previous advice, train, learn, adapt. This chakra battery was yet another example, a product of study and imagination. Natsuki took what he had learned and used it to create this incredibly valuable technology. Then he used the technology to trade for something even more valuable, something that would make him stronger. And the more Natsuki learned, the more he would be able to invent. The more he could invent, the more he could trade for valuable things. And the stronger he would become. It was a cycle. Hard to imagine just how far Natsuki could go in the future. So there's no need for you guys to rush, Natsuki explained. Once Tsunade-sama has the technology, she'll hand it over to the research department. They'll scale up production, and eventually, maybe every shinobi will have one. Of course, I promised Sasuke, so I'll keep my word. Don't worry, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. This was a reserved privilege, after all. He wouldn't be left out. Granted, once Tsunade set up mass production, the priority distribution would go to the top-ranked shinobi first. Sasuke didn't want to have to wait in line. Naruto and Sakura, hearing this, didn't say anything more, though they still looked at the battery with envy. Natsuki seized the moment to change the topic. By the way, Naruto, when you and Jiraiya-sama went to find Tsunade-sama, did you run into anything interesting? I heard Tsunade-sama likes gambling, didn't you guys find her in a casino or something? Yeah. I never got a chance to ask. Sakura was equally curious. I didn't know it was Naruto who went with Jiraiya-sama to find Tsunade-sama. What happened? They really didn't know anything about it. Then again, it made sense. While Jiraiya's actions weren't exactly secret, they weren't the kind of thing a regular genin like Sakura would hear about. Even Tenten had only learned the details through Natsuki. Naruto's expression turned serious at the question. It wasn't a smooth trip, we ran into Orochimaru. Nani? Orochimaru. Everyone's faces changed. Just thinking about Orochimaru's schemes against Konoha, the damage he'd caused, and the death of the third Hokage made them all shiver with dread. Then Naruto went into the details. How they found Tsunade, how he bet with her, how Tsunade seemed to have some shady deal with Orochimaru, how she poisoned Jiraiya and went to meet Orochimaru alone. Then how Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune went to help, and how they fought alongside Tsunade to drive Orochimaru off. Naruto's storytelling was a bit scattered. If you weren't good at processing information, you'd probably get completely lost. The story also included Naruto training in Rasengan, Orochimaru seeking Tsunade to heal his hands, and Kabuto being Orochimaru's subordinate. All in all, it seemed like without Natsuki interfering, everything had followed the original storyline. Orochimaru had his soul-sealed hands thanks to Hiruzen's Shikifujin, dead demon-consuming seal, then he and Kabuto had gone to find Tsunade for help. Jiraiya and Naruto got dragged into it, Tsunade ultimately accepted them, overcame her hemophobia, and drove off Orochimaru. Oh, and Tsunade had given Naruto the first Hokage's necklace, that was her token of acknowledgement. Everyone listened with bated breath. Upon learning that Orochimaru and Kabuto had been forced into a retreat after suffering heavy losses, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Natsuki could imagine it clearly. After all, without the use of his hands, and with Manda already dead at Natsuki's hands, Orochimaru really was in a tight spot. Sasuke, however, was staring at the necklace hanging around Naruto's neck. He hadn't expected Naruto to receive Tsunade's acknowledgement, to the point of her giving him the first Hokage's necklace. Unbelievable. Natsuki was right, this Naruto guy has an absurdly huge chakra reserve, and now that he's learning to control it, he's only going to get stronger. I'm actually feeling the pressure. How interesting. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 150, chapter. After listening to the story, Natsuki didn't feel like lingering, better not to interrupt Team 7's training. So he bid them farewell. Natsuki, wait a sec. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. There's something I want to show you, watch this before you go. With that, he turned toward a massive boulder, raised his hand, and a spear of lightning chakra formed in his grip. As he thrust forward, the spear shot straight into the boulder. Raitun, Chidori Iso, lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. With a thunderous boom, the boulder shattered into pieces on the spot. Naruto and Sakura stared in shock, clearly, they'd had no idea Sasuke had developed such a technique. Even Tenten jumped a little in surprise. Still, she often chatted about jutsu theory with Natsuki, so she wasn't too shocked, she knew Sasuke had been working on new moves. Natsuki clapped his hands. Nice. Looks like you've successfully created a new technique. Sasuke gave a small nod. Just one so far. I still need to develop more powerful techniques. Natsuki, just wait, I'll catch up to you. Alright, I'll be waiting for your challenge. Natsuki, feeling quite pleased, gave a little wave and left with Tenten. Naruto, eyes wide, shouted, Sasuke. When did you learn such a strong move? Why didn't I know about this, Databeo? Sasuke smirked. Didn't you also master the Rasengan? Everyone's growing. Don't get so worked up. And to be honest, I don't think much of your Rasengan. Did you forget how powerful Natsuki's Uzumaki Fuenden, Whirlpool Boiling Bomb, was? Naruto instantly recalled the image of Natsuki throwing that swirling water sphere. A sphere that wasn't even that large, yet it had blasted a powerful Biju back, leaving it with a psychological scar. The sheer destructive force of the Uzumaki Fuenden was staggering. When would he ever be able to create a technique like that? He looked toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, is Natsuki's move also a Rasengan? Kakashi nodded. It is. He's very clever. I'd guess he studied the fourth Hokage's abilities while designing the ninja card game and picked up some knowledge about the Rasengan. Then, he practiced on his own. Not only that, but he fused water nature chakra with the Rasengan and created the Uzumaki Fuenden, a super powerful jutsu. I'd estimate it's at least S rank, calling it a forbidden technique wouldn't be an exaggeration. S rank. Forbidden technique. The three of them gasped in unison. As expected, Natsuki really was incredible. Naruto immediately shouted, Kakashi-sensei, I want to try creating a new technique too. Sasuke scoffed, You think creating new techniques is easy? My Chidori Iso was the result of countless hours of deep thought and relentless training, and even now, it still needs refinement. And you're daydreaming about making new jutsu. What do you think this is, a bowl of ramen? Naruto argued, how do you know unless you try? Here we go again. That line again. Some things didn't need to be tried to know the outcome. Right now, Naruto still couldn't control the Kyuubi's chakra. He was heavily affected by it, and let's not even talk about creating new techniques, just managing his own chakra was already a challenge. Clearly, Naruto wasn't yet at the stage where he could develop new moves. He still had a long way to go. Kakashi definitely wouldn't agree to this idea. Meanwhile, as Natsuki and Tenten returned home, a member of the team showed up at the door. What's going on? Natsuki was puzzled. He was usually left to his own devices. Even when there was something to handle, it was typically Aoba who came looking for him. Having the whole team show up? That was a first. Something big must have happened. Yamashiro Rinya looked anxious. Boss, Shizune contacted Aoba. She wants to meet with Megumi. Shizune. Ah, Kato Megumi's aunt, not your aunt, Rinya. But Natsuki wasn't in a position to judge. He'd been shamelessly calling the shop owner father-in-law for years. If Rinya wanted to call Shizune aunt, so be it. Then just go meet her. What's the big deal? Natsuki looked at the three of them with a confused expression. It wasn't like Shizune was a demon or something. What was there to be so nervous about? Megumi hurriedly said, Boss, did you forget what you told me when we formed Team Aoba? You suggested I learn medical ninjutsu, and when I met Shizune, I should ask her to take me as her disciple. I'm really nervous now. I'm afraid Shizune won't want to take me on. Ah, so that's it. Made perfect sense. Natsuki nodded. Since you're worried, let's all go together. If Shizune-senpai doesn't agree to take you as a student, we'll all ask her together. Shizune-senpai is a gentle person, especially kind to hard-working, kind-hearted girls like you. Plus, you're her niece. She'll definitely agree, don't worry. Megumi relaxed a little at his words. She'd always trusted the boss. She'd followed his advice to study medical ninjutsu precisely because she wanted to become Tsunade's disciple's disciple. She hadn't expected Tsunade to come back only to become Hokage. Now she felt a lot of pressure. She was terrified she wouldn't be accepted. That's why she'd rushed over to Natsuki. Thank goodness the boss was coming along, he was her rock. Yamashiro Aoba, what about me? I'm the teacher here, and I was in the same class as Shizune. Can't I be the rock? Natsuki explained the situation to Tenten, then left with Team Aoba. After Aoba contacted Shizune, they arranged to meet at the dango shop. Soon, they met up. Shizune, as always, was wearing her casual kimono, looking very gentle. Aoba, seeing Shizune like this, looked a bit awkward. After all, the three cutest girls in their class back then were Kurenai, Rin, and Shizune. Kurenai already had a Suma, Rin had passed away, and that left Shizune. Perhaps Aoba was reminiscing about their academy days. Back then, little Shizune had been so adorable. Hello, everyone. I'm Kato Shizune. Shizune greeted them with a warm smile. The whole of Team Aoba is here, huh? Aoba, you're an old friend, so I won't say much. Let me see, you must be my niece, Megumi. And you're Megumi's boyfriend, Yamashiro Rinya. And you're the famous Konoha's Maken Senjin, demonic blade of 1,000 edges, Natsuki. Pleased to meet you all. Famous. Natsuki twitched a bit. Was Shizune about to go full airhead? After all, when she wore her Jonin uniform, Shizune exuded a valiant aura. But when she wore a casual kimono, she really let loose. Her expressions were often downright silly. Shizune/Shizune-senpai, nice to meet you. Everyone greeted her politely, while Megumi mustered her courage and stepped forward. Then, she gave a deep bow. Shizune. Please take me as your disciple. Shizune nearly jumped in shock. She just wanted to check on Megumi, see if she was suited for Chunin promotion, and maybe reconnect with her family. She hadn't expected this. This little girl really caught her off guard. Megumi continued earnestly, Shizune, I don't have much talent for combat, so Natsuki-senpai suggested I learn medical ninjutsu. Everyone says I have a talent for it, and I've been working hard. I really admire Tsunade-sama, but I don't dare dream of becoming her student, so I want to try my best to become her disciple's disciple. So, please, Shizune, take me as your student. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 151, Chapter. At this moment, Shizune was completely overwhelmed. She truly hadn't expected this little girl to suddenly pull something like this. And seeing how serious the girl was made it hard for her to figure out how to reject her. As for why she felt the need to reject her, it was simply because she didn't feel she was at the age or level to be accepting disciples yet. After all, even Tsunade-sama hadn't taken on a student yet. And now this girl was talking about wanting to become Tsunade-sama's grand disciple. Huh? Grand disciple. Shizune suddenly realized what she said and quickly waved her hands. Megumi, you might be misunderstanding something. I'm only Tsunade-sama's assistant, not her student. So even if you become my student, you still wouldn't be Tsunade-sama's grand disciple, okay? Megumi paused for a moment, but her expression remained resolute. Even so, since Shizune-san has always followed Tsunade-sama, your medical ninjutsu must be amazing. I still want to become your disciple. Shizune looked helpless. Megumi. I really don't think I'm qualified to take on a student yet. There are still times when I need Tsunade-sama's guidance during surgery. You have a great natural talent for medical ninjutsu. If you learn from me, I'm afraid it'll only hold you back. Megumi's eyes turned red with emotion. Is it not okay? Is it because I haven't done enough? Ugh. Shizune was clearly struggling. That's when Rinya stepped forward and bowed deeply. Shizune-san, please agree. Megumi really works hard. She's a kind, gentle, strong, and motivated girl. You'll definitely like her if you get to know her. Even Yamashiro Aoba chimed in. Shizune, as her instructor, I know better than anyone what kind of person Megumi is. She's truly an outstanding child. You won't regret taking her in. Besides, she's your niece. If you take her as a student, her parents will be much more at ease too. Now Shizune had no more excuses. Although she hadn't closely observed what kind of personality Megumi had, just from how courageously she stood here and earnestly made this request, it was clear she was a tough and determined child. And Shizune liked that. It was just, in her own eyes, she had always seen herself as merely Tsunade's assistant. From her perspective, even Tsunade-sama hadn't accepted a disciple yet, so how could someone like her, just an assistant, go ahead and take one herself? Not to mention, she didn't have the time to properly teach a student while also assisting Tsunade-sama. She didn't feel qualified, and she didn't feel available. But now, faced with everyone's expectations, she truly couldn't bring herself to say no. Natsuki, watching all this, seemed to understand. So he suddenly spoke up to ease the tension. How about this, Megumi, why not try asking Tsunade-sama to be your master? Ask Tsunade-sama to be my master. Megumi was stunned. But, with my kind of ability, would Tsunade-sama even be interested in me? Besides, she's about to become Hokage now. But Shizune's eyes lit up, and she immediately supported the idea. Megumi, I think Natsuki makes a good point. You're a good child, and your talent for medical ninjutsu isn't bad at all. Tsunade-sama really likes kids like you. I think she'd definitely say yes. The only reason I didn't accept you as my student is because I honestly don't feel qualified, and I'm also so busy helping Tsunade-sama that I wouldn't have time to teach you properly. Megumi still looked hesitant. She truly admired Tsunade, but she lacked the confidence to approach her. Rinya quickly added. Megumi, just try. Since both Natsuki and Shizune-san believe in you, it'll work out. You're so amazing, Tsunade-sama will definitely like you. Just give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, you can always ask Shizune-san again. Natsuki and Aoba also looked toward Shizune. Shizune, under pressure, made a firm promise. I really think it'll work. And if Tsunade-sama really says no, then I'll personally teach you myself. Megumi's eyes lit up with joy. Okay. Then I'll try. Thank you, Shizune-san. Thank you, everyone. Not wanting to waste any time, Shizune grabbed Megumi and rushed off to the Hokage building. Rinya quickly followed them. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Aoba strolled behind them at a slower pace, still chatting as they walked. Natsuki, do you think Megumi will succeed? Aoba asked with concern. The odds are high, Natsuki replied. Since Shizune-senpai made such a promise, it means Tsunade-sama likely has a soft spot for kids like Megumi. Plus, her talent for healing is solid. I think Tsunade-sama will agree. Aoba nodded silently. I hope so. Of all the members of Team 9, you're clearly the strongest, so there's nothing to worry about. Rinya is under my personal guidance, so he's fine too. But Megumi, she's the one I've always struggled with in terms of planning for the future. If she becomes Tsunade-sama's student, I'll finally be able to relax. If not, I'll have to ask Shizune to take her. Natsuki glanced at Aoba. What a responsible teacher. He truly worried about his students. Still, Natsuki genuinely believed Megumi had a high chance of success. Among the young kunoichi of their generation, aside from Tenten, Megumi was clearly one of the best, especially with her healing talent. Tsunade wouldn't overlook someone like her. And now that Tsunade was becoming Hokage, she'd be even busier than before, with less time to use her own medical skills in person. It really was the right time to pass them on to someone else. Thinking of that, Natsuki relaxed a bit and handed Aoba a special device. Aoba-sensei, this is a chakra battery. By the time Natsuki and Aoba reached the Hokage office door, they heard Megumi's excited voice from within, followed by a sweet and sincere shisho. Too fast. They had only lagged a few steps behind, and Tsunade had already accepted Megumi as her disciple. It had all happened so quickly, like she hadn't even needed to think it over. But it was undeniably good news. Natsuki and Aoba exchanged a look and decided not to enter the office. There was no need anymore, the mood inside was just right, and barging in would only disrupt it. The two of them quietly left the Hokage building. Natsuki even caught the glint of tears in Aoba's eyes. 3 days later, beneath the Hokage building, crowds of villagers and shinobi gathered, all looking up at the top of the building at a beautiful woman with flowing blonde hair. It was Natsuki's first time seeing Tsunade in person, and only one word came to mind: majestic. At this moment, Tsunade stood draped in her ceremonial robe. Slowly, she lifted the Hokage's hat from her head. Her smile was radiant and confident as she announced loudly. Starting today, I will be in charge of leading Kanagakur. I am the Godame Hokage. Cheers erupted instantly. Every face below was filled with relief and joy. The dark cloud that had loomed over the village since the destruction of Konoha was finally lifted. With a new Hokage, the village had a guiding light once more. Everyone could feel at ease. And just like that, the succession ceremony concluded. Tsunade's style was quick and decisive, nothing like the long-winded speeches of the old man Sarutobi, who tried to brainwash the crowd with empty slogans. Rather than preach about the will of fire, Tsunade just stood there, and with a single monstrous punch that cracked the earth, she conveyed everything she needed to. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 152, Chapter. The day after the succession ceremony, the 15 new stars were summoned to the Hokage office. Tsunade gazed at these 15 vibrant young shinobi, unable to suppress a sigh of emotion. At the same time, she felt renewed confidence in Konoha's future. These 15, without a doubt, would become the pillars of the village. Naruto was the first to lose his patience and asked loudly. Granny Tsunade, why did you call us here? I still have training to do, Databeo. Granny Tsunade. Everyone looked at Naruto with strange expressions, then looked at the youthful, stunningly beautiful, and, let's be honest, scary Tsunade. It was hard to associate the word granny with her appearance. But thinking about her age, it wasn't exactly wrong. Still, calling her granny seemed like a privilege only Naruto got away with. Well, Naruto, don't rush. I've called you all here today to announce your promotions. Tsunade smiled, her gaze falling on Natsuki. Natsuki, based on your exceptional performance during the Chunin exams, and with recommendations from several Jonin, I hereby promote you to Jonin as of today. Promoted directly to Jonin. Everyone was stunned, but quickly realized it was only natural. After all, Natsuki was incredibly strong. He had defeated a tailed beast and even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. If he couldn't become a Jonin, then what would that say about the rest of the Jonin in the village? Naruto cried out in envy. Damn it. Natsuki got promoted to Jonin already. The others were just as envious. Skipping straight from Genin to Jonin was an immense honor. Becoming a Jonin meant you were fully capable of handling missions alone, you were officially recognized as an elite ninja. Tenten puffed her chest with pride. Her boyfriend really was amazing. Next is the Chunin promotion, Tsunade continued. Abirame Shino, Narashikamaru, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, and Tenten, based on your outstanding performances during the Chunin exams, you are all promoted to Chunin. All 5 of them broke into smiles at the announcement. Tenten even grabbed Natsuki's hand tightly, barely containing her excitement. No one was surprised, these 5 were indeed outstanding, and their performance during the finals had been impressive. But Naruto wasn't having it. He pointed straight at Sasuke and yelled. Granny Tsunade, I'm fine with the others, but why did this arrogant jerk Sasuke get promoted? Didn't he lose to Neji in the finals? He lost, Databeo. Sasuke frowned and looked like he wanted to punch Naruto right there and then. This guy really knew how to push all the wrong buttons. But Tsunade wasn't the type to be swayed easily. Quiet down, Naruto. Yes, Sasuke did lose, but his strength is obvious to everyone. Moreover, during Orochimaru's assault, Sasuke joined Neji and Tenten to form a squad that defeated numerous enemy ninja. Many of the Jonin and Chunin spoke highly of him, his promotion is well deserved. Naruto was left speechless. It was true Sasuke lost to Neji, but his overall performance was better than Shino or Shikamaru. More importantly, during the Konoha invasion, Sasuke had taken down many enemy ninjas, his contributions were clearly recorded, and those were solid merits. At this moment, Ino raised her hand and asked. Tsunade-sama, I'd like to ask, why wasn't Kato Megumi promoted to Chunin? She did very well in the exams, and even won in the finals. Ino had lost to Megumi in the finals, and afterward, she had looked into the girl who had beaten her. Megumi might have been unremarkable in the academy, but ever since becoming a shinobi, her strength had skyrocketed. She had also shown talent in medical ninjutsu, aside from Tenten, she was easily one of the most outstanding kunoichi of their generation. So Ino genuinely didn't understand why Megumi wasn't promoted. It felt unfair. Well, that was due to special circumstances, Tsunade replied, her smile widening. Megumi is still lacking in overall strength and needs more polishing. But she displayed excellent potential in medical ninjutsu and was very active during the Orochimaru incident. I noticed it all. So, I've accepted her as my personal disciple and will be training her myself. Nanani. Accepted as a disciple. All the girls, except Tenten, were shocked. And then came a flood of jealousy. Compared to becoming a Chunin, getting to be Tsunade-sama's disciple was way more enviable. For so many kunoichi, the dream was to become the next Tsunade. To be taken under her wing. That was everything. Sakura and Ino both had a sudden flash of desire, but they quickly pushed it aside. They wanted to become disciples too, but didn't have the confidence. They felt like only someone as talented as Megumi could be worthy of such an honor. As for Megumi herself, she just looked shy. Even though becoming Tsunade's disciple was definitely something to be proud of, she wasn't the type to flaunt her achievements. So in the face of everyone's admiration, she only blushed quietly. After the promotions, there was more to come. Tsunade continued. Next, I'll be reorganizing your genin teams. Everyone was stunned. Naruto jumped up again. Granny Tsunade, what do you mean by reorganizing our teams, Databeo? You're gonna break up our squads. You're gonna destroy the bonds we worked so hard to build. Even Sakura couldn't accept it. Tsunade-sama, we can't agree to this. The others all nodded in agreement. Clearly, they cared deeply about their teams, and the idea of being suddenly split apart was hard to accept. What are you all panicking for? Let me finish. Tsunade slammed the desk with a fist, nearly smashing it. Look, many of your teammates have been promoted to Chunin. Natsuki is now a Jonin. Keeping your current squads makes no sense. And besides, there's another Chunin exam next year. Are you all not going to take part? So I'm temporarily reorganizing your teams to help you adjust. Once you all pass the next Chunin exam, you can return to your original squads. Got it. Oh, so that's how it is. She should have said that earlier. Everyone relaxed. As long as it wasn't a permanent breakup, they were fine. And thinking about it, she had a point. Of course they'd want to take next year's Chunin exam. No one wanted to remain a genin while their friends got promoted. How embarrassing would that be? Alright, here are the new teams, Tsunade announced. Uzumaki Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, one team, led by Jonin Yuhi Kurenai. Haruno Sakura, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, one team, led by Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. Rock Lee, Yamanaka Rinya, Kato Megumi, one team, led by Special Jonin Yamashiro Aoba. The members of each new team instinctively glanced at one another. Hinata immediately turned beet red, while Kiba looked like he was going to cry. After all, Kiba had been hanging out with Naruto since school and knew exactly how unreliable he was. Now paired with him. And with Hinata blushing to the point of fainting just by looking at Naruto. Yeah, this team was probably doomed. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 153, Chapter. Kiba could already foresee it. Next time the Chunin exams came around, everyone else might pass, and only their team would fail. That'd be absolutely humiliating. But Kiba also knew Tsunade, the current Hokage, was a woman of swift decisions. Once she made up her mind, there was no changing it easily. Convincing her to modify the team allocations. Impossible. So, he could only accept his bad luck, and hope Naruto would be a little more reliable. With the matter concluded, Tsunade dismissed everyone and reminded the newly promoted shinobi to go collect their new uniforms. Chunin and Jonin had designated uniforms. Skin-tight wear and mesh armor aside, the key item was the green armored vest, specially designed, with lots of pockets and decent defense. Most Chunin and Jonin wore it regularly, though it wasn't mandatory. Take someone like Kurenai, she never wore one, opting instead for her own unique look, which was quite stylish. Still, even if you didn't wear it, you had to collect a set. That was the rule. Everyone dispersed without delay, but Natsuki and Tenten remained behind. Tsunade was surprised. Natsuki, Tenten, is there something else? Natsuki took out a thick stack of documents and handed them over. This, Tsunade-sama. Please have a look. Even more intrigued, Tsunade quickly skimmed through the documents, then suddenly stood up with a serious expression. This chakra battery, are you sure it can be manufactured? It already has been. Natsuki handed her one directly. Tsunade examined it first, then followed the instructions, channeling chakra into the input point. After a few moments, a symbol on the battery lit up. Clearly, Tsunade's chakra reserves were substantial, far exceeding that of Sasuke or even Kakashi. She stopped injecting chakra, activated the mechanism, and inserted the needle end into her own arm. With her body connected to the battery, she began attempting to draw chakra from it. Soon enough, a look of delight spread across her face. Hey, this chakra battery is fantastic. It stores more chakra than many jonin. If we can mass-produce these and equip every shinobi with one, long-duration combat would no longer be a problem. And the cost isn't even that high. This really is a groundbreaking invention. Tsunade was clearly thrilled. As the newly appointed Hokage, she knew well how short-handed the village was. If chakra batteries were distributed, many chunin and tokubetsu jonin would be able to fight on par with full jonin or even elite ones. After all, a shinobi's strength ultimately hinged on chakra. Many didn't reach their full potential simply due to insufficient chakra. This battery solved that flaw, allowing more ninja to unleash their true capabilities. In effect, it was as if the village's combat strength had received a massive upgrade. Like manna from heaven. Shizune came over to take a look as well, and her reaction was equally astonished. She hadn't expected Natsuki to come up with something like this, and judging by the situation, he even intended to hand it over voluntarily. A godsend, truly. Tsunade smiled warmly. Natsuki, are you offering this technique to the village? Or, do you have conditions? Natsuki didn't beat around the bush. Tsunade-sama, I'd like to learn Kuchiyos, Kabakufuda no Jutsu, summoning, multiplying explosive tags technique. Tenten instinctively grabbed his sleeve, her eyes full of admiration for her boyfriend. She had guessed this would be his goal, and was deeply moved. Hey, clever kid. And very considerate of his girlfriend too. Tsunade chuckled. That jutsu was created by my granduncle, and it's an extremely dangerous kenjutsu. But with your strength and resources, you two are suitable candidates for it. I'll approve. I'll have someone send the scroll to you later. As for this technology, I'll gladly accept it. Natsuki and Tenten exchanged a smile, then bowed deeply. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. We'll be taking our leave. Tsunade watched them depart, then glanced back down at the chakra battery in her hand. Her smile turned nostalgic, even a little envious. What a fine young couple. After leaving the office, Natsuki and Tenten made their way straight to the logistics department to pick up their new uniforms. Tenten even paid extra to buy 2 more sets of mesh armor, 1 male, 1 female. Back home, the two eagerly tried on their new uniforms. Instantly, Natsuki found Tenten stunningly dashing, while she felt he looked strong and handsome. The uniform really was excellent, breathable, sweat-wicking, and comfortable. The green flak jacket was lightweight yet durable, providing decent protection. And the many pockets made it perfect for storing intel, scrolls, senbon, kunai, and more. As for the mesh armor, it resembled chainmail, only thinner, more flexible, and with even better protection. Tenten then changed into the female version, and her charm was suddenly off the charts. With her figure wrapped in the snug mesh and her legs clad in fishnet stockings, the effect was overwhelmingly seductive. She was only 13. Natsuki gulped, eyes switching to scanning mode. Then he pulled her into the bedroom. He needed to personally test the durability of the mesh armor. Otherwise, he just couldn't feel at ease. That evening, the 15 new stars gathered at Barbecue Q to celebrate their promotions. The still genin kids could only stare at the others wearing their chunin and jonin uniforms with tearful envy, and vented by devouring plates of meat in wild abandon. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and Aoba sat at a nearby table, all smiling faintly. Their students had been promoted, a source of great pride. But none could help being a little envious of Aoba. One of his students had jumped straight to jonin. The other had become Tsunade's personal disciple. The guy had hit the jackpot. Still, it felt well-deserved. After all, Aoba had Natsuki, a genius among geniuses. With someone like him, it felt like even doing nothing would still lead to victory. I wonder what kind of mission Tsunade-sama will assign next. Shikamaru couldn't shake a sense of unease. To him, becoming a chunin wasn't a good thing. Promotion meant more responsibilities, and more work. That was bad news for a self-proclaimed slacker like him. Shino commented calmly. Now that we're chunin, we'll at least be doing C-rank missions. I'm more curious how the teams will be reshuffled. Tenten nodded in agreement. With higher-ranked missions come higher risks. We won't be sent out alone, they'll definitely reorganize us into new teams. It might take some time to adapt. But Sasuke was confident. Being chunin means having the adaptability of a chunin. We don't need long-term chemistry like genin teams. Even when added to a new squad temporarily, we must quickly integrate, not drag others down, but carry our own weight. Otherwise, we're not qualified. Everyone nodded at his words. Everyone, except Naruto, who pouted in the corner. He just didn't like seeing Sasuke hog the spotlight. End of chapter. +500 power stones equals +1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 154, Chapter. Neji, 4-1, was actually looking forward to the upcoming missions. After all, missions meant leaving the village, and outside the village, there would be chances to search for clues. However, as a chunin, he still had to team up with others, which made free action inconvenient. Better to get promoted to jonin quickly, then maybe he could carry out solo missions. Natsuki, too, was curious about what Tsunade had planned next. Logically speaking, the village should be focusing on security. With the Uchiha police force gone, the place was full of holes, like a sieve. Spy infiltrations could happen at any moment. Who knew when another disaster might strike? But knowing Tsunade, there was no way she'd let the shinobi turtle up inside the village. Plus, there was the diplomatic mess with Tsunade to deal with. Sure, Orochimaru had been the ringleader of the Konoha crush incident, but the sand had been complicit. If Konoha let them off too easily, it might cause unrest among the people. Yet, the Kazekage had also been killed, by Orochimaru, no less, which made Tsunade both accomplice and victim. Tricked and used by a rogue S-rank ninja. So, it was a tricky situation. War or peace, not an easy call. Other villages were surely expecting Konoha to retaliate. But they all underestimated Tsunade's resolve. Rather than declaring war, she renewed the alliance with the Sand, and even returned their Jinchuriki, strengthening ties between the villages. Because Natsuki already knew this outcome, he had no clue what kind of mission Tsunade would assign. Still, with his current strength, even an S-rank mission would be easy. And if anything went wrong, he could always use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to escape. No reason to be afraid at all. After the barbecue, everyone went their separate ways. Natsuki and Tenten took a walk to the ninja tools shop, greeted the owner, and then headed back to Natsuki's house. But they had just arrived when someone knocked on the door. When Natsuki opened it, he saw a masked shinobi, clearly from the Umbu. Tsunade-sama asked me to deliver this scroll, the Umbu said, handing it over before vanishing. Could it be? Natsuki's eyes lit up in excitement. He closed the door quickly. Tenten, come quick. Tsunade-sama sent us a scroll. Really? That's great. Tenten threw herself into his arms, and the two quickly unrolled the scroll together. The very first line read. Kuchiyos, Kabaka Fuda no Jutsu. Summoning, multiplying explosive tags technique. Their smiles widened in an instant as they spread the scroll out completely and began studying the contents. The technique worked by embedding summoning formulae into explosive tags. When the tags exploded, they simultaneously summoned even more tags, creating a cascading chain of endless explosions until the target was obliterated. To do this, one needed to inscribe the summoning seals onto the tags and link the detonation to the summoning trigger. But it was a dangerous jutsu. The user had to constantly observe the explosions and could manually intervene at any time, either to continue or halt the detonation process. If the explosion was interrupted, the user could reactivate it. If the damage seemed sufficient, they could forcibly stop the chain. It was quite flexible. But there was always a chance of getting caught in the blast. Tenten wasn't worried. Easy. I'll use a shadow clone to trigger the explosion and keep a few more clones on standby. Now that I have a chakra battery, I don't need to worry about chakra anymore. Natsuki gave her nose a playful flick. Exactly why I got this for you. Hee, then thank you, my future husband. Words aren't enough thanks. Why don't you put on that mesh outfit again for me? You're the worst. Fu. I'm worse than you think. Take this, my 18 styles of clingy love. The next day, Natsuki and the newly promoted shinobi were summoned again to the Hokage's office. To their surprise, both Kakashi and Guy were also present. Tsunade wasted no time and got straight to business. At present, we're entering negotiations with Tsunade. Other major villages might try to take advantage of the situation. I need you all to reinforce the borders. Guy, you'll take Neji and Tenten to the northwest border. Keep a close eye on Iwagakiru's movements. Kakashi, you'll take Sasuke and Shino to the northeast border. Be alert for any attacks from Kimogakure. Shikamaru, since you're the sharpest among them, you'll assist with our negotiations with Tsunade. You'll be responsible for handling the hostages, Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, Baki, and the others, during the talks. Shikamaru's expression turned deadpan. How troublesome. You're giving me the most important task. Everyone knew the outcome of the negotiations would determine whether peace or war would follow. That was an enormous burden. Tsunade smiled. Shikamaru, I trust your intellect. Don't sell yourself short. Fine. I'll give it my best shot. Nothing was more painful for a slacker than having to actually try. But Shikamaru couldn't say no, he could only complain a bit while still doing the job. Finally, Tsunade turned to Natsuki. Natsuki, I'm assigning you to investigate the land of rice fields. You once defeated Orochimaru, and rumor has it you've mastered Hiraishin, so I feel most at ease sending you. Land of Rice Fields. Natsuki was momentarily surprised, but Tsunade's reasoning made sense. Perhaps he really was the most suitable choice. He nodded. Understood. What exactly do you want me to investigate? Tsunade's gaze turned sharp. Orochimaru is a venomous snake. Once he targets something, he never lets go. I want you to keep tabs on Hokage, especially Orochimaru's activities. If possible, investigate his laboratories too. He's a massive threat, and he's holed up right next to the Land of Fire. I can't sleep peacefully until he's dealt with. Do your best to find any valuable intel. Sooner or later, Konoha will make a move on the hidden sound. Natsuki nodded firmly, and the group departed from the office. With the urgency of the missions, there was no time for lingering goodbyes. Natsuki merely exchanged a look with Tenten, nothing needed to be said aloud. He returned home, quickly packed his supplies, and made his way toward the village gate. Yo. Here comes Konoha's demon blade. Off on a solo mission, huh? As expected from Tsunade-sama's favored new jonin. The two gatekeepers greeted him with grins. Yep. Good morning, senpai. Just signing out for a mission. Natsuki quickly filled out the form. Senpai. You're a jonin now, and we're still just chunin watching the gate. Respect is earned, not about rank. I'll be off now. With that, Natsuki departed the village. Even as a jonin, he believed in respecting his seniors, unless he truly disliked someone. For example, he didn't really hold Jiraiya in high regard. Yes, Jiraiya was powerful and heroic, but peeping into women's baths. That was hard to excuse. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 155, Chapter. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Technique. Boom. A giant eagle appeared, though it wasn't Birdra. This one was much smaller than Birdra, just large enough to carry a single person. But it had excellent speed and stamina. Birdra's injuries were already healed, but due to its massive size, it would attract too much attention. It wasn't suitable for stealth missions. Besides, Tenten might need to use Birdra on her end as well. Natsuki leapt onto the eagle's back and gave it a pat. The giant eagle let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky, flying northward toward the Land of Fire's border. The shinobi world, truthfully, wasn't very large. According to original canon, it only took about 3 days to travel from Konoha to Tsunade. The Land of Rice Fields was roughly half that distance from Konoha. Given that Natsuki's eagle was exceptionally fast, he reached the border in less than a day. But Natsuki didn't rush to enter immediately. Instead, he had the eagle fly along the border twice. After confirming that only Konoha shinobi were stationed there and finding no trace of Sound Ninja, he finally let out a breath of relief. As dusk fell, he found a concealed place to rest and eat while thinking over his plans. The original series did mention Orochimaru's hideouts more than once, but their locations were always vague. Even descriptions of Hokage itself were scarce, so trying to pull intel from the canon wouldn't help much. At most, he could recall bits about the Sound 4 and Kirin with her crystal release, both considered significant threats. As for Orochimaru's bases, he'd have to search for them himself. The next morning, Natsuki mounted the eagle again and flew a loop around the border before crossing into the Land of Rice Fields. The country wasn't very large, so Natsuki planned to follow a few set flight paths to sweep it. Sitting on the eagle's back, he used Tongain no Jutsu, telescope technique, to get a low-budget aerial surveillance effect. No way he wouldn't find something eventually. And luck was on his side. After an hour or so of flight, he spotted a concealed cave entrance, subtle traces of human activity, plus a snake-like carving over the doorway. It was basically screaming, "This is one of Orochimaru's hideouts." Natsuki didn't descend immediately. Instead, he had the eagle fly onward to avoid detection. Once they had passed a safe distance, he marked the location on his map and silently leapt down to the forest below. Doton, Dochu Senko no Jutsu. Earth Release, Underground Submarine Voyage Technique. Natsuki slipped underground and began moving toward the cave entrance undetected. Upon reaching it and confirming no one was around, he quickly pulled out a Polaroid-style camera and snapped a photo of the cave entrance. Every bit of intel would be credited as contribution. After that, he continued sneaking into the cave via his earth technique. Inside, it was clear people had been moving about recently. Deeper in, he even heard voices, making him all the more cautious. It wasn't fear, he wasn't afraid of being discovered or of losing a fight, but he had to remember that his mission was reconnaissance. He only needed to gather intel. Everything else would be up to Tsunade to deal with. If he alerted Orochimaru or forced him to relocate, it would only make things harder later. That would be foolish. The investigation took an entire day. The cave had people inside, so Natsuki had to move slowly and wait for chances to snap photos. This was clearly one of Orochimaru's research labs. There were numerous test subjects imprisoned, some floating in green solution tanks, the kind of thing that made one's skin crawl just to look at. Natsuki photographed everything he could, added notes and a map, and then summoned a smaller eagle to carry the intel back to Konoha. With that done, he moved on to continue his mission. What Natsuki didn't know was that back in Konoha, Tsunade and Shizun were shocked when they received the intel just a few days after his departure. "Shizun, how long has it been since Natsuki left?" Tsunade asked in disbelief. I think only about 3 days," Shizun replied, dazed. "I heard that he and Tenten have a giant mountain eagle as their summoning beast, incredibly fast. He must have flown to the land of rice fields. No wonder he's so quick. Having subordinates like this really puts my mind at ease." Tsunade sighed in admiration and immediately opened the intel package. But her expression quickly darkened. Shizun glanced over and gasped, sucking in a breath. The photos Natsuki had sent were brutal, many of them depicted human experimentation. Even as a doctor, Shizun felt shaken. That damn Orochimaru. What does he think human lives are? Tsunade smashed her desk with a single punch. Of course, the only ones hurt were the desk and the finance department. Orochimaru remained untouched. It took Shizun a while to calm down before she asked. "Tsunade-sama, what do we do next?" Tsunade was already composed. "Let Natsuki continue the investigation. I believe he'll locate all of Orochimaru's bases in the land of rice fields soon enough. Meanwhile, we'll wrap up negotiations with Tsunade and then gather our forces to wipe Orochimaru out once and for all." In the days that followed, Natsuki continued to discover one hideout after another. He infiltrated them all, gathered intel, and was never detected. Each time, he sent back a fresh batch of information via summoned eagle. Orochimaru's behavior was truly maddening. In such a small country, he had 10 experimental bases. Who knew how many more were still hidden? Natsuki didn't plan to find them all, that would take too much time. The priority was to locate Orochimaru himself. Konoha's true goal was to eliminate him. Once he was gone, it didn't matter how many bases he had. The rest could be dealt with later, or even ignored entirely. Time passed quickly. It had been about a month since Natsuki left the village. He had already scouted most of the land of rice fields from the sky. If aerial surveillance hadn't turned up a base, it likely didn't exist in that area. Then, one day, Natsuki arrived near the daimyo's residence and spotted another hidden facility. But this one was different. The entrance featured a giant serpent carving, intimidating and extravagant. There was no attempt to hide it. That could only mean one thing: this was Orochimaru's main base. Natsuki snapped a photo and was just about to sneak in like usual, when his telescope technique picked up several figures approaching. He immediately ducked into cover. Those people looked extremely familiar: Kidamaru, Tayuya, Sakan and Yukon, and Jirobo. The Sound Four. These were the ones who, during the Konoha crush, set up the barrier that sealed off the third Hokage with Orochimaru, resulting in the old man's death. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 156, Chapter. However, the Sound Four didn't do much in Konoha, so the village wasn't entirely clear on their combat strength. In the original timeline, once they activated their Stage 2 curse seals, they temporarily reached Jonin-level power and even managed to defeat Genma and Rado, who had just returned from a mission. During the mission to retrieve Sasuke, Choji, Neji, Kiba, and Shikamaru all had to risk their lives and ultimately needed help from the Sand siblings to bring them down. It was evident how powerful the Sound Four were. As for Kimimaro, he was probably still lying in bed, near death. Some people online speculated that Kimimaro's Kagaya clan might be related to the Hyuga clan. No one knows for sure, but maybe Neji should be told. Natsuki shook his head to clear the stray thoughts and put away the water mirror to avoid getting discovered. The Sound Four moved quickly and soon entered their base. Since the Sound Four came here, Orochimaru is probably inside. I can't go in, or he'll sense me. That guy's too sharp. Better to send their intel back to the village, Natsuki thought to himself. Before long, though, he saw the Sound Four hurry out again, heading straight south without hesitation. From the looks of it, they were being sent on a mission. And the only mission urgent enough for the Sound Four at this time would be retrieving Sasuke. Orochimaru must be nearing the end of his current body's lifespan. That was bad news. Sasuke was currently with Kakashi and Shino near the northeastern border, not far from here. If the Sound Four got wind of that and headed over, it was hard to say if Sasuke's group could truly hold them off. After all, the power of the cursed seals was basically a cheat. Plus, Sasuke and the others knew nothing about the Sound Four, which could lead them to underestimate their enemy. Once the Sound Four were gone, Natsuki didn't waste time either. He withdrew immediately and found a hidden spot to sketch their portraits and write down key intel on each of them. To avoid exposure, he didn't even take photos, just drawings, so Tsunade and Kakashi would treat the information more seriously. After preparing 2 sets of the report, Natsuki summoned a hawk via Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique, and sent 1 copy back to Konoha. As for the second copy, he channeled chakra into his hand and used Hiraishin no jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to send it directly to Kakashi. He'd given Kakashi a specially marked battery previously, just for this moment. And Kakashi knew about it too, so he hadn't objected. At that moment, Kakashi's squad was patrolling the border between the land of fire and the land of hot water. They hadn't found any signs of infiltration from the hidden cloud village, which was a relief, but a bit of a letdown for Sasuke. He had been hoping to run into a strong opponent to test his Chidori Nagashi, Chidori current. To grow stronger, of course he was ready for battle. Everyone had been saying the rain had stopped, the sky was clearing up, and, second pillar, was back again. The mocking tone couldn't be more irritating. But the reason Sasuke always got beaten up when he got cocky was that he liked to challenge enemies above his level. It was only through those brutal battles that he could grow quickly. People who only ever bullied the weak rarely improved, isn't that right? Just then, Kakashi's expression changed, and a scroll suddenly appeared in front of him. Sasuke and Shino instantly went on alert. Shino quickly sent out his insects, but they didn't detect anyone nearby. Realizing something, he said, if the bugs didn't pick up any presents, and yet a scroll just appeared, could it be Natsuki? Sasuke also figured it out. The Flying Thunder God. That's right. Natsuki used Hiraishin to send intel. Kakashi took the scroll. If he's using Hiraishin just to send a message, then it must be serious. I wonder if Lady Tsunade has been informed yet. He opened the scroll, and his face instantly darkened. He handed the scroll to Sasuke and Shino. The two of them read it with very different reactions. Shino's voice remained flat as ever. Orochimaru sent the Sound Four to bring Sasuke back. He intends to take Sasuke's body. Sasuke, however, smirked. Good. My body's getting rusty after this whole month. Let's see if these so-called Sound Four can handle my Chidori Nagashi. Kakashi sighed and warned, Natsuki's report says all 4 of them bear curse seals and can use their power to temporarily reach Jonin-level strength. We can't let our guard down. Fortunately, he also gathered some information about their abilities that gives us an edge. Obviously, Kakashi had no intention of running. Since Orochimaru had already planted a curse mark on Sasuke, he could probably track his location. Running would be useless. So they might as well use this opportunity to defeat the Sound Four and weaken Orochimaru's forces. Also, it had been a month with no signs of movement from the hidden cloud village. It seemed they weren't going to attack after all. Just like Sasuke said, after a whole month, they were practically going rusty. Time to stretch a bit. I'll monitor enemy movements, Shino stated, never one for unnecessary words. If there was going to be a fight, then it was time to prepare. All right. Just in case, let's set some traps. Kakashi-sensei, I'll be the bait. Sasuke cut him off. They're after me anyway. I'm the best choice for bait. You and Shino hide and wait for a chance to strike. Since they can use their curse seals to boost their strength, the 3 of us versus 4 might be rough. A sneak attack gives us better odds. Kakashi opened his mouth but didn't object. Logically, letting a student act as bait was reckless and irresponsible. But he quickly realized that Sasuke was no longer just a genin. He was a chunin, someone who could handle solo missions. Being bait wasn't beyond him. And Sasuke's reasoning made sense. If they were at a disadvantage in a straight-up fight, then use a decoy to turn the tables. Since it was the right move, there was no reason to argue. Besides, Kakashi wasn't overly worried, Natsuki was still in the land of fields. Even if Sasuke were captured, Natsuki could show up midway and intercept them. Kakashi even half-joked to himself, Natsuki might just teleport in with Hiraishin and clean house. The Sound Four wouldn't even be a threat. Alright, we'll go with Sasuke's plan. The 3 nodded in agreement. Shino immediately released a swarm of insects for scouting. Sasuke stood openly in a clearing, waiting for the Sound Four to arrive. Kakashi picked a good hiding spot. While they were getting into position, Konoha received Natsuki's intel as well. After reading it, Tsunade had a headache. We've located Orochimaru's hideout, but that damn snake already sent 4 strong subordinates after Sasuke. Looks like he really wants Sasuke's body. Shizune also glanced at the report. When she read that the Sound Four could use curse seal powers, her face turned grim too. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 157, Chapter. Shizune offered a suggestion, Lady Tsunade, can we have the border patrol ninja support them? Tsunade shook her head decisively. The patrol ninja stationed on the borders aren't particularly strong. Their primary roles are reconnaissance and relaying messages, they won't be of much help in a direct fight. Most of the jonin and special jonin in the village already have their duties. Wait. We do have more people. She suddenly lit up. Our negotiations with Tsunade are complete. There's no risk of war anymore, so we don't need to keep watching our flanks. Guy's team doesn't need to guard the northwest border anymore, they can go support Kakashi's team. That was bold thinking. Guy's team was on the northwest border, and Kakashi's team was at the northeast border. How were they supposed to support each other across such a vast distance? Shizun twitched. Lady Tsunade, wouldn't it be faster to have Natsuki support them instead? He's in the land of fields. But Tsunade smiled. You're being silly, Shizun. Natsuki knows Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. He can jump in at any moment. The reason he hasn't moved is because he's keeping Orochimaru under surveillance. That snake is the real threat. As for Guy's team, sure the distance is far, but you forgot about Tenten's giant mountain eagle summon, didn't you? Oh right. I totally forgot about that. I'll send word to Guy's team immediately. Shizun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Working in the Hokage's office, reading all these reports day in and day out, was enough to fray anyone's nerves. She could only hope everyone stayed safe. While Shizun went off to send the order, Tsunade flipped through another set of documents, reports on recent missions carried out by the genin teams, and her eyebrows twitched at once. Aoba's team had done quite well. Even though Lee was a temporary addition, his combat strength played a big part, and his coordination with Rinya was great. Megumi was improving steadily, not just in strength but also in her studies of medical ninjutsu. She was a diligent and highly motivated child. Asuma's team, however, wasn't doing so well. Sakura's strength was lacking, and her teamwork with Ino and Choji was poor. Then there was Kurenai's team, their mission completion rate was practically zero, mostly because Naruto's performance was far too chaotic. In terms of scouting, both Kiba and Hinata did a great job. Naruto. He wouldn't notice the enemy until they were literally in his face. In terms of stealth, again Kiba and Hinata did fine, but Naruto. Loud and careless, constantly messing things up. Even Akamaru did a better job than him. Now Tsunade fully understood Kakashi's evaluation of Naruto, unpredictable, above all. There were always surprises during missions, but Naruto's unpredictable nature made him a double-edged sword. He could be unbelievably reliable in moments of crisis, and utterly unreliable in everything else. Still, if their mission performance continued to be this abysmal, Tsunade wouldn't even dare let this team participate in the next Chunin exams. It was just too risky. And honestly, it was exactly as expected. Kurenai's team used to have the ever-reliable Shino, so everything was stable. But now that Shino had been promoted to Chunin, and Tsunade had arranged for Naruto to join the team, things had fallen apart. Hinata couldn't raise her voice to Naruto, and Kiba couldn't keep him under control either. Disaster was bound to follow. This won't do, Tsunade muttered. I need to assign them a special task to test their coordination. If they still can't work together, I'll have to reshuffle the team again. With that, Tsunade made up her mind and began contacting some old friends. These old friends weren't especially powerful, but each had their own unique talents. She asked them to design a mission that would really give Naruto's team a hard time. The next day, near the northeastern border, Shino's insects detected the presence of the Sound 4 and immediately relayed the information to Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke's lips curved into a grin. He'd been looking forward to this, but he held his position and waited calmly for the right moment. 10 minutes later, the Sound 4 arrived and perched in a tree, looking down at Sasuke with eyes full of mockery and disdain, which made Sasuke quite uncomfortable. Who are you? Sasuke asked coldly. Us. Kidamaru chuckled. We're here to test you. To see if you're truly worthy of Lord Orochimaru's attention. You received the power of the cursed seal, and yet you still cower in this peaceful, pathetic village. You must be a weakling. Tayuya scoffed, quit talking, Kidamaru. Let's beat him up and drag him back already. Jirobo and Sakan/Yukon had no objections. All four leapt toward Sasuke, preparing to surround him, but the next second, they heard a clicking sound as sharpened wooden stakes launched at them from all directions, completely encircling them. A trap. Did they know we were coming? The Sound 4 were startled and immediately went all out. Kidamaru spat sticky webs and wrapped them around Jirobo's waist, then flung him around forcefully. Jirobo used his raw strength to smash through the flying stakes. Even so, none of them dared let their guard down, they quickly scattered. Just then, Sasuke's Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, exploded right where they landed. The timing was perfect. They barely dodged it, if they had been a second slower, they'd be toast. As Jirobo hit the ground, he suddenly heard a loud buzzing. His expression changed, and he quickly rolled to the side, just in time to dodge a swarm of insects. He looked up and saw a figure in sunglasses standing quietly atop a tree branch not far away. He had appeared completely unnoticed. A true expert. Shino merely thought, I'm just not very noticeable, that's all. He formed several hand seals, and clouds of insects swarmed from his body, heading straight for Jirobo. With no other choice, Jirobo kept dodging. Jirobo specialized in brute strength and Doton, earth release. He could also absorb chakra using earth techniques, normally a tough opponent. But Shino fought from a distance using his bugs, which was exactly the kind of matchup that would frustrate Jirobo. Elsewhere, Sakan/Yukon and Kidamaru had run into Kakashi. He appeared out of nowhere and launched several powerful Renkyaku, storm leg, slashes, forcing them to halt their advance. Sasuke, meanwhile, calmly drew his short blade and locked eyes on Tayuya. His voice was icy. You're the Sound 4, sent by Orochimaru to drag me back to Otogekure and take my body. How insulting. He sent only 4 nobodies like you, what a joke. Tayuya snapped, you don't understand Lord Orochimaru's greatness. He gave us power. He gave you power too, but you're too dumb to use it. You'll regret that soon. I'll use that power to crush you, you so-called Uchiha genius. She quickly formed hand seals and slapped the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Doki. Summoning technique. Doki. With a burst of smoke, 3 large humanoid creatures appeared, all grotesque and menacing. Tayuya raised her flute and began to play. As the eerie music filled the air, the 3 Doki charged at Sasuke. Sasuke instantly understood. Controlling them through sound to attack me. If this is all you've got, then you can die now. Ignoring the monsters entirely, he activated Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and vanished, heading straight for Tayuya. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 158, chapter. So fast. Tayuya was startled and immediately leapt back. At the same time, the tune of her flute changed, and the 3 Doki suddenly increased their speed, charging at Sasuke. One swung a massive wooden club, another slashed with bony claws, and the last, wrapped in bandages, launched itself forward to body slam him. Compared to those monstrous figures, Sasuke looked like a child. A head-on clash was impossible. But he was faster. With a flicker of Raitun Shunshin, lightning body flicker, his short blade was already at Tayuya's throat. Eyes wide in shock, Tayuya instantly activated the first stage of her cursed seal. Black, jagged markings spread across her body as her speed surged. With a few swift backflips, she narrowly dodged Sasuke's blade. Her flute never ceased playing, its melody now distorted and eerie, drilling into Sasuke's ears and muddling his mind. But Sasuke was sharp. He immediately activated his Sharingan, and the dissonance in his mind faded rapidly. He sneered, trying Genjutsu on an Uchiha. That's insulting. Even if it's a Genjutsu through sound, in front of the Sharingan, all illusions are useless. Tayuya fell silent, changing her melody again. She had to admit she'd underestimated Sasuke. Her demonic flute, illusion harmony had no effect whatsoever. And she had been forced to activate her cursed seal's first stage just to dodge his strike. If she'd been a second slower, her head might have been rolling on the ground. Sasuke himself secretly exhaled in relief, he had nearly fallen for a Genjutsu. Luckily, he had followed Natsuki's advice and kept a calm mind. The moment he sensed the sound was off, he activated his Sharingan, neutralizing the illusion. If he'd been caught in a sound-based Genjutsu, his pride as an Uchiha would have been shattered. At the same time, he realized how strong the Sound 4 actually were. Just this girl, Tayuya, was already hard to deal with. The other 3 wouldn't be any easier. And the Cursed Seal's second stage? That was still an unknown. Natsuki's intel wasn't detailed enough. This could get messy. Natsuki, somewhere off-screen, hey. Don't blame me. Honestly, it wasn't Natsuki's fault. All that intel came from memory, and the Sound 4 were just early story side characters, details were fuzzy at best. He had only managed to write down the most critical points, just enough to keep Sasuke's team from being completely blindsided. And besides, a true shinobi was someone who could gather intel mid-battle and still come out on top, right? Elsewhere, Shino was relentlessly attacking Jirobo with waves of insects. Jirobo was constantly forced to dodge, sometimes using Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Release, Earth-style Wall, to try and block. But Earth Release was clearly less effective against bugs than Fire or Lightning Release. He dared not let them touch him, he knew all too well that the Aburame clan's insects drained chakra. He could drain chakra too, but the problem was, he couldn't even touch his opponent. Damn it. If you've got the guts, come fight me one-on-one. What's the point of hiding behind bugs? Jirobo roared in frustration. Heh. Empty rage, Shino responded calmly, completely unfazed by the taunts. The Abirame clan fought by commanding insects, not throwing fists. Why brawl with a meathead? Also, didn't Choji hate being called a fat pig? So Shino smirked slightly and spoke, that's all you've got, huh? Fat pig. Fat pig. Fat pig. Fat pig. As expected, the taunt shattered Jirobo's composure. Face dark with rage, he used Doton, Dorio Dango, Earth Release, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling, drawing on chakra to lift a massive boulder and hurl it at Shino. Shino dodged easily and used the opportunity to swarm him with insects. Jirobo cried out as his chakra was drained rapidly. But Shino stayed alert, he knew it wasn't over yet. And sure enough, the next second, Jirobo let out a furious roar, blasting all the insects off of him. Dark markings appeared on his body, linked in triangular patterns. His chakra swelled with an ominous, sinister feel. Even the insects writhed uncomfortably. This chakra, is that the cursed seal's power? Shino grew wary, directing his bugs to strike again. But Jirobo just sneered and stomped the ground, exploding forward with a burst of speed that shocked even Shino. Got you. Die. Jirobo's punch ripped through the air, aiming to smash Shino into pulp. Yet Shino remained unfazed, his hands flashing through seals. Just as the punch was about to land, he turned into a thin sheet of paper, drifting aside on the wind. Henge no Jutsu, Kami-e. Transformation technique, paper drawing. Jirobo was dumbfounded. He kept punching and kicking, but the paper like Shino was simply blown around by the wind, immune to the strikes. Meanwhile, Shino's bug swarm caught up again, forcing Jirobo to retreat. Returning to normal, Shino stood calmly in place, as unreadable as ever. You can't hurt me. But I can keep attacking with my bugs. You can't win. His voice carried a trace of smugness. This technique was one of the Rokushiki, 6 styles, Natsuki had specially taught him, to make up for his weakness in taijutsu. Now, no matter how strong or fast his opponent's fists were, they couldn't touch him. After all, brute force alone wasn't enough to harm a sheet of paper. Jirobo's face twisted in frustration. This opponent was his natural counter. Meanwhile, Kakashi was fighting a 2-on-1, or rather, a 3-on-1. Sakon and Yukon were conjoined brothers, and with Kidamaru in the mix, it was essentially a 3-man assault. Kidamaru, the spider freak, had already leapt into the trees and was continuously spitting webs to trap Kakashi. Kakashi had to keep dodging, these webs were sticky. If he got caught, he'd be wide open for the others to attack. Just then, Sakon and Yukon's taijutsu assault began. With 4 arms and 4 legs, the twins unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Normally, 2 fists couldn't beat 4, but this time, they were wrong. Kakashi had already trained under Natsuki's 4-demon technique, so dealing with multi-limbed combatants wasn't new to him. Realizing they were getting nowhere, Yukon suddenly detached his head and launched it at Kakashi, attempting to burrow into his body. But Kakashi, already warned by Natsuki's intel, had been on guard. He used Shunshin no Jutsu to instantly evade the attack. Though Natsuki didn't remember every detail about the Sound 4, he definitely hadn't forgotten the important stuff. Especially the image of Kiba getting parasitized by Yukon's head, that was burned into his memory. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 159, chapter. 1 versus 2, no, 1 versus 3 really isn't easy. As Natsuki said, the Sound 4's strength is nothing to scoff at. And this is them without activating their cursed seals. If they do, I might be in trouble. Kakashi silently assessed the situation as he pushed up his forehead protector to reveal the Sharingan. He also instinctively touched the chakra battery strapped to his arm. If he ran low on chakra, he could activate it at any time. Though he hadn't stored much over the past few days, it was still enough to sustain a prolonged fight. Kidamaru kept launching webs, but Kakashi easily evaded them. In fact, he deliberately moved in the direction of Sakon and Yukon, causing them to get entangled in the webs more than once and steadily losing their patience. After being caught by another strand, Sakon exploded in rage. Kidamaru, you bastard. Either come fight or stop spitting out that sticky crap. If you mess me up again, I'll kill you first. But Kidamaru wasn't fazed and even mocked him. I'll web however I like. What's it to you? Clearly, your skills are just too low. He dodges easily, you can't. Why don't you go help Tayuya or Jirobo? I've got this. You're just in the way. You little. Come at me then. Let's go. Kakashi watched the argument unfold with an inward sigh of relief. Keep fighting. I'll wait. Whether you two finish arguing or actually fight, it just gives me time. He kept an eye on Sasuke and Shino's battles. Clearly, both of them were holding their own well. With no need to worry about them, Kakashi preferred to conserve strength and wait until one of them finished their fight before lending support. The cursed seal's full capabilities were still unknown, and Kakashi, ever cautious, knew to hold back until he'd fully analyzed the situation. I wonder how Natsuki is doing. If he could just use Hiraishin to come over, this whole battle would be much easier. But, he probably won't show up. Meanwhile, the very person being thought about, Natsuki, was calmly chewing on jerky, watching Kimimaro disappear into the distance. Looks like Orochimaru and Kabuto sensed something going wrong, so they'd sent Kimimaro to reinforce. The Sound 4 just became the Sound 5. Sasuke's side might really be in trouble now. If only he had included Kimimaro's intel from the start. Without delay, Natsuki sketched Kimimaro's portrait and jotted down combat details regarding Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. He was just about to teleport the intel to Kakashi, but paused. Kakashi was likely in the middle of battle. Receiving intel now might not help. Who else can I send it to? Has Konoha deployed reinforcements? Natsuki scratched his head. He wasn't entirely sure. His best bet was to sense for any active Hiraishin tags nearby. After all, he had given a chakra battery to Yamashiro Aoba before. If Aoba was among the reinforcements, that'd make things easier. But Aoba's tag hadn't moved from the village. He wasn't part of the support. Then Natsuki noticed another Hiraishin tag moving at high speed, from the northwest of the Land of Fire heading northeast. Wait. Northwest to northeast. That was Tenten's Hiraishin marker. So it was Guy's team that had been sent to reinforce them. From the northwest all the way to the northeastern border. Natsuki rolled his eyes. Tsunade really knows how to give orders. Are there seriously no other ninja left in the village? And in fact, he was right. There weren't any others available. Well, guess I'll just send the intel to Tenten. He used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and transmitted the intel on Kimimaro. At that moment, Tenten, Guy, and Neji were riding on Birdra, flying fast toward the northeastern border. Suddenly, a scroll appeared out of thin air. Tenten caught it immediately. What is it? Enemy attack. Guy and Neji tensed. No. It's a message from Natsuki using Hiraishin, Tenten said seriously. If he's going to the trouble of sending a message like this, it must be important. She opened the scroll. The three of them read it together, and their expressions quickly turned grim. So the Sound 4 had reinforcements. And this Kimimaro had a Kekkai Genkai known as Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. That alone marked him as an extremely dangerous opponent. They had to act fast. Neji stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had paid someone to investigate the Hyuga clan during the Warring States era. Supposedly, there was some connection to a clan called the Kagaya. And the Kagaya were known for their Shikatsumiyaku. So, were the Hyuga and Kagaya clans somehow related? We need to move faster. Tenten declared. She patted Birdra's neck. Birdra, we need you to fly as fast as you can. When we get back, I'll prepare a whole deer for you. A Nara clan-raised deer. Birdra let out a loud cry and surged forward like a gale. Back on the northeastern border, the battle raged on. The three separate fights had begun drifting farther apart due to the intensity of combat. Shino had intentionally drawn Jirobo away. He planned to take him out first and then return to help Kakashi and Sasuke. Pulling him away from the others also meant fewer variables in the final strike. By now, Jirobo was practically foaming at the mouth in rage. His taijutsu and doton techniques were completely ineffective against Shino, while Shino's bug swarms kept steadily eating away at his chakra. If this dragged on, Jirobo would definitely lose. No wonder he was getting so agitated. Seeing that Shino was clearly preparing a big move, he snapped. He activated the second stage of his cursed seal. His skin turned crimson, his body swelled in size, even growing a horn from his forehead. Fleshy tumors bulged across his limbs, giving him a grotesque, monstrous appearance. His chakra flared violently with a dark, malevolent presence. So this is the cursed seal's second stage. Borrowing its power grants an overwhelming surge of chakra. He really does grow much stronger in an instant. But such foreign power must place a terrible strain on the body. It can't last long. Should I stall? Or finish this quickly? Hundreds of thoughts raced through Shino's mind, but he soon found his answer. His opponent was strong, yes, but Shino wasn't weak either. The Aburaim clan never fought head-on. Fast resolution didn't mean brute force, it meant using intelligence to defeat muscle. And this brute wasn't exactly hard to outthink. Die, Aburaim bastard! Jirobo roared, shattering the ground under his feet and launching himself like a cannonball toward Shino. Shino, however, remained perfectly calm. Standing tall on a tree branch, he formed a hand seal with his index and middle fingers pressed against his temples. As Jirobo neared. Teoken. Solar flare. BZZZZT. A blinding flash erupted from Shino's body. Jirobo, charging at full speed and staring directly at him, was instantly blinded. His entire vision went white, and his eyes burned from the searing pain. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 160, Chapter. Ah. My eyes. My eyes. Jirobo was in complete panic, blindly charging forward as he crashed into Shino, only for Shino to dissolve into a swarm of insects, instantly engulfing Jirobo completely. It was clearly just a bug clone. The real Shino had already descended to the base of the tree and was continuously releasing more insects, surrounding and smothering Jirobo entirely. Since the Cursed Seal's second stage was essentially an overload of chakra, Shino just countered with a bug swarm overload, draining every last drop of chakra he had. Let's see if he can still stand after this. Soon, the swarm began to return. Jirobo lay motionless on the ground. Not only had his Cursed Seal deactivated, but if one looked closely, there were still insects crawling in and out of his mouth and nose. Clearly, Shino hadn't just drained his chakra. He'd commanded the insects to enter Jirobo's body and wreak havoc from the inside. And now, Jirobo wasn't even breathing. Dead. Killed by Shino. To Shino, since the Sound Four were Orochimaru's lackeys sent to abduct Sasuke, there was no need to show mercy. He and Sasuke might not have been especially close, but they were still friends from the same village, comrades in arms. Shino wouldn't allow anyone to hurt his comrades, so when it came time to strike, he didn't hesitate at all. Besides, if that fat pig managed to recover mid-battle, it would only become troublesome. Better to end it now. The others in battle had heard Jirobo's screams too, and all of them paused for a brief second. Not long after, Shino flashed onto a nearby tree branch. Kakashi smiled in approval. Reliable as always, Shino. Sasuke looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. You already finished? Yeah. Easy work. My bugs are a hard counter to that fat pig. Shino spoke calmly, but Sasuke didn't dare underestimate him at all. He clearly understood that the Sound Four were all roughly equal in strength. And with their Cursed Seal second state, they could temporarily rival Jonin. Yet even so, Shino had swiftly taken one out. That could only mean one thing: Shino was incredibly strong. No wonder he's Natsuki's closest friend, he's not simple at all, Sasuke concluded. It was true. There were only two people truly close to Natsuki, his girlfriend, Tenten, and Shino. Shino had known Natsuki even before Tenten. The two had been deskmates, visited each other's homes, and had an unusually close bond. Being that close to Natsuki definitely wasn't something ordinary. Take Tenten for example, she used to be an ordinary kunoichi with no special bloodline or clan inheritance. She only had access to the basic 3 techniques and weapon throwing. Under normal circumstances, she would have remained a standard genin. But as Natsuki's girlfriend, she had grown so powerful under his guidance that even Sasuke wasn't confident he could defeat her now. Clearly, Natsuki deeply cared about the growth of those close to him. If Shino was this close to Natsuki, then they surely understood each other perfectly. Natsuki had often said, with Shino around, I can rest easy. Now, Sasuke realized that wasn't just flattery, it came from the heart. Ever since teaming up with Shino, Sasuke had noticed that he excelled at reconnaissance, surveillance, attack, defense, he did everything with precision. Shino was always calm, sharp, and analytical. And now, looking at his sheer combat strength, it was clear, Shino was terrifyingly capable. He really was that kind of all-rounder. Just like Natsuki said, if Shino's there, you don't need to worry. There was a blinding flash just now. Sasuke probed. Oh. Teoken. Solar flare. Of course you know Teoken. Sasuke knew how powerful that move was. A sudden burst of light that blinded the opponent and allowed for a decisive strike, even Itachi had nearly fallen for it once. For someone like Shino, Natsuki's closest friend, it made perfect sense to know that technique. It was obvious what had happened, Shino had used Teoken to blind that fatty and then finished him off with a swarm ambush. Instant kill. Terrifying. The ones who were truly shaken were Tayuya, Sakon/Yukon, and Kidamaru. They didn't get along well, but they were all aware of each other's strength. In their Cursed Seal second state, they could take on Jonin without issue. But now Jirobo had been instantly defeated by that sunglasses-wearing bug guy. Impossible. It had to be impossible. But facts were facts. Denying them wouldn't change reality. At that moment, Shino's gaze locked onto Sakon/Yukon. His tone remained flat and steady. Kakashi-sensei, let me handle the two-headed one. My bugs don't like spiders. Kidamaru's sticky webs were particularly troublesome for the insects. So Shino decisively chose Sakon/Yukon instead, whose strengths were taijutsu and body possession, neither of which were effective against bugs. Kakashi nodded without hesitation. All right. Then I'll take the spider guy. Like hell you will. Kidamaru and Sakon/Yukon weren't going to stand by. Without needing to communicate, they rushed toward their respective opponents with desperate speed, like their lives depended on it. But when Kidamaru got close to Shino and fired his webs, he realized he'd only caught a mass of bugs. Shino had vanished. Hey! I said your opponent is me. Kakashi appeared behind him and instantly formed hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Form. The massive fireball engulfed the webs and surged toward Kidamaru. Everyone knew spider webs feared fire. Even chakra-enhanced webs would still burn, since the Gokaku also used chakra transformation. On the other side, Sakon/Yukon had planned to intercept Kakashi, but found his way blocked by swarms of insects. He didn't even notice Shino until he heard his voice directly behind him. That was just a bug clone earlier. I'm not foolish enough to waste a sneak attack. While you were all distracted by my clone, I moved into position. Damn it. Sakon/Yukon's face darkened. Despite having two brains, they were still getting played. Their rage boiled over. But more than that, they were genuinely afraid now. Because they realized they might not be able to beat Shino. Shino had hit the nail on the head. Sakon/Yukon's best skills were taijutsu and body possession. Neither worked on swarms of insects. Screw it. Activate Cursed Seal second stage. As black markings surged across his skin, his chakra turned cold and sinister. His body began to transform, one of his heads taking on a demonic appearance, horns sprouting from his skull, and beast-like features appearing across his frame. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 161, Chapter. It wasn't just Sakon and Yukon. Seeing the dire situation, the other two also immediately entered their Juin Nisateto, curse mark level 2 state. Tayuya's skin darkened, her red hair grew longer, and horns even sprouted from her head. Kidamaru underwent a similar transformation, his skin turned a deep red black, horns grew on his many arms, his hair extended, and a vertical eye appeared on his forehead. Their chakra also turned cold and ominous, sending chills down one's spine. This doesn't even seem human anymore, muttered Sasuke with a rare moment of sarcasm. This chakra feels so vile. As expected of Orochimaru, he's truly evil to implant such a curse seal in people, Kakashi said grimly. With all three transformed, they naturally unleashed their ultimate moves. Tayuya's flute echoed with even more eerie power under the amplification of her massive chakra. The three Doki, the angry ogres, opened their mouths and spat out their spirits. More specifically, they externalized their spiritual matter, forming three massive spectral snakes of energy, which slithered under her musical control straight towards Sasuke. Ninpo, Makio no Ran. Ninja art, chaos of the demon realm. Startled, Sasuke reflexively dodged while swinging his short sword at one of the spectral serpents. However, his blade cut through it like slicing air, completely ineffective. There was no tangible serpent there at all. Realization dawned instantly. I see. These snakes are spiritual projections created from the energy of those three monsters via her flute. Physical attacks don't work. And worse, these spirit entities will desperately seek physical hosts and consume them whole. Knowing this, Sasuke dared not slack off. He continuously evaded their strikes. He didn't underestimate this girl called Tayuya, especially in her Juin Nisateto. She was dangerous enough that even a Jonin might lose to her. But Sasuke believed in his own speed. If he could just get close enough to land a blow on Tayuya, the fight would be over. Unfortunately, not only were the three serpents fast, but they also maneuvered cleverly to block his path toward Tayuya, making a direct attack nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Kidamaru launched his own ultimate move. He quickly pulled threads from his mouth and, using his special chakra-infused mucus, formed a bow. The thread acted as the bowstring, and he created a golden arrow from the same sticky material. With his many hands, he fully drew the bow and aimed directly at Kakashi. Kumo Senkyu, Suzaku. Spider War Bow, terrible split. He let out a crazed laugh and went full villain monologue. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die, copy Ninja Kakashi. With my 8 arms, I've drawn this bow to its absolute limit. My third eye has you perfectly locked on, you can't escape this arrow. You will die here. And I will go down in history as the one who killed Kakashi of the Sharingan. Now perish. Whoosh. The golden arrow tore through the air with terrifying speed, heading straight for Kakashi. But Kakashi, a seasoned veteran, had already read the arrow's path with his Sharingan. Not only that, he noticed a thread trailing from the arrow's tail, revealing that Kadamura planned to adjust its trajectory mid-flight for guaranteed accuracy. What seemed unavoidable wasn't actually that hard to dodge. The trick was to charge into it. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. His right hand crackled as Chidori, 1,000 birds, began to chirp like a storm of lightning. The golden arrow was just inches from his face, yet Kakashi charged straight ahead, so fast that Kadamura couldn't react in time. Despite trying to adjust the arrow's trajectory, the speed differential was too great. No amount of mid-air steering could pull off a 180-degree turn at that angle. This was Kakashi's opening. He appeared right in front of Kadamura, lightning blade in hand, who was caught completely defenseless. Right-ton, Chidori. Lightning style, 1,000 birds. Shunk. Kakashi's arm pierced straight through Kadamura's chest. Kadamura's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You dodged my arrow, and broke through my golden armor. It can't be, it can't. I thought something felt off. Kakashi looked at the now cracking golden armor on Kadamura's body. So, you didn't dodge because you were confident in this armor, formed from your special mucus. But you underestimated the piercing power of Chidori. Blood spilled from Kadamura's mouth as he gasped. Finally, he croaked, wasn't about not dodging. I just couldn't. And with a tilt of his head, his life faded away. So that's what it was, Kakashi murmured as he withdrew his hand. He thought Kadamura had been overly confident in his defense, but it turned out the real reason was simpler, he was simply too slow to react to Chidori's speed. Either way, the result was the same. Kakashi exhaled in relief. This opponent had been surprisingly tough, but at least he hadn't needed to tap into the chakra battery Natsuki had made for him. He turned to check on the others and saw that they didn't need help. So, he simply watched. On Shino's side, Sakon and Yukon had become much stronger and faster in their Juin Nisateto, effortlessly dodging the insect swarms while launching frenzied attacks. Seeing that his bugs weren't effective, Shino switched to using the Rokushiki, 6 powers, techniques he had learned. He silently thanked Natsuki for teaching him those moves. Now that his insects weren't enough, at least his taijutsu still had value. Still, defeating this foe wouldn't be easy. Their speed and power were simply overwhelming, and one misstep could mean serious injury. And then there was their terrifying head parasitism technique. If one of those parasite heads managed to attach to his body, the consequences would be catastrophic. Wait. Shino's glasses glinted slightly as he seemed to understand something. As Sakon and Yukon's flurry of punches came in fast and furious, Shino blocked a few using Tekai Kenpo, iron body fist style, then deliberately exposed a weak point. Sure enough, Yukon's head launched like a bullet and latched onto Shino's shoulder. Ha ha ha. You're done for now. Yukon will merge with your body. Sakon laughed wildly, even stopping his attacks. After all, in a villain's mind, once the enemy is doomed, there's no need to keep hitting them. But Shino's expression remained as stoic as ever. Moments later, screams rang out. Yukon's head was now crawling with Shino's Kakechu, destruction bugs, which were devouring him alive. The Abirame body was no ordinary host, it was a nest. An invader here would only be digging their own grave. Yukon screamed in agony. Sakon panicked and rushed in to save his brother, only for Shino to slam a palm into his gut. 10 seconds later, Sakon was writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. His Juin ni Suteto deactivated immediately. Soon, a group of massive beetles burst from his stomach, Shino's Kadaichu, parasitic giant bugs. They were feasting not only on Sakon's chakra but on his flesh and blood as well. Forget keeping up the curse mark, he might not even survive at all. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 162, Chapter. New fanfic is up. Uma Museum, rising from the countryside to legend. Shino casually ripped off the now lifeless Yukon head from his shoulder and tossed it aside, even thoughtfully offering an explanation. Head parasitism is indeed dangerous, but it was also your downfall. Trying to recklessly fuse with a member of the Abirame clan was courting death. And your other head wasn't very smart either. I deliberately showed a weakness to lower your guard. The moment you slowed down and got close, that's when I sent my parasitic mega bugs into your body. Still writhing in agony, Sakon heard Shino's words and felt like his intelligence had been utterly insulted. His head lolled to the side. Dead. At that moment, Kakashi landed beside Shino and smiled. Shino really is reliable. Having you around puts people at ease. Shino accepted the compliment without modesty. Yeah. Natsuki praises me like that all the time. Kakashi blinked, then chuckled helplessly. Kids these days sure were confident. But confidence wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The two then turned their attention to Sasuke, who was still evading the three massive Seishin Energy Deja, spiritual energy serpents, looking for an opening to strike at Tayuya. But those serpents were dangerous, and Sasuke didn't dare get careless. And with Tayuya manipulating them so tightly, there was no clear chance to attack. A swift victory seemed impossible. Kakashi called out, "Sasuke, need a hand." Urusai. Sasuke didn't even look back. This enemy, I'll defeat her myself. He had his pride. He could acknowledge Shino's strength, but he wasn't going to accept being weaker than him. Since Shino had already defeated two sound ninja, he had to at least beat one. Otherwise, wouldn't he look pathetic? Kakashi and Shino understood what was going on. That's why they hadn't stepped in. Kakashi's question was just to give them an excuse for not helping. Since Sasuke had declined assistance, it wasn't like they were abandoning a comrade, they were just respecting his wish. Still, they kept a close eye on the battle. The moment Sasuke showed signs of struggling, they'd jump in without hesitation. Tayuya's flute played faster now. The serpent's speed increased as well, no longer content with just defending. They wanted to devour Sasuke. She was clearly getting desperate. After all, she was the last one standing among the four. And despite all her power, she still couldn't take down Sasuke. Two strong Konoha ninja were waiting for her to fall. She could feel the end coming. But she was proud. Since escape was no longer possible, she'd take down a Uchiha genius with her, prove her worth before dying. She wouldn't allow herself to vanish in mediocrity. If she had to die, she'd die with glory, by defeating Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his teeth, thinking hard for a solution. As the serpents got faster, he was being forced farther away from Tayuya. Attacking her was getting harder and harder. This couldn't go on. He had to end it quickly. Shino had already taken down two enemies, if Sasuke couldn't even land a hit, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Fortunately, Sasuke was no slouch in battle tactics. As he darted past a tree, he quickly used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, letting the clone keep dodging the snakes. The plan worked. Tayuya, hell-bent on winning, didn't notice. The clone looked no different from the real one. The serpents chased the clone farther away. A smirk formed on Tayuya's lips, clearly thinking the Uchiha wasn't all that. But at that moment, Sasuke's real body appeared. Using Raishunshin, lightning body flicker, he reached her in a literal blink, just 10 meters away. Tayuya was startled. Her flute faltered. The snakes were too far. She couldn't summon them back in time to protect her. "You sly Uchiha." Tayuya cursed, but instead of dodging, she charged forward. In her Juin ni Suteto, curse mark level 2 state, her speed and strength were vastly enhanced. She was confident she could overpower Sasuke in a head-on clash. But Sasuke had no intention of testing taijutsu with her. He raised his hand, and a Raitun, Chidori Iso, lightning style, Chidori sharp spear, formed. "Take this." Raitun, Chidori Iso. And no. ZZZZZZTT. Shunk. The lightning spear pierced through Tayuya's chest. Her vaunted speed couldn't help her at all. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her curse mark fading, her strength draining away. She was unwilling, but what could she do? As death crept in, her eyes suddenly widened. As if she saw something impossible. "Why you? Why are you here? What? What's going on?" A gentle male voice answered her. Sasuke tensed up immediately. A tall man in a kimono with long white hair and crimson dot-shaped eyebrows walked over slowly. His presence was serene, but heavy, oppressive. Shino and Kakashi landed beside Sasuke. "I saw this guy coming a while ago," Shino said calmly. "But I didn't interrupt your fight. Kakashi-sensei and I were ready to act." Sasuke nodded. He knew Shino wouldn't be careless. Still, this white-haired man gave off a dangerous aura, one they couldn't ignore. Is he an enemy? Another one of Orochimaru's men? But why didn't Natsuki send intel about him? Sasuke remained alert, questions swirling in his head. The man's gaze swept over the scene, Kidamaru, Sakan and Yukon already dead, Tayuya moments from death. Jirobo clearly didn't make it either. "Tayuya," the men said softly. Why? Why are you here?" Her breath was faint. "Orochimaru-sama sent me to assist." The men, Kimimaro, shook his head slowly. "But it seems you've lost, utterly. Even your life. Like a withered blossom. Leave the rest to me. Rest easy now." Tayuya made no reply. She was dead. Only then did Kimimaro turn to the trio, his gaze locking on Sasuke. His voice, tinged with unrecognized envy. "So you're the Uchiha Sasuke that Orochimaru-sama has chosen. To defeat all of them. I must admit, your potential is impressive. But you displease me. I wanted to be Orochimaru-sama's vessel. But I wasn't worthy. And he chose you. You, who resist him. The trio gave him weird looks. This guy's nuts. Who in their right mind would want to become that snake's vessel? You don't understand Orochimaru-sama's greatness. But it doesn't matter. Today, I will take you back myself. As he spoke, bones burst from his shoulder, tearing through his skin. Calmly, he pulled one out. It became a sleek, deadly Honken, bone sword. Sasuke, Shino, and Kakashi tensed, readying for battle. But then, a cry from above. A fierce eagle screech echoed, and 3 figures dropped from the sky. Ha ha ha. The blue beast of Konoha has arrived. Prepare yourselves. Guy landed dramatically, striking his cool pose. Tenten and Neji stood behind him with faces full of awkward resignation. The entire scene went awkwardly silent. So, very awkward. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 163, Chapter. Guy. Tenten. Neji. You're here. Kakashi was the first to react, his tone visibly lightening. Although they had already dealt with the Sound 4, this new enemy looked far more dangerous. Having reinforcements arrive was definitely reassuring. Guy scanned the battlefield. Kakashi, is everyone all right? Kakashi shook his head. We're fine. We took down the Sound 4. But this new guy just showed up out of nowhere. Everyone's eyes turned toward Kimimaro. Tenten gave him a thorough look and nodded, confirming that he matched the intelligence Natsuki had passed along. She then tossed a scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi blinked and caught it, opening it to read with Sasuke and Shino. After reading, all 3 understood at once. A Kekei Genkai, huh? No wonder he feels so dangerous. In the shinobi world, Kekei Genkai were something to be wary of. Possessing one meant access to special techniques far beyond the norm, dangerous and difficult to counter. The most well-known examples were Sasuke's Sharingan and Neji's Byakugan, both famous throughout the ninja world and feared accordingly. Even lesser-known ones like Hayaton, Ice Release, from Haku were devastating in their own right. Fame didn't matter. Kekei Genkai were always a cut above regular jutsu. You couldn't afford to underestimate them. This Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, was particularly eerie, attacking and defending with one's own bones. Natsuki hadn't detailed everything in the intel, but the one thing made clear was, his bones are extremely dangerous. Kimimaro, ever the sharp one, caught on quickly. You have intel on me. That shouldn't be possible. Doesn't matter, Guy interrupted bluntly. If Orochimaru sent you to capture Sasuke, you're the enemy. Come, let's fight. As perhaps the most polite man in the ninja world, Kimimaro naturally accepted. Very well. Then let us fight. I apologize, but I have a mission. Even if it costs me my life, I will bring Sasuke back to Orochimaru-sama. With that, he lunged forward, his bone sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. Neji stepped up first, activating his Byakugan and launching his hack Rokuji on show, 8 trigrams 64 palms. But Kimimaro wasn't ordinary. His bone sword flowed with impossible grace, deflecting every single strike of the 64 palms. Not only that, he even found chances to counterattack. His bone blade was so sharp that Neji didn't dare block it directly, retreating as a result. Such taijutsu skill. Everyone watching was stunned. They all knew how fearsome the 64 palms was, especially with Byakugan's pinpoint accuracy. But Kimimaro had fended it off with only a bone sword, and even forced Neji to back down. His prowess in close combat was frightening. That immediately lit Guy's fighting spirit ablaze. He jumped into the fray, launching his signature Konoha Dai Senpu, Leaf Great Whirlwind. But Kimimaro calmly grew a white bone blade from his body, forcing Guy to halt mid-kick. Those blades were way too sharp. One solid strike would cost him dearly. Unfazed, Guy drew his nunchaku. He swung them with stylish flair, trading blows with Kimimaro. For a moment, they were evenly matched. But it didn't last. Kimimaro suddenly put some real force behind his bone sword, and with a sharp clang, snapped Guy's nunchaku in half, pushing him back. Tenten couldn't help but shout, "Guy-sensei. Don't tell me you bought that cheap nunchaku on sale. Next time just get them from my family's shop. I'll give you a discount." Guy fired back, "Hey. That was from Nintendo's Ninja Tools. Top quality." Neji sighed. "It's not the nunchaku. His bone sword is just too sharp. Normal weapons can't handle it." Just then, Sasuke stepped up. His eyes were burning with battle fervor. Although he'd just finished fighting Taiyuya and had used up a lot of chakra, he still had his chakra battery from Natsuki, no need to worry. Fighting strong enemies like this was exactly how he could grow stronger. If you came for me, then I'll fight you myself. Sasuke surged forward, short sword in hand, Raishunshin, lightning body flicker, propelling him at high speed. His blade aimed straight at Kimamaro's abdomen. Just when he thought he had landed a decisive blow, clang. His short sword was stopped by bones that had suddenly emerged from Kimamaro's stomach, forming a dense lattice that trapped his blade. Sasuke tried to yank the sword out, but it wouldn't budge. I see now. I underestimated you. Shikatsu Miyaku really is insane. He let go of the trapped sword and swiftly pulled out another. He always brought spares for exactly this kind of situation. Shino then spoke. Want me to tag in? His bones are too good for direct attacks, but he probably can't stop my bugs. Tenten added, or me. Lightning attacks should still get through his bones, right? Sasuke was a little exasperated. Why is everyone so eager to fight now? He knew both Shino and Tenten were strong, and they probably could deal with Kimamaro. But he wasn't going to pass this opponent off to someone else. This was his chance to improve. So he quickly said, leave him to me. Shino and Tenten exchanged glances and shrugged. Shino had already defeated 2 enemies, he didn't need to fight. And Tenten wasn't that battle-hungry in the first place. If Sasuke wanted it, he could have it. Just then, Tenten seemed to remember something. She pulled out a slip of paper, scribbled a few notes, and used chakra to send it away. Moments later, the paper returned, with new writing. Kakashi glanced over and nearly twitched. On the paper. Tenten. Natsuki, I'm here with Gai-sensei and Neji. Kakashi-sensei, Shino, and Sasuke are all fine. The Sound 4 are dead, only Kimamaro is left. Natsuki. Good. Stay safe. Kimamaro is extremely dangerous. Tenten wrote back. Got it, we'll be careful. You too, especially you, idiot, love. Kakashi was speechless. These two were using Flying Thunder God for long-distance texting. Such a high-level jutsu, being used for love notes. He couldn't help but think of his own sensei, Minato. Minato had used the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to carve out a fearsome legend, the yellow flash that struck terror into his enemies. And now? These kids were using it for romantic texting. Absolutely outrageous. Then again, perhaps it wasn't such a bad use. Flying Thunder God for instant communication was actually genius. Minato probably never used it this way because he was the only one capable of the technique back then. But now, with both users linked, it was basically the ninja world's ultimate private chat app. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 164, Chapter. Land of Fields, near Orochimaru's secret base. After receiving Tenten's paper message, Natsuki's lips curved into a smile. At first, he had never considered using the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, for chatting. After all, from what he remembered from the anime, Hiraishin was primarily a combat technique, used to teleport oneself or allies across the battlefield for rapid assaults, surprise strikes, and evasive maneuvering. It created immense pressure on enemies. The ultimate user of the technique was, of course, the Yellow Flash, Namake's Minato. Minato had rarely used Hiraishin to send items, maybe once or twice to relay intel. His 3 guards had used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder Formation, to transport the Amber Purification Jar, but even that was in combat. Now, however, with Natsuki and Tenten using Hiraishin to send love notes, it felt like a serious downgrade of a legendary technique. But Natsuki didn't care. As long as he could confirm Tenten and the others were safe, how he used Flying Thunder God was entirely up to him. At that moment, someone walked out of the hidden base. Natsuki instantly pulled back his focus and watched out of the corner of his eye to avoid alerting the newcomer. He recognized the person immediately. It was the white-haired, bespectacled medic named Yakushi Kabuto. Most likely, he had been the one to send Kimamaro out earlier. And at this stage, Orochimaru was probably still hanging onto his current body, hoping to soon switch into Sasuke's. But just like in the original timeline, Orochimaru was bound to miscalculate. He would never get Sasuke's body, and in the end, he'd be forced to pick another vessel. With his soul's arms still sealed, he wouldn't be able to cause any major trouble for a while. That said, Orochimaru was still a dangerous snake eyeing Konoha with hungry ambition. He had to die. If the chance came, Tsunade would absolutely eliminate him. And Kabuto wasn't much better. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had been the mastermind behind the army of Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnated, shinobi, disturbing countless graves and wreaking havoc on the battlefield. His actions had caused immense suffering and chaos. And yet, the shinobi world still owed him. Because of him, many got the chance to see loved ones again. Many of the dead were able to fulfill their regrets. That's why he was sometimes mockingly called the Dream Maker. It was complicated. Natsuki didn't care about such gray morality. If Kabuto ever posed a threat again, he'd kill him on the spot. No second chances. At that moment, Kabuto seemed to notice something and abruptly turned in Natsuki's direction. Without hesitation, Natsuki activated Hiraishin no Jutsu and vanished from his hiding spot. Kabuto stared into the distance for a while, stepped forward to double-check, then shook his head, convinced he'd imagined it. Moments later, Natsuki reappeared in a different location nearby, silent as a shadow. He had left behind a Hiraishin formula in a secret spot, invisible to the naked eye. His landing was so quiet that there wasn't a single trace of movement. Still, the fact that Kabuto had sensed his gaze, even for a moment, showed how sharp he was. Natsuki frowned. This guy was not to be underestimated. Honestly, if it weren't for the risk of alarming Orochimaru, Natsuki would have loved to slice him down right then and there. He even considered sneaking into the base to assassinate Orochimaru directly. But Orochimaru was notoriously slippery. One misstep, and he'd vanish, and that would be a nightmare scenario. Worse still, he could come back to life from a curse mark. So, better to wait. Let Tsunade handle this with proper planning. Meanwhile, on the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, Sasuke was still locked in fierce battle with Kimimaro, and things were escalating. After gradually adapting to Kimimaro's fighting style, Sasuke began counterattacking more swiftly. But Kimimaro suddenly activated Juin Ikedankai, curse mark level 1, black mark spreading across his skin. His power and speed immediately surged, and he launched a renewed assault on Sasuke. Tsubaki no Mai. Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro's bone sword blurred into motion, like a blooming storm of petals. It surrounded Sasuke with a barrage of razor-sharp attacks. Sasuke dodged and parried desperately, but even then, he took several cuts. It was clear he couldn't keep up with the sheer speed and fluidity of Kimimaro's strikes. The unrelenting assault left him no room to breathe. Karamatsu no Mai. Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro shifted forms again. This time, dozens of sharp bone spines erupted from his body. He lunged at Sasuke, completely ignoring the short sword slashing at him. Every strike bounced off his dense bone armor, leaving Sasuke helpless to cause any damage. Meanwhile, Kimimaro pressed harder and harder, forcing Sasuke to defend and retreat non-stop. Everyone watching began to worry. One mistake, and Kimimaro's bone blade would run Sasuke through. Guy couldn't help but praise, this young man's taijutsu is phenomenal. Combined with Shikatsumiyaku. Even Kakashi and I would have trouble beating him. Agreed. This is the might of a true Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi's face was grim. He's mastered his bloodline limit to the highest degree. With that plus his elite taijutsu, he's easily at the level of a Jonin elite. Sasuke is having a hard time. We need to stay alert. If anything goes wrong, we step in immediately, ignore whatever Sasuke says. This opponent was too strong. They couldn't let Sasuke be reckless and risk his life. Sasuke himself was beginning to realize it. His kenjutsu was still immature. His speed couldn't match Natsuki's. He could hold his own against a standard Jonin, but Kimimaro was clearly in a different league. Worse, Shikatsumiyaku countered blade users perfectly. Kimimaro's bones could grow anywhere, at any time, blocking all of Sasuke's attacks with ease. There was nowhere to strike. Damn it. Take this, Raitun, Chidori Iso. Lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke raised his left hand and formed a lightning spear, thrusting it straight at Kimimaro. But Kimimaro merely frowned slightly and raised his hand. Dense bone columns erupted from his palm, forming a thick bone shield. And as he kept manipulating the growth of the bones, the shield grew even thicker. The next moment, boom. Chidori's sharp spear crashed down. The bone shield was partially destroyed, but Kimimaro remained completely unharmed. Sasuke's heart sank. He blocked my Chidori Iso that easily. You're unbelievable. He had no choice but to admit it now. Shikatsumiyaku was absurdly strong. He'd used one of his best attacks, and Kimimaro hadn't even been scratched. Sasuke couldn't help but feel dejected. Once again, he had underestimated the world. The Sound 4 had been one shock. Now Kimimaro had come along and completely overwhelmed him. Was everyone this strong now? His pride as a prodigy was being thoroughly humbled. But this only made him more determined. He had to grow stronger. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 165, Chapter. Sasuke stared at the curse mark patterns on Kimimaro's body, a thought creeping into his mind. If I use the power of the curse mark, could I become stronger too? That dangerous idea stirred something inside him. His composure cracked, and as if responding to his hesitation, the Juin, curse mark, on his shoulder began to activate. Oh! He cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others immediately rushed forward to intercept Kimimaro. Fortunately, Kimimaro stopped attacking. He looked Sasuke in the eyes and said, "Seems you've recognized my strength. You desire the power of the curse mark now, don't you? Don't hesitate, come with me. I'll take you to see Orochimaru-sama." "Shut up!" Guy shouted sternly, "That kind of ominous power isn't true strength." Kakashi followed up, "That's right. The curse mark may grant power, but it's an evil force. It will cause immense harm to your body and mind. Sasuke, that's not the kind of power you need." Kimimaro said nothing, just calmly looked at the trembling Sasuke. He believed, if Sasuke truly craved power for revenge, he would eventually accept the curse. But in that moment of uncertainty, Sasuke noticed something inside his pocket, a small folded slip of paper. His fingers trembled as he took it out. It was filled with notes, his strengths and weaknesses, and Natsuki's carefully written advice. It was because of Natsuki's guidance that he had grown from a slightly stronger genin into a capable chunin, strong enough to face Jonin in battle. Compared to this cursed power, Sasuke realized he should trust Natsuki's words more. The curse mark's strength was foreign, a trick to steal his body. A tool for Orochimaru's selfish desires. He would never give in. "Stay calm. I have to calm down. Only then can I make the right decision. Orochimaru's desperate to get his hands on my body, that much is clear. But I still have a vengeance to fulfill. I can't let him succeed." Sasuke gritted his teeth, formed several hand seals, then placed his palm over the curse mark. Soon after, the curse mark began to recede. Sasuke exhaled in relief. "Well done," Kakashi said with rare praise. "Didn't think you'd mastered sealing jutsu to this level. Very impressive." As a sealing expert himself, Kakashi immediately recognized that Sasuke had just activated the Fuja Hoin, evil sealing method, to suppress the curse. And the fact that Sasuke regained his composure so quickly showed his willpower had grown immensely. "I'm still far from done," Sasuke said with rare humility. He meant every word. His goal was to learn the Shishofuin, 4-symbol seal, and one day become a Jinchuriki. If he could achieve that, he'd no longer need the curse mark to fight Uchiha Itachi. And he definitely wouldn't allow Orochimaru to steal his body. Kimimaro shook his head. "So you still don't understand? Then I'll defeat all of you and take you back myself." Sasuke didn't reply, but turned to the others. "I can't beat him alone. He's too strong. Let's all go in together, no more wasting time. We can't risk any surprises." By surprises, he meant more of Orochimaru's subordinates showing up. A quick, decisive fight was the best course. Everyone agreed. Sasuke moved to the rear to rest while Guy, Kakashi, and Neji stepped forward. Shino and Tenten would provide support from behind. Tenten didn't hesitate, she summoned her Ryugen Shinsuaken, Dragon Eye telescoping sword, and donned her infinite slot armor, wielding the twin blades Raiga, Thunder Fangs. Shino launched his bugs straight from the rear without a word. Cough. "Looks like my body's reaching its limit. I'll have to end this quickly." Kimimaro felt the strain in his body and made a decision. He entered Juin Nisuteto, curse mark level 2. His skin turned black, giant bone spikes sprouted from his back, and even a tail emerged. He looked monstrous. His chakra grew even colder and more vicious than the Sound 4s, so oppressive that even Shino's Kakeichu, bugs, instinctively recoiled. This guy's aura is terrifying. No one dared to lower their guard. Then, to their horror, Kimimaro yanked out his spine. It morphed into a weapon, half whip, half sword, squirming in his hands like a living creature. Tesenka no Mai, Tsubaki. Dance of the Clematis, Vine. Whoosh. 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 He swung the spine whip, stirring the very air into chaos. Then, snap. The spine whip lashed out at Kakashi, who barely ducked in time and charged forward. But Kimimaro's wrist flicked, and the spine curled like a snake, whipping back at Kakashi's exposed back. He had no choice but to evade again. "Let me try." Konoha Dai Senpu. Guy launched in with a sweeping roundhouse kick. But Kimimaro's spine suddenly lashed out, wrapping around Guy, and yanked him in like prey. "Guy-sensei." Everyone cried out in alarm. Tenten immediately launched her Ryugen sword, splitting it into 3 dragon-shaped blades that rushed at Kimimaro's face. Kimimaro ducked. The spikes on his back bloomed into a bone flower, knocking all 3 dragons aside. Worse, the bone flower charged at Guy, aiming to skewer him through. So this was the Tesenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, flower. The vine was the spine whip. The flower was the blooming bone spike bouquet on his back, used to finish the enemy after binding them. Guy's eyes widened at the wall of death rushing toward him. Hashiman Tonko. Third gate, Simon, Kai. 8 gates released formation. Third gate, life gate, open. Boom. Explosive power surged from Guy's body as the third gate opened. He ripped the spine whip apart and lunged at Kimimaro. He grabbed the massive bone flower and drove his knee straight into Kimimaro's back. Crack. Blood splattered into the air. But it wasn't Kimimaro's. Guy fell back, clutching his knee in pain. Kimimaro turned around, his face was covered in bone spikes too. Guy had kneed right into them. The spine whip coiled up again, ready to strike. Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palm rotation. Neji dashed in and spun, blocking the whip's follow-up strike. Tenten crossed her blades and unleashed a powerful lightning slash. But Kimimaro countered by swinging the spine whip and breaking the lightning in half. Tenten was dumbfounded. You can break lightning. Shino, from the rear, explained calmly, technically, bone isn't a good conductor. His bone whip resists chakra-based lightning. And since your lightning is made of chakra, it can be disrupted. Tenten opened her mouth to argue, then fell silent. She had nothing to say. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 166, Chapter. Several people joined forces against one opponent, yet they couldn't gain any advantage. This Kimimaro was just too strong. In truth, Kimimaro's power really was formidable. If not for his severe illness, he wouldn't have died so quickly in the original story. Lee and Gaara would have been in deep trouble. It felt like a scripted death. Fortunately, everyone was still probing and hadn't gone all out yet. Guy, are you alright? Kakashi asked with concern. I'm fine. Good thing I pulled my kick back in time, or my leg would have been ruined. Guy replied with lingering fear. The 2 elite jonin now stared at Kimimaro with grave expressions. Clearly, if they didn't show their true skills, defeating him would be difficult. Kakashi silently activated the switch on his chakra battery. His chakra reserves were still somewhat insufficient, he had no choice but to rely on the battery now. Guy began releasing 613, his body erupting with a powerful chakra stream. Hashiman Tonko. 5th gate, gate of limit, open. Boom. Guy vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared behind Kimimaro and launched a powerful kick, attempting to knock him into the air and follow up with Yura Renge, reverse lotus. However, a burst of bone spikes erupted from Kimimaro's back to block the move. But he didn't expect Guy to not even pause, his kick landed hard. Crack crack crack. The bone spikes shattered, and Kimimaro was launched skyward. Guy chased him into the air and attempted another kick, but Kimimaro blocked it with a massive bone blossom grown from his back. Then, he swung his spine whip toward Guy. ZZT. The whip was suddenly severed. Kakashi had appeared at Guy's side at some point, Chidori in hand, a technique sharp enough to cut lightning itself. Severing the spine whip was nothing. Guy took the opening and struck again, breaking through the bone armor on Kimimaro's chest and kicking him squarely in the torso. Kimimaro coughed up blood but gritted his teeth and grabbed onto Guy's leg. It was an all-out suicidal tactic. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately used Jeppo, Moonwalk, to dash forward, aiming to drive his Chidori into Kimimaro's head. But bone spikes erupted wildly from Kimimaro's forehead, stopping the attack. Kakashi wasn't surprised, he hadn't truly aimed to kill. Instead, he kicked Kimimaro's arm away and pulled Guy back, retreating midair while watching Kimimaro plummet. With Jeppo, aerial maneuvering really was more agile. But that bit of height wasn't lethal. Kimimaro landed safely. Still, he looked impatient. Ignoring the airborne Guy and Kakashi, he charged straight toward Sasuke. Shino and Neji immediately braced themselves. But then Tenten suddenly stepped forward. Leave this to me. The others looked confused as Tenten pulled out a kunai marked with a Hiraishin no jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, seal and threw it toward Kimimaro. Then, she took out a scroll and summoned a thick stack of explosive tags. More explosive tags. Was she addicted to using them? Everyone back up. The blast's gonna be big. Tenten warned. The moment the kunai neared Kimimaro, she used Hiraishin no jutsu to teleport the explosive tags to its location and triggered them immediately. Kinten Oji, Gojumen Kabakafuda no jutsu. Money release secret art, 500,000 explosive tags technique. Everyone, Nani. Kimimaro, nah, Nani. Boom. A massive explosion engulfed the entire area. Thankfully, with Tenten's warning, Neji and Shino quickly carried Sasuke to safety. Tenten also teleported away in time. Kakashi, still in the air, hauled Guy using Jeppo, trying to sprint miles away from the blast radius. Ha ha ha. Tenten is seriously loaded. 500,000 explosive tags. Guy laughed in awe at the overwhelming explosion. She's got the cash all right, but this is insane. She almost blew up her own team. Kakashi couldn't help but complain. His impression of Tenten had completely changed. He used to think she was just a support kunoichi good with ninja tools and spatial jutsu. He didn't expect her to be such a mad bomber. Was this something that brat Natsuki taught her? Still, against someone like Kimimaro, maybe this method really worked. Their usual attacks kept getting blocked by his bones, they hadn't been able to land a decisive hit. Now they just bombed the whole field. Even if Kimimaro used his bones to defend, that was 500,000 tags. The sheer heat alone could cook a person alive. The explosion smoke cloud lingered for a long while before slowly clearing. Everyone regrouped, first exchanging strange looks with Tenten, then cautiously approached the blast zone. They had to admit, 500,000 tags had left a truly massive crater. Everything within the area had been obliterated. It was horrifying. Everyone glanced at Tenten again and swallowed hard. Note to self, never piss off the rich girl. Regular shinobi use tags by the sheet, she used them by the book. He's not here. Don't tell me he was reduced to ash. Tenten looked around. The others also looked but saw nothing. Then, a hand suddenly shot up from the crater. A moment later, a blood-soaked Kimimaro clawed his way out of the dirt. He looked like a wreck, clearly having used bone armor to protect himself, yet he hadn't been able to withstand all of it. But the fact that he was still alive at all, that was already a miracle. He survived that. Should I go for 1,000,000 this time? Tenten's comment made everyone's scalp tingle. This girl was crazy. Then Kimimaro spoke. I will bring Sasuke back, it is my mission. For Orochimaru-sama, even if it costs my life. His words stunned the group. They simply couldn't understand why he would throw away everything for that snake. Kimimaro gave no explanation. He slammed his hands into the ground, and his chakra erupted wildly. Shikatsu Miyaku, Sawarabi no Mai. Dance of the Fern. In the next instant, massive bone spikes burst from the earth like freshly sprouting bamboo, rapidly forming a towering bone forest that kept growing in the direction of the group. Their expressions shifted in alarm. This is bad. Run. Everyone turned and sprinted, but the forest was growing far too fast, they couldn't outrun it. Shino and Tenten exchanged glances. One grabbed Sasuke, the other picked up Neji, and they shot into the air using Jeppo. Kakashi did the same, hoisting Guy and leaping skyward. Fortunately, Kimimaro didn't seem to notice them. The bone forest expanded rapidly but didn't adjust course. In a short time, the entire forest was swallowed and transformed into a vast land of bone. It looked like an ancient battlefield, terrifying to behold. What kind of? No one could finish the sentence. Words failed them in the face of such overwhelming spectacle. They could only stand there in stunned silence. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 167, Chapter. Just then, a massive bone spike suddenly erupted from the ground, stretching wildly and thrusting Kimimaro forward toward the group in an instant. His face was twisted with madness as he shouted, "For Orochimaru-sama. I will give everything. That is the meaning of my existence." His arm transformed into a giant bone spear, which he thrust viciously toward Kakashi and Guy. Guy immediately activated the sixth gate, raising his hand to firmly catch the bone spear, halting its advance. But in the next second, the force behind the spear vanished. Looking at Kimimaro again, he had died on the spot, frozen in an attacking stance. This. Everyone was silent, staring at Kimimaro, unable to shake off the feelings in their hearts. Tenten whispered, "Why? Why would he go so far for someone like Orochimaru? Even to this extent." No one could understand. To them, Orochimaru was nothing but a vile, venomous snake, someone they wished they could kill 100 times over. Yet for some people, Orochimaru was like a god, someone worth sacrificing everything for without hesitation. Sasuke stared at Kimimaro for a long while before finally saying, "Kimimaro, huh? You were a true warrior. I will remember you." Neji also looked at Kimimaro, still wondering if the Kagaya clan had any connection to the Hyuga. But now that the man was dead, there was no one left to ask. As for collecting samples from Kimimaro's body, Neji would never do something so disrespectful to the dead. Especially since Kimimaro was a worthy opponent. Forget it. If we ever meet another with Shikatsu Miyaku, dead bone pulse, we can ask them then. Neji sighed internally, but little did he know, Kimimaro was the last of his bloodline. The group left and found a quiet place to rest. Sasuke and Guy's wounds were simply bandaged, they had no medical ninja with them, so they had to make do. Tenten quietly sent a paper message to Natsuki. "Tenten, Natsuki, it's safe here. Kimimaro is dead. Natsuki, I'm glad you're all okay. Tenten, Natsuki, I don't understand. Why would Kimimaro give his all for Orochimaru? Natsuki, Remember Team 7's mission in the Land of Waves? Why did Haku die for Zabuza? Tenten was stunned for a moment. Of course she remembered that mission. Naruto had bragged about it endlessly, only to be thoroughly roasted by Natsuki afterward. But she had also been deeply moved by the bond between Haku and Zabuza. Now, looking at Kimimaro, maybe she could understand. Some people may be terrible by society's standards, but to one person, they are a lifeline, a hope, even a belief. To Kimimaro, Orochimaru must have been such a person, someone he was willing to die for, no matter what. It was hard to understand, yet somehow felt inevitable. Maybe only those who've experienced something similar could truly comprehend it. Tenten, I think I get it now. Natsuki, if it were for you, I might do the same. Natsuki, silly girl, I don't want you risking your life for me. You need to protect yourself. We still need to get married, have kids, our good days are just beginning. Tenten, you're right. We'll both live well. Kakashi, not far away, glanced at their exchange and quietly activated the Sharingan. He knew it, they were using Flying Thunder God to send love notes again. But he didn't bother intervening. It was their private couple matter, after all. The next day, both squads received a message from Tsunade and immediately rode Birdra back to the village. Kakashi patted the eagle's back and sighed. Having a flying summoning beast is really convenient, fast, efficient, and no effort. Guy beamed, see how foresight my student is. It was thanks to Tenten that we could rush to help in time without wasting energy on travel. Hearing that, Sasuke silently stroked the eagle's feathers. He'd always wanted to contract a powerful summoning beast, something like Orochimaru's snakes. But a giant eagle that could travel fast, that was quite handy too. He'd ask Natsuki about it later, he probably wouldn't say no. Of course, Sasuke didn't want to always be in Natsuki's debt, he'd have to think about how to repay him. Tenten smiled, if Kakashi-sensei wants to contract a mountain eagle too, that's fine. I have the scroll here. You can sign anytime. But Kakashi waved it off, no. Pakken and the others would get jealous. Summoning beasts get jealous? Tenten blinked, then thought of clever little Pakken and figured, he might actually get jealous. So she dropped the subject. In less than a day, the two teams arrived safely at the village. Everyone sighed in relief. A month of border duty had been boring, but facing real enemies had been nerve-wracking. Now, all they wanted was rest, but first, they had to report in. After finishing the re-entry procedures, the 6 of them headed straight to the Hokage's office. Tsunade and Shizun were visibly relieved to see everyone return safely, even Tenten gave a soft grunt of welcome from Shizun's arms. But after hearing Kakashi's report, both Tsunade and Shizun looked at Tenten with very peculiar expressions, making her feel a bit awkward. This girl, really is something else. Using Flying Thunder God to send long-distance love messages was one thing, but that money move. That just broke their brains. If throwing exploding tags counted as a ninjutsu, then yes, Tenten was indeed exceptional. The girl was rich, she carried over 100,000 tags with her, and she could use Flying Thunder God to send 613 of them directly to the enemy and detonate them. It actually sounded very high level. But still, wasn't that just burning money? Tsunade and Shizun seriously suspected that Tenten had been corrupted by Natsuki. But at the same time, she was so strong with her explosive tactics that they couldn't say she was wrong. It just felt weird. Everyone else understood the same thing, they had the exact same feeling. Ahem, well, anyway, good job. Tsunade cleared her throat. This mission was originally ranked B class. But since you encountered and defeated Orochimaru's forces, it dealt a heavy blow to his ambitions and thwarted his plot to capture Sasuke. That's a major achievement. I'm upgrading the mission to A class. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Everyone was thrilled. A-class missions weren't easy. Normally, only special jonin or elite jonin had the qualifications to take them. They were dangerous, but also offered great rewards. And those rewards weren't just money. They included merit points, which could be exchanged at the Hokage's office for valuable things, like ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and even things like chakra batteries. Very useful, in short. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 168, Chapter. At that moment, Kakashi asked, Tsunade-sama, since diplomatic affairs with Tsunagakure have been settled and the village has finally returned to peace, isn't it time to deal with Orochimaru? Everyone immediately perked up with interest. After all, ever since Tsunade sent Natsuki to investigate the land of rice fields, she'd clearly been preparing to settle accounts with Orochimaru. Now that things in the village were under control, and Natsuki had sent back so much intel, it really seemed like the right time to strike. The only question was, how? And could they, as Chunin, participate? Well, that still requires a high-level meeting. Tsunade wore a troubled expression. In truth, our village lacks manpower. Many jonin are currently tied up with important missions and can't be reassigned. Our defenses are also extremely thin, leaky like a sieve. We must keep enough strength stationed here to defend the village. Also, launching a direct assault on the land of rice fields might provoke international diplomatic tensions. Considering all these factors, we may not be able to act just yet. What? Then did Natsuki go all the way to investigate just for nothing? Luckily, Tsunade remained optimistic. Hey now, no need to make those faces. I said for now, didn't I? My guess is, after next year's Chunin exams, the situation will be just right. By then, some of your friends should have promoted to Chunin, and a new batch of academy students will graduate. The village's strength will be much greater, plenty strong enough to consider striking at Orochimaru. Everyone let out a breath of relief. When you thought about it, it made sense. The village had just suffered recent destruction. Stabilizing and rebuilding should be the top priority for now. Just 1 year, by then, Konoha would be fully recovered. Its strength would be greater, and eliminating Orochimaru would be easier. Natsuki's investigation wouldn't be in vain. Even if Orochimaru wanted to relocate, he couldn't do it that fast. Tenten quickly added, Tsunade-sama, if that's the case, shouldn't we call Natsuki back? I don't feel at ease with him alone in the land of rice fields. It's about time, Tsunade smiled. Your boyfriend did an excellent job. He practically turned the land of rice fields upside down, found many of Orochimaru's experimental bases and even located his main hideout. He also warned you all about the arrival of the Sound 4 and Kimimaro, which allowed you to fight without being caught off guard. Everyone nodded in agreement. Natsuki had done a tremendous job. Not only did he warn them about the enemy's arrival, but he'd also investigated a lot of intelligence that helped them avoid being completely passive. I'll go inform him now. His eagle is still over at the intel department. Shizen hugged Tenten and turned to leave. No need for all that trouble, Shizen-senpai. Tenten stopped her quickly. I'll use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to notify him. He should be able to come back right away. As she spoke, she wrote a message on a paper slip, then focused her chakra to lock onto the Flying Thunder God seal and sent the note through the spacetime technique. Everyone looked on in envy. This message transmission was way too convenient. Tsunade couldn't help but start thinking. Maybe in the future, whenever Natsuki went on a mission, she should have Tenten sit in the Hokage's office. That way, she could relay real-time messages instantly. So useful. Sasuke quietly pursed his lips. Honestly, he was kind of jealous of the Flying Thunder God too, but he didn't have the guts to ask Natsuki for it. He owed Natsuki too much already. How could he shamelessly ask for more? But if it were Natsuki in his shoes, he'd probably just laugh it off, so what if I owe him? First get stronger, pay him back later. Only with a thick face can one become stronger. Meanwhile, Natsuki was lying idly atop a tree, completely bored out of his mind. He'd already finished investigating the land of rice fields and located Orochimaru's hideout. Now it all depended on how Tsunade planned to act. But staying in this country forever wasn't a good option. Just then, a slip of paper suddenly appeared. Natsuki grabbed it at once. Seeing Tenten's message, his face instantly lit up. He immediately locked onto the seal on Tenten and activated Hiraishin no Jutsu. Swish. He vanished on the spot. Except, he had forgotten, he'd been lying down. So when he reappeared in front of Tenten, he arrived sideways. Tenten recognized him instantly, and on reflex, she reached out and caught him in a princess carry. The entire Hokage office went dead silent. Everyone stared at the strange sight in front of them. Even Tenten tilted her head, confused. Puyi. Natsuki and Tenten locked eyes. For a moment, they both froze. Then Natsuki instinctively tilted his head and leaned on Tenten's shoulder. Puffed. Everyone nearly broke into laughter. Natsuki's girly pose was just too much. Tenten blushed fiercely but also giggled. Natsuki, what are you doing? Hurry up and get down. Everyone's watching. Natsuki looked a bit embarrassed and quickly got out of her arms. Seeing everyone trying to hold back laughter, he immediately got annoyed. What are you all laughing at, huh? Every one of you is single with no one to love, and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. Crack. It felt like hearts were breaking everywhere. That single sentence directly wounded everyone in the room, including Tenten. Looking around carefully, it was true. Except for Natsuki and Tenten, everyone else was single. Even Tsunade, who could be a grandma, and Kakashi, guy, and Shizen, already in their 30s, were among the victims. "You arrogant brat." Tsunade laughed in disbelief. "Do you want me to loosen up your joints a little?" Tenten quickly shoved Natsuki's head down in a bow. "Apologies, Tsunade-sama. Everyone, I'm sorry. Natsuki really was just talking nonsense, hee. Natsuki also bowed. Sorry. I've been stuck in the land of rice fields for a whole month with no one to talk to. I misspoke. Really sorry." Of course, his apology wasn't sincere. After all, what he said was true. He was just giving his girlfriend face, didn't want to embarrass her. Thankfully, no one took it too seriously. People like Neji, Sasuke, and Shino just brushed it off as a joke. Tsunade didn't press further either and changed the subject. "This investigation mission was tough on you. But you handled it well, and your early warning allowed everyone to return safely. I'm upgrading your mission rank from A class to S class." Natsuki quickly bowed. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." "Good. Now go get some rest. You're quite capable, and I've got a lot of important missions lined up for you." "Yes. Thank you for your trust, Tsunade-sama." Being assigned more critical missions was a sign of trust. And the more high-level missions one completed, the richer the rewards, and the higher one's standing in the village. That was a good thing. Natsuki definitely wasn't going to refuse. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 169, Chapter. Of course, Natsuki was always both thick-skinned and greedy. He spoke up directly. "Tsunade-sama, I have 2 requests I'd like to make." Tsunade raised her brows in curiosity. "What are they?" "First," Natsuki said seriously, "I need knowledge. Ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, barrier arts, knowledge in all areas. I want to deepen my understanding. So, I wonder if Tsunade-sama would allow me to access the Senju clan's archives." Everyone was surprised and turned to look at Natsuki. Sasuke and Neji unconsciously clenched their fists, the same idea suddenly blooming in their minds. Sasuke thought back to Natsuki's advice: train, study, reference, and imagine. Now, Natsuki was requesting to learn more, to study all kinds of techniques and theories to build a stronger foundation for future growth. And one of the most knowledge-rich places must surely be the ancient records left behind by the Senju clan. The Uchiha may have once had their own archives, but Sasuke could no longer locate them, they'd likely been taken or destroyed. But if the Senju clan's archives still existed, Sasuke wanted access too. After all, the Senju were once the Uchiha's greatest rivals. There might be detailed records of how the Senju fought the Uchiha, knowledge he could use to grow stronger. This was exactly what Natsuki's advice had emphasized, learning and borrowing from others. Damn it. He wanted to ask too. As for Neji, he considered the fact that the Senju clan, like the Hyuga, was an ancient family. There might be information in the Senju archives related to the Hyuga's history. If he could find it, it might be incredibly valuable for him. Damn it. He wanted to ask too. So the 2 of them actually stepped forward. "Tsunade-sama, we'd like to see the Senju archives too. If that's allowed." That left Tsunade a little speechless. She hadn't expected anyone to even remember the Senju clan archives, let alone request to see them. But instead of being annoyed, she was rather pleased. There were still people who recognized the strength of the Senju. These 3 kids wanted access to the archives to become stronger, they clearly acknowledged the power of the Senju. Otherwise, why seek out their knowledge? Though Hashirama had once insisted on dissolving the clan's presence and fully integrating into the village, so much so that the surname Senju had practically disappeared, Tsunade still had strong feelings about her clan. To her, the village wasn't just the legacy of her 2 grandfathers, it was the Senju. Their blood had blended into the foundation of Konoha. To protect the village was to protect the family. As for the clan archives, she had no desire to let them sit around collecting dust. Since these kids were asking, she wouldn't be stingy. But there had to be conditions, otherwise anyone could walk in and read them, and that would cheapen the name of the Senju. Ahem. You want access to the Senju archives? It's not impossible. Tsunade grinned. The conditions are the same for all 3 of you: complete 3 S-rank missions, and I'll allow you to read the archives for 3 days. If you want to read them again later, you'll need to complete 3 more S-rank missions. Oh, and Natsuki, this last mission doesn't count. You'll have to start fresh. Tsunade thought she was a genius. Some dusty old books, and she could use them as a bargaining chip to get the kids to complete high-level missions. Brilliant. With Natsuki's strength, S-rank missions should be no problem, which meant some of her toughest pending jobs could now be solved. Sasuke and Neji had solid potential too. Once they reached Jonin, they could also handle S-rank missions with ease. That meant her job as Hokage would get so much easier. Haha. Hurry up and agree already. Natsuki didn't hesitate at all. Deal. 3 missions. It's a promise. Sasuke and Neji quickly followed. We agree too. They couldn't do S-rank missions yet, but they figured it was only a matter of time. The day they'd earn access to the archives wasn't far off. Tsunade clapped her hands decisively. Then it settled. Now, what's your second request? Natsuki answered calmly, I want to speak with Katsuyu. Katsuyu. Now everyone was even more confused. What could he possibly want to talk about with a summoning beast? But only Tsunade, Shizune, and Kakashi, more experienced, understood. Katsuyu wasn't just any summoning beast. If Natsuki wanted to speak to her directly, it definitely wasn't some small talk. He was almost certainly after something big. Tsunade didn't refuse. Of course. Do you want to talk right here? I'm curious what you're planning to say. Natsuki nodded. Sure, right here is fine. Tsunade bit her thumb, formed the hand seals, and slammed her palm on the desk. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning technique. Poof. A face basin-sized slug appeared on the desk and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Tsunade-sama, what would you have me do? Everyone seeing Katsuyu for the first time stared in curiosity. They'd all heard that Tsunade's summoning beast was a slug, but no one expected her to look exactly like a giant mucus blob. No one could figure out what Natsuki wanted to discuss with this snot slug. Tsunade gestured. It's this kid who wants to talk to you, his name is Natsuki. Katsuyu turned to him. Natsuki-dano, it's a pleasure. Natsuki waved quickly. No need for such formality. You're a division of the Katsuyu Sage, right? So that means you share her consciousness. Katsuyu Sage. This little slug was a sage. Tenten, Shino, Neji, and Sasuke were stunned. But it made sense, they were the younger generation and didn't know much about the 3 great sage lands. Katsuyu nodded. That's correct. Unlike Mount Myaboku with its toad population, or Ryuchi Cave with its snakes, Shikatsu Forest has only me. My body is too large to summon in full, so what Tsunade-sama brings forth is just a fraction of me. Natsuki smiled. To control an entire sage land alone. Katsuyu Sage is clearly more impressive than the Toad Sage or the White Snake Sage. You flatter me, Natsuki-dano. Her voice remained gentle. What would you like to ask? Natsuki didn't hide his goal. I want to know, does Shikatsu Forest have a method for learning Senjutsu, Sage Mode? That was Natsuki's true purpose. He had originally wanted to ask Jiraiya, but they weren't exactly on good terms. Jiraiya might not even like him, and just giving him the 4 sealing techniques had probably been thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique. So, Natsuki never tried asking again. Instead, he set his sights on Katsuyu. As one of the 3 great sage lands, there was no doubt the Katsuyu Sage should have a form of Senjutsu. Sage Mode. The younger crowd heard another unfamiliar term. Even Tenten, who was closer to Natsuki, was hearing it for the first time. Natsuki hadn't mentioned it to her yet. After all, some things were too complicated. And sometimes, not knowing was safer. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 170, Chapter. Sage Mode, that's. Kakashi began to explain casually, it's said to be a special training method known only to the sages of the 3 great sanctuaries. It allows one to absorb natural energy and use it, which massively boosts both offense and defense. Oh, and Jiraiya-sama learned Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku, it's incredibly powerful. Sages of the 3 great sanctuaries? Sage Mode that massively increases strength. Even Jiraiya-sama knows it. All this information left the younger ones reeling. It was clear there was a lot they didn't know yet. Sasuke clenched his fist again, his eyes shining. He hadn't expected Natsuki to know so many secrets no one else did, nor to be bold enough to ask about them. No wonder Natsuki was so strong. Because he was always ahead of the curve. Sage Mode, a massive power boost. Sasuke desperately wanted to learn it too. Though Katsuyu was curious about Natsuki, she didn't refuse his question. Yes. All 3 great sanctuaries have methods for training in Sage Mode. Natsuki asked the critical question next, was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's, Sage Mode learned from Shikatsu Forest? Katsuyu nodded. Correct. Natsuki-dano, you're very well informed. Too well informed, maybe. Everyone couldn't help but think it. The questions Natsuki asked were outrageous, some of it even Tsunade might not know. Where was he getting this intel? The first Hokage knew Sage Mode. And from Shikatsu Forest. Totally unheard of. But Natsuki didn't care what others thought. He was focused, Katsuyu-sama, I wanted to ask how to absorb natural energy. Katsuyu examined Natsuki for a moment before speaking gently. You don't seem like the reckless type, Natsuki Dano. You must know that absorbing natural energy without proper control can lead to petrification. Yet you still ask. You must have thought this through. It's not impossible for you to learn Sage Mode. After signing a contract with me, you can come to Shikatsu Forest to train. But I sense you want to figure it out on your own. Natsuki shrugged. Sage Mode from the 3 sanctuaries isn't truly suitable for humans. I want to see if I can develop one myself. Katsuyu tilted her head slightly. Even if it's dangerous. I know it's dangerous. I won't act recklessly, I'll only try when I'm certain I'm safe. Tenten and Shino exchanged a subtle glance. They were the only ones who knew the real reason why Natsuki dared to be so bold. It was because on the first night of every month, Natsuki entered a mystical dream realm where he couldn't be harmed at all. In that place, Natsuki could even open the 8th gate and survive. So the risk of petrification. Honestly, Natsuki could afford to take it. If he could create his own Sage Mode, his strength would skyrocket. Tenten and Shino, even if concerned, had no reason to stop him. They understood Natsuki's hunger for power, and since he could guarantee his safety, they could only support him. Katsuyu fell silent for a moment, clearly consulting the will of the main body, and finally spoke again. Since Natsuki Dano wants to understand how natural energy feels, I won't refuse. I will inject a small amount of natural energy into your body. There is some risk. Are you certain? Natsuki shook his head. I'll use a shadow clone. As long as I can remember how natural energy feels inside the body, that's enough. I'll leave the rest to you. He formed a seal and created a clone. Katsuyu nodded and leapt onto the clone's shoulder. Then she bit into it and injected a small amount of natural energy. The clone endured for a moment before suddenly petrifying and shattering, but the sensation of natural energy entering the body had already transferred to Natsuki's mind. He let out a breath of relief. I truly thank you, Katsuyu. And you as well, Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu wiggled gently. No need for thanks, Natsuki Dano. But I must still caution you, natural energy is extremely dangerous. Tsunade added, you don't need to thank me either. Just remember Katsuyu's warning. Natsuki smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'm not the reckless type. I've got a beautiful and rich girlfriend waiting for me. We've got a future to live for. I'm not dumb enough to risk my life. It was true, but why did it still feel like he was bragging? Why did everyone suddenly feel the urge to hit him? Katsuyu turned her gaze to Tenten. You must be Tenten Dano. So you're Natsuki Dano's partner. Please watch over him and keep him from taking unnecessary risks. Tenten's cheeks flushed. Katsuyu-sama, no need to be so formal. Just call me Tenten. And yes, I'll keep an eye on him. He won't do anything reckless, you can rest easy. Then that's good. Everyone, I'll take my leave. Poof. With a puff of smoke, Katsuyu vanished. Everyone shared the same thought. Katsuyu-sama was so polite, and her voice was so gentle and nice to listen to. With that, everything had been said. Tsunade didn't keep them any longer and waved them off to rest. She also mentioned that there might be new missions in a few days. This era in the village was mission-heavy, even Jonin and Chunin could barely catch their breath. Once they left the Hokage office, Kakashi gave Natsuki a final reminder before heading off with Guy. Sasuke couldn't hold it in any longer. Natsuki, how do you always seem to know things the rest of us don't? I seriously give up. Neji also nodded. Natsuki had dropped more secret knowledge today than he could comprehend. Only Tenten and Shino weren't surprised. For them, it felt normal, of course Natsuki would know everything. Hee, just read more, ask more, learn more, then you'll know more, Natsuki replied casually. Let's head back. You guys just fought the Sound 5, you must be exhausted. We can talk more later. No one objected, and they all said their goodbyes. Shino was the last to leave. Before he did, he left a simple message, Natsuki, those techniques you taught me, Rokushiki, 6 styles, Teoken, Solar Flare, they were really useful. That was it, no elaborate thanks. But Natsuki understood. Shino was telling him those techniques had helped a lot, and that he was sincerely grateful. As brothers, too much gratitude would just feel awkward. Natsuki smiled and took Tenten's hand. They went to the ninja tool shop to check in, then returned home together. After showering, they cuddled up and fell asleep. Though Natsuki hadn't been injured or even spent much chakra during his month in the land of rice fields, the stress of remaining on high alert had taken its toll. Now, for the first time in a while, he could truly relax. As for Tenten, she had been exhausted from the earlier battle, and had spent the whole time anxious about Natsuki's safety. But now, she could finally rest easy. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 171, Chapter. The next day, Natsuki and Tenten were enjoying a rare moment of leisure at home. Of course, they still did their morning training as usual, but their training was done separately since the location, method, and intensity were different for each of them. It was simply more convenient that way. After finishing their morning practice and breakfast, Natsuki had Tenten review the recent battle against the Sound Four and Kimimaro. However, when Tenten and the others arrived to support, the Sound Four were already dead, so she only participated in the fight against Kimimaro. As for the battles with the Sound Four, Tenten only heard a brief summary from Shino. The fight with Kimimaro was the most shocking one. After all, Kimimaro was fighting with his life on the line, and his final attack, Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern, was incredibly magnificent, leaving a lasting impression. After listening, Natsuki began to analyze Tenten's weaknesses. Your ninja tool control has no issues. With the support of special ninja tools, you can reach the level of a jonin. The combination of Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, with explosive tags is also quite powerful. However, it seems like your ninja tool's firepower isn't enough and could even be countered. Using too many explosive tags might also put yourself and your teammates in danger. Tenten nodded repeatedly, exactly. I felt like I didn't perform well this time. Natsuki glanced at her. She actually played a huge role. First, there was Berdra's 1,000-mile rescue, then her use of 500,000 explosive tags forced Kimimaro to use his final attack. If even Tenten didn't perform well, then what about everyone else? Kakashi and Guy were there, but even they didn't manage to resolve things properly. Shikatsu Miyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, was indeed powerful, but two elite jonin failing to perform was still disappointing. But it couldn't be helped. Kakashi hadn't fully mastered his Mangekyo yet, and Guy couldn't recklessly open the later gates of Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates released formation. Natsuki didn't dwell on this issue and instead asked, do you have other techniques? Tenten nodded and took out a pile of scrolls. I've sealed many things inside these scrolls. I can summon them at any time, like mountains, seawater, flames, poison gas. But I thought they wouldn't be effective against Kimimaro, so I didn't use them. These scrolls were all results of Tenten's hard work. With her current chakra reserves, she could seal entire mountains and vast quantities of seawater into scrolls. For example, in the original story, the large wave technique she barely managed to perform during the second Chunin exams could now be done effortlessly, and with an even larger volume of seawater. That level of strength was already impressive. It was just that the opponent she faced was too strong. However, Natsuki wasn't going to make excuses for her. Instead, he needed to find ways to enhance Tenten's attack, defense, and overall capabilities. Then he thought of an idea. If you want your strength to increase significantly, you need to seal some powerful techniques. For example, if I seal my finishing moves into scrolls for you to use as a trump card. Tenten's eyes lit up. Your finishing moves? You mean Suienzan, Water Circular Slash, Koten Tenten, Soaring Spinning Strike, and Uzumaki Phaeton, Whirlpool Boiling Bomb. Natsuki nodded. That's right. I'll make some for you when I have time. If you ever encounter an enemy you can't handle, use my techniques. If even those don't work, then just run away. Tenten nodded vigorously, looking very excited. She hadn't thought of such an idea before, using her boyfriend's finishing moves herself. With this, her strength would rise greatly once again. Then she thought further. If I can seal your techniques, does that mean I can seal others' techniques too? Like Gokaku no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique. I'm bad at ninjutsu, but if I use the summoning method, it might work well. That's exactly the idea, Natsuki smiled. This is a short-term way to boost your offensive power, but you need to properly ask others for help, or spend money to make requests. Also, there are certain risks when sealing ninjutsu into scrolls. You need to become familiar with it first. Afterwards, Natsuki and Tenten went to the training ground to practice this method. Natsuki performed the ninjutsu while Tenten sealed it into scrolls. Since it was her first time, Tenten was still clumsy and needed Natsuki's company to practice. Fortunately, her talent in spacetime techniques was quite good. Within half a day, she could easily seal simple ninjutsu into scrolls. As for powerful ninjutsu, that would take more time and training. Tenten then had a smart thought, if I ever encounter an enemy's ninjutsu attack in the future, can I seal it up first and then release it back at them later? Natsuki chuckled and flicked her little nose. Are you Krallo or something? Using your enemy's techniques back on them. Krallo. Who's that? No one. I just mean your idea is pretty good, but I don't think it's necessary. Think about it, if the enemy's ninjutsu is weak, there's no point in storing it. If it's strong, trying to seal it could be dangerous. So it's better to just dodge. That makes sense. Tenten scratched her head, feeling like she wasn't very smart. The rare strategy she came up with turned out to be impractical. Luckily, she didn't mind. She had a clever boyfriend to think for her, analyze all advantages and disadvantages, and keep her from wasting effort on the wrong things. Wind release and fire release. I don't have those. I should ask Kakashi-senpai and Asuma-senpai for help someday. Their fire release and wind release are powerful, Natsuki added. Then I'll need to prepare proper gifts, Tenten said seriously. That's true. But what should you give them? Natsuki, I know. For Kakashi-sensei, I'll give him a deluxe edition of Ika Paradise since that's his favorite. For Asuma-sensei, I'll give him a hot springs travel voucher so he can go on a date with Kurenai-sensei. Ah, that. Natsuki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was expected that Kakashi liked that novel, but he hadn't thought Tenten would know about Asuma and Kurenai's relationship too. But it was good. Let Tenten handle these things herself. She couldn't rely on her boyfriend for everything. That night, Natsuki took time to seal Suienzen, Water Circular Slash, Uzumaki Phaeton, Whirlpool Boiling Bomb, and his other finishing moves into scrolls. Though their destructive power was immense, few ninjutsu, sealing techniques, could store them without issue. After all, space-time ninjutsu and sealing techniques shared similar principles, and Natsuki had already mastered both. However, he reminded her seriously. Tenten, you've seen my finishing moves. Their power is enormous. You must use them with extreme caution. Especially Uzumaki Phaeton, it's extremely dangerous. Make sure you don't get caught in it yourself, understand? Got it. Tenten held the scrolls with a smile that couldn't be wiped off her face. She had watched Natsuki seal 5 Uzumaki Phaeton into the scrolls. With these trump cards, she felt like she could even take on a tailed beast. But she wouldn't act recklessly. She would remember Natsuki's warning, these finishing moves were trump cards, only to be used at critical moments. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 172, Chapter. 2 days later, Tenten received a mission. However, the mission content was, she had to complete an escort mission together with a small team composed of Sakura, Ino, and Choji. Of course, this mission wasn't simple. It was said that this team's coordination wasn't great, leading to frequent mistakes during missions, so Tenten was assigned to observe them specifically. Originally, this team was Asuma's squad, so it should have been him supervising them, but currently all the Jonin were very busy, so they could only have a Chunin take over temporarily. Tenten's task was to follow them, observe the actions of the 3 members, point out their strengths and weaknesses, and offer advice when appropriate. If danger arose, she could also assist them. However, Tenten's evaluation carried considerable weight. For example, if Tsunade felt this team's strength and coordination were too poor, she might disallow them from taking the next Chunin exams, or even reorganize the team entirely. In any case, the consequences were significant. Additionally, Tenten wasn't the only one assigned to this kind of mission. Neji and Shino also received similar tasks. Neji was assigned to supervise Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata's team, while Shino was assigned to supervise Lee, Rinya, and Megumi's team. When Natsuki heard about it, he wasn't worried at all, since he often kept in touch with Rinya and Megumi and knew their team performed very well. They coordinated excellently with Lee and often received praise from Tsunade. As for Naruto's team, Natsuki didn't bother to care. After all, Neji was there. Natsuki himself wasn't assigned any missions, which was understandable. Even though he was only a newly promoted Jonin, his strength was already enough to defeat Orochimaru and a tailed beast, plus he could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. With such combat power, it would be wasteful to assign him to casual missions. If he was sent out on random tasks and an emergency arose, where would Tsunade find someone else to handle it? It was better to let him rest for now. Taking advantage of this free time, Natsuki began updating his plans. His current strength should be at Kage level, but it was still far from enough. Before Pain invades Konoha, he wanted to raise his power to at least Super Kage level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat Pain. Natsuki wasn't about to place his hopes on Naruto's talk no jutsu, at the very least, he needed to protect the village. After all, Tenten's family owned many businesses within Konoha. That essentially made them his as well, didn't it? If worst comes to worst, before Pain invades, I'll have my future father-in-law sell off those businesses. We can't afford to take a loss. And before the 4th Great Ninja War, Natsuki hoped to reach Rakuto level, 6 Paths level. However, that was much harder. He felt his greatest chance lay in enhancing his physical body. If he could increase his physical strength by another tier above Might Guy, then by opening the 7th gate, he could kick Madara 6 paths to death. There were still around 4 years until the 4th Great Ninja War, so perhaps he needed to further increase the multiplier of his gravity training. Of course, if possible, Natsuki still hoped the Ninja War wouldn't happen at all. Maybe he could secretly reveal some truths to prevent it. My physical training will never stop. As the gravity multiplier increases, my body will continue to strengthen. I don't believe I can't surpass Might Guy within 4 years. Also, I can't neglect my ninjutsu training. I have finishing moves now, but clearly they're not enough. In the future, I'll have to fight Uchiha Madara. His Susanoo isn't easy to deal with. So next, I need to pilot a Gundam too. Since I came to the Naruto world, how can I not pilot a Gundam? That's the ultimate romance. Although Susanoo Gundam is the power of Sharingan's dojutsu, piloting a Gundam doesn't necessarily require dojutsu. As long as one has enough chakra, it's possible. Senju Hashirama's Mokutan Daibutsu, would release, Great Buddha, wasn't a dojutsu technique either, and he used it excellently. So, I'll develop a rock Gundam and a water Gundam, suitable for land and sea combat respectively. As for lightning nature, it's too unstable to build a Gundam out of. Thinking this, Natsuki couldn't wait to try it out. He immediately entered the gravity training room, adjusted the gravity back to normal levels, and then used his mind to conjure a vast ocean, standing atop the water as he began controlling chakra to gather it into a water giant. Normally this would require hand seals, but Natsuki wanted to train his precise chakra control by abandoning the inefficient use of seals. He hoped that someday, like Senju Hashirama, he could just clap his hands and summon whatever he wanted. At first, the operation was quite troublesome, as he had to design the form of the water giant, completely control the water, and ensure its durability. If the water giant shattered after a single attack, it would be pointless, so it needed to be dense and solid enough not to be easily destroyed. This required understanding the special properties of water nature chakra, like high density and viscosity. High-density water wouldn't break easily, but it was crucial to control the water chakra properly. After a round of difficult experimentation, Natsuki finally condensed a 3-meter-tall water giant. The giant could perform basic attack and defense movements according to his control, but he needed more practice so it could move as flexibly as a person. Also, it wasn't big enough yet. It needed to be at least 50 meters tall to fight Susanoo. Moreover, Natsuki thought that perhaps a humanoid form wasn't the best choice. Since it was on water, other forms might be better for combat, like a giant dragon, an octopus, or a whale. In any case, there was plenty to play with here. 3 days later, Natsuki's experiments yielded remarkable results. Inside the gravity training room, he clapped his hands together and shouted. Suetun, Suajiojin. Water release, water giant. Whoosh. The water surface surged violently, and under his vast chakra control, a 60-meter-tall water giant condensed. Natsuki stood atop its head. The water giant looked imposing, like an ancient demon god. Under his command, the giant raised a massive water blade and swung it down, sending out a huge water slash that cut a distant mountain ridge clean off. Then it punched down at the ground, creating a massive crater, and its fist remained undamaged, showing its impressive strength and durability. Natsuki was very satisfied, then clapped his hands again. Suetun, Suiryu. Water release, water dragon. Whoosh. A gigantic water dragon formed on the water surface, immediately coiling around the water giant. Under Natsuki's control, the two began battling fiercely. Natsuki clapped his hands once more and shouted. Again. Suetun, kraken. Suetun, whale incoming. Whoosh. A colossal whale leapt from the water, crashing into both the water giant and the water dragon. A thunderous roar erupted as all three were knocked aside. Just as they were about to continue fighting, 3 enormous tentacles suddenly shot up from underwater, binding them all. Next, a massive octopus head surfaced. It was the kraken. Natsuki was actually most satisfied with the kraken. Not only was it massive, but it also had many tentacles, making it ideal for sea combat and even underwater ambushes. Compared to the water giant and water dragon, it was far more practical. As for the whale, well, aside from ramming attacks, it didn't have much else going for it. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 173, chapter. However, since Natsuki had already developed these giant constructs, he naturally wouldn't mind using them. Sometimes in battle, you have to use whatever technique is most effective in the situation. Even an underwhelming move like whale impact can have unexpected results. Now that the water Gundam was researched and perfected, it was time to work on the rock Gundam next. But the principle was the same. The rock Gundam situation was similar to the water Gundam. The key difference was controlling the density of the rocks. If the stone giant had high density, it wouldn't be easily shattered. Additionally, the Gundam's form had to be humanoid for convenience when fighting against Susanoo, perfect warrior avatar. But other forms were necessary too. For example, like the Senju Cannon, thousand-armed Buddha, it needed to have many arms to be even stronger in combat. Besides that, stone dragons, stone tigers, stone lions, stone blind men, as long as one could control chakra well, anything was possible. The key was that its combat power had to be sufficient. Natsuki played around for another 2 days, and only when he felt he had grasped it thoroughly did he finally rest. Coincidentally, Tenten had just returned from a mission. As soon as she got home, Tenten collapsed into Natsuki's arms, her face utterly lifeless, as if something had happened that left even this queen of Tsukomi speechless. Natsuki straightforwardly helped Tenten out of her clothes and sent her to the bathroom for a bath. While helping her scrub her back, he asked, "Tenten, what happened to make you this exhausted?" Tenten silently slapped away his perverted hand, sighing helplessly. "Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes me want to show dead fish eyes like Kakashi-sensei." This mission was really speechless. "That serious? Come on, tell me. If you don't blame me for getting rough." All right, where do you think you're putting that hand, huh? Help me into the bathtub first." Once Tenten was lying in the tub, she let out a comfortable sigh. Home really is the best. This mission was, TSK. Natsuki finished washing himself and sat in the tub with her, waiting for her to continue. "This time, I was assigned to Asuma's team to escort a merchant caravan to the Land of Wind. The route went through the Land of Rivers, so it was pretty far. Also, the caravan was carrying a lot of expensive goods, so the risk along the way wasn't small. But I realized. Sakura's alertness was terrible. The bandits were practically in our faces before she noticed them. Choji and Ino did okay, but they couldn't coordinate with Sakura at all. Their fights against the bandits were full of mistakes, and the bandits almost succeeded. The merchant leader was nearly in tears, but he still trusted my abilities, so he kept moving forward. Then, when we were almost through the Land of Rivers, those three thought we were safe and completely let down their guard. Choji was even eating chips non-stop. That's when we walked right into an ambush. A group of rogue ninja attacked, and those three were a total mess. In the end, I had to step in to protect the goods. You can't imagine, when we arrived at the destination, the merchant leader was crying with gratitude, thanking me over and over, saying that next time he requests a mission from Konoha, he will only ask for me, and definitely not those three. Can you imagine the psychological trauma for him? Natsuki knew this newly formed team was underperforming, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. No wonder Tenten was so exhausted. Back in Guy's team, everyone was so reliable. Seeing Asuma's team in such a state, it was no surprise Tenten was drained. Natsuki understood the situation well. The Ino Shikacho formation was originally stable because of Shikamaru. Without him, and adding Sakura's unreliability, everything fell apart. But as the saying goes, you only realize how bad something is after you've seen something worse. Natsuki chuckled. If your team was this bad, I bet Neji's team had it worse. Just think about Naruto's personality. I heard Kurenai's team mission completion rate is basically in the gutter. That makes sense. Tenten unexpectedly sighed in relief. I'll ask Neji later to see if he's just as speechless. We should ask Shino too. Natsuki nodded. Shino's team is probably fine. You know how Lee, Rinya, and Megumi are. Tenten immediately felt jealous. Yeah, why couldn't I be assigned to Aoba-sensei's team? Seeing his girlfriend so dejected, Natsuki tried to cheer her up. Tenten, forget about that for now. Let me show you the water giant technique I've been working on these past few days. I can't make it big in the bathtub, but I can show you a mini version. Watch closely. He clapped his hands together. Mizu Ningen, water giant. The next second, a cabbage-sized water person appeared in the bathtub, performing a set of punches on the water surface, instantly piquing Tenten's interest. Wow, Natsuki, you call it a water giant, just how big can you make it? Natsuki showed her a number with his fingers, grinning. 60 meters. Tenten's eyes sparkled with excitement. That really is a giant. We should go to the river sometime so I can see it properly. I want to sit on its head. Sure, anything you want. Let me finish my demonstration first. Natsuki continued performing, creating a water dragon and a whale, and finally summoning a small kraken. When he manipulated its tentacles to do certain things, well, the scene was too beautiful to describe. After the bath, Tenten's face was still flushed red as she glared at Natsuki. The two went out to find Neji, only to discover that Neji and Shino were eating at Ichiraku Ramen. They joined them for a meal. Turns out, Neji was so frustrated from his own mission that he sought out Shino to vent. For Neji to be like this, you could imagine how absurd Kurenai's team mission had been. After listening, Natsuki and Tenten wore matching, I knew it, expressions. This time, Naruto's team had been assigned to guard a noble's treasure for a few days because it was being targeted by thieves. At first glance, the team looked decent. Hinata and Kiba were good scouts, and Kiba and Naruto had decent combat power. As long as they coordinated, there shouldn't have been any problems. But that was the problem: coordination. Hinata had no opinions of her own and unconditionally trusted Naruto. Meanwhile, Kiba and Naruto were too busy trying to outdo each other, abandoning the treasure to chase the enemy. Naturally, the thieves took advantage and stole it. If Neji hadn't been patrolling the outer perimeter, the treasure would have been lost, and Konoha's reputation would have been ruined too. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 174, Chapter. You guys probably can't imagine how the treasure was stolen from right under them, huh? It's because the thief purposely befriended Naruto's team first, sweet-talking them until they believed he was an ally. Those three are too naive, they can't even tell truth from lies. So when the bandits attacked, they never guarded against him, and that's how he succeeded. But that wasn't even the main problem. The key issue was their teamwork. Hinata just blindly trusts Naruto's judgment no matter what. Kiba and Naruto both want to outdo each other in missions, each wanting to be the first to defeat the enemy. The result was complete chaos. Watching them gave me a headache. Why did they have to assign me to watch this team? Natsuki and Shino. Only Tenten felt the same way. You're right. Why did they assign me to watch this team? Then Tenten shared her own experience, and Neji nearly teared up. So, there were others suffering just like him. Shino calmly said. I was assigned to Aoba-sensei's team. Nothing happened. It was basically like a sightseeing trip. Tenten and Neji immediately responded firmly. Of course. Lee is always reliable, and Rinya and Megumi were trained by Natsuki. What problems could there be? Shino was silent. Naturally, he understood this too and offered his sympathy for their experiences. But what could he do? He was lucky to be assigned to Aoba-sensei's team. Natsuki asked. What did Tsunade-sama say? Shino replied. When I reported the mission, Tsunade-sama was furious. She even called Naruto, Sakura, and the others to her office for a scolding. She said if they couldn't work together, they shouldn't even think about participating in the next Chunin exams. They were so terrified they kept apologizing, but Tsunade-sama was determined to teach them a lesson. Wow, that's rough. Natsuki wanted to laugh but held it back. After all, the Konoha 15 were his friends. Laughing at them would be unkind. Still, he knew this wasn't over. Sooner or later, there would be similar missions. Tsunade-sama needed to ensure these genin squads were strong enough for the Chunin exams. By the way, what about Shikamaru and Sasuke? Neji asked. It was rare for him to mention them, but they were all promoted together, and he had fought alongside Sasuke before. As for Shikamaru, he had always been involved in important village matters. Naturally, he was curious. Natsuki replied. I heard they're on a mission with Kakashi-senpai. As for what mission, Natsuki didn't bother asking. That team sounded strong enough. Kakashi and Shikamaru were both strategists. Kakashi and Sasuke had strong combat power, and Shikamaru was a top-tier support. The three of them could easily handle anything. Even if something unexpected happened, escaping wouldn't be difficult for them. After finishing their meal, Tenten and Neji felt much better after venting. Tenten said she wanted to see Natsuki's water giant technique. Neji and Shino were curious too, so the four of them went to the river. Natsuki looked at the river's surface, clapped his hands, and shouted. Mizu Ningen, water giant. In the next second, a 10-meter-tall giant rose from the river. After all, they were in the village, so making it too big would scare people. 10 meters was enough. Even at this height, its presence was overwhelming, sending chills down their spines. As expected of Natsuki. This move is incredible, Shino praised straightforwardly. Indeed. Just looking at this water giant is terrifying. Its destructive power must be immense. It won't be easy for enemies to deal with it, Neji evaluated. The next moment, the water giant slammed its fist into the ground, creating a massive crater, proving Neji's words true. Neji and Shino both sucked in a breath of cold air. They had underestimated the water giant's strength. That punch was fast and powerful. If it hit someone directly, they'd have no chance of survival. Worse, the punch was so quick that dodging it wouldn't be easy. At this moment, Natsuki and Tenten were standing on top of the giant's head. Natsuki called down. Neji, Shino, try attacking it. I want to test the water giant's durability. The two naturally didn't refuse. Neji unleashed Hakushu, 8 trigrams air palm. The violent blast slammed into the water giant's leg but only chipped away a small part. Shino released his Kakaichu swarm to cover the water giant's entire leg, but its chakra supply was endless, and the insects couldn't drain it completely. Naturally, they couldn't destroy it. After the demonstration, Tenten was still visibly excited. Neji and Shino didn't know what to say, but their eyes turned serious. Natsuki's power was leaving them behind too far. If things continued like this, he might never feel comfortable entrusting his back to them again. That couldn't happen. Maybe it was time for them to become stronger too. A few days later, Natsuki received a summons and quickly went to the Hokage office. "You're here, Natsuki." Tsunade-sama handed him a scroll. "No nonsense. This S-rank mission requires you to go immediately." Natsuki opened the scroll and showed a surprised expression. Members of Akatsuki had appeared again. The intelligence reported 2 men in black cloaks with red clouds frequently visiting bounty stations. The Konoha ANBU suspected Akatsuki was up to something and reported it to Tsunade-sama. Bounty stations. Could it be Kakuzu and Haiden? Wait, have they already teamed up at this point? Natsuki thought silently but kept his expression calm. Understood. I'll go. Tsunade-sama warned. Be careful. Don't alert them yet. We don't know their goals. Natsuki nodded. He used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to flash home, told Tenten his plans, gathered his gear, and left without any hesitation. He had been waiting a long time for an S-rank mission. If he could complete 3 S-rank missions, he could access the Senju clan's secret library. As for this mission, Natsuki wasn't worried. He just needed to confirm that it was Kakuzu and record all of his intel from the original timeline. As for Kakuzu's partner, if it wasn't Haiden, he didn't care. That person would eventually be killed by Kakuzu anyway. If it was Haiden, then he would record detailed intel about his immortality so Asuma wouldn't die, preventing Kurenai from becoming a widow. The 3rd Hokage may have been an old fool, but Asuma himself was a decent man. Helping him a bit was worth it. Natsuki moved fast. Riding on his giant eagle summon, he reached the bounty station in the Land of Fire in less than a day, the infamous toilet place. He didn't go in, instead staying far away, using telescope technique to observe. After 2 days of waiting, 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared. One wore a scratched forehead protector from Takigakure, his head wrapped and face covered, carrying a corpse. It was Kakuzu, Akatsuki's moneymaker. The other had slicked back hair and carried a triple-bladed scythe, Haiden, the zealot of Jashin. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 175, Chapter. It seemed the immortal duo had already teamed up. Currently, Akatsuki members rarely acted together, so only Kakuzu and Haiden were out in the field. Well then, let me send back your intel first. That way we won't be at such a disadvantage when we have to fight you later. Natsuki thought to himself as he used Suikyu no Jutsu, water mirror technique, to capture their images, then took out pen and paper to draw them. To avoid alerting them, he couldn't even use a camera. With Kakuzu's sensitivity, he would sense it immediately. Sure enough, just as Natsuki began drawing, Kakuzu suddenly turned his head sharply in his direction. Instantly, Natsuki used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to flash away. Kakuzu, what's wrong? Why are you jumping around like that? Haiden asked casually. It's nothing. Huh? You getting jumpy over some bug? I just wanted to check if there were any bounties around. Bounties, it's always about bounties with you. Don't you ever get tired of it? I only believe in money. Besides, I earn this bounty money to fund the organization. Don't make it sound meaningless. Yeah, whatever. The two continued talking as they entered the bounty station. Far away in a hidden position, Natsuki quietly put away his scroll. He had already drawn them clearly. He knew Tsunade would take this intel seriously. Then he used Hiraishin no Jutsu to instantly send the scroll back to Konoha. Now, there was nothing left to do but wait for Tsunade's response. If she wanted to take action against Kakuzu and Haiden, that would be best. After all, Akatsuki's activities weren't intense yet, and the safety of the Jinchuriki wasn't under threat. They could focus their forces on eliminating these two dangerous enemies early. If any Konoha ninja encountered them alone in the future, it could end in disaster. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade was busy yelling at Naruto again. He kept messing up missions, making her blood pressure skyrocket. At that moment, a scroll suddenly appeared out of thin air and dropped onto her desk. Tsunade paused, immediately realizing it was from Natsuki. Before leaving, he had left markers to send messages back. Tsunade picked up the scroll and opened it. Her eyes widened, and she stood up abruptly. Tsunade-sama. Granny. Shizune and Naruto both looked at her curiously. Naruto. Go get Tenten for me. Granny Tsunade. Did Natsuki send a message? Go quickly. Tsunade was so serious that Naruto didn't dare question further and rushed off to find Tenten. Tsunade then turned to Shizune. Call the two advisors here. Also, get Kakashi. Even though. Understood. Shizun could tell something was wrong and left immediately. Tsunade looked down at the scroll again, rubbing her temples. She hadn't expected Akatsuki to have such terrifying members. Before long, Hamura, Koharu, Kakashi, and Tenten arrived. Tsunade first turned to Tenten. Tenten, prepare. Without delay, Tenten locked onto the marker on Natsuki's body and activated Hiraishin no Jutsu to send a message. The two advisors were confused. Tsunade, why did you call us here in such a rush? Wait a moment. You'll see. Tsunade wasn't in the mood to explain. She waited calmly. Fortunately, it didn't take long before another note returned. Tenten asked anxiously. Tsunade-sama, did something happen to Natsuki? Tsunade smiled warmly. Don't worry. Natsuki's fine. The enemies are strong, so I sent instructions telling him to be careful. He's strong, he'll be all right. Go home and rest. Tenten nodded, reassured by Tsunade's confidence, and left the office. Now can you tell us what's going on? We don't have time for you to dote on little girls. The two old advisors were visibly annoyed. Just look at this. Once you see it, you'll stop complaining. Tsunade tossed the scroll to them. Hamura and Koharu exchanged looks and opened it. Their expressions froze in shock. The scroll was then handed to Kakashi. His eyes widened as he read. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. He once attempted to assassinate the Shodai Hokage, but failed. He stole the village's forbidden jutsu, allowing him to have 5 hearts. All 5 hearts must be destroyed to kill him. His Earth Grudge Fear technique allows him to freely detach and reattach his body parts, making him nearly immortal. Haiden, an experimental subject of the Jashin cult from Yugakure in the Land of Rivers. A devout follower of Jashin, possessing immortality. Even destroying his heart will not kill him. His ritual technique involves drawing a special symbol on the ground, standing within it, and using an enemy's blood to form a link. Any damage he inflicts on himself is then transferred to the victim. Do not let him draw his ritual circle. Do not let him stand inside it. If affected, stop him immediately. He wields a triple-bladed scythe with expertise. Additionally, there were sketches of both men. The information was so unbelievable that everyone fell silent. But they all knew Natsuki was trustworthy. Even though they didn't know how he obtained this intel, no one doubted it. Tsunade-sama, is Natsuki okay? Kakashi asked quietly. He's fine. He's staying hidden, and they didn't notice him. I sent Tenten to deliver a message instructing him to prioritize caution. Kakashi exhaled in relief. He believed in Natsuki. With his caution and abilities, he wouldn't slip up. Still, where did Akatsuki find these kinds of monsters? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 176, Chapter. At this moment, Hamura spoke up. I've heard about the assassination of Shodai-sama. Koharu also said. That's right. Although we were still very young back then, the assassination of Shodai-sama was a huge uproar. The name Kakuzu is indeed familiar. I just didn't expect that he had learned such a terrifying secret technique. After all these years, he's still so young. If he keeps taking other people's hearts, he might really become immortal. Speaking of this, both of them couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. After all, who doesn't want to live forever? However, they knew this secret technique was not something they could just steal, and even if they did, it wouldn't be given to them. Better to quietly enjoy their power until death came. So it's actually real. Tsunade took a deep breath. This Kakuzu being able to escape after assassinating Grandpa, his strength is definitely extraordinary. Natsuki saying he is not weaker than a Hokage is no exaggeration. As for that Haiden, TCH, how did that Jashin cult in the Land of Rivers create something like him? Kakashi's expression was also grave. These two are too dangerous. Tsunade-sama, what should we do? Before Tsunade could answer, the two old geezers directly said. Of course we must kill them. Akatsuki is too dangerous. They already sent people to capture the Jinchuriki before. Even though we repelled them once, what if next time they send these two? Wouldn't the village be in great danger? So, striking first is the best choice. Tsunade, have Natsuki take care of it. He. Bang. Tsunade slammed the table, cracking it. She narrowed her eyes, glaring at the two elders. Do you think I don't know how dangerous those two are? But it's impossible to send Natsuki alone. Even if we do act, we must send 2 elite teams for support. Natsuki is a rare talent for the village. You want him to go alone and just die out there? What are you thinking? Hamura and Koharu were stunned. They had just spoken in a rush and didn't expect Tsunade's reaction to be so intense. Thinking about it, it made sense. Tsunade had inherited such a mess, and manpower was scarce. Now they finally had someone like Natsuki, who was not only strong but also mastered Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. For them to suggest sending such a person alone to face two immortal monsters, wasn't that basically sending him to his death? How could Tsunade not explode in anger? Shizune, holding Tenten, also spoke up for once. Advisors, Natsuki is extremely important to the village. Please don't say such things again. Kakashi also supported. The immortal duo are extremely dangerous. We absolutely cannot act rashly. The two old geezers fell silent, though their expressions were still unpleasant. Back when Hiruzen was alive, no one would dare yell at them like this, and no juniors would speak out of turn. Had times really changed? Tsunade took a deep breath and picked up the piece of table with the Flying Thunder God formula before it fell apart, placing it to the side. She then continued. Right now, the village has only just regained stability. The Jonin are busy with all kinds of missions. We simply can't gather two strong teams in a short time. Also, the village's defense is important. As for acting against the immortal duo, it must be carefully planned. That was the core problem. They all knew these two from Akatsuki were extremely dangerous and a future threat that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. However, the current situation didn't allow Konoha to take such action easily. That was Tsunade's headache, and why she called the advisors and Kakashi to discuss. Koharu suggested. What about sending just one elite team? Tsunade hesitated. That would be too risky. Their abilities are too strange. One team might not be able to kill them and could suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, if we act and fail, they will surely retaliate against the village. Wouldn't that be even worse? Hamura argued. But too many people might be counterproductive too. Without sufficient strength, it's also dangerous. Once they get blood for their rituals, someone on our side will definitely die. It was Kakashi who proposed a plan. Tsunade-sama, perhaps one elite team could work. If we can find a chance to separate them, we can take out Haiden first, then join forces against Kakuzu. Haiden is too dangerous. I suspect his ritual only succeeds because Kakuzu covers for him. If he's alone, even if he manages to get someone's blood, he won't have the chance to perform his curse ritual. That could work. As expected of Kakashi. Tsunade praised him, her mood finally relaxing a little. This was the benefit of knowing enemy intel in advance. With knowledge of the immortal duo's abilities, they could formulate targeted strategies. If they had rushed in blindly, someone would definitely die. Isn't that right, Asuma? Finally, Tsunade made her decision. Kakashi, I will leave this entirely to you. Decide who you want to bring, and inform me when you're ready. Also, contact Natsuki through Tenten, and get as much additional information as you can. We must ensure everything goes perfectly. Yes. Kakashi accepted the order and left. Hamura and Koharu then said. We will also send people to keep an eye on the village's safety. Once Kakashi sets out, we must make sure nothing happens here. Tsunade nodded. That was exactly why she had called them. After all, Tsunade knew them well. Their influence in the village ran deep, and in times like this, she could only rely on them. Otherwise, she would have long since stripped these two old fogies of their power. They enjoyed all the benefits yet did nothing useful, always giving orders from above. Only Hiruzen would keep them around. Meanwhile, Tenten had just returned to the ninja tools shop and saw Naruto pacing back and forth at the entrance. The shopkeeper was glaring at this blonde kid with a dark expression. After all, he had been loitering around without buying anything, affecting business. How could the shopkeeper be happy? Tenten, you're back, Databayo. Naruto. What is it? Tenten's tone was rather perfunctory. She wasn't in the mood. I just wanted to ask what's going on, Databayo. Naruto lowered his voice. Did something happen to Natsuki? I saw a scroll suddenly appear on Granny Tsunade's desk. I think it was Natsuki using Hiraishin to send a message, Databayo. After reading it, her expression was really bad, and then she told me to come get you. What happened, Databayo? Tenten shook her head. I was only there to help relay the message to Natsuki. I'm not qualified to know the details. But, it seemed really dangerous. Tsunade-sama didn't even allow Natsuki to act. She didn't allow him to act. Then it must be super dangerous, Databayo. Naruto became even more curious and followed Tenten into the shop. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper directly blocked him with a feather duster. Where do you think you're going, little blonde? What are you doing following my Tenten? Let me tell you, Tenten's boyfriend is the genius Jonin Natsuki. You'd better not get any funny ideas. If you're not buying ninja tools, get out. End of chapter. +500 power stones equals +1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 177, Chapter. Naruto was kicked out of the ninja tools shop. For a moment, he was dazed. He hadn't expected Tenten's shopkeeper dad to be so fierce. But he also knew Tenten's boyfriend was Natsuki. He had no hidden intentions following Tenten, he just wanted to know what was going on. Was he misunderstood? Fortunately, Naruto was used to being driven away. Compared to the hatred and rejection he used to face from villagers, this kind of misunderstanding was nothing. He was very curious about Natsuki's situation. Tsunade's expression earlier had been really grim, and now hearing Tenten say Tsunade wouldn't let Natsuki act, it was obvious something extremely serious had happened. He naturally worried for Natsuki, but his curiosity about what happened was even greater. At that moment, someone smacked him on the head. Naruto, instead of training at this time, you're wandering the streets. Are you preparing for the next Chunin exams like this? Kakashi-sensei. Naruto quickly reacted but then stammered. Of course I'm ready. The Chunin exams are no big deal, Databayo. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Tsunade-sama told me, you, Kiba, and Hinata haven't been cooperating well. Last time, someone was assigned to test you all, and you barely passed. But after that, your missions were still a mess. Tsunade-sama is already thinking about having you skip this upcoming exam to avoid embarrassing Konoha. Naruto panicked immediately. Kakashi-sensei. I can definitely work well with Kiba and Hinata, and I'll definitely pass the Chunin exams, Databayo. Hey, talk is cheap. You better put in the effort. Instead of wandering around, go spend time with Kiba and Hinata and practice your teamwork. You wouldn't want Sakura and Sasuke to become Chunin while you remain a genin, right? Of course not. Then I'll go find Kiba and Hinata now. Naruto lowered his head, turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and asked. Kakashi-sensei, did Natsuki encounter some powerful enemy? Kakashi patted his head again. Yes, a very, very strong enemy. But that's not something you should worry about. That's a job for Jounin. Focus on your own tasks first. Naruto could only nod. No matter how curious he was, it didn't matter. He was still just a genin. Many missions didn't involve him, and he wasn't even allowed to ask about them. After watching Naruto leave, Kakashi entered the ninja tools shop. Shopkeeper, I need to see Tenten. She's home, right? The shopkeeper quickly replied. Oh, Kakashi-sama, yes, Tenten is home. But she seemed quite worried earlier. Did something happen? Kakashi told a kind lie. It's nothing major. She's just thinking about Natsuki. Ah, those two kids really are in their honeymoon phase. They stick together so much, it's like they want to tie each other to their waists. If it's just that, I'm relieved. All young lovers are like this. Don't worry, shopkeeper. Soon, Tenten hurried out from the backyard, her steps quick and anxious, clearly still worried. Kakashi didn't speak in the shop. Instead, he brought Tenten outside to a quiet place and explained the situation briefly. Tenten became even more worried. Such terrifying enemies. Natsuki will be okay, right? Kakashi comforted her. He'll be fine. Don't you know that kid by now? He's always working hard to become stronger, but he's never reckless and has never disobeyed Hokage's orders. He'll be fine. He often says he has a cute and beautiful rich girlfriend waiting to marry and have kids with him in the future. That kid values his life too much to be careless. Don't worry. Tenten nodded and asked. Kakashi-sensei, is there a mission for me? Yes. Tsunade-sama plans to send a team for support, led by me. Contact Natsuki right away and get more intel. Okay. Kakashi-sensei, write it. Tenten handed over pen and paper, then immediately locked onto the Flying Thunder God mark on Natsuki to send the message anytime. Kakashi, Natsuki, what's the current situation? Natsuki, the two have left the bounty station. It seems they're heading to find their next target. Kakashi-sensei, I think they're earning money for Akatsuki. Kakashi, earning money? That might be true. Any other intel? Natsuki, not at the moment. I'm still tracking them. Kakashi, Tsunade-sama plans to eliminate the immortal duo. I'll lead a team over soon. We'll discuss tactics in person. Be careful not to get spotted. Natsuki, understood. Kakashi, let's agree on a meeting location and time. Kakashi was very satisfied with this method of contact. Flying Thunder God remote messaging really was amazing. Tenten also read the messages and felt more at ease. She knew Natsuki was always cautious and would definitely wait for Kakashi's team before acting. Still, she asked. Kakashi-sensei, can I come this time? Unexpectedly, Kakashi refused decisively. You need to stay. Tenten was confused. Why? You know my strength. I won't drag anyone down. Don't be impatient. It's not that I don't believe in your strength. You need to stay by Tsunade-sama's side and maintain real-time contact with Natsuki. If anything unexpected happens, Tsunade-sama can immediately send reinforcements. Staying here is more important. Do you understand? All right. Tenten was convinced. Indeed, their Flying Thunder God communication was too useful. Just like now, their instant contact allowed Konoha to respond efficiently. In the past, it would have taken at least half a month for coordination like this. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Natsuki. Kakashi comforted her again and sent her back, then began considering who to take on the mission. For that, he specifically found Shizen to confirm the list of available jounin and chunin in the village. After several rounds of selection, he finalized the team and handed the list to Tsunade. Tsunade looked it over, still hesitant. Though taking a team like this is reasonably safe, there's only you and Asuma as jounin. The other 4 are all chunin. Will that really work? Kakashi answered confidently. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama. Natsuki will be there too. Besides, these 4 chunin aren't weak, and they're good at working together. That's more important than anything. This time, we will definitely complete the mission and bring everyone back safely. Good. Then I wish you all success. Tsunade approved. Soon, the team assembled at the village gate. In addition to Kakashi and Asuma, there were Neji, Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru. The 4 chunin were all curious about this mission. It must be a high-level task to require 2 jounin and them together. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 178, Chapter. The 6-man squad set off immediately. They raced forward at high speed, and neither Kakashi nor Asuma explained the mission details to the 4 chunin. It wasn't until they stopped to rest midway, after Neji and Shino confirmed there was no one nearby, that Kakashi took out the intel on Kakuzu and Haiden to show them. Look carefully, don't miss anything. This time, it's life or death, Asuma reminded them. This is. All 4 of them changed expressions as they read. Shino's sunglasses reflected the paper. This is Natsuki's handwriting. So Natsuki is currently monitoring these 2 dangerous individuals. We're going to support him. Sasuke gripped his short blade tightly, his tone cold. Akatsuki, to think they have people this dangerous. Shikamaru looked utterly dead inside. This mission must be S-rank, right? I'm just a chunin doing an S-rank mission, what a drag. Neji's voice was serious. Fortunately, Natsuki gathered this intel in advance. Otherwise, if Konoha Shinobi encountered them without knowing, we would have suffered heavy losses. Tsunade-sama probably wants to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. That's exactly it. Kakashi nodded. The reason I chose you 4 is, first, because among the jounin only Asuma and I were available. Second, I trust your abilities and teamwork. Plus, Natsuki will be joining in. Perhaps all we need to do is support him to eliminate them. As for strategy, my plan is to find an opportunity to separate the 2 and take them out one by one. We'll discuss specifics after meeting Natsuki, but you should all start thinking, especially you, Shikamaru. I have high expectations for your intellect. Shikamaru opened his mouth but said nothing. Still, he was already thinking hard internally. Though he always complained about trouble, when it came, he never failed to analyze a solution seriously. These 2 enemies were the strongest he had ever faced since becoming a ninja. If they were careless, their lives would be forfeit. They needed a foolproof plan. Thankfully, Natsuki had gathered detailed intel, which made things much easier than going in blind. Any questions? If not, let's keep moving, Kakashi asked finally. I have a question. Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. Why didn't Natsuki use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to come pick us up? I know that jutsu can transport people. Wouldn't it be much more efficient if he brought us straight there? Right. Why not? Everyone turned to Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head, unable to answer immediately. Thankfully, Shino explained. Natsuki hasn't been using Hiraishin for long. Transporting others is still risky, let alone transporting so many people. Also, Hiraishin consumes a lot of chakra. Doing that would exhaust Natsuki unnecessarily. If you don't understand, think about Tenten, who only just learned it and can currently only transport small paper notes. Everyone realized at once. So that's how it is. Yeah, that's it. Kakashi laughed awkwardly. Honestly, he didn't really know the exact limits of Natsuki's Hiraishin. He just felt that traveling by themselves was safer. Besides, as Shino said, it consumed a lot of chakra. Taking everyone along would drain Natsuki's reserves too much. Better they move on foot. Thanks to Shino's explanation, the awkwardness passed. To divert the topic further, Kakashi asked. Cough. By the way, you all brought your chakra batteries, right? How's your charge? Asuma and the 4 Chunin subconsciously touched the batteries strapped to their arms. Full. All 4 seals are lit. Ah, good, good. Then let's keep moving. Kakashi also checked his own battery. Only 2 seals were lit. As expected of someone who burned through chakra daily, he could never fully charge it. After a full day of travel, the 6 finally reached the rendezvous point as night completely fell. In the next second, Natsuki appeared with a swish. 6 people came. Shino, Shikamaru, Neji, Sasuke, you're all here. Seeing Natsuki arrive safely, everyone sighed in relief. As long as Natsuki was okay. Kakashi spoke. Natsuki, tell us about those 2. Natsuki's face turned serious. After leaving the bounty station, Kakuzu and Haiden immediately started looking for their next target. They've already locked onto someone and should act soon. From what I see, they'll likely return to that bounty station. Shikamaru was puzzled. Why? Wouldn't they just carry the corpse to another bounty station along the way to cash it in? That is possible, but unlikely. Natsuki explained. From what I know of Kakuzu, he's obsessed with money. He would want to get paid as soon as possible, and that station is closest. Also, he's very sensitive to high bounty targets. For example, Asuma-senpai, you need to be careful. Your bounty in the black market is 35 million ryo. Asuma froze. The cigarette fell from his mouth. He never really paid attention to these things. He didn't expect his bounty to be that high. Everyone looked at Asuma with strange eyes. Shikamaru was even considering using Asuma as bait. It would work perfectly. Asuma quickly interrupted their thoughts. Cough, cough. Then, let's plan under the assumption they'll return to that bounty station. According to Kakashi's idea, if we can separate them, Haiden won't be able to use his curse ritual without Kakuzu's protection, making it much easier to take him down. After that, we can join forces against Kakuzu. Everyone nodded and began thinking. Natsuki didn't hurry back to continue surveillance because at this hour, the 2 wouldn't move anyway. After a round of discussion, however, they still had no good plan. Because those 2 always acted together. Separating them in secret wasn't easy, even using Asuma as bait wouldn't necessarily work. Shikamaru frowned for a long time before finally asking Natsuki. When do you think they might separate? Even just for a short while. Natsuki thought hard, mainly recalling the original story. In canon, Shikamaru and Asuma's team encountered Haiden alone at first, thinking he was alone, only to have Kakuzu appear later. And the reason they separated was. I think, they might separate because of the toilet. Natsuki's words made everyone's expressions go strange. But he continued seriously. When they left the bounty station earlier, Haiden complained about how bad it smelled and was extremely disgusted. So I think next time, he definitely won't enter the station, and will choose to wait outside. As ridiculous as it sounded, it actually seemed very possible. After all, if not absolutely necessary, who would go into a place that smelled like a toilet? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 179, Chapter. If Kakuzu was so obsessed with money, he would definitely go into the bounty station. But if the place smelled horrible, Haiden might not go in. Shikamaru frowned, then sat cross-legged and formed a peculiar hand seal at his dantian, as if meditating. Everyone was puzzled, but Asuma stopped them and gestured for silence. After a long time, Shikamaru exhaled, his expression relaxing considerably. Asuma smiled. Shikamaru, you've come up with a plan. That posture just now was Shikamaru's habit when thinking deeply, so Asuma didn't let anyone interrupt him. Shikamaru nodded. I have an idea. I'll share it so everyone can refine it together. First, we make the toilet smell even worse. If Natsuki's guess is right, Haiden definitely won't go in and will wait outside, separating them naturally. Then, we set up an ambush somewhere and have Natsuki use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to bring Haiden to us. Kakashi interjected suddenly. Using Hiraishin is fine, but Haiden must be far enough from the toilet. Otherwise, Kakuzu might notice. After all, Kakuzu was an extremely dangerous opponent. They had to be careful. Natsuki thought for a moment and added. Haiden's curse ritual could be described as a sacrificial ceremony to his worshipped Jashin-sama. He's extremely devoted to that deity. Shikamaru immediately grasped the point. Then we'll exploit that devotion to lure him away, and Natsuki can ambush him and bring him here with Hiraishin. As he spoke, Shikamaru had Natsuki contact Tenten via Flying Thunder God to ask her to send over a long piece of white cloth. Once it arrived, Shikamaru took out a brush and wrote a sentence on it. Everyone's lips twitched as they read it. If Haydn truly worshipped his god, seeing this would drive him mad. After that, they continued refining the plan before resting for the night. At dawn, they began moving. Natsuki used Hiraishin to flash back to his surveillance point. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he saw Kakuzu carrying a corpse. Apparently, they hadn't rested all night, choosing instead to kill their next target. Haydn complained. Didn't we just leave the bounty station? Why are we going back again? Kakuzu's tone was calm. This bounty is 10 million ryo. I want to cash it in immediately. Besides, that bounty station is closest. I don't want to walk far. Haydn was speechless. All you care about is money. Don't you have any other goals? Kakuzu nodded. Only money never betrays. Fine, Haydn didn't bother saying more. He might as well wander around to preach. If no one listened, he'd just sacrifice someone to Jashin-sama. Natsuki observed all this and immediately flashed back to report to the team. No one expected those two to return so quickly. Kakuzu truly was obsessed with money. Their guess had been spot on. Kakashi said. That's fine. We're ready anyway. Let's move according to plan. Everyone, be careful. Everyone agreed and hid themselves according to the strategy. Kakashi was then brought by Natsuki to wait near the toilet. About 3 hours later, Kakuzu and Haydn finally returned. As soon as they neared the toilet, Haydn couldn't help gagging. Ugh. It's even worse than last time. Why set up a bounty station in a place like this? As long as there's money, it doesn't matter, Kakuzu replied calmly. Humph. I'm not going in there to suffer. You go ahead, I'll wait somewhere that doesn't stink. Suit yourself. Kakuzu carried the corpse inside alone. Haydn walked upwind, far from the toilet, and sat down to rest. Suddenly, he saw a child walk by holding a long white cloth. The bold words on it were clearly visible. Your Jashin-sama is bullshit. Only fools believe in him. That sentence made Haydn explode in rage. His faith had been insulted. There was no way he could ignore it. You brat, stop right there. Who wrote this? I'll sacrifice him to Jashin-sama. And you. I'll send you to him too as atonement. Haydn cursed and chased after the child. But unexpectedly, the child, despite looking small, ran incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was several kilometers away, waving the cloth tauntingly as he ran, driving Haydn berserk. Haydn never expected a kid to run that fast. Just as he was chasing with his head down, he suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder. Who are you? Before he could finish the sentence, his vision spun. In the next instant, he was in a completely unfamiliar place. Haydn immediately sensed it was an enemy and swung his triple-bladed scythe reflexively. But he struck nothing. Natsuki had already vanished. While Haydn was still confused, a swarm of insects buzzed around him, covering him instantly and biting him until he screamed. However, despite the pain, he didn't weaken at all. Hidden in the shadows, Shino shook his head. This guy's strength doesn't come from chakra. My bugs can't drain it. In that case, attack. Sasuke spoke coldly. In the next second, he was in front of Haydn, his short blade slicing straight for his head. But Haydn wasn't easy prey. His triple-bladed scythe swung with shocking speed, forcing Sasuke to duck to dodge. Haydn's other hand then drew an iron spear from his waist and thrust it at Sasuke. Sasuke raised his short blade to block, but the tremendous force sent him flying, skidding along the ground before stopping. TCH, this guy is fast and strong, Sasuke muttered, feeling numbness in his arm. Shino and Neji also moved in, surrounding Haydn from 3 sides. But Haydn hefted his scythe, eyes gleaming with excitement. So you wrote that blasphemous nonsense just to lure me here, huh? You brats. I don't mind sacrificing you all to Jashin-sama. Come, offer your lives. Sasuke didn't bother replying and rushed in again, his blade aimed for Haydn's throat. But as the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Haydn's scythe was incredibly long, and combined with his excellent taijutsu, he easily parried Sasuke's attacks. Neji and Shino tried to close in with kunai, but couldn't get within range. Originally, the plan was for Shino to use his bugs to finish it. But since Haydn's strength didn't stem from chakra, Shino's attacks were ineffective. Thankfully, Shikamaru had considered this possibility, so no one was surprised. After several exchanges, Haydn actually gained the upper hand. Sasuke was nearly cut by his scythe. Damn rats, you're agile, but why not just obediently become sacrifices? Haydn growled, preparing to intensify his assault. But suddenly, he found himself unable to move. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 180, Chapter. Shadow imitation technique, success. Shikamaru stood under the sunlight, his shadow perfectly linked to Haiden's feet. After Shino's insect ambush tactic had failed earlier, their second plan had begun. Sasuke and the others drew Haiden's attention while Shikamaru had to find the right timing to use his shadow jutsu. Thankfully, Kakuzu wasn't around. Otherwise, it would have been far harder to succeed. Now that they had him restrained, there was no need for words. The three immediately attacked. Sasuke sliced off the hand holding the triple-bladed scythe, Neji cut off his other arm with a kunai, Shino decapitated him with his kunai, and Asuma severed both his legs with his chakra blades. It was completed in an instant. Haiden was dismembered. Shikamaru exhaled in relief. This was the first time he had designed such a plan under so much pressure. Now that they had taken down their first target, the strategy could be deemed a success. Haiden's head rolled on the ground, but he was still cursing furiously. You damn rats. Ganging up on me alone, what kind of heroes are you? You dare attack a faithful servant of Jashin-sama. Jashin-sama will never forgive you. Everyone stared curiously at the still-talking head. So it was true, he really was immortal, even after being cut to pieces. Asuma immediately said. Quick, bury all his body parts separately, and stick a bunch of explosive tags on each. Blast them into minced meat. Let's see if he can still survive then. To prevent this guy from coming back, this was necessary. Better to end this threat once and for all. The five moved quickly. After a series of explosions, they regrouped and rushed toward the toilet area, where Natsuki and Kakashi were keeping watch to prevent Kakuzu from escaping. Natsuki hadn't been too confident about leaving Haiden to them, but since he wasn't team leader, he had to follow orders. Thankfully, everyone knew Haiden's intel well, so they should have managed fine. At that moment. At the toilet area, Kakuzu came out holding a chest of cash. Seeing no sign of Haiden, he frowned, sensing something wrong. He locked onto a direction immediately. Come out. Your hiding isn't very good. Hearing this, Natsuki and Kakashi didn't bother hiding anymore. They appeared in a flash, staring at Kakuzu with vigilance. Kakuzu remained calm. So, Konoha Shinobi. Where did you take Haiden? Natsuki replied casually. I heard you once threw a shuriken from 800 meters away to ambush Hashirama Senju, only to scurry away after failing, and then you went around telling people you fought Hashirama and it was a draw. Is that true? Kakashi glanced at Natsuki in surprise. Was this really the time to provoke him with rumors? Weren't they trying to buy time, not anger the enemy? Kakuzu glared at Natsuki. You brat, believing such nonsense. I did indeed try to assassinate Hashirama, but I failed. He was powerful, worthy of being called the god of shinobi. However, he's dead, and I'm still alive. That's what matters most. Natsuki tilted his head. You've lived too long. After seeing so much betrayal and sorrow, you think only money is trustworthy, huh? Kakuzu was surprised. You understand quite well, brat. That's right. Only money never betrays you. So I will earn as much as I can. You should be grateful you have no bounty on your head. I can spare you. But, your companion here is Hatake Kakashi, right? He does have a bounty. As he spoke, he put down the chest of money and pulled out a bingo book, flipping quickly to Kakashi's page. Oh. That amount isn't bad. Worth the effort. How much is it, though? Kakashi wondered, but judging from Kakuzu's posture, he was about to attack. Asuma and the others weren't here yet. He would have to stall. Kakuzu stored the money chest into a scroll, then suddenly charged at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't dare be careless. Forming hand seals rapidly, he released a massive fireball. Katan, Kukaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. But Kakuzu simply leapt high into the air to dodge. As he descended to strike Kakashi, he suddenly jerked his head to the side just in time to avoid a dark crackling blade slicing past his neck. Yet before he could relax, his head flew off. Natsuki's cursed blade Senrin had extended unexpectedly. Though Kakuzu thought he dodged, he hadn't. Natsuki had cleanly decapitated him. But neither Natsuki nor Kakashi lowered their guard. From Kakuzu's neck, black threads extended, grabbing his flying head and pulling it back to reattach seamlessly. Even though they had seen this in the anime, watching it in real life made them gulp. Damn, the sight was horrifying. Landing lightly, Kakuzu no longer underestimated Natsuki. So you're the Konoha Demon Blade Natsuki. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame spoke of you. No wonder they were wary. Natsuki wasn't surprised. His name was indeed quite famous now. Most major villages probably knew of him. After all, he had repelled Uchiha Itachi and Kisame twice. It would be strange if Akatsuki hadn't remembered him. You flatter me, old man, Natsuki replied calmly. Actually, I really want to kill you. After all, you once escaped from fighting Hashirama Senju. If I kill you, it will prove I'm even stronger. Humph, sharp-tongued brat. Kakuzu stopped talking and launched into a fierce assault. He charged at Kakashi first, fists and feet flying. Kakashi struggled to block and dodge, pushed back repeatedly. He knew Kakuzu's taijutsu was powerful, but facing it directly was overwhelming. Seeing this, Natsuki immediately lunged forward with his blade. Kakuzu suddenly stretched his arm, which detached at the elbow, extending rapidly with black threads to grab Natsuki. The speed was astonishing, too fast for most to react. But Natsuki wasn't like most people. He swung his blade in reverse and sliced the threads cleanly. Yet those threads writhed like living creatures, reattaching to the severed arm in an instant and striking again. Natsuki cut them again, but Kakuzu pulled his arm back swiftly. At the same time, Kakuzu was single-handedly fending off Kakashi. Using Doton, Domu, Earth style, hardening technique, to harden his fists, his punches grew heavier, clashing with Kakashi's kunai and sending sparks flying. But what Kakashi feared most were those threads. They seemed alive, moving with deadly precision. One nearly stabbed into his chest moments ago, almost ripping out his heart. Thankfully, Kakashi's reflexes saved him at the last second. As expected of an old monster who once fought the first Hokage, his taijutsu is insane. Kakashi took a deep breath, mentally calculating how long until reinforcements arrived. He and Natsuki could probably defeat Kakuzu together, but having the others here would make it much safer. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 181, Chapter. Natsuki and Kakashi exchanged a glance before both began circling around Kakuzu at high speed. Kakuzu, however, remained completely calm, standing still and waiting for them. In the next second, Natsuki spotted an opening. Without hesitation, he extended his cursed blade Senrin straight at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, wary of the blade, instinctively dodged aside. Kakashi seized the chance to rush in, his kunai aimed straight for Kakuzu's heart. But before he could get close, Kakuzu's forearm extended with black threads, grabbing for Kakashi's neck. Kakashi twisted away, but half of those threads split off and wrapped around him, forcefully pulling him closer. Some of the threads were already poised to rip out Kakashi's heart. Natsuki swung his long blade in reverse, slicing through the threads binding Kakashi. Kakashi quickly retreated, releasing a great fireball jutsu as cover. But the flames did nothing to Kakuzu. When Sasuke, Neji, Shino, Shikamaru, and Asuma arrived, this was the scene they saw. Natsuki and Kakashi attacked relentlessly, but Kakuzu, with his bizarre body structure and formidable taijutsu, handled them with ease, even nearly killing Kakashi a few times. Everyone watching broke out in cold sweat. Byakugan. Neji activated his Byakugan, and what he saw shocked him. His chest cavity really does contain 5 hearts, each corresponding to a chakra nature. It seems when he steals someone's heart, it's targeted. Also, his entire body is no longer human. Inside, it's all those strange black threads. They don't follow normal chakra pathways. My gentle fist and point strikes probably won't work at all. As he said this, Neji felt the limitations of the Hyuga clan's techniques. They always claimed gentle fist and Byakugan were unmatched, but against certain enemies, they were nearly useless. Just like with Haiden earlier. When he spun his triple-bladed scythe, Neji's bare hands couldn't even get close. What use was gentle fist then? A simple kunai was more effective. And now Kakuzu, how was he supposed to fight an enemy like this? Threads everywhere, chakra pathways completely chaotic. How could Gentle Fist cut off anything? Answering Neji's unspoken doubts was Sasuke. He dashed forward without hesitation, using lightning body flicker to appear in front of Kakuzu, his short blade stabbing straight for Kakuzu's heart. He already knew hearts were the weak point. Attacking anywhere else was pointless. But Kakuzu wasn't easy prey. With a flick of his thread-extended arm, he smacked Sasuke across the face, sending him flying. Sasuke had thought he was fast, but Kakuzu was faster. Not only did he read Sasuke's movements, but his counterattack was so swift that Sasuke couldn't even react. Strong, this is what a true powerhouse is. Sasuke thought to himself, subconsciously comparing Kakuzu to Haiden. That Haiden was just relying on his immortality and curse jutsu. In reality, he wasn't strong. As long as you had intel and a good plan, he was easy to kill. They had taken him down easily earlier. To be honest, Sasuke had been underestimating Kakuzu, his usual arrogant flaw. But now, after being slapped down, he finally woke up. Buzz. 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 Shino released his swarm to attack, but Kakuzu formed hand seals swiftly and spat out a fireball, burning a large portion of the insects before Shino could react. Everyone attacked together. Shikamaru, cover us. Asuma didn't stand idle. Equipping his chakra blades, he charged in. His slash was caught by Kakuzu, who glanced at him and froze for a moment. Sarutobi Asuma, bounty, 35 million Rio. Asuma's face darkened. Damn, that really was the amount. But Kakuzu looked at him like a rat seeing cheese. He grabbed Asuma's wrist tightly, and black threads shot toward Asuma's heart. Thankfully, Neji arrived just in time, unleashing 8 trigrams 64 palms with blazing speed. His strikes were imbued with chakra, actually managing to slice apart many of the threads. However, these threads were far tougher than normal chakra threads, and even Neji struggled to cut them. Still, Asuma took the chance to break free, slashing his chakra blade infused with wind chakra to sever a large bundle of threads. But Kakuzu's combat instincts were terrifying. From his chest, more threads surged out, binding both Asuma's and Neji's arms. Hand over your hearts. Kakuzu's voice was calm, but full of confidence. The next instant, there was a double splurt as a blade and a hand pierced through his back. It was Natsuki's cursed blade and Kakashi's Raikiri, lightning blade. While Kakuzu was distracted by Asuma and Neji, they had moved in together for a sneak attack. However, both of their expressions turned grim. Something felt wrong. I've been prepared for you too. I moved my heart aside long ago. Only that Byakugan kid can see it. As he spoke, Kakuzu twisted violently, flinging the 4 of them away. He would have continued binding them, but Natsuki's cursed blade and Kakashi's Raikiri, with their lightning attributes, made him uncomfortable. Plus, Uchiha Sasuke and Shino were still watching for an opening. He couldn't afford to stay still as a target. But he hadn't noticed, before being flung away, Natsuki had planted a flying thunder god seal on his back. All 7 were panting heavily, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer terror of what they had just experienced. This opponent was too strong. Direct taijutsu wouldn't work. Kakuzu seemed to sense this as well. He tore off his Akatsuki cloak, revealing his body full of stitches and the masks on his back. Natsuki warned them quickly. The masks are his hearts. Everyone nodded, holding their breath in tense focus. In the next second, Kakuzu's body began swelling and twisting, as if something inside was about to burst out. His back bulged grotesquely. With a ripping sound, his stitches tore open completely. Masses of black thread surged out, carrying the masks, transforming into 4 masked beasts standing beside him. The sight made everyone gulp. For a moment, none dared to act rashly. Kakuzu formed hand seals silently. Katan, Zukaku, fire style, intelligent hard work. Whoosh. 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 One of the masked beasts opened its mouth, spewing an ocean of flames that seemed capable of burning the world to ash. Everyone's faces turned pale at the sight. The chakra consumption for such a jutsu was unimaginable. They all scrambled to dodge. Kakuzu then entered full ninjutsu assault mode. He formed seals rapidly, and the masked beasts unleashed jutsu in sync. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water style, water wall. Bang. A high-pressure water cannon tore through several massive trees effortlessly. Raitun, John, lightning style, false darkness. Crackle. Thick lightning spears shot out, obliterating an entire rocky hill. Futon, Atsugai, wind style, pressure damage. Whoosh. A giant wind sphere roared forth, sweeping the land like a typhoon. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 182, chapter. Do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on P@TR3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. Everyone could only dodge with difficulty, looking extremely battered. Kakuzu's ninjutsu attack range was simply too massive, filling the battlefield with oppressive pressure. Sasuke watched these ninjutsu assaults, drooling with envy. How much chakra did this guy have? And clearly, Kakuzu was still perfectly calm, showing no signs of chakra depletion. In other words, his chakra reserves were massive. TCH, as expected of an old monster. Sasuke gritted his teeth, peeking out to observe, planning to find a chance for a sneak attack. But he was immediately spotted by Kakuzu. This time, Kakuzu decided to give him something big. 2 of the masked beasts turned towards him. One unleashed Katan, Zukaku, fire style, intelligent hard work, while the other unleashed Futon, Atsugai, wind style, pressure damage. The wind-enhanced fire roared forward, turning into a sea of flames. Combined style, flaming wind rampage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The firestorm engulfed a massive area. Sasuke could only desperately use lightning body flicker to narrowly escape being reduced to ashes. Shikamaru, hiding nearby, quickly whispered. Sasuke, don't stick your head out. That guy's senses are too sharp. The moment you peek, he'll notice. Don't worry, I saw earlier, Natsuki left a Flying Thunder God mark on him. Flying Thunder God mark? Sasuke felt his heart lighten. That meant this old monster was finished. It wasn't just trust in Natsuki's strength, but also in the flying thunder god itself. It was simply too fast. At this moment, Kakuzu was still rampaging across the battlefield, unleashing massive ninjutsu like it was nothing, as if chakra depletion simply didn't exist for him. His attacks were as casual as breathing. But just as the four masked beasts drifted further away from him, a shadow suddenly flickered behind Kakuzu. Natsuki appeared in an instant, his cursed blade Senrin stabbing straight through Kakuzu's heart. How is this possible? When did you get behind me? Kakuzu's eyes were wide with disbelief. I'm not telling you. Besides, you're not truly dead yet. All four of your hearts need to be destroyed for that. Natsuki revealed his weakness mercilessly. Kakuzu's face twisted, but quickly fell into gloom. This heart was already dead, and naturally, so was he. Only if the other hearts returned to his body could he revive. As expected, in the next second, the four masked beasts rushed madly towards him to save him. But how could Natsuki allow it? He grabbed Kakuzu's corpse and vanished with a flying thunder god teleport. The four masked beasts froze for a moment before giving chase, trying to sense the body's location. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly attacked, his Raikiri, lightning blade, piercing straight through one of the masks. His speed made the sneak attack possible, otherwise, it wouldn't have worked. Asuma, Neji, and Shino also attacked from hidden positions, but the masked beasts dodged skillfully. Raitun, Chidori Isu, lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke unleashed a lightning spear, piercing another mask cleanly. Only two masked beasts remained. Everyone pounced together, unleashing all their strongest techniques. Finally, the last two masks were destroyed. With all of Kakuzu's hearts obliterated, his life came to a complete end. Natsuki reappeared with Kakuzu's corpse, surveying the battlefield, which had been nearly flattened. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy was terrifying. If he hadn't ambushed him with Flying Thunder God, and if he hadn't teleported the corpse away to prevent the hearts from returning, who knew how long they would have had to fight? Natsuki could have used his Whirlpool Boil Bullet attack, but there hadn't been a good opportunity. Kakuzu was too fast at dodging, and revealing such a trump card unnecessarily would have wasted chakra. Originally, he planned to use Flying Thunder God to place the seal and then finish with a Whirlpool Boil Bullet, but this outcome was good enough. As long as Kakuzu's main heart was destroyed and the others prevented from returning, he was easy to finish off, and they succeeded. Still, to be certain, everyone checked the corpse thoroughly. Confirming that all of Kakuzu's hearts were truly destroyed, they finally sighed in relief. Thinking back to the taijutsu exchanges and the terrifying ninjutsu barrage, they could only marvel at how worthy Kakuzu was of the title Old Monster. They began rifling through Kakuzu's belongings, eventually finding a huge stash of money sealed within a scroll. Roughly counted, it totaled a full 100 million ryo. Natsuki knew this wasn't even all of Kakuzu's assets. Most of his money was handed to Konan. This was probably just his earnings from this outing. They also found an account book listing names and amounts. Finally, there was a bingo book of bounties. Inside was Asuma's bounty, exactly 35 million ryo, making his face darken. He also found his friend Chirika's bounty, 30 million ryo. Who the hell placed these bounties? Is it because Chiriku and I were both Guardian 12 ninja for the daimyo? Asuma pocketed Chirika's bounty page, planning to visit the fire temple soon to warn him. He didn't want his friend to get his head taken for money. They also found Kakashi's bounty page, but Kakashi quickly snatched it away. Kakashi-sensei, let us see how much you're worth. Everyone clamored teasingly. There's nothing worth seeing. Let's focus on finding intel about Akatsuki. He tucked it away awkwardly. Thankfully, no one pressed him further, and they continued searching. But unfortunately, they found no useful intel. This guy didn't even carry jutsu scrolls. Maybe he sold them all for money. Natsuki eyed the 100 million ryo and asked quietly. Kakashi-senpai, Asuma-senpai, we're not going to hand this over, right? The two jounin paused, then shook their heads. This doesn't need to be handed over. Natsuki grinned. Then let's split it. Money is a wonderful thing. Kakashi-senpai can buy the deluxe version of Ika Ika Paradise, and Asuma-senpai can take Kurenai-senpai to a hot spring date, right? Cough cough. Both jounin coughed awkwardly, thoroughly embarrassed. In the end, they split the 100 million ryo. Each of the 6 team members received 12 million ryo, with the remaining 28 million ryo given to Natsuki. Although Natsuki had a wealthy sugar mommy and wasn't short on money, he still deserved the largest share. After all, the biggest credit for killing Kakuzu belonged to him. If he hadn't used Flying Thunder God to ambush and carry away the corpse, they would have had no idea how to defeat that old monster. Besides, 12 million ryo each was still plenty. Neji planned to spend 10 million Ryo in the black market to post a bounty for clues about the Hyuga clan's ancient secrets. Sasuke wanted to buy a better sword. Although short blades were nice, he felt a long sword suited him more. Shikamaru and Shino planned to save their shares for emergencies. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 183, Chapter. Do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on p@tr3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. This mission was finally over. From Natsuki tailing Kakuzu and Haiden to Kakashi leading the team to eliminate them, the whole process took only 5 or 6 days. Such efficiency was naturally thanks to Natsuki and Tenten's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, instant messaging, as well as Natsuki's detailed intel. If Natsuki hadn't clearly written down their immortal traits, Tsunade might not have risked sending people to deal with them. Now, with Haiden and Kakuzu dead, although the other Akatsuki members were strong, they weren't as bizarre as these two. Moreover, in the future, Natsuki would only expose more intel about Akatsuki members. Kakashi-senpai, how should we handle Kakuzu's corpse? Take it back. Natsuki asked curiously. Bring it back. Kakashi replied. Although Kakuzu is dead, it's possible we can still extract more intel from his corpse. Never underestimate our intel division's ninja. True, the methods for gathering intel in the ninja world were diverse. Like Aoba Yamashiro who could directly read memories, or Inoichi who seemed able to read the memories of the dead. Natsuki wasn't too clear on it, but there were many ways. Also, taking Kakuzu's corpse back was good. Otherwise, if Kabuto dug him up one day for Edo Tensei, in pure world reincarnation, that would be troublesome. Shino spoke up at this moment. Actually, Haiden's head could be brought back. Since it's still alive, we might extract more intel. That. Everyone shivered as they remembered that guy still talking after being decapitated. The Jashin cult was too creepy. Even being dismembered didn't kill him. Who would dare touch such a guy? Let him just die there. Although Kakashi hadn't seen Haiden's final state, he still decided. Let's not bring his head back. It's too bizarre. We finally killed him, and if he somehow revived, that would be bad. At most, note his location and report to Tsunade-sama later. Maybe she'll send ANBU to handle it. Everyone agreed. Not having to carry a talking head back was truly relieving. Kakashi also sighed in relief, then took out a scroll, preparing to seal Kakuzu's corpse for transport. Natsuki glanced at Kakuzu's corpse and suddenly spoke. Kakashi-senpai, that ring, didn't Uchiha Itachi and Kisame also wear one? Kakashi and Asuma quickly looked at Kakuzu's finger and nodded immediately. Right. Could it be, this is an Akatsuki insignia? Whether it was or not, since all members wore matching rings, it must be important. Better to take it than discard something potentially useful. What about Haiden's ring? Kakashi asked again. Here, I thought it was suspicious earlier, so I took it when burying him. Shikamaru handed over a ring. Well done, Shikamaru. Kakashi felt relieved. Luckily Shikamaru was smart enough to remove it, or else they'd have to dig it back up later, which would be troublesome. Holding both rings in his hand, he noted that the material was excellent, yet their design was very simple. Kakuzu's ring had the kanji 4 north while Haiden's had 3, probably their codenames within Akatsuki. At this point, only Natsuki knew these rings were for initiating group calls. After all, Akatsuki members were often scattered, and gathering them for meetings would take too long. So they used the rings. What was that jutsu called again? Anyway, Pain used it to start group chats. Also, it was used when extracting tailed beasts from Jinchuriki. Now that the two rings were in Konoha's hands, who knew if Uchiha Obito or Black Zetsu would come to retrieve them? While Kakashi sealed the corpse, Natsuki took out a note and sent a message to Tenten, letting her know he was safe. Once everyone was ready, Natsuki summoned Badora, and the group rode the giant eagle back towards Konoha, disappearing into the distance within moments. Just after they left, a Venus flytrap-like figure emerged from underground. Troublesome. Kakuzu and Haiden are dead, and their rings were taken. As expected, Konoha's strength can't be underestimated. I need to inform Pain to be cautious. Muttering to himself, Zetsu sank back into the earth. As for digging Haiden out and reassembling him, he wouldn't bother. Haiden's strength was too trash to be worth the effort. Meanwhile, in Konoha's Hokage office, Tenten had been waiting there all day since last night after helping deliver the white cloth. Tsunade understood the girl's unease and didn't interfere, even having Shizun prepare her a chair and tea. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long. Natsuki's note arrived, and upon seeing the words, "Mission complete, everyone safe," Tenten finally let out a relieved sigh. "Tsunade-sama, there's news." Tenten said with a smile, handing over the note. Tsunade read it and also felt relieved. Ever since she decided to act against the immortal duo, she had been under immense pressure, not fearing blame but worried for her people's lives. Thankfully, they all returned safely. Details could wait until Kakashi's team came back to report. Seeing Tenten's bright smile, Tsunade couldn't help reaching out to rub her twin buns. Look at how worried you were. Go wait for your beloved at the gate. Don't linger around here. Thank you, I'll go now. Understanding Tsunade's gentle kindness, Tenten left the office and rushed towards Konoha's main gate. Right after Tenten left, Danzo arrived, slamming the office door open with his cane, looking extremely urgent. Tsunade, how could you recklessly act against the immortal duo, and even send out so many of the village's elite? Do you even care about the village's safety? You're unfit to be Hokage. He spoke bluntly, with a righteous tone. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, staring at Danzo as if to see through him. How did you know about the immortal duo? Danzo snorted. Koharu and Hamura told me. What, as a former Hokage advisor, I don't have the right to know such things? Tsunade sneered. Of course you can know. But you're too impatient. Who are you trying to act righteous for? You're just after the secret of immortality, aren't you? Living to such an old age, yet still chasing fantasies. Hearing about immortality, and you couldn't sit still, huh? Danzo stiffened his neck in denial, but this only confirmed her guess. Just as Tsunade suspected. When Danzo noticed Hamura and Koharu secretly strengthening the village's defenses, he sensed something was up. So he directly asked his old friends and successfully learned about the immortal duo. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 184, Chapter. Back then, Danzo was utterly thrilled. After all, he was already old and had yet to fulfill his dream of becoming Hokage. Naturally, he didn't want to die of old age. Learning about immortality, how could he not be excited? Especially with Kakuzu's secret jutsu Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear, which allowed him to prolong his life by taking others' hearts. Wasn't that exactly what Danzo needed? That was why he rushed here so impatiently. First, he would criticize Tsunade's decision, standing on the moral high ground, then propose his conditions. If it didn't work, he would send his own men. He had to uncover the secret of immortality and bring it back. He also wanted immortality, and then to become Hokage, reigning forever. How could that not excite him? Tsunade chuckled coldly. Too bad. You're too late. Kakashi and the others have already eliminated the immortal duo. Danzo froze, then decisively said. Then hand over their corpses to me. Even if they're dead, I can extract valuable intel. Akatsuki poses too great a threat to the village. I must personally oversee this. Humph. Such grandiose words. Your face is thicker than the village walls. Tsunade mocked him and firmly refused. Don't even think about it, Danzo. Even if we did bring their corpses back, the intel division would handle them, not you. You're just an old root elder with dissolved authority now. Just quietly enjoy your retirement and stop causing trouble. Tsunade. I'm doing this for the village's peace. Kakuzu and Haiden's corpses should be entrusted to me. That's enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. You. Tsunade. You will regret this. Danzo nearly choked on his own anger. He had been suppressed by Hiruzen his entire life, and now his former teacher's student was using the same words against him. He felt a tightness in his chest he couldn't relieve. Then, seething with rage, he slammed the door and left. Tsunade snorted. She had long disliked that old man. Since he came seeking scolding, she wouldn't be polite. Shizen spoke worriedly. Tsunade-sama, do you think Danzo will secretly interfere with this matter? Tsunade gave her a reassuring look. This is too important. I will keep a close eye on it. If he dares meddle, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm not like old Hiruzen who'd go soft on him. By afternoon, Berdra had arrived near the village gates. As soon as Natsuki jumped down from the eagle's back, Tenten rushed into his arms, hugging him tightly without a word, clearly having worried deeply. It's okay, Tenten. See, I'm fine. I was always very cautious and only attacked after Kakashi-sensei arrived, so don't worry. MHM. I know, but I still couldn't help worrying. Tenten said this softly, making Natsuki smile helplessly. Thankfully, Tenten quickly recovered and said. You should go report to Tsunade-sama with everyone. I'll go home to cook. I have to make more tonight. Haha, then I'm in for a feast tonight. Natsuki watched her leave with a bright smile, feeling smug under everyone's envious gazes. Hee hee, a bunch of lonely single dogs. Soon, the group arrived at the Hokage office. Kakashi gave a detailed report on the battle, especially on how powerful Kakuzu was, causing both Tsunade and Shizun to break out in cold sweat. While Haiden was bizarre with his immortality and curse ritual jutsu, Kakuzu was even more terrifying. He was an ancient monster who had lived since the Warring States era and even fought the god of shinobi, Hashirama. His sheer strength was spine-chilling, and what he showed today was enough to make their scalps tingle. If Natsuki hadn't used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to ambush him, they didn't know how they would have won. Thankfully, the threat was dealt with, and Akatsuki's power was greatly weakened. Tsunade took the sealed corpse and 2 rings from Kakashi and addressed everyone. You've all worked hard. This mission is S-rank. Natsuki, with your investigation and battle combined, you get credit for 2 S-rank missions. I'll have it recorded, so don't forget to claim your rewards. When it came to Akatsuki, Tsunade wasn't stingy. After all, this concerned the safety of Konoha and even the land of fire itself. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Unlike Kakashi and Asuma, the younger ones were thrilled. Especially Sasuke and Neji. They thought Chunin couldn't take on S-rank missions, yet now they'd done one. They only needed 2 more to access the Senju Library secrets. Natsuki also nodded. Just 1 more S-rank mission and he could access the Senju Library. He was excited. But he didn't forget to remind Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I don't think those 2 rings are just insignias. They might be used for communication between Akatsuki members. I understand. I'll have the Intel Division investigate. Tsunade naturally knew more than Natsuki, but didn't say anything further. Instead, she asked. Natsuki, you're only 1 S-rank mission away. Are you planning to take it soon? Natsuki shook his head decisively. Maybe in a few days. Tenten has been worried. I want to spend some time with her. Besides, this mission was stressful enough. I need a break. Of course, his main reason was that the first of the month was coming. Natsuki was waiting to enter the special lab to study Sennin mode, Sage mode. That was far more important than any mission. Tsunade didn't push. Then wait a few days. When you're ready, come get your mission. Once you return, I'll grant you 3 days access to the Senju Library as promised. Natsuki nodded calmly. He wasn't in a rush. After leaving the office, he bid everyone goodbye and hurried home. Although he could teleport directly to Tenten using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, he preferred the feeling of hurrying home after a long day, knowing a cute and beautiful wife was waiting with dinner prepared. That feeling was wonderful. When he arrived, Tenten was already busy cooking, looking adorable in her apron. He walked up from behind and hugged her, rubbing his face against her twin buns, his voice low and husky. Tenten, I'm home. Say that line for me. Tenten chuckled with her spatula in hand. What line? I'm cooking here. The one you used to tempt me. Puffed. When did I tempt you? Will you say it or not? If not, I won't hold back. Watch my Janen, heavenly clothing grabbing technique. Okay, I'll say it. Geez. Natsuki, will you wash up first, eat first, or, watashi? Then I'll eat you first. Kaya. No. The food, it'll burn. In the end, Natsuki helped her finish cooking, and the 2 enjoyed a loving meal together. Afterwards, neither washed the dishes, as Tenten pushed him into the bathroom. Of course, she joined him too. Mainly to wash his back, but also to ask about the mission details. She was quite curious about how the immortal duo worked after all. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 185, Chapter. Do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on P@TR3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. A few days later, Tenten was assigned a mission as well. Thankfully, it wasn't another task of tailing Gen in teams. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted mentally. Natsuki didn't rush to take on an S-rank mission either. Instead, he waited until the night of the first day of the month to enter the special laboratory and begin experimenting with Sage mode. That feeling when the slug injected natural energy into my shadow clone. It was probably like this. Natsuki carefully recalled the sensation transmitted back when his shadow clone turned to stone, while also using his mind to alter the lab's environment, filling it with an extremely dense concentration of natural energy. Since he was trying to absorb natural energy, the denser, the better. Following that feeling, Natsuki began trying to communicate with the natural energy. He didn't know how much time passed before he felt faint traces of strange energy entering his body. This energy, though minimal, felt extremely violent. That must be natural energy. Natsuki was thrilled internally, but kept his mind steady, continuing to guide the natural energy into his body. However, as the natural energy inside him increased, he felt it growing harder to control. Gradually, he felt his body starting to turn to stone. Thankfully, he was in the special laboratory. Otherwise, he'd be dead. But he wasn't flustered at all. He continued attempting to control the natural energy. Though it was extremely difficult, he kept making progress through trial and error. Natsuki guessed that Jiraiya's process of entering Sage Mode was probably like this. Jiraiya absorbed natural energy very slowly, so entering Sage Mode took time. During that time, he had to gradually draw in natural energy while continuously controlling it to avoid turning to stone. Once he absorbed enough, he released it to achieve a balance of 1:1:1 with his body and spiritual energy. If his guess was right, then the key lay in controlling the natural energy within the body. Only by controlling the incoming natural energy could he ensure he wouldn't turn to stone. Then, knowing the exact ratio of the three energies, he would be able to release it and achieve a new internal balance. Explaining it was simple. Doing it was another matter entirely. No wonder only the three great sage lands could teach Sage Mode. Other places simply didn't have the methods to absorb and control natural energy. Natsuki knew his body and spiritual energy were vast, but he didn't know the exact numbers. To balance them with natural energy, he would have to test little by little. Moreover, he needed to figure out a method to control natural energy. Fortunately, with the special laboratory buff, Natsuki was brave enough to take a huge gulp of natural energy at once, causing his body to turn to stone over a large area instantly. He didn't care, focusing solely on balancing the three energies within him. After reaching a basic balance, he had to fine-tune it. Only perfect balance would do. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. He roughly determined the amount of natural energy he needed to absorb. Even if his body and spiritual energy grew with age, as long as he mastered the method, he wouldn't make mistakes. The next step was learning how to control the natural energy entering his body. As his father always said, use magic to defeat magic. Therefore, he had to use energy to control energy. To control natural energy, his only option was chakra. After all, chakra was a mix of body and spiritual energy, and he had long mastered its manipulation. Controlling natural energy with it shouldn't be too difficult. Through continuous experimentation, Natsuki finally grasped the basics. With 10 minutes left before the special lab deactivated, he took a deep breath, pressed his hands together, and began absorbing natural energy. As natural energy flooded his body, there was no sign of petrification at all. He had successfully controlled it. When the natural energy reached the required amount, he suddenly released it, merging it with his chakra. Sennin Mode. Sage Mode. The next second, black markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. He could feel the difference within his body. Compared to ordinary chakra, it was far greater and more ferocious. Without delay, he formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. Senpu Suetun, Swaranya. Sage Art Water Release, Wild Water Wave. Boom. A massive surge of water blasted through the forest ahead, its power 10 times stronger than his previous wild water wave. This was just because he had only just learned Sage Mode. Once he fully mastered it, his jutsu would become even more terrifying. He deactivated Sage Mode just as the lab's time ended. Phew. At least this time wasn't wasted. I've successfully grasped Sage Mode. Next month, I'll practice it again to solidify it. Once I'm confident, I won't have to worry about turning to stone anymore. Also, I need to shorten the activation time. It'd be best to be like Hashirama-sama and activate it instantly. That would be truly amazing. Natsuki was in a great mood. He even skipped morning training, taking a shower before diving back into bed. He slept straight until afternoon. After eating a good meal, he went to help at the ninja tools shop before heading to the Hokage office. You finally came. I thought you'd forgotten, Tsunade said, looking tired. Tsunade-sama, you don't look well. Did you drink too much again? Natsuki asked casually, noticing Shizune and Tenten shaking their heads beside her. Not a hangover. But she really looked unwell. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Some old fool caused trouble again. Don't worry about it. Since you're here, I'll give you your S-rank mission. It's related to Akatsuki again. Natsuki took the scroll she handed him and froze after opening it. It reported sightings of people wearing black cloaks with red clouds in the land of wind. One was a blonde man with a single ponytail. The other looked like a hunched old man. Blonde single ponytail. Either Ino or Deidara. But this duo must be Deidara and Sasori. Natsuki looked at Tsunade without changing his expression. Another tracking and intel mission. Tsunade nodded. Yes. Like last time, find out their identities and abilities. They shouldn't be immortal, so no need to send a team to eliminate them. No, Sasori was technically immortal too, but not as dangerous as Kakuzu and Haiden. Natsuki agreed and disappeared in a flash. If he didn't leave quickly, he would burst out laughing. This was basically a freebie. All he needed to do was find Deidara and Sasori, tail them for a day or two, then compile the info based on the original timeline and hand in the mission. Then, his 3 S-rank missions would be complete, and he could finally access the Senju library. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 186, Chapter. Do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on P@TR3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. After Natsuki left, Tsunade couldn't help but rub her temples again. Shizen spoke with concern, "Tsunade-sama, that old man Danzo is going too far. Should we join forces with Elder Hamura and Elder Koharu to pressure him a bit?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. "Those 3 are like wearing the same pair of pants. How do you pressure them? I didn't expect that under my direct supervision, Danzo would still dare to set his sights on Kakuzu's corpse, and he even secretly sent people to dig up Heiden's corpse. That old geezer is truly insane." Shizen fell silent, not knowing what to say. She naturally held no goodwill towards Danzo. Not only did he not help the village, but he constantly caused trouble for Tsunade-sama. This time, he had truly crossed the line. But there was nothing to be done. Back when the Third was in power, Danzo had already been highly favored. Even though Root was officially disbanded, Danzo's influence in the village remained deeply entrenched. Moreover, Hamura and Koharu basically shared interests with Danzo, often ignoring Tsunade's opinions and choosing to support him instead. This infuriated Tsunade. She was different from the Third. She was a decisive reformist who wanted to abolish many of the village's rotten traditions to create a new Konoha. But such reforms naturally threatened the interests of those old geezers, so they united to resist. Tsunade truly wished she could punch each of those old men to death. At their age, why not just retire peacefully instead of desperately clinging to power and benefits like vampires? In reality, weren't they just vampires? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo later died, but Hamura and Koharu lived for a long time. Even when Kakashi, Naruto, and Shikamaru became Hokage one after another, those 2 old fossils were still around, occupying their positions and benefits without retiring, constantly meddling in everything. If it weren't for Naruto and the others being too kind-hearted, any more ruthless successor would not only have stripped them of power but also forced the Hamura and Koharu clans to vomit out all the blood they'd sucked over the years. Tsunade took a deep breath. "Shizen, you don't need to stay here for now. Go keep watch at the intelligence division. Danzo failed to steal a corpse this time, but he'll try again. Help me keep an eye on him." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shizen put down Tenten to accompany Tsunade, then quickly left. Meanwhile, in Root's base, Haiden, now almost a lump of rotten flesh, was still speaking with his head. "Oi! You blasphemers! Jashin-sama will never forgive you." Danzo looked at Haiden with a strange gleam in his eyes. Still alive even like this, truly immortal, huh? Did this Jashin cult really have such miraculous powers? Beside him, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torian were kneeling. "Forgive us, Danzo-sama. We failed to retrieve Kakuzu's corpse. It is our fault." Danzo waved his hand. Tsunade was watching personally. "It's normal you couldn't get it. But there are other ways. Take some men to investigate the Jashin cult in the Land of Rivers. Bring back all information intact. Also, send some to Takigakure. There might be another version of Earth Grudge Fear, Jiangu." Both immediately bowed. "Understood." Danzo watched them leave, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Hiruzen is dead, but I will never die. I will find the secret of immortality. Even if I have to outlast Tsunade, I will become Hokage, and I will remain Konoha's Hokage forever. Hiruzen, you can never surpass me." Elsewhere, Natsuki was riding his giant eagle towards the Land of Wind. After disguising himself, he located the area where Deidara and Sasori were last seen, as reported in intelligence, and began tracking them based on clues. Fortunately, the 2 moved boldly without concealing themselves at all. Natsuki easily found them and simply tailed from a distance without approaching or attempting any foolish tricks to eavesdrop. Instead, he took out pen and paper to sketch their appearances and selectively recorded their basic information. For example, Deidara was a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, specializing in clay bombs, able to create flying clay constructs for aerial bombardment, and his clay bombs were countered by lightning release, Raiton. Sasori of the Red Sand, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Chiyoba-sama's grandson, whose true form was a puppet, specialized in puppet techniques, Kugutsu no Jutsu. In fact, there wasn't much need to write about Sasori. Tsunade and Chiyoba-sama were old rivals and knew each other well. Tsunade had plenty of methods against puppets, a punch per puppet would do. And if they were poisoned, so what? Tsunade was the strongest medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. After completing his intelligence notes, Natsuki had nothing else to do. During the day, he would casually tail them, or simply enter his gravity training room to train without worrying about losing them. The mission this time was just investigation. Even if he lost them, it didn't matter. He already had their intel. Returning home would still count as mission accomplished. Rather than wasting time tailing them, it was better to seize the chance to train more. At that moment, in the gravity training room, Natsuki was casting jutsu under 15 times gravity. He recalled Kakuzu's hand seals and mimicked them. The next second, he opened his mouth and spat out several massive lightning spears. Lightning release, false darkness, Raiton, John. Boom. 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 The lightning spears shredded distant mountain peaks into ruins. As for earth release, earth spear, Doton, Domu, and water release, water encampment wall, Suetun, Suijin Hiki, they were essentially just hardening and water cannon techniques, both of which Natsuki had long mastered. Still, he practiced them and found that Kakuzu's versions were clearly superior, with extremely hard earth spears and terrifyingly powerful water cannons. No wonder Kakuzu mostly used these few jutsu. It wasn't that he couldn't use others, but these were simply his strongest. Most of the time, these alone were enough to defeat enemies. If not, he'd just combine them for even greater effect, sweeping everything before him. Too bad I don't have fire or wind affinity. I can train them, but they're not my natural elements, so it's harder to master. Despite saying that, Natsuki still memorized the hand seals for fire release, head hardening, Katon, Zukaku, and wind release, pressure damage, Futon, Atsugai, and even managed to use them. But compared to Kakuzu's devastating power, his own attempts were like an ant compared to an elephant. He didn't mind. It was just for fun. Besides, Kakuzu's jutsu might prove useful for future exchanges or to teach his future students. And so, Natsuki trained outside for an entire month. He wasn't in a rush to return. Going back too soon might result in being assigned another mission. The longer he stayed out, the more difficult the mission would appear, and the greater his potential rewards. Of course, he still sent paper notes to Tsunade's office periodically, sometimes including incomplete bits of intel. This way, it showed he was indeed investigating, but still needed more time. Fortunately, Tsunade wasn't pushing him. After all, his current investigation progress was a normal pace for such missions. His previous efficiencies were so absurd they had seemed unbelievable. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 187, Chapter. It was the first day of the month again. Natsuki had completed his training in Sage Mode at the special laboratory, including combat practice while in Sage Mode. However, although Natsuki could activate Sage Mode quickly in environments rich in natural energy, under normal conditions it still took him over a minute to enter it, and its duration was about the same as Jiraiya's, only 4 to 5 minutes. The startup time was too long, and the duration too short. It felt a bit impractical. It could only be used as a trump card. But with continued practice, the activation time should shorten, right? One day I might even be able to activate it instantly like Hashirama. Besides, the duration can definitely be improved with training. If I keep practicing daily for a few years, I refuse to believe I can't master it before the Fourth Great Ninja War. After all, Sage Mode can inflict irreversible damage on the Tentails and 6 Paths level bodies. Natsuki silently added Sage Mode training to his daily routine. As long as he persisted each day, growth was inevitable. When the time was right, after once again confirming the approximate location of Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand, he used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash back home. He then prepared 3 days' worth of food and water before heading straight for the Hokage's office. Seeing Natsuki, Tsunade smiled happily. "You're back. Looks like the investigation went well." Natsuki nodded. This time was a bit troublesome. Perhaps because of Kakuzu and Heiden's deaths, they've become more cautious. But that blonde guy with the single ponytail is Tsuchika Jinoki's student. Based on that, it should be easy to investigate. Also, Deidara kept calling his partner Scorpion-sama, so I'm boldly guessing it's Sasori of the Red Sand. As he spoke, he handed Tsunade the intelligence scroll. Tsunade glanced through it and nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, she was pleased with the information. Good. You completed this mission excellently. This makes 3 S-rank missions completed. When do you plan to visit the library? Right now. Natsuki couldn't wait any longer. Right now. Fine. I happen to be free, so I'll take you there. Without delay, Tsunade set aside her work and led Natsuki to the Senju clan compound. Even though the clan was practically gone, no one dared lay a hand on their grounds. However, because no one lived there anymore, it looked somewhat old and dilapidated. Thinking of the Senju clan's former glory made one sigh with emotion. Soon, Tsunade brought Natsuki to a secret chamber. She performed a special set of hand seals to open it, and a heavy, dusty smell rushed out immediately. Tsunade pointed inside. Almost all the scrolls are in there. You have 3 days. Read whatever you want. But be careful when flipping through them, don't damage anything. I'll come get you after 3 days. After saying this, she shoved Natsuki inside and resealed the door. Natsuki waved his hand to disperse the dust in the air, but the ancient musty smell still rushed into his brain, leaving him no choice but to endure it. It was pitch black all around. He could barely see anything. That old hag, seriously. She just locked me in here, and there's not even a light bulb. How am I supposed to read? And what about eating, drinking, and the bathroom? Fortunately, he carried illumination gear with him. He summoned a headlamp and put it on. As for his other needs, he had brought 3 days' worth of food and water, and unexpectedly there was even a toilet in the chamber. Good, good. If there wasn't, he wouldn't have minded digging a latrine in the corner. He made a mental note to warn Neji and Sasuke later. Those two never carried anything with them. They'd definitely suffer in a place like this. Natsuki began looking around. Thankfully, all the scrolls were labeled, so he didn't have to check each one individually. As he searched, he found many were records of the Senju clan's history, some were biographies of Senju heroes, and others contained historical accounts of various clans. The content was vast and ancient, things that could no longer be found in the shinobi world. Soon, Natsuki located the section for training notes. Many Senju elders had recorded their cultivation experiences as notes for future generations to study. Now, all these were lying here collecting dust. Natsuki picked up a scroll and flipped it open. It was from an elder skilled in Raiton, lightning release, detailing many techniques and tricks, which benefited Natsuki greatly. The next was from a water release expert, and the one after that focused on earth release. Indeed, compared to simple ninjutsu scrolls, these training notes were the true treasures. So much cultivation experience and technique refinement had been recorded by the elders and stored here, now all to become Natsuki's nourishment. Without hesitation, he began reading madly. In particular, he paid close attention to notes on chakra nature transformation research, and more crucially, theories on combining different chakra natures to create Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limits. Why was Natsuki reading the Senju clan's library? Was it purely to learn from the elders' cultivation experiences? Of course not. His goal was to find the profound insights of his predecessors and then attempt to combine his various chakra natures to create his own Kekkai Genkai. Natsuki was already strong. He knew the White Fang swordsmanship, the Hashiman Tanku, 8 Gates release, and even Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. He had developed powerful original moves and was a solid Kage-level shinobi, with Super Kage-level in his future as a certainty. But Natsuki was greedy. He wasn't satisfied. He wanted to become even stronger. And the best breakthrough was Kekkai Genkai. He had his golden finger, cheat ability, that allowed him to enter the special laboratory every first of the month. That was the perfect experimental environment. What he lacked was knowledge. He didn't truly understand chakra nature, how to fuse different types, or the problems and risks involved. That was why he had to read the Senju clan's library. The Senju clan was an ancient family, yet only Hashirama-possessed Mokutan would release Kekkai Genkai. The others just had large chakra reserves. During the chaotic Warring States era, the Senju often suffered against the Uchiha with their Sharingan. Surely, someone among them had researched Kekkai Genkai. And it was those research notes Natsuki needed. He didn't have the time to develop everything from scratch, so he could only stand on the shoulders of his predecessors. With their theories combined with his golden finger for mad experimentation, there was bound to be a chance of success. And once he succeeded, he would soar to new heights, with benefits passing down to his future children. After all, newly created Kekkai Genkai would be encoded into his genes as bloodline inheritance. Whether for himself or his future children, he had to create a Kekkai Genkai. Fortunately, Natsuki was lucky. The Senju library contained exactly what he needed, so he showed no restraint and devoured it all. Besides, he had Senju blood in him too. Wasn't this just reading his own family's books? End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 188, Chapter. 3 days passed in a flash. When the secret chamber door was opened, Natsuki was lying face down in a pile of scrolls, his hair a complete mess. Seeing this, Tsunade looked a bit awkward. Ahem. Time's up, Natsuki, you can come out now. Natsuki couldn't help activating Byakugan out of annoyance. Tsunade-sama, don't make it sound like I'm some prisoner. Besides, you locked me in here without even giving a warning. Good thing I brought a light, food, and water myself, or I'd have starved to death in here. Ah, ahem, that was my oversight this time. Tsunade scratched her cheek in embarrassment. But you must have enjoyed reading, right? Since you gained so much, don't complain. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to argue. With his hair still like a bird's nest, he stepped out without saying more to Tsunade and left the Senju compound, only to find Tenten, Neji, and Sasuke waiting outside. Natsuki. What happened to you? Tenten almost didn't recognize her boyfriend. Ugh, don't ask. I went to read the Senju library and got locked inside by Tsunade-sama. Thankfully, I prepared ahead of time. Otherwise, the place was pitch dark and I would have starved and dehydrated in there. Natsuki still couldn't hold back a complaint. Hearing this, Tenten felt heartache and silently cursed Tsunade in her heart. Natsuki then warned Neji and Sasuke. Neji, Sasuke, if you guys ever go to read the library, make sure to prepare properly. I've tested it out for you in advance. The two immediately nodded. Understood. We'll be ready. They had come because they heard Natsuki had completed 3 S-rank missions and was visiting the Senju library, so they wanted to check on him. Good thing they did, or they'd suffer the same fate someday. Sasuke couldn't help asking, so? Was the library good? Natsuki nodded. It's very extensive. There's not only the history of the Senju and other clans, but also many training notes. I only read some of the notes, there's still a lot left. Histories of various clans. Training notes. Neji and Sasuke's eyes gleamed instantly. Wasn't this exactly what they were aiming for? Their breakthrough lay within the Senju library. At that moment, Tsunade came out, and they hurried forward. Tsunade-sama, are there any S-rank missions suitable for us? We want to complete 3 as soon as possible. Tsunade smiled. Seems like this library is quite attractive, huh? Since you two are so eager, I'll accommodate you. However, S-rank missions are rare and dangerous, not suitable for you yet. How about this instead, 6 A-rank missions equal 1 S-rank? How does that sound? Neji and Sasuke's eyes lit up instantly. That's great. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Natsuki also said, thank you, Tsuna. Unexpectedly, Tsunade raised her hand to stop him. No need for thanks from you, Natsuki. This special rule is for Neji and Sasuke only, not for you. You'll keep doing S-rank missions as usual. Natsuki protested, that's not fair. Tsunade-sama, you're being unfair. Tsunade smirked proudly. You're a jonin, they're chunin. You do S-rank, they do A-rank. It's perfectly fair. Neji and Sasuke silently agreed with her logic but didn't dare speak up. Although they felt bad for Natsuki as their friend, this special rule was simply too beneficial to refuse. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to argue further. He'd read enough for now. Once he finished his experiments back home, if he failed, he could always come back for more reading. The library wasn't going anywhere, so there was no rush. Afterward, Neji and Sasuke followed Tsunade back to the Hokage Tower, eager to tackle A-rank missions. Clearly, they were extremely motivated. As for Natsuki, he went home with Tenten. That night, after Tenten helped him bathe and eat, Natsuki collapsed onto the bed. During those 3 days in the library, Natsuki hadn't wasted a single second sleeping. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Tenten's heart ached even more. She decisively climbed into bed too. But instead of sleeping, she held Natsuki close, staring at him without blinking, as if she could never get tired of looking at him. Then, she lowered her head to kiss him once, then again, feeling she could never kiss him enough. Her hands also started getting a little mischievous. After reading the Senju library, Natsuki updated his training plans once again. He had learned from the experiences of many elders, how to train for faster bodily growth and how to enhance his ninjutsu. More importantly, he planned to delve deeper into understanding chakra nature. To fuse different chakra natures, he had to thoroughly comprehend them first. Otherwise, it was like a blind man feeling an elephant, there was no way to succeed through random trials. During this period, he barely took any missions, and Tsunade didn't assign him any either. She probably felt it was better to keep Natsuki in the village in case of emergency missions, while ordinary missions could be handled by others, like the now extremely motivated Neji and Sasuke. This gave Natsuki a lot of free time. Every day, he immersed himself in researching the properties of water, lightning, and earth chakra, as well as the possibilities of fusing them. In the blink of an eye, another month passed, and the first of the month arrived again. Entering the special laboratory, Natsuki began conducting experiments based on the hypotheses written in the Elder's notes. He first attempted to fuse lightning and water chakra natures within his body. The fusion method also came from the notes. Perhaps his predecessors had failed, but his experiments now were also to accumulate experience. Lightning and water fusion was likely to result in storm release. Those who used storm release in the shinobi world included Darui from the Hidden Cloud Village, and in the movie, there was Hirako. Even 6 Paths Madara seemed to use storm release as well. In simple terms, storm release gave unstable lightning the stable flow of water, becoming what was commonly called laser release. It had tremendous destructive power and could easily control direction and range. If Natsuki could truly create storm release, his strength would reach another level. Perhaps thanks to the elder's guidance in the notes, after several experiments, Natsuki had accumulated a lot of experience and grasped many key points. He believed that as long as he kept trying, success was inevitable. The Senju clan elders included geniuses like Tobirama. Their theories on chakra and nature fusion might have some flaws, but they're excellent regardless. The only reason they didn't succeed was because they lacked the experimental conditions I have. Otherwise, the Senju wouldn't have only had would release as their sole Kekkai Genkai. One could only say that Natsuki was fortunate. He had his golden finger, he knew how to learn from the wisdom of predecessors, and he wasn't lacking in talent. With all these buffs stacking together, his success was almost inevitable. Moreover, he carried Senju blood himself. If he succeeded, it would be like fulfilling the wishes of his ancestors. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 189, Chapter. Lightning chakra nature, control it well. Water chakra nature, control it well. Now fuse them. Make the lightning gain the stable flow of water nature. Ha! Natsuki shouted, merging the two chakra natures and unleashing them. In an instant, a stream of white fluid shot out from his palm at an incredible speed, striking a distant mountain. The next second, boom. A massive hole was instantly blasted into the mountainside. Did I succeed? Let me try again. Storm release. Natsuki fired another rapid white stream, confirming it was undoubtedly laser-like, not only controllable, but extremely fast and powerful, just as storm release was described. He had really done it. Hee hee, ha ha ha. I finally have a Kekkai Genkai too. Natsuki was overwhelmed with excitement. When he glanced at the remaining time in the special laboratory, he was stunned to see he still had an hour left. It seemed that, thanks to his predecessor's notes, the experiment went far more smoothly than expected. Since he still had time, Natsuki decided to familiarize himself with storm release and ideally develop his own jutsu. As for Darui from the Hidden Cloud and the Hiriko from the movie, he didn't really remember their storm release techniques in detail. Besides, his fighting style differed from theirs. It was better to develop jutsu that matched his own combat habits. Given that storm release was essentially a form of laser, Natsuki immediately thought of Admiral Kizaru from the Marines. That guy's techniques were simple yet absurdly powerful. That can serve as reference. Let's try it. Natsuki extended his index finger toward the mountain. Activating storm release, a laser beam shot out from his fingertip. This move was simple, but definitely not to be underestimated. Although it was called a laser, he could freely control its speed and direction. In Japanese terms, it was known as Yasakani no Magatama. However, Natsuki didn't care for flashy technique names. He decided to simply call it finger laser. He continued experimenting, such as developing storm shunshin, using storm release's speed to perform shunshin no jutsu, body flicker technique, faster and more stably than lightning shunshin, making it far more suitable for combat. Moreover, he didn't even need to use the White Fang sword technique, just a single kick with a laser beam was enough, and he could freely adjust its power. Storm shunshin. A kick that fires a laser. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Natsuki's lips twitched. It really was starting to feel like Kizaru. If he wore a yellow-striped suit and said, Kawaii, he'd basically become Kizaru himself. But that was way too sleazy, so he quickly abandoned the thought. Since he was referencing Kizaru, he also developed other techniques, like Yasakani no Magatama, rapidly firing countless laser bullets, and Ama no Murakumo, creating a massive sword of laser light. All in all, there was a lot to play with. The night passed, and his time in the laboratory ended. Yet Natsuki was so excited that he didn't feel tired at all. Successfully creating a Kekkai Genkai had left him too exhilarated to sleep, and developing new techniques was simply addictive. Eventually, the excitement faded, replaced by deep exhaustion. Without even showering, he crawled into bed and immediately fell asleep. When he woke up again, the smell of delicious food filled his nose. He opened his eyes groggily to find his body feeling fresh and clean, and his clothes changed. There was no need to guess, it was clearly Tenten's doing. And the fragrant aroma surely meant she was cooking now. Natsuki, you're awake. Tenten walked in, eyes lighting up with joy when she saw him. Suddenly, she jumped onto the bed, straddling the blanket over him, her hands pressing down on his shoulders as she looked straight into his eyes. Natsuki stared back in a daze, seeing the worry in her eyes. He instinctively said, Tenten, sorry for worrying you. But Tenten covered his mouth before he could finish. Let me speak first. Natsuki, I know about your dream world every first of the month, and I know how hard you train and study to become stronger. So when I saw you sleeping here, I wasn't too worried at first. All I could do was wash you and change your clothes. But, you slept straight through to the evening. I was so scared something happened to you." As she spoke, her eyes reddened with tears. Natsuki couldn't bear it. He pulled her under the covers and hugged her tightly. He kissed her deeply for a long time, only stopping once her emotions stabilized, then began explaining. "Actually, last night I was trying to fuse lightning and water chakra natures, and I succeeded in creating storm release Kekkai Genkai. I got so excited that I spent the whole night testing it, and by the time I got home, I was exhausted and just passed out. I'm sorry for worrying you, Tenten, why do you suddenly look so intense?" Tenten abruptly flipped him over, pinning him beneath her as her voice rose sharply. "Natsuki, did you just say you created a Kekkai Genkai?" Natsuki nodded. "Yeah, that's what I said." "Storm release?" she asked. "Storm release," he confirmed. "A Kekkai Genkai that can be inherited," she demanded. "A Kekkai Genkai that can be inherited." Natsuki replied firmly. Tenten was silent for a long moment. Then, without warning, she began pulling at Natsuki's clothes, startling him into grabbing her hands to stop her. "What are you doing, Tenten?" Her face flushed red. "Didn't you just say you created an inheritable storm release Kekkai Genkai? Then, of course we need to have a baby right away." Natsuki almost burst out laughing. "Tenten, you're only 14. Why are you in such a rush?" Tenten pouted. "I'm worried, okay. You're becoming more and more amazing. Now you even created a Kekkai Genkai. I'm scared someone will steal my husband away. So, let's have a baby first." "Ha ha ha. You silly girl." Natsuki was thoroughly amused. Hugging his silly girlfriend tightly, he said softly, all right. Tenten, I've been chasing you since I was 6, and we confirmed our relationship so quickly. We've been together for 6 or 7 years now, always loving each other deeply. Do you really think I'd ever betray you? We've already been living together, bathing together, sleeping together, except for that final step, aren't you already my wife?" Tenten didn't reply, merely snuggling deeper into his arms, clearly loving his words. Thinking about it carefully, she realized he was right. As long as they still loved each other, there was nothing to worry about. Afterward, Natsuki got up to wash up, then they ate dinner together before crawling back under the covers, cuddling as if they never wanted to separate. Natsuki also told her about how he created storm release. "It's thanks to the Senju library. I read a lot of the elders' notes. They were so helpful. Some elders even theorized about Kekkai Genkai fusion, so I thought I'd give it a try. Since I can experiment however I want in that dream world, I tried it out, and it worked." Tenten nodded fervently. "My husband is such a genius." End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 190, chapter. Of course. I plan to try fusing more too. Look, I have water, lightning, and earth chakra natures. Water and lightning fusion is storm release, water and earth fusion is wood release, and lightning and earth fusion should be magnet release. If I can create all 3 Kekkai Genkai, my power will completely surpass Kage level, and our future children will have limitless potential. Then go for it. I support you. Tenten gazed at her boyfriend's handsome face, never getting tired of looking at him. If they weren't still so young, something wonderful would definitely happen right now. But then she changed the topic, "But, you're getting stronger and stronger. I feel like I'm falling further behind. One day, I might not even be able to fight alongside you, and you'll always be worrying about me. I want to keep getting stronger too." Natsuki paused, thinking deeply. Right now, Tenten had already followed the advice he'd given her as a child. She obtained the Crafting Ninja Village's 4-piece set and the lightning blade, Kiba. Her strength was more than enough to contend with Jonin, and now, with a chakra battery and mastery of Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, she was undoubtedly Jonin level. As she grew older, reaching elite Jonin or even Kage level wouldn't be out of reach. However, Natsuki never forgot that Tenten's ultimate path was the 6 Paths Ninja tools. Only when Tenten possessed the 6 Paths Ninja tools would she reach her peak, fulfilling her dream of becoming a legendary kunoichi. Right now, she was feeling the distance between them widening, and that left her feeling lost. Well, it was simple. All he needed to do was find the 6 Paths Ninja tools for her. Natsuki asked, "Tenten, have you gathered any intel on the 6 Paths Ninja tools?" Tenten blinked. "I have some information. For example, the amber purifying pod is in Hidden Cloud." "Natsuki, are you saying, if I obtain the 6 Paths Ninja tools, I can fight alongside you?" Natsuki nodded. The Six Paths ninja tools are incredibly powerful. They were used by the Sage of Six Paths himself. As a ninja tool master, I believe you can use them. Once you obtain them, you'll become a legendary kunoichi. Even if you aren't quite as strong as me, I guarantee you'll be stronger than the Hokage and absolutely able to fight alongside me. A legendary kunoichi. Stronger than the Hokage. Tenten's eyes sparkled brightly, but soon dimmed again. But, we can't just steal the amber purifying pot from Hidden Cloud. That would start a war between nations. Hee, that's because you don't know the history of the Six Paths ninja tools. Natsuki began telling the story. During the First Great Ninja War, Hidden Cloud had two powerful shinobi, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The Six Paths ninja tools were theirs. They were said to have the blood of the Sage of Six Paths, which is why only they could use those tools. Ordinary people couldn't even lift them. Later, after the war ended, the Second Raikage and Second Hokage agreed to sign a peace treaty. But Kinkaku and Ginkaku ambushed them. The Second Raikage was killed, and Tobirama was chased down with his guards. Eventually, Tobirama decided to pass the Hokage title to Hiraishin and stayed behind to fight them alone, allowing his guards to escape. He managed to get away but was fatally wounded and soon died. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were immensely powerful, using the Six Paths ninja tools to kill the Second Raikage and mortally wound Tobirama. But they themselves were severely injured too. When they returned to Hidden Cloud, the new Third Raikage declared them traitors and hunted them down, seizing the amber purifying pot. The brothers escaped with the remaining 4 tools and disappeared. They must have died somewhere, and the 4 tools should be with their corpses. Tenten listened with rapt attention but frowned at the end. So, where are their bodies? Where are the remaining tools? There's been no news about them for so long. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. Natsuki pinched her cheek and smiled. I think Orochimaru might have some clues. Tenten blinked. Orochimaru? Why would he? Wait, you mean Edo Tensei, reanimation? Natsuki praised, exactly. That guy knows Edo Tensei, and it requires a part of the original body. Orochimaru is obsessed with collecting the corpses of powerful people. He even dug up the first and second Hokage. I doubt he would have missed Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Tenten's eyes shone with excitement but then dimmed again. But, if Orochimaru found their corpses, wouldn't he also have the Six Paths ninja tools by now? Natsuki chuckled. Maybe, but he can't use them. Those tools aren't something just anyone can wield. Let's wait for now. Tsunade-sama will inevitably target Orochimaru someday. When that happens, we just need to pay attention to his intel and see if he has anything about Kinkaku, Ginkaku, or the tools. Tenten nodded repeatedly, fully trusting Natsuki's judgment. After all these years, Natsuki had never been wrong and had always helped her become stronger. So, if Natsuki said they could find the Six Paths ninja tools, she believed him. If he said she could wield them, she believed that too. In truth, Natsuki wasn't just guessing. The fate of Kinkaku and Ginkaku remained a mystery, but later, Kabuto Yakushi reanimated them during the war, meaning he had found their bodies. Given Orochimaru and Kabuto's obsession with collecting corpses, it was likely they had already found clues about the brothers. Therefore, Natsuki planned to keep an eye on Orochimaru when the time came. If he had intel on Kinkaku, Ginkaku, or the Six Paths ninja tools, it would be perfect. If not, then he would simply snatch them himself during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Six Paths ninja tools belonged to his wife. After hearing the story, Tenten no longer felt so down. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. As for Natsuki, since he'd slept during the day, he wasn't sleepy at all now. Especially with his soft, fragrant future wife in his arms, how could he possibly sleep? But she was only around 14. At most, he could enjoy some innocent skinship. Anything more was out of the question. Ah, such torture. In the following days, there were no major missions in the village. Even A-rank missions were scarce. Neji and Sasuke were frustrated by this. Not wanting to waste time on B-rank missions, they sought out Natsuki to spar. For them, only fighting Jonin-level opponents gave them pressure, especially a Jonin like Natsuki with Kage-level strength. It pushed them to their limits. They believed pressure was the key to growth. Natsuki didn't refuse. He had free time anyway, and training alone all the time wasn't ideal. Actual combat experience was essential. Though Neji and Sasuke weren't strong enough individually, when they teamed up, their taijutsu pressure was enough to make Natsuki exert himself a little. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 191, Chapter. At this moment, in the rubble area, Natsuki stood on a large rock, holding his short sword, watching Sasuke and Neji cautiously. The two of them didn't make any rash moves. Instead, they circled Natsuki slowly, trying to find an opening, but for half a day they didn't launch an attack. Not far away, watching them, were Tenten, Shino, and Sakura. Tenten casually asked, "Sakura, don't you have any missions recently? I heard your teamwork with Ino and Choji isn't that good yet. If you're free, you should take more missions together or train more. If your teamwork doesn't improve, you might not be able to participate in the Chunin exams, you know." Sakura's expression stiffened. She forced herself to reply, no missions recently. I was studying at the hospital before. Now I'm just resting and came to see Sasuke-kun. As she spoke, her eyes locked onto Sasuke, and her face turned slightly red. Tenten blinked, thinking this pink-haired girl might have something wrong in her head. She could clearly see that Sakura liked Sasuke, but she didn't think this was the right way to like someone. Even though love was important, becoming stronger should come first. Just like herself, although she clung to Natsuki a lot, she never neglected her missions or training. She wanted to become stronger, to stand by Natsuki's side, to fight with him, to face danger together, and to protect him when necessary. That was her way of loving. But looking at Sakura, the more she looked, the more she shook her head. Sasuke carried the hatred of his clan's massacre, and his mind was fully focused on becoming stronger. He simply didn't have time for romance. Sakura probably didn't understand. If she truly understood, and if she truly liked Sasuke, then she should work even harder to become stronger, so that she could help Sasuke in the future. That would be the right way. If Sakura continued like this, she would only be left further and further behind, until she couldn't even see Sasuke's back anymore, let alone make him notice her. However, Tenten didn't have any intention to interfere in other people's feelings, so she stayed silent. Shino also glanced at Sakura, and although his eyes were hidden behind his sunglasses, there was an odd glint in them, but he didn't say a word. This was Sakura's own business. The two of them weren't close enough to Sakura to give her advice. What she chose to do was up to her. At this moment, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing that the two didn't attack, Natsuki chose to strike first. He flashed in front of Neji with Raiton Shunshin, lightning instant body, his short sword slashing straight towards Neji's shoulder. Neji had already activated his Byakugan and reacted immediately. Hak Hyaku Nijua Hachi Sho, 8 trigrams 128 palms, burst out, his palms striking forward rapidly. But Natsuki disappeared again with a flicker. In the next second, he appeared behind Sasuke, slashing down with his short sword. I can see it. Sasuke raised his own short sword to block, then formed a single-hand seal and unleashed a katan, Gukaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, right at Natsuki's face. The speed was astonishing. Natsuki was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Sasuke to have mastered one-handed seals. That was indeed unexpected, but his own speed was still faster, and he dodged in time. Neji also seized the chance to charge forward, unleashing his Hak Hyaku Nijua Hachi Sho again. Although Hak Rokujuin Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, only had 64 strikes, Neji doubled it with even more precise and rapid movements, combined with his Byakugan, launching high-speed palm attacks that were nearly impossible to defend against. Sasuke attacked from behind as well, his short sword moving almost as fast as Natsuki's now. Natsuki chuckled lightly, flashing away again with Raiton Shunshin. His lightning instant body was still faster, and Neji and Sasuke couldn't catch him. Now you two are really close together, then I'll give you something big. Natsuki landed not far away, smiling as he formed hand seals quickly. Then he opened his mouth and spat out several giant lightning spears. Raiton, John, lightning release, false darkness. Both of their expressions changed drastically. Damn it. That's that old monster's jutsu. They immediately dodged with all their strength. In the next second, a deafening boom erupted, blasting a massive crater where they had been standing. If they had been even a bit slower, they would have been crippled if not dead. Hee hee, now this is fun. Neji rubbed his shoulder that was grazed by the lightning. It really hurt. Yeah, it feels just like when we faced that old monster. Sasuke became excited. Natsuki, I didn't expect you to master Kakuzu's Raiton Jutsu. Your talent is as terrifying as ever. Natsuki chuckled. Back then Kakuzu was forming hand seals. I saw them clearly. Sasuke, didn't your Sharingan see them too? Want me to teach you Katan, Sukaku, fire release, intelligent hard work? Sasuke shook his head and stuck his short sword into the ground, silently forming seals. No need. How could I not learn such a powerful jutsu? Katan, Sukaku. Whoosh. 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 He spewed out a massive sea of fire. Although it wasn't as powerful as Kakuzu's, it was still very impressive. Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sasuke-kun is so amazing. Tenten glanced at Shino. That's that old monster's jutsu. Shino nodded. Yes. Back then Kakuzu used all 5 nature releases consecutively, covering the heavens and earth. It terrified us. But I didn't expect. Natsuki and Sasuke both secretly learned the seals, and even mastered them. However, while Natsuki's Raiton can rival Kakuzu's, Sasuke's Katon is still far behind. Tenten wasn't surprised. She knew Natsuki's talent best. Sakura was unhappy hearing this, but as a lowly genin with limited experience, she had no right to say anything. At this moment, Natsuki stepped on Jeppu, moonwalk, soaring into the sky. As he descended, he unleashed Renkyaku, storm leg, slashes with his kicks. Neji easily dodged and countered with a hack kushu, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, sending an air bullet towards Natsuki's chest. However, Natsuki simply waved his hand and deflected the air bullet, sending it flying straight at Sasuke. Sasuke had to retreat to dodge, looking up at Natsuki with a grave expression. He deflected my kushu so easily, as expected of you. Neji was surprised, but also felt it was only natural. Their exchange seemed equal, but in truth, Natsuki was utterly at ease, while Neji and Sasuke had their nerves stretched taut, knowing that if they lost focus for even a second, they would be defeated instantly. That was the benefit of fighting Natsuki. Only under such intense pressure could they improve faster. Natsuki didn't bother with any fancy moves. He continued stepping on Jeppu, descending rapidly while kicking out Renkyaku slashes. In just 2 seconds, he reached Sasuke. Sasuke had just dodged one slash, only to see Natsuki's short sword coming at him. He quickly raised his sword to block, and his other hand, crackling with lightning, punched towards Natsuki's chest. However, Natsuki reversed his grip and forced him back with a slash. Neji also charged in, his hack palms flowing endlessly, each strike aiming at Natsuki's vital points and weaknesses. But even facing 2 at once, Natsuki showed no fear. Using just his short sword, he fought back and forth with them, darting around the rubble area at incredible speed. Sakura could barely follow with her eyes. At her level, she couldn't even see the fight clearly. She subconsciously looked at Tenten, only to see Tenten's eyes moving rapidly, perfectly tracking the 3 figures in combat. Indeed, only those strong enough could clearly see such battles. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 192, Chapter. Sakura felt deeply defeated for a moment. She had come to cheer for Sasuke, but now she couldn't even see Sasuke's figure clearly, nor could she understand the flow of the battle. In the end, she had come here for nothing. However, since she wasn't in the same team as Sasuke now, if she didn't come often to show her face, she was afraid Sasuke might forget about her. What she feared even more was that Sasuke might fall for another girl. Wasn't this feeling perfectly normal? Meanwhile, further away from the rubble area, Kakashi and Guy stood atop a giant boulder, watching the battle as well. Guy laughed. Youth is truly burning bright in these young ones. Such an exciting battle, it makes me tear up with passion. Kakashi, how about we have a youthful duel too? No way. Kakashi rejected immediately and changed the topic. Natsuki's strength is already incredible, but Neji and Sasuke are also growing rapidly. Guy nodded. Yeah, I fought Neji once before. His talent is amazing. Not only has he mastered the Hyuga clan's gentle fist to a profound level, he has also opened the 3rd gate of the Hashiman Tanku, 8 gates released formation. I plan to recommend Neji for Jonin after the next Chunin exams. Kakashi pondered. Jonin, huh? Sasuke should be almost there too. But thinking of Naruto and Sakura still being genin, Kakashi felt another headache. Actually, if Naruto and Sakura both passed the next exam and became Chunin, then having Sasuke promoted to Jonin would work too. A team of 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin was allowed. However, with Naruto and Sakura's current states, even if they could participate in the Chunin exams, their chances of passing were slim. Especially Sakura. Her current state was unacceptable. Looks like he would have to find some time to train her properly. At this moment, the 3-way battle reached its climax. Natsuki faced the 2 of them alone, not only holding his ground but even suppressing them steadily. This made both of them quite frustrated. Seeing Natsuki retreat slightly, they seized the opportunity to unleash their new techniques. Sasuke formed a one-handed seal while lunging forward rapidly. Natsuki was about to defend when he noticed Sasuke suddenly split into 7 figures. They didn't seem like genjutsu illusions, and they looked like shadow clones, but something felt off. He kicked a small stone towards one of the figures. The stone passed through it instantly. Just afterimages. Are they all afterimages, or is the real body hidden among them? Natsuki analyzed swiftly, but his short sword didn't hesitate as he slashed towards the nearest figure, only to slice through empty air. It was indeed an afterimage. At that moment, the sound of slicing wind came from behind. Natsuki immediately swung his sword backward and successfully blocked Sasuke's short sword with a metallic clang. However, when he counterattacked, the Sasuke he was about to hit turned into an afterimage again. Something was wrong. Natsuki felt it was familiar, but he couldn't recall it immediately. The other figures attacked in unison, but every slash he made struck only afterimages. Then, once again, the sound of cutting wind came from behind. Natsuki swung his sword back to block, but when he counterattacked, that figure also turned into an afterimage. Finally, he remembered. A smile appeared on his face. Hee hee. I see now. Shunshin Shursui, body flicker Shursui, huh. Kakashi recognized it even earlier than Natsuki. That's Shursui's body flicker technique. Sasuke had only asked me about the basics of that move before. I didn't think he would actually figure it out himself. Shursui. You mean Uchiha Shunshin no Shursui? Guy was also shocked. This kid Sasuke is incredible, to have understood Shursui's technique on his own. The reason Shursui's body flicker was so powerful was because his phantom clones rapidly shifted between illusion and reality, making it impossible for others to attack or defend against him. Combined with his Manjikyu Sharingan and unparalleled Kenjutsu, he was an unstoppable force on the battlefield. That's right, it's Shursui Nii's technique. Natsuki, back then you told me to learn from others, so I studied Shursui Nii's move. Today, let me show you. Sasuke was full of confidence. Only after grasping this technique did he truly realize Shursui's strength. He remembered back when he went to see Itachi, Shursui Nii was there too. Shursui Nii had humbly said he wasn't as good as Itachi, but thinking back now, perhaps he was just being modest. Shunshin no Shursui was so famous, and back then Itachi was still young. How could Shursui not have been his equal? He had only realized now, and he never thought he could learn such power. One day, he would use Shursui Nii's technique to kill Itachi. With such thoughts, Sasuke continued his attack. He clearly believed Natsuki couldn't break through this move. But Natsuki smiled. Shursui's body flicker is indeed strong, but Sasuke, you are not Shursui. You only have a 2-tomo Sharingan, and, you're not fast enough. That is the weakness of your technique. Now watch my new move, Senken Tenyo Sange, Wire Coil Heavenly Maiden Scatter. Suddenly, several chakra threads shot out from Natsuki's body, piercing through 6 of the afterimages instantly. The real Sasuke was ensnared by the chakra threads before he could react. So fast. Sasuke was stunned. He never imagined chakra threads could attack with such speed. You're just too slow. Natsuki stated calmly. Then with a tug, he pulled Sasuke in and sent him flying with a punch. Before Natsuki could retract his fist, Neji, who had been preparing all this time, erupted with energy. Air currents burst from Neji's entire body as he opened the third gate of the Hashiman Tanku, and he began spinning rapidly on the spot, performing Hakushu Kaiten, 8 trigrams palm rotation. Spinning in place with Kaiten. What was he planning? Neji immediately gave the answer. He kicked off with both feet, turning his Kaiten spin into a high-speed projectile as he flew towards Natsuki. Hack Kaiten Sentan, 8 trigrams Kaiten spiral shot. Seeing this attack, not only Natsuki but everyone watching was shocked. Guy became excited. Kaiten can repel any attack, but it has always been a defensive move. If you use it like a cannonball for offense, wouldn't it become the ultimate attack, repelling all enemies? Kakashi had a strange expression. Nice idea, but isn't this just Getsuga, Fang over Fang? Natsuki was also surprised by Neji's creativity. It was indeed similar to the Inuzuka clan's Getsuga. Maybe the Inuzuka clan would sue him for copyright infringement, but Getsuga was pure taijutsu, while this was turning Kaiten into a projectile. Turning the ultimate defense into the ultimate offense. Because his leg strength wasn't enough, he opened the 8 gates. It was a good idea. Seeing the rapidly approaching Kaiten spiral shot, Natsuki didn't hesitate to counter. He slammed his palm onto the ground, and immediately a giant spinning top, big enough for 2 people, shot up from the earth, smashing into the Kaiten spiral shot at an even faster speed. With a loud boom, the spinning top and the Kaiten spiral shot were both knocked away. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 193, Chapter. After being knocked away, Neji quickly landed, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. However, the spinning top was caught by Natsuki's chakra threads, and with a forceful tug, he pulled it back, sending it crashing down right next to Neji, spinning again and launching Neji into the air once more. Ah, this. For a moment, everyone watching fell silent. They had expected Natsuki to win, but not in such a ridiculous manner. The battle concluded with Neji and Sasuke both sustaining minor injuries. Sakura immediately seized the chance to perform, rushing to heal Sasuke first. Neji, on the other hand, stared at the still spinning top with a complicated expression. Why do I feel like my Kaiten is just a small spinning top, and this top is bigger, so I got knocked away? Everyone. That actually makes sense, but this isn't some spinning top game. Luckily, expert Kakashi analyzed calmly, Neji, you should remember Natsuki's Doton, Choten Tenten, Earth Release, Rising Spin. This top is a miniature version of that technique. It's one of Natsuki's signature moves, a top-shaped chakra construct fused with earth nature, giving it incredible hardness and a spinning speed several times faster than Kaiten, with shock force that's far from ordinary. In reality, both you and the top were knocked away by each other's force. Natsuki simply used this move to interrupt your Kaiten spiral shot. As for you getting knocked away in the end, that was just Natsuki following up with another attack. Neji understood. So, his Kaiten spiral shot wasn't broken, it was interrupted, knocked off its intended path. This exposed the weakness of his technique, his launch force wasn't strong enough, and his Kaiten's rotation speed was insufficient, which was why it was deflected. If his Kaiten spiral shot was stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about being interrupted, and Natsuki would only be able to dodge. Thinking of this, Neji exhaled deeply. He had finally come up with a new move, but he didn't expect it to have such a glaring flaw. Sasuke looked at Natsuki at this point and asked, "Is your line release meant to be a joke?" Natsuki rolled his eyes. "Line release sounds funny, but it's useful, isn't it? Your two-tomo Sharingan isn't enough yet, and your speed and sword skills are still lacking, so you can't bring out the true strength of Shursue's technique. Otherwise, how would my little line release break your move?" Sasuke was speechless, knowing that his move was still immature. But he still felt confident. As long as he perfected it, he would become even stronger in the future. Alright, that's enough for today. Natsuki stretched lazily, casually taking a drink from the Tenten had by her mouth, and didn't forget their main task. "Shino, you said you wanted to check on Kiba, Naruto, and Hinata's training progress, right? Now that we're done here, let's go." Tenten glared at Natsuki. She had clearly handed him an unopened drink, but he deliberately took the one she had already drunk from. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at by everyone? Shino nodded. "Yes. Let's head out." "Alright everyone, we're off." Natsuki waved as he left with Tenten and Shino. After watching them leave, Neji immediately turned to Guy. "Guy-sensei, please help me perfect my Kaiten spiral shot." Guy gave a thumbs up with his shining teeth. "Oh. Leave it to me, Neji. Your youthful and passionate Kaiten spiral shot will become the ultimate cannonball under my guidance." Sasuke didn't hesitate either, saying to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, if you have time, help me train my body flicker illusion too." Kakashi sighed helplessly, unable to refuse. "Alright, I'll make some time." Sakura finished treating Sasuke's wounds at this moment and showed him a bright smile, seeking praise. "Sasuke-kun, your wounds are treated. Make sure to rest well." Thanks." Sasuke replied indifferently, leaving Sakura feeling disappointed. Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore and sighed. "Sakura, you should probably go train. The Chunin exams aren't far off, and I'm sure you don't want to fail. If Naruto passes and becomes a Chunin while you remain a genin, you wouldn't want that, right?" Sakura opened her mouth, then looked up at Sasuke's cold face, and finally nodded. Of course, she didn't want to remain a genin. She wanted to return to Team 7, to be in the same team as Sasuke again, to see Sasuke every day. Yeah, she probably should go back to training. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Tenten followed Shino to where Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata were training. Or rather, it looked more like Naruto and Kiba were fighting, while Hinata stood off to the side helplessly. Perhaps it had started as a proper sparring match, but these two hot-headed guys quickly escalated into a real fight, naturally devolving into this mess. "What's going on?" Shino asked. "Shino-kun, Natsuki-kun, Tenten-san." Hinata greeted them softly and explained, "At first Naruto-kun and Kiba-kun were sparring, but somehow things got weird, and they started fighting for real, even yelling insults at each other. Akamaru is barking too. I don't know what to do anymore." Just as expected. And at this rate, there was no way their team could pass the Chunin exams. Shino released a swarm of insects to finally separate them. Naruto immediately complained. "Shino, look at Kiba. He called me an idiot, isn't that reason enough to beat him down, Databeo?" Kiba retorted, "You still say you're not an idiot. Last mission you messed everything up." "Akamaru, woof woof." Naruto yelled back, hands on hips. "It wasn't all my fault. You and Akamaru were at fault too. Don't put everything on me." Kiba shouted back, "It was your fault. Because you're an idiot." Naruto stepped forward, ready to fight again. "Kiba, you wanna go? I'll fight you 300 rounds, Databeo." No one understood what mission they were arguing about, but it was obvious that their team lacked harmony, or rather, lacked unity. Naruto and Kiba seemed naturally incompatible, while Hinata was left out. How could such a team complete missions? How could they participate in the Chunin exams? Shino felt deep worry. His tone turned unusually stern. You've been a team for quite some time now, yet you still haven't coordinated well. You can't even complete your missions properly, and you think you can pass the Chunin exams like this. You think you can become Chunin? Naruto and Kiba opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. Moreover, a stern Shino was kind of scary. Shino continued. Kiba, Hinata, you both performed well when you were on missions with me. Has everything fallen apart just because I'm gone? Your performance disappoints me, and it disappoints Kurenai-sensei too. Both Kiba and Hinata lowered their heads in shame, and even Akamaru looked sad. Shino sighed helplessly. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He turned to his friend. Natsuki, you're always smart. Do you have any way to help them? Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata all looked at Natsuki with hopeful eyes. Because Natsuki was always so strong, surely he would have an idea. Natsuki adjusted his sunglasses. Then, let's do a mock exam. End of chapter. Plus 500 power stones equals plus 1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 194, Chapter. New fanfic is up. Red Dragon Emperor with the villain system. If it was anything else, Natsuki might not have had an immediate idea. But when it came to exams, Natsuki was an expert. Afraid of failing the exam. Simple, do past papers, practice with real questions, take small tests, big tests, mock tests, until you get used to them, until the knowledge is carved into your brain. Since they were worried this team wouldn't pass the Chunin exams, then they'd have a mock exam. Mock exam? What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. It's simulating the format of the Chunin exams to test you guys. Natsuki explained, take the previous Chunin exams for example. We'll skip the first written test and also the third individual matches. What really tests your teamwork is the scroll battle. So, we can have your team, Aoba's team, and Asuma's team do a small-scale scroll battle mock exam, to make you more familiar with the exam and learn teamwork. What do you think? Naruto and Kiba immediately gave thumbs up. That's awesome. This idea is great, Databeo. Hinata also said softly, I also think a mock exam is good. Shino nodded firmly. As expected of Natsuki. You came up with a solution so quickly. Indeed, if you're worried about failing, arrange a mock exam. Tenten nodded with a faintly proud smile. Her boyfriend was just too smart. Since everyone agrees, I'll go call the other two teams. Without delay, Natsuki used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to quickly notify Aoba's team, then asked Tsunade for Asuma's team's location and called them as well. In less than half an hour, all three teams were gathered. When Tsunade heard about the mock exam, she became interested and brought Shizune and Tenten to watch. Natsuki began explaining the rules. These training grounds are well distributed. Training grounds 3, 4, and 5 are about 1 kilometer apart each, and all 3 are about 5 kilometers from training ground 8. Each team will wait in either 3, 4, or 5. I will give you each a scroll, heaven, earth, or human. You need to gather all 3 types of scrolls and reach training ground 8 within 3 hours to pass. To make sure you take this seriously, I got the Hokage-sama's permission to post the results of this mock exam on the bulletin board in front of the Hokage building. Every passing ninja will see them, hee. Nanny. This guy was so evil. All 3 teams felt deep malice. Even though it was only a mock exam, the results would be discussed by other ninja. If they lost, it would be so embarrassing. But if they won, they would be praised, and that felt nice. Naruto raised his fist high. Yash. Kiba, Hinata, let's win this and make everyone recognize our strength. Kiba clenched his fists. Yeah. We'll definitely win. Hinata, though softly, also supported them. Let's do our best together. Sakura naturally didn't want her team's losing results posted for everyone to see, and she felt fired up. Ino, Choji, we're going all out this time. Lee was even more fired up. Oh. Rinya, Megumi, let us seize the victory fruits of this mock exam. Seeing the 9 of them so motivated, Natsuki's smile had a slight hint of evil. In his previous life, posting results was normal. For students with good grades, it was encouragement. For those with bad grades, it was also a kind of encouragement. These genin teams, even if not competitive by nature, would put in effort to avoid embarrassment. That was how they would take this mock exam seriously. Tsunade nodded approvingly from the side. This mock exam is good. It trains teamwork and helps them get used to the exam's rhythm in advance. And, this brat Natsuki knows how to play mind games. Posting results is a bit nasty, but it makes them proactive. Not bad, not bad. Maybe we should do more mock exams like this in the future. Shizun felt a little speechless at that, thinking Tsunade-sama just didn't want to work. Alright, head to training grounds 3, 4, and 5 now. We examiners will wait at ground 8. Remember, as long as it doesn't cause serious injury, go all out. You only have 3 hours. I will use Hiraishin to signal all teams to start simultaneously. Go. As Natsuki spoke, he handed out the heaven, earth, and human scrolls. As soon as he finished, the 3 teams rushed to their assigned grounds. Natsuki then led the examiners to training ground 8. Once they arrived, Natsuki used his ultra-telescope technique, projecting the images of all 3 teams onto a water mirror in front of them. With his current strength, scanning 5 kilometers was easy. Tsunade praised, Natsuki, you really have lots of clever ideas. I didn't expect you to think of a mock exam. Natsuki humbly replied, it was just a flash of inspiration. But I didn't expect Hokage-sama, who works tirelessly every day, to be slacking off to watch a mock exam. Does that mean you don't have enough work? Cough cough. This is also part of the Hokage's duties, observing the teamwork of genin teams. Tsunade argued stiffly, making Shizun and Tenten roll their eyes. Luckily, Natsuki didn't pursue the topic further. Seeing that all 3 teams were in position, he used Hiraishin to send a small smoke bomb to each team. As soon as the bombs landed, they exploded, signaling the start of the mock exam. The 3 genin teams sprang into action. At training ground 3. Kiba appointed himself leader. Naruto, don't mess this up. I don't want to have a failing result posted on the bulletin board. I'd be too embarrassed to go home and face my mom and sister. Listen to my instructions. Akamaru will track the other 2 teams. We'll go for Sakura, Ino, and Choji first. Naruto refused. Why should you be the leader, Databeo? I think we should go for Bushibrow's team first. They're the strongest. If we don't take them down now, it'll be trouble later, Databeo. Hinata followed behind them helplessly. Kiba-kun, Naruto-kun. Even though Natsuki and the others couldn't hear the conversation, they could tell just by watching that Naruto and Kiba were already arguing. In a mock exam, they were fighting each other, truly hopeless. Tsunade clenched her fists. That Naruto, why can't he just behave for once? At training ground 4, Sakura's team had also set off, targeting Naruto's team. Clearly, Sakura and Ino both thought Naruto's team would be the easiest to defeat, so they decided to crush the weakest first. Meanwhile, at training ground 5. Rinya and Megumi created shadow clones to head towards the other 2 teams while their real bodies began applying some special ointment, seemingly to mask their scent. End of chapter. +500 power stones equals +1 extra chapter. Thank you for your support.